232 The Communist International. Communism and social democracy for influence over the masses will be decided at factory level. Of the greatest importance, in addition to reform of the internal party line and reorganization on the basis of factory cells, is the rapid building up of a system of truly Bolshevik party fractions, working with initiative, in all workers' organizations without exception, wherever there are communists. 7. Why must the party be reorganized now, and quickly? Many comrades will ask why a change in the KPD leadership has become essential so suddenly. In fact, there is nothing sudden about the differences which have arisen between the executive and the Ruth Fischer Group. These differences have been apparent throughout the last 18 months, and have grown steadily more acute until they have reached the present stage, which is intolerable for the party and the International. The executive warned the leading group more than once against persisting in their deviations. The Berlin Congress, and the events immediately following, finally made it clear that the executive's hopes of settling the differences by the usual forms of cooperation were unfounded. The attacks by comrades Fischer and Maslow make it urgently necessary to place the German party question openly before the entire membership. We repeat that it is not the German left which is bankrupt, but a few of its leaders. With all its mistakes in the past and the present, the German left is not merely a group of individuals. It has a great historical mission to perform. It drew the lessons of October 1923, defeated Brandlerism, it united the torn party at the hour of its most severe crisis. The chief defects are to be sought not in the healthy proletarian party membership, it is those at the very top who have failed. Great new tasks confront the party. The situation is developing not against us, but for us. In the last few months the class struggle in Germany has been moving on an ascending line. Only if the entire party recognizes the signs of the times, becomes aware of itself and its own strength, of the Communist International and the invincible might of the German working class, can it surmount the crisis and lead the German proletariat to victory. But if it does so, victory is certain. The letter was signed by members of the ECCI, the 9 members of the KPD delegation in Moscow, and the Central Committee of the KPD. September 1925. 233. Letter from the Organization Department of the ECCI to the Central Committee of the CPGB. September 26, 1925. Command 2682, p18. This letter was followed on October 30, 1925 by one from E. Brown, CPGB representative on the ECCI, explaining its origin. At a recent meeting of the Org. Bureau I was called upon to give a report on the progress of organizational work in England. Of course the whole interest of the Comintern is now centered upon England and everybody rolled up to hear the report. When it was finished, and after a discussion, a mass of suggestions were made as to the best ways of tightening up the organization of the party in England. In a small commission which subsequently met I had all my work put out to prevent the new enthusiasts from sending a 20-page letter of instructions which had been prepared by Comrade Fried, who is the man in charge of British organizational matters in the Org. Bureau. Finally, the letter which you have received was drafted by myself and accepted by the Commission. On the first point, dealing with the question of extending our work in the Textile and Seamen's Union, I know you will agree with. From past minutes of the political and org. bureaus I know that much attention has already been given to this work. On the second point I feel that the Comintern are right and that to direct the purely organizational work of the party in addition to the org. bureau it is necessary to have a responsible department. It is quite obvious that there is a mass of detailed material coming in from the districts which is not being given the detailed attention it merits. Neither is the center here being provided with the organizational material in the same manner, and to the same extent, which characterizes the reports of the purely political work of the party. On the face of it, and judged from Moscow, the proposition seems reasonable. However, if there is good reason why the step should not be taken, the whole matter can be reviewed when the delegation is here at the plenum. On the third point, I agreed to it being inserted in the letter because of the unity of the opposition. They are of the opinion that a party nucleus in a trade union local branch is quite clear that its only responsibility is to the party, but on the question of a party fraction, elected by workers to serve in a representative capacity on some committee or other, they are not quite clear that our members recognize only party obligations. They assume that in addition to responsibility to the party, these comrades have responsibility also to the workers who have elected them, and, further, that this dual responsibility leads to divided allegiance. Support is lent to their viewpoint by the definitions on this question which is contained in the organizational part of our party training syllabus. Anyway, a note from the Org. Bureau stating that in whatever capacity our party members are serving in the general working class movement, their party allegiance must supersede all other responsibilities will be sufficient, I think. This is the way to dispose of this latter question. Both letters were included in the white paper published by the Home Office in June 1926, containing a selection of the papers seized during a police raid. 234 The Communist International on communist premises in London in October 1925, when 12 members of the CPGB Central Committee were arrested and brought to trial. The Organization Department of the ECCI at a recent session discussed the position of organization in the CPGB and was pleased to record that the influence of the party is making rapid headway amongst the masses of workers. Particularly was this shown during the recent industrial crisis and in the strikes and lockouts of the last few months. The growing influence of the party was also reflected, to a satisfactory extent, in the discussion and decision of the Scarborough Trade Union Congress. At the same time, however, it is distinctly noticeable, and our information confirms this, that the fundament organization of the party is inadequate. This fact may be primarily attributed to the numerical weakness of this party. The first task is of course to transform our gains into actual party membership. This is the way to the mass party, the most important task of the CPGB. We note with pleasure your arrangements for Red Recruiting Week and hope that all sections of the party will rally round your slogan of double the factory nuclei and double the party membership. But we believe that even with the united and limited membership, further organizational progress can be made. Great tasks await the party. The class struggle in Britain threatens to spread as a result of the decay of capitalism and the British Empire on one hand and the rise of the revolutionary spirit amongst the masses on the other. If the party is to fulfill its historic mission, its apparatus must be constructed in accordance with the demands. We consider that the greatest drawback to proper organizational work in the CPGB is the lack of an organization department. The lack of this department, with a full-time paid officer in charge, makes it very difficult for the CPGB to carry on systematic work. The absence of such a department leaves the task of assisting the districts in their day-to-day organizational work more to chance than definite plan. The absence of an organization department is perhaps responsible for the non-return of questionnaire we sent to you. In our opinion, it is essential that the Central Executive Committee should form an organizational department with a paid chief. The organization department should have control over a number of instructors whose duty it would be to instruct lower party organs and exercise control of same. Further, the first task of the organization department should be to set up corresponding organs working under its direction and control in every district committee of the party. These should instruct and direct the work of the local organs and control same, reporting regularly to the Central Committee. September 1925 235. In the past, the party has rightly concentrated its party fraction and minority movement work upon metal, mining, and transport unions. The time has now come for a further development, and recent events have proved that we must spread out our work to cover the textile and Siemens industry. We welcome the initial attempts in both these industries and would urge you to give even greater attention than at present. Another matter which should take your attention is the practice of differentiating between trade union nuclei and trade union fractions. Some British comrades explain that the two terms are necessary because a nucleus is a number of individual members organized in another working class organization, whilst a fraction is a number of representative members who, in addition to their party obligations, have a formal responsibility to the workers who elected them. We see no reason for calling communist comrades organized within a local trade union section a trade union nucleus, whilst the communist comrades in district or national trade union executives are called trade union fractions. For party reasons, communists in all trade unions, and other non-party organizations, must be organized into fractions. In their organizations they carry out the decisions of the party and are responsible to the latter for this. Communist comrades with a seat in the executive of a non-party organization are at the same time members of their fraction. They are responsible for their work solely to the party. The fact of the confusion between these two terms necessitates certain explanation being made. This will be the task of the organization department and the industrial department of the party. Extracts from the ECCI Agitprop department's theses for propagandists on the second anniversary of Lenin's death. January 1926 in Preker, 6, 10, p. 125, January 14, 1926 a parallel set of theses for agitators, issued a few days earlier, stated that indications of a future fascist dictatorship are quite clearly visible even in such democratic countries as England and France, and that one of Lenin's greatest strokes of genius was his assertion of the possibility of building socialism in a single country. This idea has been corroborated by the economic and cultural successes of the Soviet Union which have occurred in the 2 years since his death. The theses also came out strongly against Locarno, the praise toward Locarno as an instrument of peace, the agitation of the bourgeois and socialist press which emphasized the love of peace embodied in Locarno in contrast to the imperialism of the USSR, are nothing but ideological armaments for new wars. As part of the campaign against the Locarno Pact, initialed on October 16, 1925 and signed in London on December 1, the ECCI had called a conference. 236 The Communist International of representatives of the central committees and parliamentary fractions of several European communist parties, it was held in Brussels on 10 to 12 October 1925, and was attended by delegates from the French, German, British, Polish, Belgian, Dutch, and other communist parties. It agreed that in their respective parliaments communist deputies would make a declaration against the pact, which was designed to provide security for American investments in Europe, to replace French by British hegemony on the continent, and to draw Germany into an anti-Soviet bloc. The conference also called for a plebiscite in Alsace-Lorraine, to determine whether it should be French, German, or independent, and passed resolutions on the 8-hour day, tariff policy, and Syria. On October 13 Preker wrote that Schischerin's arrival in Berlin on the eve of the departure of the German delegation to the Locarno Conference was a last warning to the Reich government. Schischerin's appearance in Berlin opens up the debate on the Western or Eastern orientation of Germany today. The proposal for a guarantee pact was an English imperialist plot to organize a military front against the Soviet Union. That is the reason why the entire international working class opposes the plan, which would deprive Germany of the last shreds of its independence and reinforce the fetters of Versailles. It was the political and military counterpart of the Dawes Plan, designed to suppress the proletarian revolution in Germany, and it brought the danger of war nearer. Another article explained that Locarno was Britain's method of exploiting Franco-German difficulties to its own advantage. Germany agreed because it hoped to have British support, by restraining France, for a German attack on Poland, under cover of which Britain would start war against Russia. Locarno was thus one link in the British plan to isolate Russia. Radek wrote that it was a stage in the liquidation of Versailles and an attempt by England, caught in an economic crisis, to restore the European economy. French control of the continent was weakened, it was now dependent politically on Britain, and economically on the United States. Germany turned towards the countries that could give credits because of its need of working capital. Its subordination to the League of Nations under the Locarno agreements was a step towards the creation of a European concert of powers directed against the USSR. Locarno represented a new coalition of forces, led by the United States and Britain. Rakowski, referring to the conflict revealed by Locarno between Europe and America, wrote both that the agreements gave the USSR a certain freedom of action and that they were a grave danger to the USSR. Zinoviev at the CPSU Congress at the end of 1925 gave roughly the same analysis as Radek, and added that to some extent Locarno represented a rapprochement among European states for self-defense against future threats from America. At the 6th ECCI plenum in March 1926, Pepper took up this point, stating that it gave a certain parallelism to European and Soviet interests. On the other hand, since Britain was the leader of the anti-Soviet campaign, Anglo-American rivalry gave a certain parallelism also to Soviet and American interests. A certain parallelism in Soviet and American interests was suggested by Radek in another article. Britain feared the development and independence of the East because of the effect on India, but the United States looked forward to the development of bourgeois democratic states with which it could do. January 1926, 237 Business. In this respect the United States had reason to oppose Britain, but not Russia. The coupling of Estonia with Germany and Bulgaria in the theses refers to the rising which took place in Reval on December 1, 1924, no more than a few hundred communists were involved, it lasted only a few hours. Throughout 1924 the Estonian government had made a series of arrests of suspected revolutionaries, one of whom was executed in November. The rising was generally regarded as a desperate attempt at self-defense, rather than an action to exploit a revolutionary situation. Trotsky later attributed the decision, which was made with the ECCI's consent, to the incorrect appraisal of the forthcoming period as a revolutionary one by the Fifth Comintern Congress. The Estonian government declared a state of emergency and made many further arrests. The World Economic and Political Situation 1. The Fifth World Congress of the CI noted an improvement in the position of world capitalism. With this in mind, the enlarged executive issued the necessary directives for changing the strategy and tactics of the communist parties in the present epoch, which must be concentrated on one item, the creation of the Revolutionary Proletarian United Front. 4. Now as before, the basic Leninist appraisal of the essential character of the present historical epoch remains valid, that of the progressive decay and dying away of capitalist world economy and of the actuality of the world revolution. There has been no change in the operation of those forces which are driving the contradictions within the imperialist camp to a state of greater and greater acuteness, and forcing the antagonism to the first proletarian state, the Soviet Union, to a decision. 2. The analysis of the present stage must therefore be concerned with the two recent phenomena which the social democratic ideologues of the bourgeoisie interpret as proof that capitalism has been restored and its contradictions overcome, that is, the Dawes Plan and the Locarno Pact. 3. Even a superficial examination of the present state of world economy shows that the idea of the possibility of the restoration of a unified world economy on a purely capitalist basis is false. As regards both its present position, and the tendencies towards its future development, world economy is split by the existence of the Soviet Union into two parts: a capitalist economy and a socialist economy. 4. The new factors in economic development introduced by American attempts to restore the capitalist world market and the international credit system do not change the situation. The United States, which changed its former debtor position in regard to Europe into an uncontested financial and economic hegemony and which emerged from the World War as the strongest imperialist state, had to abandon its isolationist attitude towards Europe. The limitations of the home market, the need to find markets to absorb the output of the tremendously expanded 238 the communist international production apparatus and to export capital forced this change on America. With the London Conference of 1924, which adopted the Dawes Plan, America began to bring Europe under its economic and political control. The external occasion for putting the plan into operation was provided by the failure of the French adventure in the Ruhr. The occupation of the Ruhr represented the last attempt of French imperialism to establish its hegemony on the continent. The attempt was frustrated by the opposition of the United States and England. The imposition of the Dawes Plan on Germany, as well as the Dawesation of the rest of Europe, makes the restoration of an orderly economy possible only by still greater exploitation of the masses. 6. The Anglo-Saxon powers emerged as the strongest imperialist group from the war and the immediate post-war years. The United States and England have won the economic hegemony of the capitalist world, but the rivalry between them for sole supremacy reflects and comprehends all the inner contradictions of imperialism. The rivalry can be summarized in a simple formula: America is trying to break up the English world empire from within, by bringing the dominions, particularly Canada and Australia, under its financial and hence its political sway. To this should be added that in the Far East too, China, America is pursuing the opposite policy to England's, for it is to a certain extent interested in the industrialization of China, in order to find markets for the output of its engineering industry, whereas England wants to keep China as a market for its manufactured goods and as a source of raw materials. This basic antagonism is supplemented and modified by lesser contradictions among the other imperialist states, those, for example, between America and Japan, England and France, France and Germany. Thus the characteristic feature of the present stabilization phase of world capitalism remains sharper competition, the struggle for world markets, and the economic redivision and recasting of the world. 8. In only one respect can we speak of the relative solidarity and internationalizing of capitalist interests: in regard to the Soviet Union, the capitalist states are able to form a united front. The Locarno Pact, praised by the Social Democrats as the No More War Pact, reflects the fact admitted with cynical candor by the imperialist powers themselves that despite the contradictions they are uniting to fight the fundamental and epoch-making war against the Soviet Union. 9. The Locarno Pact is the general political formula for the reorganization of Europe under the control and hegemony of the United States and England. It complements the Dawes Plan. It signifies the complete defeat of France and of French imperialism's attempt to establish its hegemony on the continent of Europe. England appears in the role of arbitrator between France and Germany, and will henceforth use Germany as an January 1, 926 239 instrument to counter French offensive aims. America is preparing to impose a Dawes regime on France. Germany is condemned to a dual slavery. On the one hand, it must enter the League of Nations, in order to be in a position to serve as a jumping-off ground for the imperialist attack on the Soviet Union. On the other hand, it is forced into obedience to the will of Anglo-Saxon imperialism, now by slight ameliorations of its economic and political situation, now by a turn of the reparations screw. But the primary significance of Locarno is the attempt to build up the united front of the capitalist world by pushing aside its internal contradictions in order to establish an imperialist anti-Soviet bloc. Caught between the pincers of victorious and expanding American capitalism, and of the rebellious colonies, hemmed in on all fronts where it might advance by the existence of Soviet Russia, Great Britain is the chief instigator of the policy of a decision by arms between capitalism and socialism and is trying to form a holy alliance against the Union of Soviet Republics. The United States, on the other hand, favors a more peaceful policy, being concerned with drawing its profits from Europe and hoping to introduce a Dawes regime in Soviet Russia and China. The perspectives of World Revolution 1. By perspectives of world revolution we do not mean precise or approximate prediction of the date when the revolution will break out in one country or another, or even in the world. When, in the years from 1918 to 1920, the Communists counted on an early outbreak of the revolution in the most important European countries, they were influenced by two facts: the imperialist robber war and the Russian proletarian revolution. These hopes were not fulfilled, as we know, not because the conditions of a socialist revolution in the West were not present, but primarily because of the treachery of one section of the proletariat, the labor aristocracy, and their party, Social Democracy. They helped capitalism and the bourgeoisie economically, by restoring production, and politically, by bourgeois democracy, to maintain their political and economic power. The directly revolutionary situation which did exist thus passed without the proletariat managing to gain power in the important countries of Europe. 3. Since then, for every communist it is part of the ABC of Marxism-Leninism that the world revolution will occupy an entire epoch of world history, prolonged and painful, and that the continuation of the world revolution in West Europe will be incomparably more difficult than its beginning was in Russia. We understand by perspectives of world revolution, a. the demonstration that the basic forces making for world revolution 240 the Communist International, that is, the trends of development, remain unchanged, b. the exact analysis of the stage in which we now find ourselves, c. the balancing of the relation of forces operating in favor of and against the further development of the revolution. 4. As to the first, it was shown in the first part of these theses that the world economic and political situation reveals unchanged those contradictions and rivalries which make the normal functioning of capitalism impossible. The basic thesis of Leninist theory, that imperialism is the epoch of dying capitalism, remains unshaken. As to the analysis of the immediate situation, it is to be noted that we are again in a period when the revolutionary movement is on the upgrade, that large parts of the world are indeed in a directly revolutionary situation. In the first place, there is the revolution in China. The significance of the events in China is immeasurable. The national revolution in China is irresistible. It will be a tremendously powerful factor in revolutionizing the entire East. In the proletarian revolutionary movement, the Chinese Revolution will play a threefold part. A. It will intensify the difficulties and contradictions among the imperialist powers. B. It will revolutionize the European proletariat, and at the same time, c. It will stand as an ally of the proletariat against the common enemy and support its struggle. The Chinese Revolution is a link in the chain of world revolution, and hence large parts of the world are in an immediately revolutionary situation. This is a sign of the actuality of world revolution. 5. In Europe the situation is not directly revolutionary, that is to say, the revolutionary upheavals which took the form of outright civil war during the demobilization period and in some degree up to 1923 have yielded to less stormy but no less significant events which bear witness everywhere to a state of profound crisis. 6. Crisis and signs of crisis everywhere. But the workers' movement which, after the defeats in Bulgaria, Germany, and Estonia, after the victory of the Conservative government in England, the election of Hindenburg in Germany, etc., seemed for a moment to have yielded to reaction, is again showing an upward curve. The main indications are, a. the United Front movement and the Anglo-Russian rapprochement. The antagonism between capitalist England and proletarian Russia was never so sharp as it is with the present conservative government, but the English working masses have never been so close to the Russian workers as since the Scarborough Congress. The English working class is beginning to shake off its reformist leaders. Not only in England, but everywhere, the working class is beginning to turn to Russia. The workers' delegations which visit Russia and tear down the web of lies fabricated by January 1, 926 241 the bourgeoisie and social democracy are the best sign and one of the best methods of the revolutionizing of the European working class. B. The electoral victories of the Communists in Germany and Czechoslovakia, and of the Labour Party in England. C. The most important sections of the Comintern have surmounted their crisis, and the parties are beginning to operate, organizationally and ideologically, factory cells, party training, on Bolshevik foundations. The further this process goes, the more it shows results, the more will it contribute to revolutionizing the situation, for the absence of a well-organized, well-trained, disciplined revolutionary party was the chief reason why the genuinely revolutionary situation of 1918-23 was not exploited. The Soviet Union won. The existence of the Soviet Union is in itself a sign of the revolutionary situation and an important factor in the revolutionary perspective. Two hostile economic and social systems confront each other, capitalism and socialism. The strengthening of one means the weakening of the other, and vice versa. 4. The growing power of Soviet Russia is a support for the world revolution. It is not only an ideological, but a material factor of the first importance for all the oppressed classes, peoples, everywhere. And Soviet Russia's economic power will grow from year to year. 5. This does not mean that the capitalist powers will yield to the inevitable and make no attempt to stay this triumphant advance. On the contrary, they will try to exploit the inner contradictions associated with the tremendous economic development of a peasant country like the Soviet Union, and create difficulties for the proletarian state, by methods including blockade and war. The CPSU and the Russian proletariat will deal with internal contradictions. The international proletariat must see to it that the aggressive intentions of the reactionary imperialist great powers are brought to nothing. 6. The tactical tasks which follow from the present stage of the world revolution, and which are common to all communist parties, are, a. to strengthen the organizational structure of the party, factory cells. b. to strengthen educational work among the members. c. United front. As we have seen, we are in a period of rising revolution. The proletarian masses are again becoming revolutionary-minded. To win them and keep them is the most urgent of our tasks. At the same time, trade union work must be strengthened. d. To organize workers' delegations to Russia. The living example of Soviet Russia is the best means of agitation. 242. The Communist International, e. to expose the tactics of the bourgeoisie and of social democracy, who describe Soviet policy as red imperialism. The Soviet Union signifies the practical realization of socialism, and as such it must live in the consciousness of all workers. F. To pay greater attention to the peasantry. G. At every government crisis to increase agitation for a workers' and peasants' government. H. To increase agitation against imperialism and the coming World War. I. To increase agitation against government plans to attack the Soviet Union. The split in the working class and United Front tactics. 1. The fight for the United Front, which has for 4 years been the basic tactic of the CI, has its theoretical roots in the old principle of the necessity for working class unity. The outbreak of the World War and the attitude of the social democratic leaders in favor of civil peace meant in fact the liquidation of working class unity, the rupture of working class international relations. Proletarians of various countries shot at each other. The bankruptcy of the Second International had become a fact. 3. The split in the working class was thus provoked by the spontaneous forces of imperialist development. The working class was split horizontally, along lines of hostile countries. The cause of the international workers' movement could be saved only by changing this horizontal split into a vertical split, that is to say, by a definite organizational separation of the revolutionary from the opportunist elements. This process was embodied organizationally in the foundation in 1919 of the Communist International. 4. In these circumstances the split was an unavoidable necessity, but it was not an end in itself. The split, that is, the destruction of proletarian unity on an opportunist basis, was necessary in order to erect proletarian unity on a higher basis, the basis of revolutionary class struggle for the overthrow of capitalism and the establishment of the proletarian dictatorship. So long as the revolutionary wave was advancing, there was a basis for establishing this unity of the masses in the midst of the direct struggle for the seizure of power. In the period of revolutionary storms it was the only method of establishing unity. But when, because of the treachery of international social democracy, the revolutionary wave ebbed, other methods of establishing unity had to be found. 5. The Third World Congress of the CI noted this change in the world situation and coined the slogan, "To the masses." This raised the problem of United Front tactics, which since then has been and still is the basis of all tactical movements in the CI. January 1, 926 243-6. Politically, the most important factor in the Comintern struggle for the United Proletarian Front is without doubt the struggle to establish international trade union unity. The RILU and its organs were created as a result of the furious persecution of the revolutionary elements in the reformist trade unions by the bureaucratic leadership, in order to keep the excluded together and organize resistance to the capitalist offensive. Although the revolutionary unions in some countries, France, Czechoslovakia, have many successes to their credit, the elimination of the split in the trade union movement is still a necessary condition for success in the approaching struggles. The crystallization of the left wing in the Amsterdam International, the extremely significant leftward movement of the English proletariat, the formation of the Anglo-Russian Unity Committee, etc., marked the first great successes in the movement for trade union unity. 8. But the fight for unity cannot be limited to the unions. It must take advantage of every factor and every organizational opening to get closer to the non-party and social democratic masses, and to convince them that the Communist Party is the only party which fights resolutely, consistently, and to the end for the interests of the proletariat. Sports organizations, peace associations, every mass organization of the proletariat must be intensively cultivated by our parties for this purpose. The sending of workers' delegations to the Soviet Union, the majority should consist of social democratic factory workers, has proved brilliantly successful and must be continued with the utmost energy. Circular letter from the ECCI Presidium to all sections accompanying a circular letter from the Central Committee of the CPSU to all Communist parties January 15, 1926 in Preker, 6, 12, p. 147, January 19, 1926. The report of the ECCI to the 6th Plenum, which covered the year 1925, did not contain a section on the Russian Party. In the final paragraph of a volume of more than 360 pages, it was stated that the Secretariat considered a report on the CPSU unnecessary, since the proceedings of its 14th Congress, held in December 1925, had been reported in the communist press. At that Congress, Zinoviev and Kamenev, who were strongly critical of the party's policy of conciliation towards the more prosperous peasantry, and of its neglect of industry, were heavily outvoted. Many of their supporters in the party had been removed and intimidated by administrative and police measures before the Congress, where they were supported by Krupskaya, Lenin's widow, and Sokholnikov, the Commissar for Finance. On September 4, 1925, Kamenev, Zinoviev, Krupskaya, and Sokholnikov had put forward a statement of their views which became known as the Platform of the Four. Kamenev and 244 the Communist International Sokholnikov were deprived of their government posts. Kamenev was vice-chairman of the Council of Commissars. Zinoviev's report on the work of the Russian delegation to the ECCI attributed the crisis in the Russian party to the delay in the World Revolution, to the difficulties of building socialism in a backward country and of establishing a collective leadership after Lenin's death. Since the report to the 13th Congress, there had been a period of decline in the CI and voices of doubt and disbelief had been heard. From all sides has come the question, where are our victories? He compared the period, outwardly unsuccessful, to the period between 1907 and 1917 in Russia, when the preparatory work for decisive victories was being carried out. Manuilsky, in the debate, said Zinoviev had been given the friendly advice not to report on the ECCI, since it would drag the Comintern into the quarrels in the CPSU. Such reticence was no longer possible, the German left wing was already using them to attack the CC of the KPD. 3 weeks earlier, at the direction of the ECCI, he, Manuilsky, had written to the most important CI sections announcing that the forthcoming CPSU Congress would be a brilliant demonstration of party unity and discipline. Difficulties would be created in the CI because, after Zinoviev's report, it would be impossible for the CPSU delegation to the ECCI to act as one, as they had done in the past even on questions on which they disagreed. The rift which had now opened between the Comintern leadership and the CPSU might mean that policies would be put forward in the CI which were incompatible with CPSU policy. The discussion would also revitalize the ultra-lefts, encouraged by the ultra-leftism of the Leningrad delegation. The right wing would also raise its head again, suspecting that anarchy prevailed in the CI, Radek, so it does. The Social Democrats would attempt to detach the masses from the Communist Party by pointing to the opposition's charges of the restoration of capitalism in the USSR. In the sections, sides would be taken for and against the opposition, the collective leadership recently established would break down, and the authority of the CPSU would decline. Lomanids followed with an attack on Zinoviev for not dissociating himself clearly enough from Maslow Fischer. Skripnik said that the CPSU, and in particular the Politburo, did not take enough interest in the work of the ECCI. The ECCI itself did not really work, but only the Presidium and the enlarged plenum. Schmidt thought the CI had not done enough to promote unity, and a number of very good comrades were leaving the sections. The parties were not independent enough, but waited for the ECCI to give them instructions and advice. The Russian delegation had done too little to correct these tendencies. Ryazanov said that the CI parties were going through their worst period so far, the CPSU most of all. The KPD was virtually impotent. What was happening about the Comintern program? What was the most important section of the CI doing about this? The theoretical level in the CPSU had fallen very low. In his reply to the discussion, Zinoviev said that the crisis in the Russian party had become a matter of international interest before the Congress. He had done nothing whatever to carry it over into the CI. He had never discussed the CPSU with a single foreign comrade. It was the Russian press which had carried the discussion to every party. The resolution approving by and large the Russian January 1926 245 delegations work at the ECCI was passed by 424 votes, with 101 abstentions. Ryazanov's amendment instructing the CPSU delegation to insist on a new program commission was rejected. The resolution instructed the CPSU delegation to work to strengthen the Comintern apparatus, inter alia by helping to increase the influence of foreign parties in its leadership. The letter from the CC of the CPSU to all fraternal parties on the disputes in the Russian party circulated by the ECCI analyzed their causes, and maintained that on questions of foreign policy and the policy towards other communist parties there were no essential differences. The delay in the international revolution and the relative stabilization of capitalism had generated a sense of depression which found its ideological embodiment in the opposition. Internal questions had been settled by the decisions of the Party Congress, and party unity was now assured. The CC of the CPSU is completely unanimous in the belief that it is undesirable to carry the discussion of the Russian question into the ranks of the Comintern. Dear comrades, the CC of the CP of the Soviet Union sent the enclosed letter to the Presidium of the ECCI, with the request to send it on to all fraternal parties. The Presidium of the ECCI is therefore forwarding the said letter, and endorses the attitude of the CC of the CP of the Soviet Union that it is undesirable for the discussion in the CP of the Soviet Union to be carried over into the Comintern. The Presidium of the ECCI. The 6th Enlarged Plenum of the ECCI. The plenum met from February 17 to March 15, 1926. There were 77 voting delegates, of whom 28 were ECCI members, and 53 non-voting delegates. 32 parties were represented. Hu Hanmin, a member of the Kuomintang, attended for that party, which had been admitted to the Comintern as a sympathizing party. In the meeting of the CPSU Political Bureau in March 1926, the decision to admit the KMT was carried against the vote of Trotsky. The report of the ECCI for April 1925 to January 1926 dealt, in addition to the questions considered in the following pages, with the unsatisfactory state of affairs in the Italian party, in particular Bordiga's policy of abstentionism and opposition to trade union united front tactics in Italy. Bordiga's fraction endangered party unity, and the Presidium had intervened by sending a representative to Italy. Bordiga made a long and bitterly critical speech. The entire position in the Comintern was unsatisfactory. After the October 1923 defeat, it had demoted a few people, instead of holding the entire CI responsible. At every Congress and ECCI plenum the situation was described as satisfactory, but new analyses had to be introduced to explain the failure of the proletarian revolution, and new slogans advanced to correct errors. As to fractions and differences of opinion, these were a sign that the party had not yet reached its goal, real singleness of outlook. Discipline was the result, not the starting point, of party unity. A regime of terror had grown up in the Comintern, a kind of sport consisting of intervening, punishing, annihilating, and this with an air of 246 the Communist International satisfaction, as though it were the ideal of party life and a demonstration of party vitality. Sanctions should be used in rare cases only, not as the normal process of settling differences. He did not object to parties acting without consulting the membership in emergencies, but he did object to a show of democracy when in reality the party center had entire control of the apparatus and the press. Opposition entered the party not in the form of fractions, but in the guise of sham unity. Fractions were a tribute not to the party in which they appeared, but to the comrades who formed them, for example Lenin. They should be opposed only when they came under bourgeois influence or were built up for personal reasons. Fractions were a sign that something was wrong, and it was this that should be examined. The relapse of Rosmer and Manet into their previous syndicalist position was a mistake which reflected not on them, but on the French GP and the Comintern. Many comrades believed that the Russian party, with its experience and authority, should be allowed to determine disputed questions in other parties, but what if, as now, the Russians themselves disagreed? Ercole, Togliatti, asked the plenum to condemn Bordiga's deviations, derived from his undifferentiated attitude to the bourgeoisie, which would make it impossible for the party to utilize differences and contradictions in the bourgeois camp. The Italian Central Committee had to be composed of members who accepted the Comintern line without reservation. Bukharin answered Bordiga in a conciliatory tone, while disagreeing with his views. In a further speech, Bordiga again urged the Comintern to cease the practice of humiliating and terrorizing members. This mania to destroy ourselves must cease if we are really to make good our claim to lead the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat. The scenes he had witnessed at the plenum opened gloomy prospects. He denied that he was opposed to trade union unity at the national level, but internationally it was a mistake. The IFTU was not a proletarian mass organization but an organ of the bourgeoisie, connected with the ILO and the League of Nations. It could never be won by the proletariat. At one stage in the proceedings Bordiga expressed his lack of sympathy with the German ultra-lefts, who approved the political analysis of the resolutions but were dissatisfied with what was said about themselves. They were now being treated as they had themselves earlier treated their opponents. One kind of language was used in the official resolutions, and another behind the scenes. The Italian representatives who had attended the KPD Congress in 1925 had reported that the CG of the KPD had the overwhelming support of the party, and was an example to the Italian CP. 2 weeks later had come the open letter of the ECCI condemning the German CG. At the 5th Congress in 1924 everything that was wrong in the KPD was Brandler's fault, now it was Ruth Fischer's. In both cases the Comintern should accept responsibility for the mistakes made. For the Eastern countries, the ECCI report stated, over-optimistically, that there were more or less well-organized parties in China, Japan, Korea, Indonesia, Turkey, Syria, Palestine, Persia, Algeria, Tunis, Egypt, India, and South Africa. In all cases the party apparatus was still weak. Since 1924 the Eastern Division of the Women's Secretariat had a special representative for work among Chinese women. There were 15 women students at the Communist University for the February-March 1926 247. East and 41 at the Sun Yat-sen University. The British Party had set up a colonial commission which had established close contact with the parties in India, Egypt, Syria, and Palestine. It had so far failed to set up a party in Ireland. After the ECCI meeting in April 1925 the Eastern Department had been strengthened. It was run by a collegium which had its own organization and propaganda sub-departments. 24 comrades from 8 Eastern countries were now working in the department, and it was hoped to increase this number. So far only the first steps had been taken to draw the European parties into the work. One of the department's chief activities was to establish contact with non-communist revolutionary organizations and help them to work out their program and tactics. Only in China and India was the proletariat strong enough for the question of proletarian hegemony in the revolutionary movement to be a practical one, but the problems involved had not yet been seriously examined. In most Eastern countries there was an ultra-left tendency in the parties which underestimated the importance of the peasantry and the national movement. This was the reason why the Chinese party had been reluctant to enter the KMT. In Egypt, Persia, and Turkey the party was illegal, and had to contend with great difficulties. In Syria and North Africa the French communist groups had at last begun to include the natives in their organization. In Algeria they accounted for 300 out of a total of 1,200. In his opening speech Zinoviev said that the fusing of the national revolutionary and proletarian movements was the pledge of their victory. If they succeeded in winning the colonies for socialism before a strong native bourgeoisie had grown up, these countries could skip the capitalist stage of development. It was reported that in March 1925 the Japanese Trade Union Federation had split into the Japanese Council of Labor Unions, inclined towards the RILU, and the Japanese Federation of Labor, which was sympathetic to the IFTU. Sometime in 1924 a group of Chinese, Indians, Annamites, and Koreans had formed an anti-imperialist committee of action to set up an international association of oppressed peoples. The first conference of this body was held in the summer of 1925 in Canton, the second accepted affiliation from the Kuomintang, some Chinese trade unions and Kwantung peasant unions. Statutes were adopted which described the aims of the association as to rally all the forces of the oppressed nations for the national revolution. It issued an appeal to our oppressed brothers throughout the world calling for unity with the Western proletariat, and considered plans to bring in like-minded organizations in Japan, the Philippines, and Java, and Negro organizations in the United States and Africa. Domsky, who had on the recommendation of the ECCI replaced Worski as leader of the Polish CP after the Fifth Comintern Congress, but had been removed from the Central Committee following an ECCI resolution of July 28, 1925 condemning Polish support of the ultra-lefts in Germany and France, attended the plenum, though not as a delegate. There, while admitting the ultra-left errors of the Polish Central Committee, he pointed to the advances that had been made. There had been only 2 communist deputies in the National Assembly, there was now a workers' and peasants' bloc of 17. He warned the plenum of 248 the Communist International the danger of a radical fascist putsch under Pilsudski. He urged the Comintern to deal seriously with the Polish-German territorial dispute if the Polish communists were not to be regarded as traitors by the Polish people when they acted together with the KPD against German fascist attacks on the Polish corridor, Danzig, etc. The American delegation was divided, but both sides again agreed to the resolution drafted by the commission which investigated the situation in the American Workers' Party. It called for the immediate cessation of the fractional struggle, and for better trade union work, particularly in heavy industry. The party was to give greater attention to Negroes, and to the workers' movement and the national movement in Cuba, the Philippines, and South America. Resolutions were also passed on the French, Norwegian, and Czech parties. The position of the Russian party in the Comintern was discussed at several points. In his opening speech Zinoviev, deploring the lack of initiative and independence in the sections, added that the influence of the CPSU, that is, of the party which has the greatest historical experience, must be maintained so long as the proletarian revolution has not triumphed in other countries. Bordiga argued that Russia's internal problems could not be properly settled except within the framework of the Comintern. The Russian question should be on the agenda of every section. The CI could not determine its line correctly without analyzing Russian state policy towards the classes in Russia, and in this the whole Comintern should collaborate with the CPSU. The Russian Revolution could not be taken as the model for a revolutionary party in countries with capitalist, liberal, parliamentary institutions that were capable of defending themselves. Bukharin agreed that there were differences in the Russian and the West European situations. Lomanids attacked Bordiga, and those who had criticized Bukharin and Stalin, presumably in commission meetings. What is the meaning of these attacks if at the same time the attackers say they agree with the political theses? They are a petty attempt to exploit the Russian party discussion for fractional purposes. Bordiga protested against the omission of the CPSU question from the agenda. His motion that a Congress should be called in 1927 to discuss the relation between the revolutionary struggle of the world proletariat and the policy of the Russian state and the CPSU was referred to the Presidium. At the CPSU Congress in the previous December, Zinoviev reported that there were in all 55 communist parties, of which 25 were illegal and 5 semi-legal. Extracts from a resolution of the 6th ECCI plenum protesting against the blockade of Canton, February 24, 1926 in Preaker, 6, 37, p. 516, March 8, 1926 the boycott of British trade at Canton, imposed in the middle of 1925, led to a number of minor incidents. On February 21, 1926 the British Commissioner of Customs at Canton closed the ports of Canton and Whampoa, pending the return to the customs authorities for examination of cargo removed by the February 1, 926 249 Canton Strike Committee from the custody of the customs. The goods were returned on 25 February. The British government has imposed a blockade of Canton, and through its mission in Peking has sent a note to the Chinese foreign minister containing threats against the revolutionary government in Canton, and calling on the central Chinese government to make Canton put an end to the strike of seamen and dock workers. This strike has been going on for 8 months. This is due not only to the extraordinary stubbornness and solidarity of the workers themselves, but also to the support and deep sympathy of the democratic population throughout China. Of course, the Kuomintang government of Canton, which has the support of the popular masses of Kwantung Province and the national liberation movement of the entire country, cannot suppress the workers' movement at the command of British imperialists. To mislead public opinion at home and the working masses of other countries, British imperialism cites as pretext for the blockade the alleged seizure of foreign cargoes by the strikers and the violation of Anglo-Chinese agreements by the South Chinese government. These excuses will deceive nobody. The Canton government cannot be forced to suppress a strike movement for the benefit of British capitalists, nor can that be done in virtue of any robber treaty forced on China by British imperialists. The revolutionary workers of the world, and above all the workers of Great Britain, must raise a loud protest against the imperialist attack. Canton must not be destroyed by the British colonizers. The liberation movement in China must be supported by all revolutionary workers and all honest adherents of the equality of nations. Extracts from the Theses on the Current Questions of the International Communist Movement passed by the 6th ECCI Plenum March 1926 in Preaker, 6, 68, p. 1025, May 5, 1926 For many sections, said Zinoviev, it had been a difficult year, in which the very existence of the party was at stake. United Front tactics, he said, were not an episode, but valid for an entire period, until the proletarian majority had been won for communism in the most important countries. Parties should not, in their eagerness to expose reformism, put forward conditions which were unacceptable not only to the leaders, but to the rank and file of social democracy. Clara Zetkin suggested that if the tactical line had been more carefully formulated, the crisis in the German, French, Norwegian, Polish, and Bulgarian parties might have been avoided. Bukharin thought there had been improvement in the sections, due to the trade union unity and United Front campaigns. 250 The Communist International and to the repercussions of the many workers' delegations to the Soviet Union. Bellakhan dealt with the Pan-Europa movement, which he described as an attempt to restore the destroyed European market and prepare an offensive against the United States. The Comintern slogan of a United States of Socialist Europe was intended to organize the workers against the effects in European politics and economy of American hegemony. America wanted class peace in Europe to guarantee the profits on its loans. This meant greater exploitation and mass unemployment. In the international field, this policy was reflected in pacifism and the disarmament conference. The fight against this policy varied according to local circumstances, but it would peter out altogether if it were not focused on the central principle of fighting the influence of American capital in Europe. Pepper, USA, remarked that world events often put the USSR and the United States, negatively, on the same side. Locarno was directed against both, so was the League of Nations. In China and Mosul both were hostile to British policy, while European hostility to the United States pushed some countries, such as Germany and France, closer to the Soviet Union. He later reported for the Political Commission, it had rejected the French amendment which would have toned down the description of the French situation as critical, the British amendment which stated that British imperialism still had many favorable positive factors, and the American amendment arguing that real wages in the United States were failing and the working class becoming more revolutionary. The longest discussion had been provoked by Locarno. It had been agreed that this was the first attempt of the European debtor countries to organize against the United States. The theses, which had been drafted by Zinoviev and approved by the Russian Politburo, were put forward in the name of the CPSU delegation, and passed unanimously. Bordiga, who had said he would vote against them, was not present when the vote was taken. Although they referred to changes in the internal regime of the Comintern, he said, the plenum in its work had not taken even a first step towards making these changes a reality. Capitalist stabilization and the tactics of world revolution. In the past year it was hoped to conceal the true picture of the situation in the capitalist world, that immense complex of contradictions created by the war, behind a mask intended to mislead the working masses. That mask is the Treaty of Locarno. The objective significance of this treaty is, 1. American capitalism is consolidating its interests, as opposed to the interests of capitalist Europe, pacification of Europe as a guarantee that the debtors will work and so be in a position to pay interest to America. At the same time Locarno represents the first, albeit weak, attempt on the part of the debtors to unite against America. 2. English imperialism, through this treaty, is defending its special interests as against France. March 1926 251-3. The French bourgeoisie are protecting their special interests as against Germany. At the same time Locarno registers the failure of the French attempt to establish hegemony over the European continent. 4. With the support of French imperialism, English imperialism is using Locarno to build up a front against the Soviet Union, to isolate it and to win Germany over to this policy. These methods of ensuring peace through the League of Nations have turned out in practice to be methods of preparing new wars. Pacifist illusions, bound up with belief in the League of Nations, and particularly in Locarno, undoubtedly exist to a certain degree among the working masses. They are nourished by the social democratic leaders, who take a hand in the deceitful policy of the League of Nations and are converting the Second International into an instrument of that policy. But the course of events has itself dispelled these illusions. The idea is gaining ground among ever wider strata of the laboring people that new imperialist wars can be avoided only by a proletarian revolution, that the surest pledge against new wars is the strengthening of the Soviet Union, and that the only leader of the working masses against predatory wars is the Communist International. The Communist International rejects the premature conclusion that there can no longer be any kind of capitalist stabilization, but also emphatically rejects, now as before, the conclusion drawn by the social democratic leaders that capitalism has already consolidated its position for the duration of an entire historical epoch. Two new phenomena in the international labor movement and United Front tactics. The desire for unity has recently become very marked among the broad working masses of the different countries. Today it means unity on the platform of class struggle. This is the result of a whole series of circumstances. 1. In a number of the biggest capitalist countries, economic development is again making the position of the broad working strata worse. In England, unemployment is steadily mounting. The experience of the first Labour government dealt a serious blow to reformist illusions. The capitalist offensive, which is generating ever broader conflicts, the miners, awakens the consciousness of the need for organized mass action by the working class. In Germany, unemployment has attained gigantic proportions. The economic position of the working class is getting worse from day to day. The ruling classes intend to give the dethroned princes 2.5 milliard marks compensation. The government crisis is becoming a permanent one. The burden of taxation is growing heavier. 252 The Communist International in France. It is the working masses alone who will have to shoulder the consequences of the financial crisis. Events in Syria and Morocco are gradually bringing home to the workers that these are the prelude to new imperialist conflicts. The chronic parliamentary and cabinet crisis reveals the rottenness of the whole system of bourgeois democracy. 2. In a number of the more important countries of Europe, the coalition policy, i.e. the policy of social democratic participation in bourgeois coalition governments, which will allegedly bring happiness to the workers by peaceful, reformist means, has suffered shipwreck. In the social democratic parties of France, Germany, and Poland, an open struggle is going on about future participation in coalition governments. The representatives of the left wing, who are opposed to collaboration with the bourgeoisie, voice the misgivings of the social democratic rank and file. This does not mean that these social democratic workers have finally given up their reformist illusions. Relapses are possible and to some degree inevitable. But, with correct tactics on our part, the period in which reformist illusions can again exert their effect can be shortened, until the social democratic workers get rid of them once and for all. 3. A tremendous effect on the broad masses of the social democratic working class is exercised by the economic progress of the Soviet Union. The USSR will gradually become a magnet for them. The old calumnies spread by the leaders of international social democracy about the Soviet Union are being visibly dispelled. The workers' delegations which have visited the Soviet Union have played and are playing an immense part in the struggle to liberate the social democratic proletarian from reformist influence. 4. Recently, in a number of European countries, the social democratic workers have begun instinctively to sense the approach of the danger of a new imperialist war. All this generates a spontaneous mass pressure towards unity. The Communist International and its sections must be resolute and honest in meeting halfway this genuine desire for unity among social democratic workers. Of course, there can be no question of merging the communist parties with the social democratic parties. This would be open treachery to the cause of the proletarian revolution. It would be the abandonment of the leading role in history which the proletariat is called on to play. Recognition of the necessity for the existence of an independent communist party is part of the ABC of Marxism-Leninism. The most valuable achievement of the working class in the recent past has been precisely the formation, despite tremendous obstacles, of independent communist parties in the individual countries, which openly castigate the treachery of the social democratic leaders, openly propagate the idea of proletarian revolution. March 1, 926 253 and work to prepare it. It is only under the banner of the Communist Party that the proletariat can and, we are certain, will come together in a closed front. The enlarged executive of the Communist International calls imperatively on all its sections to act decisively, vigorously, and sincerely in meeting the wish of the social democratic workers to establish a united front to fight the bourgeoisie, to unite with them in carrying through tactical actions, even under the most modest slogans, and to adopt towards them an attentive, comradely, and correct attitude, in order to make it possible for them to proceed jointly with us against the bourgeoisie. Nevertheless, the Communist International has no reason to revise its estimate of the objective role of social democracy, and particularly of the social democratic leaders, including the lefts among them. It does not doubt that, in the future as in the past, the majority of them will sabotage the united front. It adheres to the point of view that in no circumstances does the united front mean a parliamentary bloc with the social democratic leaders, or the amalgamation of the Communist with the Social Democratic Party, the renunciation by the Communist Party of independent propaganda and agitation. Now as before, the Communist International is of the opinion that the United Front tactic is but a method of conducting revolutionary agitation among the masses, mobilizing them and winning the majority of the workers for the Communist International. If in so doing our agitation is directed against the Social Democratic leaders, that is solely because they stand in the way of bringing the workers together in the struggle for their elementary demands. 3. The crisis in the Comintern sections and the fight against deviations. The ultra-left crisis in the Italian Communist Party, Bordiga, which lasted many years, was brought to an end at the last Congress. The correct political line of the Italian CP has already given it substantial successes among the masses and will no doubt yield even better results in the future. The crisis in the German Communist Party has not yet been completely overcome. After the defeat in the autumn of 1923 and the collapse of the Brandler Zentrale, the Communist International was compelled to give its consent to the left's taking over the leadership, although it knew that comrades Maslow, Ruth Fischer, and Skolem were capable of all kinds of marked ultra-left deviations. Again and again the Communist International warned the party against the incorrect tendencies of these leaders. When at last it became obvious that this group was incapable of adhering to a correct line, and a group of the best workers from among 254 the Communist International, the left had separated themselves from them, resolutely rejecting the Fischer-Maslow group and capable of taking over the leadership of the party. The Communist International supported the removal of the Maslow-Fischer group from the party leadership. For this purpose the International, together with the German delegation then in Moscow, addressed an open letter in August 1925 to all members and organizations of the KPD. Since then the correctness of the open letter policy has been amply confirmed. The state of affairs in France is of particular significance for the Communist International. Because of the situation in the country, the CPF will in the near future have a very great part to play. The objective situation is very favorable. The chief danger threatening this party comes from the right. The present tasks of the CPF are, 1. By a comprehensive educational campaign based on the decisions of the Conference of 1–2 December, as well as by democratizing the entire life of the party, to create a state of affairs which will promote differentiation among the right-wing opposition and win back the best among them to the party. 2. To restore discipline in the party, and not to shrink from expelling those elements which refuse to break off relations with Severin and Co. The enlarged executive of the Communist International approves wholeheartedly the decision of the Presidium of the ECCI not to carry over into the sections of the Comintern the discussion about the questions in dispute at the 14th Congress of the CPSU. For the tasks of the Communist International 1. Conditions favorable to the triumph of socialism in Europe are maturing steadily, therefore the subjective factors, that is, the determination of the working class, the internal cohesion of the communist parties, their Bolshevik character, and the degree of their readiness to accomplish the great historical tasks awaiting them, have a growing importance. While bearing constantly in mind the possibility of delay in the development of the proletarian revolution, the communist parties must nevertheless continue their work of reinforcing their revolutionary character, in order to be equal at any time to the requirements of an accelerated revolutionary tempo. 2. In propagating the idea of establishing a United States of Socialist Europe as a means of liberating the proletariat and peoples of Europe from the dual yoke of national and North American capital, the following considerations must be kept in mind. The slogan of a United States of Europe must be regarded as the political expression of relations between socialist Soviet republics arising as the result of a victorious proletarian revolution in the various countries. 2. The victorious European proletarian revolution predicated by the slogan need not be the simultaneous March 1926 255 victory of the proletariat in the whole of Europe, but should be understood as an entire period of revolutionary upheavals in the course of which the proletarian revolution triumphs at first in a few countries, or even in only one, and gradually spreads to other countries. A United States of Socialist Europe, in alliance with the Soviet Union, the oppressed peoples, and the socialist core of the American proletariat, would represent such a tremendous force that imperialist America would be powerless against it. 5. The pressure for unity is the characteristic feature of the mood of the workers throughout the world. The desire for unity, the realization that unless working class unity is restored the situation is bound to get worse, and the popularity of the unity slogan, particularly trade union unity, among the working masses are the most prominent features of the present phase of the labor movement. 6. On this foundation, United Front tactics must be applied with special vigor. Their comprehensive application is only just beginning. 7. At present, these tactics are concentrated on the trade union movement. The left wing which is being formed in the labor movement of various countries is largely trade unionist. It follows that communist work in the unions is of growing importance. Support for the left elements in the unions and their efforts towards unity, the fight to re-establish trade union unity in every country and to form a unified international of unions standing on the platform of class struggle are the principal levers for operating United Front tactics. The Communist International declares that in the interests of unity all communists will be prepared to see the Red International of Labor Unions cease to exist as a separate body, and amalgamate with the Amsterdam International on the basis of convening a joint World Congress of the two internationals, each retaining freedom of agitation. It is obvious that until such an amalgamation occurs, every communist must support the RILU to the utmost. The Communist International is in complete agreement with the declaration made by the CC of the CPSU that the affiliation of the Soviet trade unions, which form part of the RILU, to the Amsterdam International is impossible, since in its present form Amsterdam is a tool of the imperialist League of Nations, does not conduct a proletarian class policy, sabotages working class unity, etc. 8. Two mistakes were frequently made in applying United Front tactics. A. In making proposals to social democratic workers, our parties put forward demands, to be accepted before joint action was organized, which were from the outset unacceptable to workers still thinking along reformist lines. B. In their anxiety to reach agreement with the Social Democrats, our organizations occasionally undertook not to agitate against the Social Democratic Party. In other words, they renounced the right to conduct communist agitation. 256 The Communist International 9. The organizational amalgamation of communist and social democratic parties, or the fusion of the Second and Third Internationals, recently proposed by the Independent Labour Party in England, are wholly excluded. Impossible proposals of this kind are made by the social democratic leaders in order to frustrate measures which are possible. The re-establishment of international working class unity, the creation of a single international covering all working class forces is a task of epochal significance which will in time be accomplished by the Communist International. It was precisely to carry out this task that the proletarian vanguard, in severe struggles and faced by tremendous difficulties, created independent proletarian communist parties. The foundation of independent communist parties, which are alone able to defend the interests of the proletariat as a class consistently and to the end, is an achievement which communists will never renounce. 10. As to the Independent Labour Party's proposal, the enlarged executive recognizes that it was mainly the result of pressure from the proletarian section of the ILP, who were indignant at the ILP's rejection of the CPGB's proposal for a united front against the capitalist offensive. The enlarged executive agrees with the CPGB in believing that readiness to establish a united front at home would be the best proof of the sincerity of the demand for an international united front. 11. United front tactics are of course intended primarily for working class action. But this does not exhaust their possibilities. In favorable circumstances, communists should put forward partial demands designed to attract semi-proletarian and petty bourgeois strata. 12. In a number of countries, differentiation among the peasantry is visibly proceeding, and is having its effect on bourgeois and Catholic peasant associations, in which left wings are arising. All CI sections must intensify their work in this field, and bring it into harmony with Comintern activities as a whole. 13. The rise of the national liberation movement and the gradual strengthening of the labor movement in the East are new factors of the utmost significance. It is one of the most urgent tasks today to direct the attention of the European and American workers to them, explaining their importance in the proletarian struggle for emancipation, and the necessity of supporting and collaborating with the struggle for freedom in the East. It is the duty of the Communist International to give all support to workers' organizations in the East and to draw them into the international proletarian struggle. The Second International is suddenly beginning to take an interest in these questions. It is trying to check the influence of the Comintern and the Soviet Union in the East. It wants to bring the labor movement of Japan, India, and China under reformist control. March 1926 257. The decision of the ILO to call an All-Asiatic Workers' Conference is a decisive step in this direction. Attempts are also being made to corrupt the young Indian labor movement by transplanting the reformist ideology of the British trade union leaders to India. The Communist International must bear this in mind and fight vigorously against such actions of the representatives of the labor aristocracy, designed to serve the imperialist bourgeoisie. 14. The plenum instructs the executive to pay greater attention to the labor movement in Japan, where there are all the prerequisites for a proletarian mass movement. This is the more necessary as the reformists are already setting out to capture the newly rising organizations of the Japanese labor movement. 15. Awareness of the inevitability of a new world war is growing among the proletarian vanguard throughout the world. The workers are realizing more and more that they can wage the fight against war only in closest cooperation with the Soviet Union. The fight against the war danger takes first place in the question of establishing an international united front. 18. In view of the mass character of unemployment in some important European countries, the Comintern sections in the countries concerned must give the greatest attention to the unemployed. They must organize the unemployed and take over the leadership of this movement. 19. In a few Comintern sections, Bulgaria, Poland, the danger has recently arisen of a terroristic deviation. Because of the regime established by Hangman Tsankov, the Bulgarian workers have been seized by a certain enthusiasm for terroristic forms of defense, as seen for example in the Sofia Cathedral explosion, although the CC of the Bulgarian CP came out strongly against individual acts of terrorism. In Poland also a passing terroristic tendency is to be observed. The Communist International decisively rejects individual terrorism. In rejecting this method of struggle, it is guided exclusively by the principles of revolutionary expediency. This has nothing in common with the petty bourgeois attitude to the revolutionary use of force. Every class-conscious proletarian knows that without the use of revolutionary terror the bourgeoisie cannot be overthrown. But that is precisely why communists reject the employment of individual terror, since individual acts which attempt to take the place of the mass struggle can only demoralize our movement, split our forces, and diminish our striking power. 20. The Communist International notes further that in a number of parties there is not even the elementary minimum of inter-party democracy. This has made many recent party crises more acute. Democratic centralism means not only discipline, but discipline plus the genuine election of the leading committees, freedom of discussion within the party. 258. The Communist International on all questions of concern to the membership, except those on which, with the decision already taken, the party is proceeding to take action, and genuine individual initiative. 21. The reconstruction of the party on a factory cell basis has been completely justified. The objections of the French right and the Italian ultra-left are the outcome of their incorrect, anti-Bolshevik line of thought. Extracts from the theses of the 6th ECCI Plenum on the Tasks of Communists in the Trade Union Movement, March 1926 in Preker, 6, 68, p. 1038, May 5, 1926. The meeting of the IFTU Council in Amsterdam on February 7, 1925 rejected by 13 votes to 6 the British proposal for a conference between the Federation and the Russian unions, stating that the Russian unions were quite free to join the IFTU if they accepted its statutes. The Russian unions, it was said, wanted not to join but to capture the IFTU. Early in April, representatives of the Russian and British unions met in London and set up a joint committee. The TUG meeting at Scarborough in September was attended by Tomsky and Lazovsky. Reporting to the 14th CPSU Congress at the end of the year, Zinoviev said that the Joint Committee was a phenomenon of immense importance, and a brilliant demonstration of the correctness of United Front tactics. Introducing the theses, Lazovsky listed 22 outstanding weaknesses in communist trade union work, and singled out the German CP for its hostile and provocative attitude to social democratic workers in the factories. The program of action suggested was limited to those points which would provide a basis for joint activities. It therefore omitted DAS and Locarno, and fraternization in colonial wars. The RILU had drawn up a program for union work in the Near, Middle, and Far East. In May 1925, Chinese unions with 1 million members had joined the RILU, and a Pacific Trade Union Conference was to be held and a Pan-Asiatic Trade Union Federation to be established. Clara Zetkin said it was not surprising if the workers sometimes doubted the honesty of their trade union campaigns, since in the factory they were called brothers but in their socialist parties they were traitors and fascists. She suggested that the use of such labels should be avoided. The successful work of the CPGB in organizing the trade union left wing was contrasted with the failure of the KPD under Moslow Fischer, when relations between communist and socialist workers had become much worse, and the party was saved from catastrophe only by a change of leaders. Bordiga was the only speaker against the theses. He approved of a trade union united front at the national level, but not internationally, and the theses were passed against his vote. A new phenomena in the international trade union movement. Since the Fifth World Congress of the Comintern, a number of events have occurred in the international trade union movement which require the March 1926 259 most careful study if our future tactics are to be correct. These are, 1. The fall in the standard of living of the working masses, 2. New forms of class collaboration, 3. The growing influence of the American Federation of Labor on the reformist European trade union movement, 4. The rapid development of the trade union movement in colonial and semi-colonial countries, 5. The crystallization of a left wing in reformist unions, 6. The growing international influence of the Soviet trade unions and the desire of the workers to send delegations to the Soviet Union, 7. The establishment of the Anglo-Russian Unity Committee, 8. The sharpening of the struggle inside the Amsterdam International, 9. The growth among the masses of the desire for unity. 4. The growing influence of the AFL on the reformist unions in Europe. The ideological and political influence of the American Federation of Labor has recently grown much stronger, not so much in America itself, as in Europe, where the right wing of the Amsterdam International has long been dreaming of finding American support in its struggle against the English trade union movement, which is becoming steadily more radical. The expansion of the reactionary influence of the AFL keeps pace with the rise of the international hegemony of American imperialism. Rapid trade union development in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. The trade union movement in colonial and semi-colonial countries is a post-war product. It is only in the last few years that it has become an organized force and has begun to play a large part in the national liberation struggle. The activities of the unions in China and India were particularly significant. The strikes in Shanghai, Hong Kong, and Tientsin introduced a consistent proletarian element into the Chinese struggle for national freedom, and the Chinese proletariat has become the axis and the chief power in the Chinese national freedom movement. In these circumstances, the affiliation of the Chinese unions to the Profintern is particularly significant. It shows that the unions in the countries enslaved by imperialism are seeking allies where they really can be found in Moscow and not in Amsterdam. In relation to the union movement in the colonial and semi-colonial countries, the communist parties have three tasks: 1. To establish a permanent link with the labor movement in all countries, in particular the link between the metropolitan country and the colony; 2. To give complete, unreserved, and all-round support to the labor movement in these doubly oppressed countries in its struggle for national and social emancipation. 260. The Communist International, 3. In those countries, such as France, where workers from the colonies come to work, to admit them to the unions and to conduct cultural and educational work among them in order to train them as militants in the fight for national and social emancipation. 6. The crystallization of a left wing in reformist unions. The growth of unemployment, the interminable economic crisis, the fall in living standards, and the growing financial and economic hegemony of the United States in the world market are accompanied by rising discontent among the proletarian masses, which is reflected in the reformist unions. The practical question of closing their ranks for the fight confronts the workers, but that is impossible without a united front, without a working agreement between workers of different political beliefs, inside and outside the factory, on questions of practical interest to the working masses. Thus the pressure of organized capital is driving the idea of unity deeper and deeper into the working masses, and the results are beginning to show in their daily struggle. There is practically not a single Amsterdam organization without its left tendency. The attitude of the Comintern and of communist parties to the growing opposition in the reformist unions is quite clear. It is the outcome of Bolshevik tactical principles to support every opposition in reformist organizations directed against their theory and practice. We cannot and should not wait while these left tendencies crystallize and take final shape. We must exert all our might to help the opposition movement, to support those workers who are beginning to throw off the influence of reformist ideology. The communist parties must openly reach agreement with all opposition elements on the basis of a concrete program of action, without for a single moment abandoning the struggle for the communist program and communist demands. 8. The Anglo-Russian Unity Committee. The change in sentiment among the working masses and the majority of the organized working class in England is expressed organizationally in the creation of the Anglo-Russian Unity Committee. This did not happen without a struggle. The Amsterdam International made great efforts to prevent a rapprochement between the English and Russian unions, as did the reactionary wing of the trade union movement in England. Nevertheless, the rapprochement took place and was consolidated by the establishment of the committee. The Anglo-Russian Committee, whose foundation was greeted joyfully by the masses, marks a new stage in the history of the international trade. March 1926 261 Union Movement. It demonstrates the practical possibility of creating a unified international, and of a common struggle of workers of different political tendencies against reaction, fascism, and the capitalist offensive. All communist parties must support the Anglo-Russian Committee in every way and wage a vigorous struggle against the Social Democrats and right-wing Amsterdammers who are sabotaging the work of the committee and hope to break up the Anglo-Russian bloc. The Comintern welcomes most warmly the rapprochement between the English and Soviet trade unions, and for its part will do everything in its power to help the committee to carry out its tasks. The Central Council of the Soviet Unions and Amsterdam. The slogan put forward by the 5th Comintern Congress and the 3rd Profintern Congress of the merging of the Profintern and the Amsterdam International through an International Unity Congress, and the Anglo-Russian Committee's slogan of a united, all-embracing international, encountered the sharpest opposition from International Social Democracy and the Amsterdam right wing. This opposition took two forms. A campaign was started against the idea of an International Unity Congress as an impracticable and harmful fantasy, and at the same time the reformists attempted to reduce the entire problem to one of the relations between Amsterdam and the Central Council of the Soviet Unions. Then they began to sabotage the negotiations with the Central Council and even rejected the proposal for an unconditional conference. Social democracy is trying to present the honest desire of the Central Council of the Soviet Unions to do everything to establish real unity in the international trade union movement. As meaning that the Central Council is anxious to leave the Profintern, break the bonds that link it with the revolutionary trade union movement in other countries, join Amsterdam, throw off the influence of the CPSU, and so change the entire political orientation of the Soviet trade union movement. The Central Council of the Soviet Unions is an integral part of the Profintern and will, like all member organizations of that body, carry out the policy laid down by the Profintern. 15. Strengthening the RILU. The struggle to establish a united international and the work of bringing communist and social democratic workers closer together will be successful to the extent that we work at strengthening our own ranks nationally and internationally. While defending the unity of the trade union movement and submitting to trade union discipline, communists must vigorously defend their right to wage an ideological struggle within the unions. 2. 262. The Communist International defend their point of view and advance their own opinion. The fight to strengthen our own ranks in every country must be accompanied by a fight to strengthen the Profintern itself. It is essential to carry out planned and orderly work to strengthen all the organizations affiliated to the Profintern, and the revolutionary minorities in other unions, in conformity with United Front tactics and the demand for trade union unity. Extracts from the resolution of the 6th ECCI plenum on the English question March 4, 1926 Thesen UND Resolutionen, 6 plenum, p. 104. The ECCI report to the 6th plenum stated that the executive had held many meetings about policy in Britain, and had approved the line taken by the party there. In his opening speech Zinoviev said that the best results over the past year had been gained in Britain and China. The policy of the CPGB showed how United Front tactics should be used. Brown, CPGB, thought the resolution painted Britain's position in too gloomy colors. Britain still had immense resources and powers of resistance. Ferguson, claiming that there were no fractions within the CPGB, reported that it had 159 factory cells and 70 factory newspapers, which gave it powerful levers for mobilizing the masses. Trade union membership was obligatory for all party members. The minority movement was the party's biggest success. It had called a special conference in January 1925 to break the conspiracy of silence about the TUC report on its visit to Russia. Hardy said that party members worked hard in their union branches to get elected to office, and when they were there should be allowed a certain amount of freedom. If they merely put forward a straight communist program they would lose their influence. The foundation of the minority movement was decided on in 1924 at a meeting of the ECCI with representatives of the CPGB to discuss the slow growth of the British Communist movement. It was intended at first to cover the left in both the Labour Party and the unions, but it soon restricted its activities to the unions. Its first conference was held in September 1924, with 270 unofficial delegates. The second, in January 1925, was attended by 630 delegates, who claimed to represent 750,000 trade unionists. The conference adopted a resolution on the dispatch of trade union organizers to India. The CPGB had 15 of its members among the 1,100 delegates attending the Labour Party conference at Liverpool in October 1925. Their attempt to bring up the question of CPGB affiliation had been ruled out of order, on the ground that it had been voted on the previous year and could not be brought up again for 3 years. After the Labour Party conference, which excluded communists as individual members of constituency parties, the CPGB started a national left-wing movement with the Sunday Worker as its newspaper. The resolution, which some works of reference date March 7, was passed unanimously. March 1926 263. The situation in Great Britain. The most outstanding feature of the British situation is the continued decline of British imperialism. British finance capital has been unable to maintain the position it held before the war. It has had to yield its place as the predominant imperialist power to the United States of America. This fact is reflected in the unfavorable trade balance, in chronic unemployment, in the decline of production in the basic industries below the pre-war level, while the cost of living remains high, at least 75% or higher than it was before the war. Although the new policy of British imperialism towards its colonies, economic concessions to certain strata of the indigenous bourgeoisie and capital export, accompanied though they are by more severe political oppression, may for a time bring greater profits to some strata of British capitalists, this policy is bound in time to expose industry in the motherland to more acute competition and thus to weaken still further the British industrial system. In the period of British imperial predominance, British capitalists were in a position to secure the active support of the upper strata of the British working class for their imperialist policy by making concessions out of the super profits squeezed out of the colonial peoples. Now British capitalists have lost their dominant position. They are trying to shift the burden of their losses, and of their losses in the war, onto the workers by reducing wages and lowering the standard of living. To the revolutionizing of the British working class, the methods used by the British capitalists to recapture their former position, are gradually making the British working class more revolutionary. The attempts to reduce wages and chronic unemployment are driving the workers to united resistance and to struggle against the capitalist system. Another circumstance pushing the British workers to the left is the experience of the Labour government. On the one hand, it aroused broad masses of workers who had never before taken an active part in political life to political consciousness, while on the other the fiasco of the MacDonald government, which brought no help to the working masses while openly supporting British imperialism, created among the active minority of the labour movement extreme disappointment with the reformist leadership. 3 symptoms of the movement to the left. The movement among British workers to a more revolutionary position can be seen in 264. The Communist International 1. The growth of a socialist ideology among the workers. 2. The development of a strong tendency to form a left wing in the British trade unions, most marked in the formation of the minority movement. 3. The resolutions passed at the Scarborough Trade Union Congress, against imperialism, against the Dawes Plan, and for factory committees. 4. The movement for trade union unity, as seen in the Anglo-Russian Unity Committee. 5. The support for the Communist Party's struggle against the decisions of the Liverpool Conference of the Labour Party. 6. The beginnings of a left-wing organisation within the Labour Party. 7. The mass movement of the unemployed. 8. The workers' campaign for the release of the 12 members of the CC of the CPGB. The petition was signed by 300,000 workers. 9. The mobilization of the workers to support the miners on Red Friday, formation of action committees and the Industrial Alliance. 10. The pressure exercised by the rank and file of the Independent Labour Party on their leaders for a united front with the Communists. 4. The successes of the Communist Party. The success of the CPGB in extending its influence and in capturing the leadership of the working masses is of significance for all sections of the Comintern. The strength of the CP in this work is based on the following circumstances. 1. Since 1924 there has been no fractionalism in the British Party. 2. Experience has taught the British Party the need to get a firm foothold in the unions. It insists on all its members being active members of the unions. 3. The party realized that it was necessary to build bridges to the masses. It promoted the development of the minority movement in the unions, and is now engaged in giving shape to the left wing in the Labour Party. The systematic organization of fractions in the unions and the Labour Party was an important factor in this work. 5. The tasks of the Communist Party. 1. The party must continue to give the greatest attention to work in the unions and to support the minority movement to the utmost. 2. The job, already begun, of giving form to the left wing in the Labour Party, is of great importance for the development of the British movement. 3. The British Party must continue its active support for international trade union unity. March 1, 926 265 4. The British Party must take an active part in the struggle of the oppressed colonial peoples and mobilise the British working masses to support every movement of revolt against British imperialism. 7. Broad masses of the British working class still cherish illusions about parliamentarism and the traditions of liberalism. The party must wage an energetic struggle against the illusion that the British working class can win its freedom through a bourgeois parliament. 8. Although the party has extended its ideological influence over the British working masses, it has not managed to translate this influence into new membership. If the party sets about this job resolutely, it should be able to double its membership in 1926. Extracts from the resolution of the 6th ECCI plenum on the development of methods and forms for consolidating Communist Party influence on the masses. March 8, 1926. Thiessen UND Resolutionen, 6 plenum, p. 189. An organization conference was held before the opening of the 6th plenum. There were 26 delegates, and representatives of 10 other countries, as well as representatives of the RILU, the Krestintern, and the departments of the ECCI. It was agreed that too much of the work of parties was being done at the center, where there was an inflated apparatus. More staff and more work should be delegated to the districts. The conference passed a long and detailed resolution on the structure and work of factory and street cells, another on factory newspapers, and amended the May 1925 directives on the organizational structure of the party. Instructions were issued on the structure of central committees, their organization, and trade union departments. The resolution passed by the conference on the results of its work claimed that reorganization on a factory basis had won new members and enlarged the sales of party literature. Factory newspapers also increased the party's influence, and brought many workers into or back into the unions. Factory cell committees were not yet working satisfactorily, but the work of party fractions in non-party organizations was going well. Low membership was attributed in part to the loss of unstable and alien elements, in part to the failure to treat new members with consideration, which drove them out. Sometimes they were overburdened with work, sometimes given nothing at all to do. The report of the organization department to the plenum found that the position in regard to factory cells and fractions was not altogether satisfactory. The org bureau now had 11 responsible workers and 5 instructors attached to the CI sections. Delem, reporting on the conference to the plenum, stated that the factory cell form of organization was particularly useful for illegal parties and promoted united front work. At the plenum, Bordiga said that Bolshevization showed an unfavorable balance. The parties had not advanced as a result of these methods. Factory 266. The Communist International cells should not be the basic principle valid for all times and places, but a practical form to be used when and where suitable. The danger of a demagogic leadership existed in a territorial organization, but it could not be met by boycotting the intellectuals. Marx and Lenin had always emphasized the role in the revolution of deserters from the ruling class. Ex-workers had also played a treacherous role in the revolution. If all workers were organized in factory cells, which never discussed general political questions, they would have even less influence in the party than before, and less breadth of outlook. Even more would be left to the intellectuals. What made a party proletarian was not its social composition measured by some mechanical criterion, but its revolutionary policy of class struggle. The party's political work should have a territorial basis. Kuusinen, who reported on work in mass organizations, said the Comintern had to establish non-communist organizations of sympathizers for special purposes, a planetary system of organizations and committees revolving around the Communist Party and under its direct influence. A great deal of attention was paid at this time to the organization of workers' delegations to the Soviet Union. The sections of the CI were asked to report fully on meetings at which the visitors spoke on their return, on the kind of questions asked, etc. The proposals submitted by the organization conference were adopted unanimously by the ECCI. As a result of its recommendations, one representative from each of the 9 largest parties was sent to work in the organization department for 6 months. In its report to the 6th Comintern Congress, the department stated that in all there had been 16 of them. Now that the work initiated by the Third World Congress to win the broad masses of the proletariat has already had considerable political success in many capitalist countries, thanks to the employment of United Front tactics, the time has come to give the greatest attention to giving an organized character to and extending this influence on the masses. If our parties do not tackle this task, they will not be able in the present period to prevent the partial loss of the influence already won, and will have to make new efforts to win it back again. By the use and development of suitable organizational methods and forms, our parties must consolidate and extend their influence over the masses. This work has until now been carried on unsystematically and effectively. From now on it must be developed methodically and comprehensively in all fields, in accordance with Lenin's instructions on the organizational art, to make use of everyone and everything in the proletarian class struggle, to organize not only the work of party members effectively, but as far as possible to draw in other forces of the proletariat as well, and even the most progressive elements within the peasantry and the middle classes, for sustained work of agitation and mobilizing the broadest masses. 2. The organization of mass campaigns should be studied more. March 1, 926 267 thoroughly. But this is not enough. In every such movement the Communist Party must learn how to single out the active non-party, syndicalist, and social democratic elements among the masses drawn into the campaign, and incorporate them in the various agitation and action committees, or other united front bodies which may serve as organizational footholds for subsequent mass influence and mass movements. These united front committees, in the first place local, and formed in the factories, turn out to be in almost every sphere of work one of the most natural organizational forms for the activity of our party members outside the party itself. 3. Communist fractions and all party work must be organized in such a way that they lead not to the isolation of communists, but to constant contact with the greatest possible number of non-party, syndicalist, and social democratic workers, exerting steady influence on them and making them more active. Special organizational methods and forms can be developed for each sphere of work, but the overall aim is to organize a broad mass left movement, inseparably bound to the more or less invisible communist fraction. The same applies to work in factory committees, and in special circumstances also in so-called labor parties. 4. A particularly important form of organizing communist influence over the masses is the sympathizing mass organization for specific purposes. These may be autonomous or independent. The form should be as flexible as possible. There may be collective as well as individual membership. In every country it must be agreed with the Central Committee which of these organizations should appeal to the trade unions to join collectively. In several countries the new sympathizing mass organizations include peace leagues and associations against the imperialist oppression of Eastern peoples. In countries where the broad working and peasant masses are filled with a lively sympathy for Soviet Russia, particularly in connection with the Workers' Delegation Campaign, the channel might be societies of working friends of the new Russia. 5. In many capitalist countries an appropriate and effective means of consolidating and expanding communist influence on the masses appears to be the development of non-party publishing activity on a wide basis. But the publishers must really understand what should be published. In the way of popular scientific literature, popular illustrated workers' papers, calendars, belles lettres, etc., in the interests of revolutionizing the masses. 8. The entire work of communists among the masses is under the political guidance of the leading party bodies, on the basis of ECCI decisions and directives. It must be indelibly impressed on every member of a party cell or a communist fraction that his work among non-party, social democratic workers in the factory, the trade union, the cooperative, the sports league, the sympathizing mass organization, etc., as well as among 268 the Communist International Peasants, is party work, and is for the majority of members the most important part of their party work. In doing this work they must not lose themselves in the masses, but remain always revolutionary organizers of mass activity. Extracts from a resolution on the organization and structure of communist fractions in trade unions passed by the Second Organization Conference and endorsed by the 6th ECCI Plenum March 11, 1926 in Preker, 6, 65, p. 986, April 29, 1926. The following instructions embody the principles on which the structure of communist fractions should be based. The varied structure of trade unions and the varying levels of development of communist parties make it necessary for the CI sections to determine their own methods by adapting these instructions to the particular conditions of their countries. I. The role of fractions. Communist members of a trade union and of its organizations, executive, conference, congress, etc., are obliged to unite in a fraction and to perform active fraction work. Communist fractions are to work energetically to bring the majority of the trade union members under their influence. They will be the more successful in this the more devotedly, intelligently, and vigorously they look after the interests of these members, the better they understand how to defend the proletarian class interests and to combine, in all spheres and on every occasion, the struggle for immediate demands with the struggle for the aims of the working class. Communist trade union work is carried on within the framework of the Constitution and decisions of the Union. 2. Party and fraction. Party members must realize that fractions are not the foundation of the party and that they can therefore take decisions referring only to their special field of activity. The success of fraction work depends on the unity, determination, and discipline of all fraction members. It is not the individual fraction member, often not even the fraction as a whole, but the Communist Party in its entirety which is held responsible by the broad working masses for the March 1, 269 activity of communist fractions and every utterance of a communist fraction member. The party committees determine the political and tactical line of communist fractions, give them instructions and directives, and supervise their work. Important fraction work must be discussed by the trade union department of the committee in the presence of representatives of the fraction. Serious differences of opinion between trade union department and fraction are to be resolved by the party committee in the presence of fraction representatives. Decisions of the committee are to be unconditionally carried out by the fraction. Failure to do so is a breach of discipline. Candidates for all trade union congresses, conferences, and executives are to be nominated by the fraction leadership and require endorsement by the appropriate party committee. If necessary, the party committee may itself nominate candidates. The relevant party committee is at all times entitled to amend or annul decisions of the fraction, and to dismiss or appoint fraction committees or leaders. In such cases, an explanation must be given to the fraction members. Within the limits of general party instructions, the fraction decides internal questions and current work. Party committees should not interfere unnecessarily in the daily work of the fraction, but should grant it all possible freedom of action and initiative. Fraction committees are obliged to report regularly to the relevant party committee or relevant department, and to the fraction committee next above it in rank. 3. The structure of fractions. Communist trade union work is carried out in factories by the cells, and in trade union bodies by the fraction. Trade union fractions do not operate in the factory. The cell committee guides and supervises the activity of communist trade union officials in the factory. It must arrange for the nomination in factory trade union elections of comrades who carry out trade union work in the factory on the instructions of the cell. There is as a rule no direct contact between the fraction committee and the cell. Communication is carried on via the party committee. At the local level 1. All communist members of a trade union branch form a fraction in that branch. 2. All communists in a trade union body, executive, union committee, etc., form a fraction. 270. The Communist International. The communist fraction in the local administrative center of a union acts as the committee for the communist fractions of the branches within that area. 3. All fraction members shall be called together for a fraction meeting whenever necessary, but in any case before every trade union meeting, to discuss the execution of the instructions given by the appropriate party committee. If, for objective reasons, it is impossible to lay down the attitude of the fraction beforehand, the instructions of the fraction committee are binding on the entire fraction at the trade union meeting. Whatever the circumstances, comrades must always speak and vote as one. 4. If in any city the union branches are organized in a local council with communists among the committee, they shall form a fraction which shall act as the committee for all fractions in the branches represented in the council. At the district level 1. Communist members of trade union district committees form a fraction. This fraction also acts as the committee for all fractions of the branches of that union in the district. 2. If the district unions are organized into a district trade union council, communists on that council form a fraction which serves at the same time as the committee for all fractions in the area covered. It works under the direction and control of the corresponding district party committee, trade union department. The district party committee may also communicate direct with the district fraction committees of the individual unions. At the national level 1. Communist members of the National Executive Committee of each union form a fraction, which is in charge of the work of all fractions in that union. 2. Communist fractions in the National Executive Committees are subordinate to the Communist fraction of the Executive of the Trade Union Federation. The latter works under the direct guidance of the Central Committee, Trade Union Department. The CC may also treat directly with the fractions in the Union National Executives. Fractions in unions of different tendencies. If in one industry there are unions of different tendencies, Red, Amsterdam, Syndicalist, fractions are to be formed in each of them, in accordance with their structure. Similarly, fractions should be organized in company trade unions of the Christian, Hirschdunker, Fascist, and other varieties. March 1926 271. To this end party organizations must try to recruit members of these unions to the party. In order that the fractions shall act in a planned and uniform fashion when the occasion arises, the relevant party committee, trade union department, shall when necessary call together the fractions or fraction committees in these different unions for joint consultation. V. Fractions at conferences and congresses. Party committees, working through their trade union department and fraction committee, must make preparations, selection of delegates, draft resolutions, etc., for trade union congresses, conferences, and delegate meetings. They must convene fraction meetings before these assemblies open, and guide and supervise communist work when they are in session. For the duration of these conferences and congresses, the fraction elects a bureau to deal with current work. The fraction bureau, working under the guidance of the relevant party committee, bears full political responsibility for its work to that committee. A uniform attitude and the strictest discipline of all communists at these meetings is particularly necessary, since the broad working masses follow their course most attentively and hold the Communist Party responsible for the utterances of individual communists. 6. Fractions and oppositions. Every fraction must maintain contact with the non-communist oppositional elements in the trade unions. Meetings and discussions should be held with these sympathizers to enable a joint and united stand to be taken when the occasion arises. Resolution of the 6th ECCI Plenum on the reorganization of ECCI work March 11, 1926 in Preker, 6, 68, p. 1071, May 6, 1926 11 national secretariats were set up by the ECCI on March 24, 1926 to cover the following areas: 1. France and French possessions, Italy, Belgium, Switzerland, 2. Germany, 3. Czechoslovakia, Austria, Hungary, 4. Britain, Ireland, Holland, Australia, South Africa, India, Dutch East Indies, 5. United States, Canada, Japan, 6. Spain, Portugal, Latin America, 7. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, 8. Poland, Finland, and the 3 Baltic states, 9. The Balkans, 10. The USSR, N. China, Korea, Mongolia, Turkey, Persia, Egypt, Syria, Palestine. Each secretariat was to be led by a member of the 272 the Communist International Executive, with a staff including representatives of the communist parties in the countries covered. A standing trade union commission was also established, consisting of Zinoviev, Bukharin, Piatnitsky, Erkolai, Traint, Ferguson, Smrl, Gishka, Tomsky, Lazovsky, and Nin. The opening of the Lenin School, which was planned for October 1925, with Bukharin as the principal lecturer, had to be postponed because pedagogical demands, selection of suitable teachers, preparation of study material, etc., present certain difficulties which it will take some time to overcome. Among its personnel when it opened at the end of 1926 were Lee Lisan, Zhou Enlai, Therese, Browder, and Ulbricht. The resolution, adopted unanimously in commission, was drafted by the ECCI and passed unanimously by the plenum. 1. The work of the Executive Committee of the CI must be put on a more systematic footing. The strongest sections of the CI must be drawn far more than hitherto into direct leadership of the CI. Reorganization of the executive's work to this end, which is of great political as well as organizational importance, is essential for the following reasons. The ECCI must be far more closely linked with the sections than hitherto. The sections must cooperate far more intensively in the solution of international problems, for only so can the communist parties develop more rapidly and normally. Greater participation by the sections in the leadership of the CI is essential if the parties are to acquire the training which will enable them to lead the revolutionary movement in their own countries. More active collaboration of all sections in the work of the ECCI will also promote the selection of leaders both nationally and internationally. It will train parties and their leaders in the habit of initiative and give the rank and file membership a better understanding of the Comintern's problems. Finally, it will strengthen the Communist Party's ability to recruit new members from among the non-party masses. Progress in this direction is now both possible and necessary, for firmly based communist parties already exist in the most important countries, internally strong and with 6 or 7 years' experience behind them. With these considerations in mind, the plenary session of the enlarged executive approves the proposal of the 14th CPSU Congress, which runs, Congress instructs the CPSU delegation to initiate moves to strengthen the apparatus of the CI and in doing so to follow a course which will give greater influence to foreign communist parties in the leadership of the CI. The enlarged executive observes that this proposal is in complete accordance with the trend of earlier Comintern decisions. Obviously, the CI must remain, now as before, a centralized world party, but the parties must more and more learn to rely on themselves. March 1, 926-273. This refers in particular to the selection of the leading bodies in the CI sections. To effect this reorganization of ECCI work, the enlarged executive instructs the larger CI sections, viz., the German, French, Italian, and Czech, each to appoint 2 representatives, and the other large parties, including the Eastern, 1 representative, to take part for at least 6 months in the work of the ECCI. The enlarged executive instructs the ECCI to carry these measures through unconditionally and without delay. To facilitate reorganization, the plenary session of the enlarged executive instructs the ECCI to reconstitute the Presidium, the Orgbureau, and the Secretariat, as well as the ECCI Budget Commission, at its first meeting after the present meeting. 2. The plenary session of the enlarged executive instructs the ECCI to conduct its work in future more methodically. With this in mind, the plenary session emphasizes the correctness of the principles of the scheme worked out by the ECCI Secretariat for reorganizing ECCI work. The ECCI is to hold a regular monthly meeting attended by all members present in Moscow. To decide the most important questions of policy and principle, a plenary session of the ECCI is to be held every 3 months, attended by all ECCI members. Meetings of the ECCI Presidium and Orgbureau are also to be held regularly. The ECCI Secretariat must be enlarged and reorganized on the basis of regional secretariats. Working plans should be drawn up for the work of the CI. Every 3-month CI sections are to submit to the ECCI reports on their activities and future plans. The Orgbureau of the ECCI must also examine regularly the plans of work of the subsidiary CI organizations and the ECCI departments. The ECCI Orgbureau must regularly examine not only the structure of the parties, but also their entire organizational activity and distribution of newspapers and party literature. The action programs of the sections must be carefully scrutinized by the ECCI. In future, questions concerning the Eastern peoples are to occupy a far greater place than heretofore in the executive's work, corresponding with their new and greater importance. The enlarged executive approves the steps taken by the ECCI to open the International Lenin School, and instructs the parties to adhere to the principles formulated by the Presidium. In drawing up the general plans of ECCI work, central place must be given to the next World Congress of the CI. The plenary session of the enlarged executive considers it desirable to convene the 6th Congress for February-March 1927, if that is possible, and instructs the ECCI to determine the exact date. Careful preparations for the World Congress must be made by the ECCI. The agenda obviously cannot yet be decided. 274 The Communist International in detail, but the material dealing with the basic questions of our policy, trade union, peasant, nationality questions, etc., can be collected and studied, and distributed to the sections for discussion in good time. The ACCI must make the necessary preparations for the discussion of the CI program at the 6th Congress. With this in mind, the plenary session of the enlarged executive instructs the ACCI to set up an authoritative standing commission to take charge of the discussion in the sections of the draft CI program. 3. When the executive's machinery has been strengthened in this way, more careful supervision of the execution of CI decisions will be possible. The ACCI and the Comintern sections must take steps to organize reporting from the lowest cell up to the party committee and from the party committee to the ACCI. Only if the closest contacts are established will it be possible to put into effect the Bolshevist principle of checking and supervising the execution of decisions. The plenary session of the enlarged executive instructs the ACCI to check carefully and strictly the execution of World Congress decisions, particularly the last, 5th, World Congress, as well as the decisions of the enlarged executives. Examples of the questions to be checked in this way are the carrying out of international campaigns, Bolshevist training of the membership, party reorganization, selection and training of new party functionaries, normalization of internal party life, entry of party membership into trade unions, application of United Front tactics, etc. At the Congresses of the sections, reports should be given on the work of the ACCI. The ACCI is instructed to organize the supervision in a gradual but methodical manner. Resolution of the 6th ACCI Plenum on the report of the ACCI March 13, 1926 in Preker, 6, 52, p. 735, April 6, 1926. The report of the ACCI for the period April 1925 to January 1926 reviewed the position in the chief sections. The executive had met 3 times, the Presidium 24 times, the Orgbureau 12 times, and the Secretariat 9 times. The Agitprop department had concentrated on setting up central party schools. Their chief difficulties were lack of money, of instruction material, and of trained instructors. The curriculum of party schools, it had been announced at the end of 1925, was to include economic geography, political economy, the history of the class struggle and the labor movement, and the theory and practice of Leninism. Earlier, Bellacon had commended the French and British parties for their training work, France for its Leninist party school and youth school, the CPGB because all its members took a course in elementary Marxism. The Information Department had decided that an information officer should be attached to each. March 1926 275 Central Committee to maintain contact with the department in Moscow. No Nardi had yet done this, although several had established information departments, and reports and minutes were coming in more regularly. The department had created a central office for fighting the Second International, which had issued a number of pamphlets. The department also issued a bulletin, in 4 languages, for circulation to the central committees, dealing with the work of the ACCI and important events in the sections, and giving analyses of problems discussed by the ACCI. Too much of the department's work was directed to the ACCI instead of the sections. Of the 5,600 pages of typescript put out by the department in the report period, 5,000 had gone to the ACCI and only 600 to the sections. The ACCI periodical Communist International appeared in an edition of 10,000 in Russian, 2,000 in German and English, and 1,000 in French. The French and English editions were abridged. The editors of the Russian edition decided which articles had to be included in the non-Russian editions. Their editors were entitled to include articles on local problems, but so far none had done so. The resolution, put forward by the German, British, French, Czech, Italian, Chinese, and American delegations, was carried against the vote of Bordiga. The enlarged executive takes note with satisfaction of the report of the ACCI and observes that in carrying out the decisions of the 5th Congress and the enlarged executive in 1925 it has great successes to record. First place must be given to its success in the struggle for the unity of the trade union movement. Substantial progress was made in carrying out Bolshevization. The Communist parties of Great Britain and China have won great successes. The open letter of the executive to the CP of Germany created the conditions for the consolidation of the KPD and for its first great successes among the masses. The right danger in Czechoslovakia and the left danger in Italy were overcome with the help of the executive. The enlarged executive expresses its confidence in the executive and calls on it to put into effect more strongly internal party democracy, nationally and internationally. The enlarged executive calls on all sections of the CI to support the ECCI to the utmost in its work to create real mass parties which, even in the period of relative stabilization, will win and retain the confidence of the masses. Extracts from the resolution of the 6th ECCI plenum on the Chinese question March 13, 1926 Thiessen UND Resolutionen, 6 plenum, p. 176. The resolution was moved by Brown, CPGB, and passed unanimously. There was little discussion about China at the plenary meetings. The ECCI report stated that there were no party organizations in the rural areas of China, but the 276 The Communist International Central Committee had drafted a peasant program and set up a peasant department. It had also opened a school to train peasant agitators. The school was run by Mao Zedong. Relations between the CCP and the KMT were not quite clear. The CC of the CCP now defined them as a political bloc, whereas previously the term close alliance had been used. After Sun Yat-sen's death, the right wing in the KMT had decided to take steps to check the influence of the Russian political and military advisors. In October 1925, the CCP Secretary Chen warned the Central Committee to prepare for withdrawal from the KMT, but his suggestions were overruled by the Comintern delegate. At the Second KMT Congress in January 1926, 7 CP members were elected to its executive committee, and 24 members as alternates. At the 7th ECCI plenum in December 1926, Tan Pingshan, the chief Chinese delegate, claimed that, of the total of 278 votes at the Congress, the Communists and the left controlled 168. On March 20, 1926, Chiang Kai-shek had a number of Soviet advisors and Communist political commissars in the KMT army arrested. The Canton branch of the CCP proposed a counter-attack and break with the KMT, but this was voted down by CCP headquarters at Shanghai, on the ground that their forces were not strong enough to defeat Chiang. Russian and Chinese CP support for Jiang's contemplated northern expedition was promised in return for continued KMT-CP collaboration. The ECCI representatives in China had at first hesitated to give their support, believing that the expedition would give greater power and prestige to Chiang Kai-shek than to the Communists. Stalin and Bukharin also hesitated, concerned about the Soviet position in Manchuria and fearing foreign intervention. Other leading Communists took the view that in its military activities the KMT acted as armed bandits and warlords. A paper in the Trotsky Archives records a comment by Stalin dated March 25, 1926, the government of Canton should in the present period decisively reject the thought of military expeditions of an offensive character, and generally of any such actions as may provoke the imperialists to embark on military intervention. The expedition started from Canton in July 1926. Later, the advance of the KMT armies was said to demonstrate the success of the ECCI's China policy. At the time, no reference to the events of March 20 was made in the communist press, nor was it mentioned in the resolution on China passed by the 7th ECCI plenum at the end of the year. Chen did, however, propose to the ECCI that in future the CCP should cooperate with the KMT from outside, not inside that organization. The suggestion was rejected. The Russian advisors were soon reinstated by Chiang, who publicly dismissed the incident as a misunderstanding. On May 15, the executive of the KMT voted that communists were henceforth to be excluded from senior posts in the KMT, and were to refrain from criticizing Sun Yat-sen's principles. In an open letter, Chen recognized Sun Yat-senism as the common belief of workers and bourgeoisie in the nationalist movement. Wodinsky, head of the Eastern Department of the ECCI, was sent to China in May to correct the anti-KMT trend in the Chinese CP. While there he became convinced of the need for the CCP to withdraw from the KMT. On June 26, 1926, the CC of the CCP, the majority of whose members disapproved of Borodin's acquiescence in the KMT decisions of May 15, again tried to break the March 1926 277 block within, and suggested that some of the arms coming from Russia for the KMT armies should go to the peasants rather than to Chang, but Borodin argued that this would only arouse Jiang's suspicions again. In Pravda, Bukharin attacked the view that the CCP should withdraw from the KMT. This would be to lose contact with the masses and to yield the banner of revolution to the bourgeoisie. Chen's proposals were overruled by the Politburo of the Russian Party and the ECCI. He was later denounced by the ECCI for his opportunist concessions to the KMT, despite good advice from the ECCI. 1. The political strikes of the Chinese workers in Shanghai and Hong Kong, June-September 1925, were a turning point in the Chinese people's fight for emancipation from foreign imperialists. They were the starting point of a powerful national movement, in which the Chinese working class, organized in class trade unions and led by the Communist Party, appeared as the leading force in the movement of the democratic masses, as the most important protagonist of national independence and the establishment of a popular government. At the same time, they led to a differentiation in the national liberation movement, in which certain sections of the Chinese large industrialists and commercial bourgeoisie broke away from the movement. 2. The political action of the proletariat gave the movement a powerful impulse forward and strengthened all the revolutionary democratic organizations in the country, in particular the Revolutionary People's Party of the Kuomintang and the Revolutionary Government in Canton. The KMT, the core of whose members acted in alliance with the Chinese Communists, is a revolutionary bloc of workers, peasants, intellectuals, and the urban democracy. The revolutionary government established in Canton by the Kuomintang Party has already established contact with the broadest masses of workers, peasants, and urban democracy, and has, by relying on these classes, annihilated the counter-revolutionary bands supported by the imperialists, and radically democratized the entire political life of the Kwantung province. The Canton government, which thus personifies the vanguard of the Chinese people in its struggle for independence, is a model for the future revolutionary democratic structure of the country. Some sections of the Chinese big bourgeoisie who for a time attached themselves to the Kuomintang have in the last year left it. This has resulted in the formation of a small group on the right wing of the Kuomintang, which comes out openly against a close alliance with the working masses, advocates the exclusion of communists from the Kuomintang, and opposes the revolutionary policy of the Canton government. The fact that the Second Kuomintang Congress in January 1926 condemned the behavior of this right wing and emphasized the need for a fighting Kuomintang Communist alliance strengthens the revolutionary trend of Kuomintang. 278 The Communist International and Canton government activity and secures for the Kuomintang the revolutionary support of the proletariat. 4. The growth of the revolutionary democratic tendency in the Chinese national liberation movement and the increasing influence of the Chinese proletariat in this movement are closely connected with the powerful moral and political support received by the liberation movement from the international proletarian revolution in the shape of the Communist International and the working masses of the USSR. The fight of the Chinese people against the rule of the imperialists and the fight of the entire international proletariat against these imperialists are developing in the closest connection with each other. It must be the task of all sections of the CI to explain clearly to the working masses in all imperialist countries the significance of the struggle of the Chinese working people against the imperialists. They must support this movement to the utmost and wage a vigorous struggle against all imperialist attempts to defeat it by military intervention or blockade. The watchwords of this struggle must be hands off China, recognition of China's complete independence, abolition of all unequal treaties, and withdrawal from China of the troops of all imperialist states. At the same time, the Chinese communists must explain to the working masses of China that only the Communist International, which leads the revolutionary struggle of the world proletariat, is the revolutionary ally of the Chinese working masses in their fight for national and social liberation. 6. The Chinese Communist Party will be able to fulfill the historical tasks confronting it as leader of the struggle of the Chinese working masses against the imperialists only if, during the entire course of the struggle, it succeeds in strengthening its organization and its influence as the class party of the Chinese proletariat and section of the Communist International. Not nearly enough has been done to give organizational structure to the party. The political independence of the Chinese Communists will be developed in the fight against two harmful deviations against right liquidationism, which fails to appreciate the independent class tasks of the Chinese proletariat and leads to a formless fusion with the national movement as a whole, and against the ultra-left sentiments expressed in the attempt to skip the revolutionary democratic stage of the movement and to turn at once to the tasks of proletarian dictatorship and Soviet power. Leaving entirely out of account the peasantry, which is the basic and decisive factor of the Chinese national liberation movement. Despite the peculiarities of the setting, the tactical problems of the Chinese national revolutionary movement have a strong resemblance to those confronting the Russian proletariat during the 1905 revolution. Only if the Chinese Communist Party learns the lessons of that revolution will it be able to avoid the deviations from the correct tactical line noted above, or, where they already exist, to eradicate them. March 1926 279-7. The most important question of the Chinese national liberation movement is the peasant question. The victory of the revolutionary democratic tendency depends on the degree to which the 400 million Chinese peasants take part in the decisive revolutionary struggle together with the Chinese workers and under their leadership. The most important task of the Chinese Communist Party and the Kuomintang is to bring home to the peasant masses throughout China that only the creation of an independent revolutionary democratic regime based on an alliance between working class and peasantry can radically improve their material and political position, to win the peasant masses for active struggle on behalf of fighting slogans which link up political and economic demands comprehensible to and important for the peasantry with the general political tasks of the fight against militarists and imperialists. 9. The Communist Party of China must keep special watch on the efforts of the international reformists who want to get a foothold among the Chinese proletariat and in the national liberation movement. It must initiate a broad educational campaign against their propaganda, their pacifist and democratic slogans, which are designed to serve as cover for the offensive of American capitalists. 10. The Chinese CP must become a mass organization of the Chinese proletariat. Given the existence of class trade unions with a membership of hundreds of thousands, its growth during the last year cannot be regarded as satisfactory. The Chinese CP must abandon as quickly as possible the old, narrow, sectarian conception of what makes a worker a member of the Communist Party, and remove every unnecessary formal obstacle to the entry of workers into the party. Only if the party grows and steadily consolidates its ranks will it ensure for itself leadership of the movement. Extracts from the resolution of the 6th ECCI plenum on the French question March 14, 1926 Thiessen UND Resolutionen, 6 plenum, p. 112 Laureat and Dunois, at the CPF Congress at Clichy in January 1925, had criticized the resolutions of the 5th Comintern Congress. Reporting the Congress in Preaker, Traint wrote that it was regrettable that Laureat, in a spirit of petty bourgeois morality, asked how the party leadership had obtained the letter he sent to Dunois by Seydoux. The Congress replied by giving the leadership a mandate to use all and every means to defend the party, the International, and the Russian Revolution, and to expose their enemies. Laureat, he added, could not, however, be classed with Séverin and Rosmer. The dispute within the French CP continued throughout the year, and in December 1925 a conference was called to discuss the situation. Laureat read out a letter from the 250 which 280 the Communist International had been sent to the ECCI, criticizing the party for having become a machine and for its conduct of the Morocco campaign. 11 of the 26 Communist deputies had signed the letter. Doriot led the counterattack. The 250 were counting on a right orientation in the Comintern as a result of Stalin's victory over Zinoviev. The ECCI Presidium in January 1926 rejected Sévérin's request for readmission, and prohibited members of the French party from having anything to do with him or his journal La Révolution Prolétarienne, a monthly periodical started in December 1924. An article published at the same time in Précaire said that the right wing, i.e. Trotsky's supporters, looked for leadership to Sévérin and his journal, and to the group of expelled members led by Rosmer and Minute who published, since November 1925, the weekly Bulletin Communiste. Inside the party the right wing was led by Lauriat and Dunois who, with their social democratic and anarcho-syndicalist views, believed in the free play of ideas. The Central Committee of the CPF, meeting at the end of January 1926, endorsed the condemnation of the right wing and expelled Lauriat, Dunois, and others. Lauriat, in the first number of his periodical Contre l'Écœurant, anticipating the charges that were to be made against his group, wrote that to denounce an opportunist policy is never to play into the hands of the bourgeoisie. The faction in power, he wrote on another occasion, have introduced into the Russian party the regime of the bludgeon, of secret diplomacy, of fear. The sole nourishment offered to the party is the official literature, official theses, the official point of view. Whoever adopts it is a Bolshevik, whoever discusses it is a Menshevik, a counter-revolutionary, a White Guard. The report of the ECCI to the 6th Plenum noted that in the past year some of the best leaders of the CGTU had joined the party, and good work had been done in organizing the minority of the CGT. Lozovsky stated later in the proceedings that the attempt to amalgamate the CGTU and CGT in Alsace-Lorraine had failed because the program of the proposed Unity Congress had included an item on the right of self-determination up to and including secession from France. In his opening speech, Zinoviev analyzed the right danger in the CPF as coming from the syndicalists, who looked to Rosmer, the liquidationists, who looked to Sévérin, and the Social Democrats, who looked to Lauriat. These three had been expelled, but they were the real leaders of the right wing in the CPF, who objected to factory cells as the basis of the party and to empty slogans like "Clear out of Morocco" and "Fraternization," which, they alleged, had ruined the campaign for a united front against the war in Morocco. The spokesman for the right wing, Engler, denied that they were opposed to factory cells. They thought too exclusive an emphasis was placed on them. He protested against Zinoviev's and Bukharin's methods of treating the opposition as though they were anti-communist criminals. If the right were in the majority on a committee, the committee was enlarged to put them in a minority. Explosions were ordered quite mechanically, and if this went on many members would leave the party. He ended by asking the ECCI to state the terms on which Sévérin could be readmitted. Humbert Draws reported for the French Commission, in which Stalin had spoken of the right-wing danger, and looked forward to the emergence of a calm. March 1926 281 packed majority in the French Central Committee led by Simard, Thérèse, and Monmouthio. The Commission thought the CPF had been too crude in its management of the unions and too mechanical in its internal affairs. These errors stimulated but did not justify the right wing. The resolution, passed against Bordiga's vote, was an extremely long one. It urged the CPF and the CGTU to pay more attention to the unorganized workers and not to put forward impossible conditions in its United Front proposals, but only those which the broad, unorganized masses could understand. The CPF had overestimated the fascist danger in France. It is impossible to keep the party in a state of continual tension when there is no revolutionary situation. The resolution condemned Sévérin's and Rosmer's journals which aimed at sabotaging, denigrating, and disintegrating the French Communist Party. The campaign and the 24-hour strike against the wars in Morocco and Syria were in the best revolutionary tradition, but were not well prepared. The economic situation. The roots of the permanent parliamentary crisis lie in the disparity between the shrunken economic role of the petty bourgeoisie and their political influence. The masses who followed the left bloc and were demoralized by its impotence have begun to lose faith in its policy and are turning more to the left. It is the task of our party to take advantage of this leftward movement of the working masses in order to unite with them in the coming class struggles. The role of the proletariat and the party. The changes which have taken place in the structure of the national economy and in France's political position raise in acute form the question of the role of the proletariat in the coming events. The proletariat cannot remain a passive observer of the struggle now being waged between large-scale capital and the petty bourgeoisie it has dispossessed. Already in the fight against the war in Morocco and Syria, the proletariat showed that it is the only class which consistently resists the imperialist policy of the French bourgeoisie and seizes the initiative in this movement. Our party must realize that unless it wins the unions, and unless the overwhelming majority of the working class enters its ranks, the proletariat cannot wage its class struggle successfully. It must be frankly admitted that until now the CPF has had influence only over the vanguard of the labor movement. The Socialist Party follows in the wake of the petty bourgeoisie and the politically backward working strata. Out of this situation, the right wing in the French party has constructed an entire theory, according to which the fight between the big and petty bourgeoisie about inflation, taxes, inter-allied debts is of no concern to the proletariat. In France we are faced with the following alternatives: either the 282 the Communist International proletariat will succeed in winning the majority of the petty bourgeoisie and the peasants and solve the present crisis in a revolutionary way at the expense of large-scale capital, or, as in Italy, the petty bourgeoisie will follow large-scale capital, which will establish a reactionary regime resting on the intensified exploitation of the proletariat and the petty bourgeoisie and transferring the entire burden of the crisis onto them. 2. The situation within the party and the tasks of the party. The dissensions in the French party go beyond the limits of the typical crises which have occurred in various sections of the CI in the last few years. We are faced with a wholly peculiar disorder in a party which has undoubtedly made a great advance in the last 3 years towards Bolshevization but has not yet faced the test of civil war. The ideological weaknesses of the party. 3 years ago the party went through a very severe crisis, in which it cleansed itself of opportunist elements of the Froissart type. In its social composition it has become a real workers' party. But since it is composed mainly of the younger generation who came to communism after the war without serious Marxist training, and since this younger generation has not yet assimilated in the course of class struggles the necessary experience in the application of Leninist tactics, the ideological basis of the party is still insecure. The lack of experience in revolutionary struggle. In addition to this ideological weakness, the French party lacks politically trained cadres, lacks the firmness which is won in the course of hard struggles. It has known neither civil war nor defeats, it lives under a regime of legality, its political experience is extremely limited and its mass movements take the form of strikes and street demonstrations which at the most lead to collisions with the police. That is why Bolshevization has not penetrated as deeply in France as in those parties which have conducted mass struggles. Underestimating the right. The right danger is not felt so acutely in France as in those countries which have gone through a period of civil war. The workers in France have not had the opportunity of judging the attitude of a sovereign at the moment of armed struggle, as their German brothers could judge Paul Levi during the March action. The French communists still have only an abstract idea of sovereign's treachery. Hence we are threatened by an underestimation of the right danger. Nevertheless, this danger is knocking. March 1, 926 283 loudly on the party's door. It comes less from Souverin's group of petty bourgeois intellectuals than from certain syndicalists who are allied with the right and who have not yet given up their outdated ideas about the autonomy of the trade union movement. Their ideology is expressed in the organ published by Rosmer and Minute. Ultra-left mistakes. Lack of experience in class struggle has held up the development of the party and prevented it from fully grasping its ultra-left mistakes. Since these ultra-left mistakes had no serious practical consequences for the mass of the party, it could not evaluate them correctly. Relations between party and trade unions. The basic prerequisites for contact with the broad masses which will enable the party to play its leading part in the labor movement are good contacts between party and trade unions and a precise understanding of the role of trade unions. The active members of the party and the CGTU must understand that the normal development of the trade union movement and the party can be ensured only by cooperation based on a correct policy and on mutual confidence. Comrades working in the unions must realize that they remain party militants within the unions, carrying out the general directives of the party. Through trade unions to the masses. The absence of normal relations between the party and the unions is proof of a crisis in the attitude of the party and the CGTU to the masses. The failure of our party to increase in numbers, and the loss of members by many unions, and this at a time of severe financial crisis, of inflation, of impoverishment of the middle strata, of disintegration in the old parties, of a breakdown of parliamentarism, of 2 colonial wars, and of increasing mass discontent are extremely disquieting for the entire party and the CGTU, and must bring home to them that there is something that needs to be changed in their attitude to the masses. The tactical mistakes of the party should not renounce partial demands, which may become the starting point, within the capitalist framework, of a great mass movement, simply because they appear immediately realizable in the eyes of the masses. Such partial demands could include, a. Cancellation of the internal debt at the expense of the banks and large-scale capital, b. The entire burden of taxation to be transferred to the rich. 284 The Communist International, c. Strict measures against the flight of capital abroad, etc. These slogans cannot be embodied in the program of revolutionary measures to be taken by a workers' and peasants' government, for they would deprive it of its truly revolutionary character. Although in fact they cannot be put through by any bourgeois government, they seem to the masses to be capable of immediate realization, and they are therefore appropriate for mobilizing the masses, carrying them along, and convincing them of the need for a workers' and peasants' government and of the more radical revolutionary measures contained in its program. The wars in Morocco and Syria give the party the opportunity of continuing its activities against war by intensifying its anti-militarist work. It must also utilize these convulsions in French imperialism to place its work in the French colonies, particularly those in the Mediterranean, on a broad footing. Within the party in this sphere the party must first of all liquidate what remains of the old group disputes within the leadership, by concentrating its attention on the dangers from the right. Any attempt to place the leadership of the party in the hands of a single group would inevitably encounter active resistance from the party. The task of the leading group of the CPF requires that the basis of the party leadership be expanded. It must also rally all the forces of the party on the platform laid down by the ECCI against the right-wing elements, which disorganize the party at the moment when it is preparing for immediately forthcoming struggles. A. Realization of democracy within the party, abandonment of exaggerated centralism in the party apparatus, more initiative in the local organizations, closer contact between these and the center, appointment of a secretary at the center to maintain contact with provincial organizations. C. The party center, as the organ of party leadership, must supervise the work of the political bureau more effectively. D. Establishment of normal relations between all party bodies and members of the trade union organizations on the basis of closest collaboration and the fundamental directives issued by the party. F. Practical leadership of the parliamentary fraction by the center, which must pay greater attention to the political work of the deputies. Resolution on the right wing. The party must come out emphatically against the ideological deviations of the right wing, against their disruptive activities, and against their lack of discipline. But in this struggle it must bear in mind that the right is by no means uniform. March 1926 285. The former policy of the party made a certain number of members discontented, and they attached themselves to the right, not because they agreed with its social democratic or syndicalist program, but because they were critical of the mechanization of the party's internal life, of its failure to adopt a correct attitude to the unions, of its left slogans and left policy. There is no doubt that the changes made by the conference of December 2 in the policy and the internal regime of the party, as well as in relations with the trade union movement, endorsed and expanded by the plenum, give all those who were justifiably dissatisfied, but who remained faithful to their party and the International, the possibility of working for their party. The right have raised the question of the readmission of those expelled. The International has never refused to readmit those who, when expelled, remained loyal and disciplined communists, or who recognized and condemned their errors and expressed the wish to return to the International. Certain conditions were made to Severin after the Fifth World Congress. He did not keep to them and the Presidium has rejected his request for readmission. The enlarged executive endorses the decision of the Presidium. The enlarged executive summons the right categorically to abandon all solidarity with these elements whose aim is to disintegrate the party from outside, to break with them finally, and to work loyally within the party on the basis of the political line laid down by the party and the International. Extracts from the resolution of the 6th ECCI plenum on the German question March 15, 1926 Thesen UND Resolutionen, 6 plenum, p. 87 The repercussions of the dispute within the GPSU in other parties, and particularly the KPD, was discussed at the 14th GPSU Congress in December 1925. Zinoviev recapitulated the story of ECCI-KPD relations since 1923. Lomanids thought Zinoviev had dealt too lightly with the mistakes of the Maslow-Fischer group. The ultra-left crises in the German, Italian, and Polish parties were connected with the crisis in the CPSU. The Fischer group had hinted at Kulak deviations in the Russian Central Committee, as the opposition in Leningrad were now doing. The ECCI had saved these three parties from catastrophe, but if the discussion in the Russian party were carried over into the Comintern, catastrophe could not be avoided. He therefore proposed that there should be no discussion of the CPSU crisis in other parties. Ryazanov, cheered by the Leningrad delegation, supporters of Zinoviev, said he was not going to take sides. The side which suffered defeat in 1923 made 286 the Communist International many mistakes, but the sudden changeover, or, as Comrade Zinoviev incautiously put it, the transfer of power to another group, was a further aggravation of those mistakes. We must say outright, and you know it perfectly well from experience, there are always rival groups in each communist party. And when they come into conflict, then, because of the attraction exerted by Moscow, some experienced tacticians will eagerly seize on the changes which have occurred in Moscow, on the change of international magnitude which has occurred in the shape of the loss of authority by the chairman of the Comintern. He added that the Congress should endorse the actions of the ECCI Presidium. Manuelski, in charge of German affairs in the Comintern at the time, also said that they had been unwilling to hand over power in the KPD to Maslow and Fischer, but had yielded to the wishes of the Frankfurt Congress. The arguments of the ultra-left, he added, were that, whereas the Russian party was subject to peasant pressure, KPD policy was defined by proletarian interests. Russian party policy was a state policy, and the Comintern became an instrument of Russian state policy. At a meeting of the Presidium on January 22, 1926, Stalin said that the intermediate group in the KPD, the Fischer-Maslow group, was diplomatically screening Skolem's ultra-left group, and hampering the efforts of the Central Committee to eliminate ultra-leftism in the KPD. The Presidium noted that the German bourgeoisie had completed their turn to the west. Zinoviev in his opening speech at the plenum suggested that there was an understanding or agreement between the ultra-lefts in Germany and Poland. Skolem denied this. He and his friends had opposed the open letter to the KPD, not because of its political line but because it treated them as an anti-Comintern fraction. They were not anti-communist, anti-Bolshevik, corrupt elements bought by the bourgeoisie. He asked that the attacks on them should cease. He supported the political line of the present KPD Central Committee, but was opposed to its policy of chopping off the left. This would lead to the formation of another KAPD. Braun, attacking Skolem, said there was a connection between those who talked of red imperialism and the turn of the German bourgeoisie to the west. Ruth Fischer admitted that ultra-left mistakes in the KPD had been glossed over by discipline instead of being fought out. This applied particularly to trade union and United Front tactics, and the Hindenburg election. The KPD had had 10 congresses, and at each one there had been a dispute about the party's leadership and its internal life. She had signed the open letter because its political line was right, but it had created mistrust and uneasiness among the left. Only the left could lead the KPD, but it could not include the ultra-lefts. Rosenberg, who attributed Ruth Fischer's misstatements to a bad memory, expressed his willingness to cooperate with the present KPD Central Committee. Thulman attacked both Fischer and the ultra-lefts. He made use of a letter sent by Maslow to Fischer, which she had not received. His explanation of how he obtained the letter was given in the commission, not the plenum. The wall isolating the party from the masses had been broken down by the policy advocated in the open letter, which Fischer had approved in Moscow but sabotaged on her return to Germany. Bukharin questioned whether Fischer, Skolem, and their friends really approved of the line taken in the open letter. March 1926 287 And the Comintern was right to be skeptical. Clara Zetkin made a bitter attack on Ruth Fischer, accusing her of dishonesty. She and Maslow had brought the KPD to the brink of catastrophe, politically and morally. They were unfit to lead the party. The KPD delegation put in a statement that, while not sharing Zetkin's views on October 1923, they endorsed her criticism of the Fischer-Maslow leadership. In the German Commission, Stalin denied that the Comintern was moving to the right in the interests of the USSR. Such an assumption was insulting to the Russian party. He came out strongly in favor of the existing KPD Zentrale, and dismissed the charge that it was intellectually weak. What of it? If the policy is correct, theoretical knowledge will come in due course. Of the Fischer-Maslow group, he said it was the most undesirable and the most objectionable group in the KPD. On the last day of the plenum, Bukharin reported for the KPD commission, and the dispute flared up again. He said that ultra-leftism was the greatest obstacle to winning the masses. Bordiga, of course, had opposed the resolution drafted by the Commission because of the ideological terror used by the Comintern against the left in the KPD, and its method of arguing by quotations. He believed that the analysis and the tactical line were incompatible, an argument supported by Engel. Rosenberg agreed with the policy of the resolution, but not with its account of past history. Skolem, opposing the resolution because he could not vote against his past, said that in a period of stabilization the danger came from the right, not the left. Urbans attacked Zetkin for her attempt to discredit the left, which she had been trying to do since the Levi crisis in 1921. Her speech was a defense of Brandlerism. Hansen, Norway, but not on behalf of the Norwegian delegation, opposed the resolution not for what it said, but for what it failed to say against the right. It would encourage the right wing everywhere. The ultralefts in the KPD were split and defeated. The resolution should look ahead to a longer period and emphasize the right danger. Ruth Fischer said the resolution contradicted the open letter, which stood for the left kernel of the party. It would only make the strife in the party more acute. Romelli and Doriot said that the danger was not that the deviations were international in their character, that was to be expected, but that efforts were being made to organize them internationally. Lomanids, Manuilsky, Dimitrov, and Kyosinin repeated the charge. The ultralefts, said Lomanids, were trying to create the impression that there was a crisis in the Comintern, which was not true. Their object at the plenum was to unite on the platform of struggle against the CPSU and the CI. This threat to form an international left fraction, if not a new international, would fail because the ultralefts had no support in their parties. The fight against them had to take organizational as well as ideological forms. Manuilsky referred to the similarities between the German left and the French right. They shared a lack of belief in the Comintern and in the strength of the Russian Revolution. The lack of belief in Russia was bound up with the idea of a West European communism as opposed to the peasant communism of Russia. This brought them into line with Locarno, an instrument of bourgeois policy, just as Suvarin was a tool of French capital. Bukharin concluded the discussion by saying that the CI would support the present leadership of the 288 the Communist International CC of the KPD against both left and right. The resolution was passed against the votes of Hansen and Bordiga. Urbans, Fischer, Skolem, Maslowski, and Engel said they would have voted against it if they had had the right to vote. They had only a consultative voice. After the 6th ECCI plenum, Fischer and Urbans were accused of trying to create a crisis in the KPD and to start fractional struggles again. At a conference of political secretaries and editors of the KPD held on 16 to 17 April 1926, a resolution endorsing the plenum's decisions on the KPD was adopted by 65 votes to 2. The new Central Committee proposed by the ECCI in August 1925 consisted of Thulman and his followers, of whom Ulbricht, Newman, and Ramelli counted as the left, and Meyer and his group as the right. They were successful in putting an end to the movement for the creation of separate revolutionary unions. The situation in Germany. The outstanding characteristic of the present situation in Germany is the acute economic crisis. It has two aspects. One is the general crisis of the entire German economy provoked by Germany's international position, the Versailles Peace Treaty, and the Dawes Plan. Germany has lost its colonies. Export markets have been severely restricted by the tariff policy of many states, while Germany is compelled to expand production in order to provide the goods for the payment of reparations. The impossibility of reconciling the basic contradictions in the general situation, the complications introduced by the Locarno Pact, and the effects of the economic crisis, all this has led to a permanent political crisis. Against this background of crisis, a process of regrouping within the working class is developing. Under the pressure of circumstances, the great mass of workers are turning more and more to the platform of united class struggle. The trade union and social democratic leaders, on the other hand, are trying to march in step with the ruling finance capitalists, to split the working class, to corrupt a part of the labor aristocracy. This open treachery to the interests of the German proletariat is accompanied by the most servile support for all important measures undertaken by the bourgeoisie. The hopeless prospects for a bourgeois Germany dependent on the favor of foreign capital, the advance of Soviet economic development, the workers' delegations and the effect they have in Germany, all these work in the same direction. The idea of the unity of the working class in the fight against capital is becoming the center of attention of the entire working class. 2. The road to winning the masses. This general situation determines the chief tasks of our party. The only real way out for the German proletariat is the way of its emancipation. March 1926, 289 From the double yoke of native and foreign capital. The only way out of the blind alley of economic decline, falling living standards, permanent political crises, enslavement, and a semi-colonial status for Germany is the way of a Soviet Germany. A workers' and peasants' government as the embodiment of Soviet power is now the watchword of the proletarian vanguard. It is one which cannot be put into effect without the support of the great majority of the proletariat. The KPD must consider the winning of the masses as its chief task. 3. Ultra-left tendencies. Of late the greatest obstacle to winning the masses has been, and it still is, the ultra-left ideology of certain groups in the party. They have completely forgotten the Marxist principle that tactics are determined by the given objective situation. Completely incapable of noticing what was new, still less of correctly analyzing it, they have carried over the old methods quite mechanically to the completely new situation. During the Frankfurt Congress they fought stubbornly against the CI on the trade union question. During the Fifth World Congress they were opposed to the International Unity Campaign, and justified their attitude by arguing that these tactics were allegedly in the interests of the Russian government and meant giving aid to the MacDonald government. They failed utterly to find the correct approach to the social democratic workers. Thus the ultra-left turned out to be the most troublesome element in the process of winning the masses. We must emphasize in particular the wholly rotten and almost social democratic roots of this ideology, which has openly liquidationist features. They speak of Russian red imperialism, just as the bourgeois and social democratic press does, of the possibility of an August 4, 1914 for the CI, about alleged alliances of the Soviet Union with Japanese imperialism, about Russian necessities of state in regard to the Anglo-Russian Unity Committee. The bourgeois social democratic origin of such trends of thought is obvious. The CI declares that all the healthy forces in the party must be mobilized against this liquidationist ideology in order to eradicate it completely. The executive trusts that the ultra-left workers will understand what harm threatens the party if it does not eliminate root and branch these ultra-left tendencies. 4. The Mosler-Ruth Fischer Group. The Ruth Fischer Group is the most vacillating, most unstable element in the KPD. The ideological basis of this group is lack of belief in the 290 the Communist International Communist Party, in the workers' movement, and in the proletarian revolution. For these reasons Maslow contemplates a delay of decades in the German Revolution. Such an attitude reflects the moods of a ruined and decaying petty bourgeoisie, not the rising wave of the German labor movement and the Communist Party. With such an ideology it is utterly impossible to carry out a clear and determined policy. This explains the continual unprincipled vacillations of this group. On the most important questions at the Frankfurt Congress the Maslow-Ruth Fischer Group swung between the Comintern line and the ultra-left opponents of this line. Finally the Ruth Fischer Group allied itself with the ultra-lefts, whom it had been opposing, for a joint attack on the Comintern. The executive replied with the open letter of August 1925 to the members of the KPD. Ruth Fischer signed this letter and thereby condemned her own attitude. But immediately after the return of the German delegation she organized an underground struggle against the Comintern line and a fractional struggle against the new party leadership. The healthy development, the normalization, and the growth of the KPD therefore require the immediate liquidation of the Ruth Fischer fraction, with its double bookkeeping in policy, its habit of saying one thing and doing another, its lack of principle, its diplomacy which harms the party and has shaken the confidence of the party membership in the leadership, of the leading cadres towards each other, and of certain sections of the party towards the Comintern. The Ruth Fischer Group has lost the confidence both of the Communist International and of the Left Party membership. The enlarged executive notes with indignation that Ruth Fischer has broken the undertakings assumed by her signature of the open letter. The Comintern executive and the CC of the KPD gave her every opportunity to correct her mistakes and to prove by deeds that she is ready to work in the Communist International. Nevertheless she continued her disruptive activities, her fight against Comintern policy. The adherents of the Maslow-Ruth Fischer Group must choose between the policy of the CC and the methods of unprincipled opposition. There is no middle road, no middle group between these two. Overcoming right tendencies. The enlarged executive points out that there is still a danger of right deviations in the KPD, and a vigorous struggle must be waged against them. The new KPD leadership has fought vigorously against any right deviation that has made its appearance. The enlarged executive declares that only a complete misinterpretation of the new situation and the new tasks of the party could lead to the March 1926 291 conclusion that the present course of the KPD signifies a return to the situation in the party before October 1923. The party is not going backwards, it is going forwards. The struggle which was conducted against the Brandler Group was not annulled by the change in the KPD leadership, its results were made secure. 6. The leadership of the KPD. The present leadership of the KPD arose in the struggle against right errors and was strengthened in the struggle against ultra-left errors. The group of workers at the head of the KPD is the nucleus of a truly Leninist party leadership. 7. The immediate tasks of the KPD. At the present time the following demands are at the center of the workers' struggle. 1. The fight against the employer's offensive, the fight for the unemployed. 2. Transfer of the DAS burden to the propertied classes. 3. Strengthening the unions. 4. Fight against monarchism and fascism. 5. Fight for the needs of the working peasants. 6. Organizing an active struggle for the demands of young workers, working women, public employees, and the impoverished sections of the petty bourgeoisie. The watchword which unites all these demands is the fight for an independent, socialist Germany, freely allied with the Soviet Union, with the class-conscious workers, and with all the oppressed peoples of the world. Extracts from a resolution on factory and street cells passed by the Second Organization Conference of the Communist International and ratified by the Orgbureau of the ECCI March 20, 1926 in Preker, 6, 65, p. 966, April 29, 1926. The French were particularly critical of factory cell organization, complaining that it had meant a severe loss of membership. Members who did not work in factories tended to drop out. The Clichy Congress in January 1925 claimed 76,000 members, the Lille Congress in June 1926 only 55,000. The decline was attributed to factory cells and to the loss of members in North Africa during the Moroccan War. 292 The Communist International. The most important results since the First Org Conference 1. Since the First International Organization Conference, March 1925, the reorganization of communist parties on the basis of factory cells has made considerable progress. The ideological resistance which at that time could still be met in some parties has been almost completely overcome. In the most important parties, factory cells have been established which in essentials have already become the basic party unit. In some parties entire local and district party organizations have been reorganized into factory cells. 2. In the light of these results it has been conclusively proved that a. The factory cell is the appropriate basic unit for all parties in capitalist countries. b. Reorganization on a factory cell basis improves the social composition of communist parties, strengthens the influence of the lower party bodies in the party committees, creates close relations between party committees and the membership, increases the activity of members, and thus provides guarantees for the operation of democratic centralism within the party. c. Factory cells have proved to be the most reliable supports in the struggle against ultra-left and right groups, and the best guarantee for the execution of the Comintern line. d. By their daily work in the factory, by defending the workers' interests, and by enlightening the workers, factory cells strengthen and consolidate the influence of the party over the non-party and social democratic masses. They enable united front tactics to be applied fruitfully, and are an important preliminary for success in capturing non-party mass organizations, particularly trade unions. The arguments of the opponents of reorganization that factory cells were suitable for factory work, but not for carrying out mass political campaigns, and that therefore the old form of organization according to place of residence should not be dissolved have been refuted by experience. F. The publication of factory newspapers has turned out where they are well edited and regularly issued to be the most important instrument of factory cell work. G. To organize those members who do not work in factories, housewives, intellectuals, artisans, etc., and to make proper use of them for party work, it is necessary to establish street cells. March 1926. 2. Errors and defects. The characteristic errors and defects are: a. In the establishment of cells, cells are still frequently set up either in an unplanned and unsystematic way, the initiative being left entirely to the comrades working in the factory, or in 2-minute and detailed a fashion, without any regard for the independent initiative of the party membership in the factories. It is also no doubt due to mistakes in the work of reorganization that, as has happened in some cases, a large number of members are lost in the process. b. In the structure of cells. Too many members are attached to the cells who either work in other factories or who do not work in a factory at all. Many cells still have no cell committee, but only a secretary, whose work is often only of a technical character. Where there is a committee, it is often inadequate. Sometimes the committee only carries out technical jobs, such as collecting dues and distributing literature, and does not undertake and carry through the work of planning and guiding the activities of the cell. c. In the work of the cells. 1. Inadequate political activity. The decisive defect in the work of the cells is that the majority of them have not yet managed to engage in political activity. They are not sufficiently concerned with party questions, nor have they shown the capacity to combine their factory work with the political questions raised by the party. Most of them react only to the questions arising in the factory itself. 2. Imprudent methods of work. It is another serious defect that many factory cells still do not understand how to work invisibly, so that their members, while working steadily and energetically, do not fall victim to the terrorism of employers and governments. In practice this has often led to serious upheavals in cell work. They also frequently neglect the job of creating a body of sympathizers around the cell and maintaining contact with them. 3. In the daily work of the cells, the following defects are most obvious: the lack of systematic planned work, and of careful organization and distribution of work. Cell meetings are too long, badly prepared, uninteresting, and are not held regularly. It is also clear from reports that many cells take no decisions on the questions discussed at their meetings. 293. 294. The Communist International 4. Factory Committee Fraction and Cell. The attitude of communist fractions in factory committees to the factory cells is in many respects still unsatisfactory. Many fractions refuse to carry out the decisions of the cell, while on the other hand the idea prevails in many cells that communist work in the factory committee can replace cell work. It is not clearly enough understood that the function of communist fractions in factory committees must be different from that of the cells, that the fraction is subordinate to the cell and works on its instructions. 5. Factory newspapers. It must be recognized as a special defect that, although the great agitational and organizational value of factory newspapers has been clearly demonstrated, their number has fallen and their publication is more irregular. All the defects and errors noted here in the structure and work of the cells cannot, however, detract from the significant successes obtained in this field in the last few months. Few though they may be in number, and weak as many of them are, the fact that there are in existence in Germany, Italy, France, England, and other countries communist cells in large factories, which do good work, which extend the activities of party members, which lead the workers' struggle against the employers, which strengthen and deepen the power and influence of the party among the working masses in political struggles, has proved that the reorganization of the parties on the basis of factory cells is an important prerequisite for Bolshevization. Extracts from the directives on the structure of Communist Party Central Committees and Trade Union Departments, issued by the Second Organization Conference and ratified by the Orgbureau of the ECCI. March 26, 1926 in Preker, 6. 65, p. 983, April 29, 1926. I. Relations between CC departments and its leading organs. 1. The departments of the CC are those organs of the CC Secretariat through which the Secretariat accomplishes its tasks. 2. The departments are subordinate to the CC through the Secretariat. Each department is under the direct control and constant supervision of one of the secretaries of the CC. March 1926. 2 directives for the Org Department of the CCI. Tasks of the Org Department. The Org Department has the following tasks: 1. To elaborate, to explain, and to supervise the execution of the organizational aspects of the decisions of party congresses and of the CC, as well as international decisions and directives. 2. To guide, instruct, and supervise party reorganization on the basis of factory cells. 3. To keep the district party organization under constant and comprehensive organizational review. 4. To examine the structure of the CC and the district committees of the party and work out concrete proposals for their improvement. 5. To draw up directives on the formation and structure of fractions in non-party mass organizations, in close collaboration with the relevant departments of the CC, and to supervise the correct execution of these directives. 6. To draw up concrete assignments, directives, and instructions for all aspects of organizational work connected with the various tasks of the party, particularly in regard to the organization of national and international campaigns, elections, etc., on the basis of the directives and decisions of the ECCI, and to supervise the execution of these measures. 7. To present and evaluate all the organizational experiences of party work, to keep an eye on the social composition of the party, party membership in trade unions and other mass organizations, length of membership in the party and former membership of other parties, composition of the leading organs, etc. 8. To establish a uniform system of information and statistics. 9. To register and select cadres of leading party functionaries at the center and in the districts. 13. To maintain regular contact with the org department of the ECCI by sending in materials and reports. 14. To inform fraternal parties about org work through the international press. 2. Methods of work of the org department. The org department fulfills its tasks in the following way. 1. By sending CC instructors to instruct and supervise the work of district organizations and district party organs. 2. By arranging organization conferences at national and district level. 3. By arranging periodic meetings with the leaders of the district org departments. 295. 296. The Communist International. 4. By maintaining continuous contact, written or personal, with district party committees. 5. By sending circulars and information material to the district committees. 7. By publishing pamphlets and handbooks for party officials. 3. Structure of the org department. 1. The org department consists of a leader, if possible a CC member, and his deputy, a few responsible and technical workers, and one or several instructors. 2. The current work of the department is divided among the full-time responsible workers. 3. The collective character of the department's work is maintained by discussion among the responsible workers and regular meetings of the department. 4. Org department and org bureau. In many parties there is still uncertainty about the difference between the functions of the org department and the functions of the org bureau. The bureau, which exists only in the central committee, consists exclusively of CC members, and is elected by the CC in plenary session to take charge of organization work generally, to establish the principles to be applied in organizational questions. It is responsible for its work to the CC. The org department, on the other hand, is a part of the machinery of the Secretariat and the CC, and is responsible to the latter for its work. It is concerned with the carrying out of directives received from the org bureau and with drafting resolutions for submission to the bureau for its approval. 3. Directives for the trade union department of the CC, for large legal parties. I. Tasks of the department. The department has the following tasks. 1. To elaborate and to explain the decisions of party congresses and of the CC relating to the trade union movement, and to adapt them to the concrete circumstances of the country, to see to the execution of these decisions and to contribute to their formulation on the basis of its experience and the materials at its disposal. 2. To collect and work up material in the following fields, and to keep them under constant review, to suggest appropriate measures and to keep. March 1926. 297 party organs supplied with comprehensive information about them. A. The economic life of the country. B. The economic position of the working class. C. The situation in the trade unions. D. The movement for trade union unity, the development of left or right opposition movements in the unions and in the labor movement. E. The industrial struggles of the working class. 3. To work out instructions and directives on all the questions arising under this paragraph. 4. To guide and supervise the work of party fractions in the national executive committees of the unions. 5. To issue regular instructions to these fractions, and to the trade union departments of district party committees, on all questions of party policy concerned with the trade union movement. 6. To see that a uniform party line is carried out in the unions. 10. To take part in the work of the national fractions in preparation for trade union congresses and conferences. 11. To select and to register members with experience in union work at the national and district level for employment in high posts in trade union bodies. 2. Methods of work of the trade union department of the CC. The department fulfills its tasks in the following way. 1. By receiving regular reports on the activities of the national trade union fractions. 2. By organizing regular conferences with representatives of district and local trade union departments and fractions. 4. By sending CC instructors to examine and improve the work of fractions. 8. By publishing handbooks and pamphlets on trade union work for trade union officials. 3. Structure of the trade union department of the CC. 1. The department consists of a leader, who should be a CC member, his deputy, and the requisite number of responsible workers and technical personnel. Meetings of the trade union department are attended by the leader and the responsible workers of the department, the representatives of the party fractions in the national and district trade union federations, CC instructors, representatives of the most important CC departments, of the org department, the agitprop department, and the youth league. 298 The Communist International. Extracts from an ECCI May Day Manifesto. April 1926 in Preker, 6, 61, p. 878, April 20, 1926 The background to May Day 1926 reveals new war dangers, new imperialist conflicts, the bankruptcy of the League of Nations. The imperialist powers are themselves destroying the illusion that it is a league to preserve peace. Together with preparations for the fraudulent disarmament conference, we are witnessing the active struggle of the imperialists against the peoples of China, Syria, and Morocco. If the rule of the bourgeoisie is today still unbroken, if capitalist class society is still not destroyed, if the proletariat must still bear the yoke of oppression and exploitation, the responsibility rests on social democracy, and only on social democracy. Comrades, is it to be borne that today, 8 years after the war, the most all-embracing organizations of the proletariat, the trade unions, should be split? Can we tolerate, after 8 years of deprivation, a continuation of the old coalition policy? Is it possible to go on believing the agents of the League of Nations and the so-called disarmament conference, when the imperialists are enslaving the 70 million strong German people and turning the small states of Europe into docile instruments to be used against the defeated nations and the Soviet Union? Shall not the proletarians in uniform be made aware of the growing war danger? Shall barracks mentality and army drill separate them from the great proletarian army in the workshops? No, and again no. The demands of the proletariat can be met only by means of the revolutionary overthrow of the bourgeois dictatorship, only by the formation of a workers' and peasants' government in every country, and by the union of these governments in the United States of Socialist Europe, which will stretch out brotherly hands to the Soviet Union, the colonial peoples, and the American proletariat. Only in one country is there neither economic decline nor capitalist offensive. Only in one country are wages rising and the 8-hour day in force, has the land been wrested from the landlords and given to the peasants. Only in one country are there neither fascist organizations nor white terror. That country is the Soviet Union. Extracts from an ECCI manifesto on the general strike in Britain May 5, 1926 in Preker, 6, 70, p. 1111, May 7, 1926 The ECCI had not waited for the beginning of the strike to issue appeals and manifestos calling for support against the capitalists who were trying to destroy the British labour movement. In a manifesto dated April 25 the ECCI wrote, May 1926 299 that victory or defeat for the miners means victory or defeat for the entire British working class. A strike by the miners would imply a general strike, and a general strike cannot remain an industrial struggle. It is bound to develop into a political struggle. The proletariat will be fighting the capitalists, that is to say, class will be fighting class. The British bourgeoisie and the British government will mobilize the entire power of the state, because the basic question of capitalist society will be raised, the question of private property. The entire machinery of the capitalist state will be brought into action to defend private property. The fight for wages and working conditions will raise before the working class the question of power. It went on to warn the working masses who are ready for the fight that their leaders were irresolute, and some were prepared to betray the fight before it had even begun. Even the left-wing leaders of the Labour Party and the unions are showing themselves unequal to the situation. Only the minority movement and the CPGB have called on the workers to resist, have tried to organize the struggle, have advocated the militant unity of the trade union movement in Great Britain and throughout the world. When the strike began on May 3, the ECCI and the RILU sent a number of messages to the IFTU proposing joint activities, The IFTU replied that it was already consulting with the TUC. Zinoviev wrote that nothing could now stop the revolutionary development of the British working class, whatever its origins. The strike was political in character, and there was a danger that the right-wing leaders had taken it over only in order to betray it at the first opportunity. Baldwin was less of a danger than Thomas. In a message to the CPGB dated May 7, the ECCI Presidium urged the British Communists to make clear to the masses that the strike was a class struggle, one side led by the Tug, the other by the government. As the struggle developed, the party's slogans must be carried to a higher level, up to the slogan of the struggle for power. The government no longer appeared as the mediator, the masks had fallen, it stood revealed as the executive organ of the employers. On May 10, Zinoviev published an article in which he wrote that if Lenin welcomed the councils of action in 1920 as equal in significance to February 1917 in Russia, what can we say of the incomparably greater events taking place in England today? The Russian Union's offer of 2.5 million rubles was rejected by the General Council, which decided not to accept any foreign financial help. To the workers of all countries, the events in Great Britain are of historic importance. The British capitalists are intent on the ruthless defeat and humiliation of the miners, the vanguard of the British proletariat, with the object of demoralizing the British labour movement and setting the British proletariat back for decades. The Conservative government decided to wage preventive war on the British working class, for it feared that the discontent, provoked by Conservative rule and growing steadily, would drive the wave of the labour movement still higher. For several months the Baldwin government has been cold-bloodedly preparing to destroy and suppress the British working class with the object of improving its own position in the country. 300 The Communist International. The great fight between capital and labor began as an industrial struggle but is developing into a political one. The Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and the police are being mobilized against the working class. A censorship has been established throughout the country and arrest warrants have been issued. The methods used in the World War against the external enemy are now being used against the internal enemy, that is, the working class defending its rights. The bourgeoisie have established a united front against the working class. To this we must oppose the united front of the proletariat. The fight of the British proletariat is a fight of the entire world proletariat. The Communist International calls on all its members and adherents to do their utmost to support the great struggle of the British proletariat. Miners of Germany, France, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Belgium, America, Japan, and other countries. To you the Communist International addresses its first word. The victory of your British brothers, which will be your victory too, depends on you. Not a single ton of coal or oil must be sent to British ports. Transport workers and railwaymen of the world, the eyes of the fighting British proletariat are on you. You must not allow a single train or ship to carry coal or oil to Britain so long as the fight is on. All sections of the Communist International are to propose to the Social Democrats the immediate establishment of joint committees of action to support the struggle of the British workers. To the British workers the Communist International expresses its enthusiasm for the fight so heroically begun. Since the days of the Chartists, Britain has seen no movement so powerful as the present one. The British workers can be certain that all honest proletarians throughout the world will come enthusiastically to their aid. The British workers will not forget the grave lessons of 1921. The heroes of Black Friday are deservedly suspect. The history of industrial disputes in Britain gives many examples of treacherous leaders placing themselves at the head of the movement in order to take the first opportunity of betraying it. Do not forget, comrades, that this is the greatest danger which threatens you. Whatever the immediate outcome of the fight now begun by the British workers. One thing is certain, this great struggle opens a new era in the class struggle not only in Britain but throughout the world. June 192-6-301. Extracts from the ECCI Theses on the Lessons of the General Strike June 8, 1926 in Preaker, 6, 84, p. 1339, June 15, 1926 The failure of the general strike underlined two acute problems in Comintern policy, the attitude of the GPGB to the trade union leaders, and the attitude of the Russian unions to the Anglo-Russian Trade Union Committee. The British Communist leaders were reprimanded for their failure to criticize the TUC openly and sharply enough. The Central Council of the Russian unions had published a bitter attack on the General Council for its treachery, and several members of the CC of the CPGB thought its tone too sharp. At a meeting in Zaflies on June 8, Stalin referred to the leaders of the TUC and the Labour Party as downright traitors or spineless fellow travellers of these traitors. One of the reasons for the failure of the strike, he said, was that the CPGB enjoyed little prestige among British workers, although its attitude throughout the strike was absolutely correct. The CC of the CPGB wrote to the CC of the CPSU protesting against the Russian Trade Union Declaration, made without prior consultation with the CPGB. At the ECCI Presidium on August 7, Stalin stated that the declaration had been made with the knowledge and approval of the CI and the RILU. Murphy objected to the interference of the Russian unions in the affairs of the CPGB. Any criticism should have come from the RILU. An attack on the leaders, he said, was regarded by the British workers as an attack on their unions. Stalin defended the action of the Russian unions, saying they could not give the impression that they condoned the General Council's attitude. Murphy was won over to the Russian view on this matter. The communist press continued to issue manifestos and appeals in support of the miners' strike, and reports on the progress of fund collecting, etc., became a regular feature of Inpreker. A conference of revolutionary miners was held in Essen on 16-17 June to discuss ways and means of supporting the Miners' Federation of Great Britain, MFGB. Representatives of the MFGB and the Russian Miners' Union met in Berlin on July 7 and advocated an early meeting of the Anglo-Russian Committee. The TUC agreed to the Russian request and the meeting was held in Paris at the end of July. The British side wished the Russians to withdraw their charge of treachery, which was interference in internal TUC affairs. The Russian representatives refused, and wished to confine the agenda to the miners' strike. The meeting was adjourned and resumed in Berlin in late August. In the meantime, the Comintern sections had issued statements repeating the charge of treachery and urging British trade unionists to elect new leaders. On August 17 the ECCI issued a statement attacking the General Council, which wanted all its sins and crimes against the English and the world proletariat to be forgiven. It urged the English unions to ensure the continued existence of the Anglo-Russian Committee. In Berlin, the Russians put forward a 14-point resolution attacking the IFTU, proposing action in support of the miners, etc. This was rejected by the British side, which argued that it would do more harm than good, and was in any case irrelevant to the committee's purpose, which was to promote unity, and would only arouse resentment. 302 The Communist International. The policy of maintaining the Anglo-Russian Committee in existence was one of the chief targets of the opposition in the Comintern. A few days after the termination of the strike, Trotsky wrote, in a memorandum preserved in the Trotsky archives, that the refusal of the TUC to accept money from the Russian unions was bound to surprise the Russian people, who had so far not seen in the Soviet press any criticism of the General Council. The Soviet side of the committee had surrendered the right of criticism, which was an essential corollary of United Front policy. The CPGB had followed their example. Later he wrote that once the General Council had betrayed the general strike, the committee merely helped them to conceal their treachery from the masses. Stabilization in England rested on the support of the bourgeoisie by the TUC and the Labour Party, and it was disgraceful to act in concert with them. To Stalin's argument in favor of a bloc with reactionary trade unions as a defense against imperialist intervention, he replied that if the TUC were really prepared for that, it would not be reactionary. ECCI strategy was based on unreal quantities and false calculations. At the meeting of the CC of the CPSU on July 15, Stalin defined the tasks of the committee as, inter alia, to widen the fissure between Amsterdam and the British trade union movement, to create conditions favorable to removing the reformist leadership of the unions, and replacing it by communist, to organize a movement against British intervention in the Soviet Union. Those who were trying to torpedo the committee were playing into the hands of the interventionists. At the ECCI Presidium meeting on August 7 he suggested that the British side would be unwilling to break up the committee because of the financial help coming from the Russian unions to the MFGB. The crisis of English capitalism, the position of the English economy within world economy, and England's situation as an imperialist state, can be said to be in irresistible decline. b. One of the most important elements in the general decline of English capitalism is the chronic crisis in coal mining, which is growing steadily more severe. This industry was the basis of England's economic power. Its decline is a striking indication of the general decay of English capitalism. 2. England's decline and the labour movement. English capitalism in its classic period gave rise to the classic type of English trade unionism. Its socio-economic basis was the surplus profit which the English bourgeoisie received from all quarters of the globe, part of which entered into the wages of the English proletariat, which thus steadily raised its living standards and improved its skill. Within the international labor army the English proletariat thus developed as a privileged group, occupying an exceptional position as a June 1926 303 labor aristocracy, and to a certain extent bound economically by common interests to its employers. b. The beginning of the decline of English capitalism and the parallel decline in imperialist surplus profits have radically changed class relationships, both between the classes and within the working class. The growing acuteness of class contradictions has greatly diminished the political importance of traditional English liberalism. The strengthening of the Conservatives on the one side and the growth of the Labour Party on the other, the general move to the left of the workers. The formation of the Communist Party, the establishment of the so-called minority movement, the campaign for rapprochement with the Soviet Union, the creation under mass pressure of the Anglo-Russian Committee, all these are links in one and the same chain of development. c. The process by which the English workers are shaking off the influence of opportunism is not an even one. The greatest obstacle is the hierarchy of trade union and Labour Party officials which grew up in the old conditions. The great majority of them are either conscious allies of the bourgeoisie and conscious enemies of the proletarian class movement, or leftists, centrists, who, because of their timidity, their political cowardice, and their consequent inevitable inclination towards surrender, at critical moments go over to the enemy's side. For the course of the general strike and its end, the course of the general strike and its liquidation offer a vital lesson for the entire international proletariat. On April 30 the mine owners presented the miners with an ultimatum. When the miners rejected the terms offered, the lockout began. Under mass pressure the General Council decided on the strike. On May 1 the workers gave striking proof of their attitude in tremendous demonstrations. In the meantime the government was taking energetic measures to suppress the workers. On May 1 a state of emergency was declared over the whole country and troops were sent to Lancashire, Scotland, and Wales. All the forces of the counter-revolution were mobilized. At the same time Messrs. Thomas, MacDonald, and Co. took over the conductor's baton in the General Council. The left made a pitiful retreat to the background. The fear of what was happening and the preparations to liquidate the general strike were revealed above all in the statement that the strike was a purely industrial struggle. b. If the labor leaders acted as though they failed to understand the political character of the strike, the government and the bourgeoisie understood it very well, and acted accordingly. 304 The Communist International, c. The left leaders, who had a majority in the General Council, put up no resistance whatever to the deliberate traitors like Thomas, but marched all the time under right-wing orders. In fact Thomas and Co. ran the General Council throughout the course of the strike. Thus the left objectively played an even more shameful role, for they had a majority and bore direct responsibility for the conduct of the strike. The Second International and Amsterdam in practice supported the policy of the right-wing leaders of the General Council, that is to say, they sabotaged the strike. It was only under mass pressure that they took a few minimal steps in support of the strikers. From the point of view of the development of the movement, the policy of these associations was one of sabotage. The strike was called off because it was spreading, for the leaders feared nothing so much as its extension. The strike could have moved forward and triumphed only if it developed further, that is, if the class struggle had become more acute. The decisive turning point was already perfectly clear when the leaders refused to accept financial aid from the Soviet trade unions, in collaboration with whom they had established the Anglo-Russian Unity Committee, and explained their refusal by saying that acceptance would have been wrongly interpreted. In trying to cover up this refusal by refusing all help from abroad, they isolated the English workers from the international proletariat. The tactics of the government and the bourgeoisie were the tactics of vigorous and calculated offensive. The tactics of the trade union leaders were the tactics of betrayal and surrender. The refusal to shift the strike into political channels was at bottom a blow against the mobilization of internal forces. The refusal to accept international aid was a blow at the mobilization of the external forces of the proletariat. The order to end the strike put the finishing touch. The working class was demobilized by its leaders and lost the biggest battle in the history of the English labor movement. 5. The miners' strike and the outlook for the future. The economic basis for reformism in England has disappeared once and for all. The shedding of parliamentary and constitutional illusions, the revelation of the role of the state as a class instrument, the inevitable disappointment in the old reformist leaders and their methods, the clarity with which the question of the seizure of power is now presented, all this must lead to a growth in the workers' class consciousness. The rapid decline of capitalism in England is bound to lead to further revolutionary struggles. June 1926 305. 6. The lessons of the strike. A. The Great English General Strike completely confirmed the appraisal of the international political situation given by the Comintern as a period of relative and temporary capitalist stabilization. Just as the colonial wars, the national revolution in China, the bankruptcy of Locarno, etc., reveal the baseness of social democratic pacifism, so the civil war in Poland and the strike of millions of English proletarians reveal the pitiful reformist utopianism of social democracy in the question of the class struggle. B. The strike again brought up in pronounced form the question of the general strike as a method of struggle. It was on a scale, and had an impetus previously unknown in the history of the labor movement. It proved, against all the assertions of the bourgeoisie and the labor renegades, that a general strike is possible, and can be victorious if it is correctly carried forward. The reformist leaders surrendered because they were unable to break through the limits of their reformism, because they did not and could not dare to carry the strike forward and transform it from an industrial into a political struggle. Calling the strike off showed, not the bankruptcy of the strike as a method of struggle, but the bankruptcy of its reformist leaders. C. In this bankruptcy both wings of opportunism were involved, both the right, openly and insolently treacherous and consciously serving the bourgeoisie, Thomas, MacDonald, Kleins, and Co., and the capitulators who conceal their opportunism, Purcell, and who, because of their petty bourgeois political lack of character and cowardice, at the critical moment go over to the right wing. E. The general strike demonstrated the correctness of the policy of the Comintern and the RILU on establishing international trade union unity. F. In this connection it would be wholly inexpedient for the Soviet trade unions to leave the Anglo-Russian Unity Committee. The Soviet workers did not send their representatives into the committee because they hoped thereby to substitute negotiations with opportunist leaders for the tasks of the revolutionary transformation of capitalist countries. The English Union leaders agreed to the committee under mass pressure. If they now make a turn to the right, which is not only possible, but highly probable, and draw closer to Amsterdam, if they themselves break up the committee or boycott it, that will only expose them and bring them into conflict with that part of the masses which still supports them. Now particularly, when the English government is opening the offensive against the workers, and inciting a campaign against the proletarian republic because of the support given by the Soviet trade unions, for the 306 the Communist International English Union leaders to break up the committee would be such a demonstratively anti-working class act that it would greatly accelerate the leftward movement of the English working masses. In these circumstances, for the Soviet unions to take the initiative in leaving the committee would deal a blow to the cause of international unity, a thoroughly heroic gesture, but politically inexpedient and infantile. G. The experience of the struggle for international trade union unity, which was the prime object for which the Anglo-Russian Committee was formed, has shown that this was a wholly correct step to take. The accusation that it was taken for national state reasons has been refuted by practice and repeatedly and emphatically rejected by the Communist International. By and large the CPGB passed the test of its political maturity. The attempt to present it as a brake on the revolution is beneath criticism. The ECCI was completely right when it unanimously approved the attitude of the CPGB. The CPGB gave a correct appraisal of the liquidation of the strike as the greatest treachery, attacked the left sharply, and demanded the continuation of the strike despite the orders of the General Council, etc. 7 are immediate tasks. A. The immediate tasks of the British Communist Party. 1. Vigorous support for the striking miners. 2. Organization of fighting detachments against strike breakers, and for self-defense. 3. Advocacy of the nationalization of mines without compensation and workers' control of the mines. 4. A campaign for new elections to all trade union bodies up to and including the General Council. Control of the leaders by the masses. 5. Exposure of the right-wing leaders of the unions and the Labour Party as deliberate traitors. 6. Exposure of the left as capitulators, who, although they had a majority, carried out the policy of the right wing and are therefore chiefly responsible for the defeat. 17. Fight to rescind the decision to exclude communists from the Labour Party. 18. Strengthen and extend the minority movement, and concentration of all forces on capturing the most important industries, mining, railways, shipping, electricity. June 1926 307. B. The tasks of the Comintern and its sections. 1. Vigorous and unreserved support for the English miners' struggle under the slogan, "The miners' cause is our cause." 3. Explaining to the masses the part played by Amsterdam, the Miners' International, and International Social Democracy, which in fact sabotaged and broke the strike. 5. A more intense fight for the unity of the trade union movement, nationally and internationally, and for the Proletarian United Front. Extracts from a manifesto of the ECCI against intervention in China and the Soviet Union, September 13, 1926 in Preker, 6, 116, p. 1967, September 17, 1926 in January 1926 the Soviet manager of the Chinese Eastern Railway was arrested by Chang Tso-lin. His release in compliance with the Soviet ultimatum was followed in February by negotiations about the management and operation of the railway, which broke down in June. Chang Tso-lin demanded the recall of the Soviet ambassador in Peking, Karakhan, and the Soviet government complied. Early in September Chang's forces seized the Soviet-owned Sayre River flotilla, and closed down a number of Soviet establishments in Manchuria. Notes of protest were sent by Chicherin on August 31 and September 7, 1926. A paper preserved in the Trotsky archives gives the conclusion reached by a commission of the Politburo of the CPSU, consisting of Trotsky, Chairman, Chicherin, Voroshilov, and Dzerzhinsky, to review Soviet policy in China. It is dated March 25, 1926. There was every reason to think that the mass movement in China would grow stronger, and it should be encouraged to the maximum. The imperialists were also preoccupied with China, and everything must be done to prevent an imperialist united front. Of the powers concerned, Japan was the most dangerous. The revolutionary movement, in need of a breathing space, must postpone the question of Manchuria's fate, that is, in practice agree that for the immediate future South Manchuria should remain in Japanese hands. This policy, which did not prejudice the general struggle against Japanese imperialism, must be agreed with the KMT and the Chinese CP, who would find it unpalatable because of the strength of anti-Japanese feeling. It was however essential, since the Chinese Revolution could not withstand united imperialist pressure. A respite also suited Russian interests, but it must be made absolutely clear that Chinese interests were not being sacrificed to Russia's. The two coincided. Until China was unified, Russia would maintain loyal relations with all existing governments in China, central and provincial. They should make it clear to Chang Tso-lin that they recognized that good relations with Japan were necessary, and that if he cultivated good relations with Moscow this would give him a certain independence vis-a-vis Tokyo. Whatever concessions China was forced to make to Japan, they must make sure that these were not interpreted as Russian participation in sharing out spheres of influence. The purpose of concessions was to keep Japan from drawing closer to Britain, the chief and irreconcilable enemy of Chinese independence. 308 The Communist International. The struggle of the Chinese people against the imperialist oppressors and their Chinese henchmen is developing at a gigantic pace. The advance of the army of the Canton government, which represents the democratic, anti-imperialist interests of the peasants, workers, intellectuals, and merchants of the southern provinces, has dealt a severe blow to the militarists and their backers, the imperialist great powers. The enemies of Chinese freedom understand the scope of the defeat threatening them, and are preparing to meet it. The danger of further armed imperialist intervention in China has become enormous. Negotiations are already taking place in Tokyo between representatives of the English and Japanese governments to coordinate their intervention plans. The other great powers will try to secure their share of the booty. English forces on the Yangtze and in Canton have already been in action, and reinforcements are on the way. Intervention is perhaps a matter only of days. Violating all treaties, the military overlord of the northern provinces, Chang Tso-lin, has committed a hostile act against the Soviet Union by seizing part of the property of the Chinese Eastern Railway, which is the joint property of the Soviet Union and the Chinese government. This is outright provocation, designed to involve the Soviet Union in military entanglements. There is no doubt that British imperialism is behind this action of Chang Tso-lin. The intervention plans elaborated under English leadership are thus directed not only against the Chinese people, but against the Soviet Union too. The Communist International directs the attention of the revolutionary workers and peasants of all countries to the great danger threatening the cause of world emancipation from these new great power machinations. It calls on the workers and peasants and on all strata of the population of capitalist countries which sympathize with the Chinese people's struggle for freedom and with the Soviet Union's socialist construction to do all in their power to prevent this new intervention. Resolution of the Presidium of the ECCI. Dismissing Zinoviev from his post as President of the Communist International October 25, 1926 in Preker, 6, 128, p. 2208, October 26, 1926. The two opposition groups in the CPSU, the old led by Trotsky and the new led by Zinoviev and Kamina, joined forces at the April 1926 meeting of the CC of the CPSU. In July, Zinoviev stated that the greatest mistake he had ever made was his fight against the Trotskyist opposition. The alliance of the two groups had its repercussions in the Comintern. On July 23, 1926, a resolution of the CC and CCC of the CPSU removed Zinoviev from the Politburo, the opposition being charged with trying to establish an illegal fractional organization. The October 1926 30G threads of all these fractional steps of the opposition lead to the ECCI apparatus, at the head of which is Politburo member Zinoviev. The opposition, it was said, showed tendencies to form international blocs with ultra-lefts like Korsch in Germany and ultra-rights like Severin in France, who had been expelled from the Comintern and were now attacking the CPSU. Through the ECCI apparatus, the opposition was spreading views condemned by the CPSU among other parties and stirring them up against the CPSU. In August and September, the campaign in the Russian and Comintern press against Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamina and their supporters grew more bitter. Trotsky wrote in September that despite the errors of the Polish and British Communist Party leaders, not a hair of their head was harmed, because in the CPSU question they supported Stalin. Only a thoroughgoing discussion, including discussion of the CPSU, could free the Comintern sections from the mechanical pressure of the apparatus which had its main source in the regime prevailing in the CPSU. This prevented the correction of the party line by normal means. The resolution of the 14th CPSU Congress on the need for a more democratic and more collective Comintern leadership was being changed in practice into its opposite. The most important decisions were taken by purely fractional methods and put into operation by secret emissaries dispatched by Stalin. A change in the Comintern, which was essential to the survival of the international revolutionary movement, could be brought about either parallel with a change in the CPSU regime, or in struggle against the dominant position of the CPSU in the Comintern. It is unnecessary to state that every effort must be made to ensure the first course. The struggle to change the regime in the CPSU is the struggle to heal the regime in the Comintern and to maintain the ideological leading role in it for our party. Stalin's power lay in his apparatus. It has the party by the throat, and prevents it not only from speaking but from breathing. The party had to win back its right over the machine. The CC of the KPD sent a letter to the 15th Conference of the CPSU, meeting in October 1926, drawing that party's attention to the effect of the opposition's policy on the internal life and the activities of the KPD. Its work was being hampered by the fractional connections between the Russian and German oppositions, especially its work to win sympathy for the USSR among the German working class. The reply of the CPSU placed Urbans, Skolem, and Weber, leaders of the ultra-left, in the same camp as the expelled renegades Maslow and Fischer. The conference instructed the Russian representatives on the ECCI to continue the ideological struggle against deviations in the Comintern. It condemned the fractional and anti-Leninist work of the CPSU opposition in the CI, and approved the decision of the CC on Zinoviev. On October 11, 1926, the CC of the CPSU put to the opposition an ultimatum requiring its unconditional acceptance of party decisions, admission of its errors and its violation of discipline, dissolution of its fraction, and severance of all relations with opposition elements in the Comintern sections. On October 16 the opposition leaders admitted that they had violated party discipline, and condemned fractionalism. On the 23rd they were again warned, at a joint meeting of the CC and CCC of the CPSU attended by representatives of a number of other parties, against violations of discipline, and a resolution was passed stating 310 the Communist International that, since Zinoviev does not represent the line of the CPSU in the CI, the CC and CCG do not find it possible for Zinoviev to continue his work in the Communist International. At the same time Trotsky was dismissed from the Politburo, and Kamenev from his position as candidate member of that body. One of the charges against Zinoviev was that he had carried the struggle in the CPSU into the parties and policies of the Comintern. The ECCI Presidium resolution was promptly endorsed by the central committees of all the major Comintern parties. In a letter to the ECCI, dated November 21, Zinoviev wrote, following the decision taken by the leading organs of the largest Comintern sections, I ask to be released from my post as president of the ECCI, and in general from work in the Comintern at the present time. On the following day the ECCI unanimously adopted the following resolution, taking into account the resolutions passed by the most important sections of the Comintern, the communist parties of the Soviet Union, Germany, France, England, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Italy, etc., as well as by the Presidium of the ECCI, and having noted Comrade Zinoviev's request of November 21, 1926, the plenum of the 7th Enlarged Executive has decided to release Comrade Zinoviev from his office as president of the ECCI and from his work in the Comintern. Considering the anti-Leninist line of the opposition bloc in the CPSU, considering the leading part which Comrade Zinoviev, as president of the Comintern, played in carrying out this incorrect line. Considering the opposition bloc's disruptive fraction work, unprecedented in the history of the Bolshevik Party, and considering the transference of these fractional machinations by Comrade Zinoviev into the ranks of the Communist International, the ECCI delegation attending the joint plenum of the CC and the CCC of the CPSU, in accordance with the decisions of the most important sections of the Comintern, considers it impossible for Comrade Zinoviev to remain and to continue to work at the head of the Comintern. Extracts from an ECCI manifesto on the revolt in Indonesia, November 20, 1926 in Prekar, 6, 143, p. 2506, November 23, 1926. The Communist Party of Indonesia, which controlled most of the trade unions, had failed to capture the only mass party in the country, Sarekat Islam, and had started a rival body, Sarekat Rakyat, around which to organize the nationalist movement. At a Congress of Indonesian Communists in June 1924, the proposal of the ultralefts to dissolve Sarekat Rakyat was defeated. It was about this time that the leadership of the Indonesian CP was taken over by the Indonesians themselves, many Dutch communists having been deported by the government. The events in China in 1925 had, it was claimed, brought 750,000 Chinese in the country into the movement. Strikes and disturbances in the spring of 1925 were answered with repressive measures. In March, the Dutch. November 1926, 311. CP protested against the police terror in Indonesia, and the Eastern Bureau of the ECCI followed with an appeal against the white terror there. At the enlarged plenum in April 1925, the ECCI drew up a detailed program for the Indonesian CP, urging it to advance nationalist rather than proletarian slogans. The absence of a native bourgeoisie in Indonesia meant that the nationalist movement there would be more consistently revolutionary than elsewhere. The program of the Revolutionary Liberation Movement, into which the CP was to draw all national revolutionary parties, was to include independence, the withdrawal of foreign troops, universal suffrage, agrarian reforms, and the confiscation of large estates. At the 6th ECCI plenum in February-March 1926, it was reported that the Chinese workers in Indonesia had raised $50,000 for the Shanghai strikers. In the discussion, Simon asked the Dutch party not to interfere in the work of the Indonesian CP. Segers, Holland, admitted that there had been an imperialist tendency in the Dutch party, but it had now been eliminated. In 1926, the CP of Indonesia claimed 3,000 members, Sarekat Rakyat 50,000. Plans for an insurrection were made early in the year. It started on November 12 in Java, and early in January 1927 in Sumatra, and was followed by wholesale arrests and sentences of imprisonment and exile. In the Dutch parliament, De Visser, who had taken over the leadership of the Dutch CP from Wijnkoop and Ravestein, asked for a labor and trade union committee of inquiry to be sent to Indonesia. The request was refused. De Visser, who had received the support of the Social Democratic members of parliament, was criticized for this bourgeois action by Smerl at the 7th ECCI plenum, but replied that the move had been made after consultation with the ECCI Orgbureau. Affairs in Indonesia appear to have received little attention from the ECCI. At the 6th Comintern Congress in 1928, an Indonesian delegate appearing under the name of Simon stated that neither in Java in November, nor in West Sumatra in the following January, had the working masses been drawn into the struggle. The party apparatus was very weak, as were its contacts with the Comintern. The anti-imperialist revolt is spreading. From China it has reached Java, where the oppressed and exploited masses have risen against Dutch imperialism. An armed rebellion has broken out in western Java. The Dutch Governor-General has declared that he intends to crush the revolt mercilessly. The struggle for freedom in the Dutch colonies is not a new phenomenon. The population has never come to terms with imperialist rule. Recently these struggles have assumed an organized form under Communist Party leadership. Under proletarian hegemony, a united front has been established to liberate the country from imperialist rule. This united revolutionary army includes the overwhelming majority of the population, proletariat, peasantry, intellectuals, and petty bourgeoisie. Dutch imperialism has replied with measures of brutal repression. The Communist Party was the first victim. It was declared illegal, and its press. 312 The Communist International forbidden, its leaders have been arrested or driven into exile. The revolutionary unions have been dissolved, meetings prohibited, newspapers shut down. The mass nationalist organization Sarkat Rajith has been declared illegal. Nevertheless, the rising wave of mass revolt has not been held back. The will to freedom cannot be defeated. The Indonesian people are rising against inhuman and intolerable conditions. Dutch imperialism, armed to the teeth, will drown this freedom movement in rivers of blood if the Indonesian revolutionary movement is not supported by the workers and the oppressed peoples of the entire world. The Communist International greets the Indonesian revolutionary struggle and will support it to the utmost. Workers of the world, organize mass demonstrations to show your sympathy for the Java Revolt and to protest against imperialist terror. Demonstrate outside the Dutch embassies and consulates and demand freedom for the Indonesian people and the withdrawal of imperialist armies from the colonies. Oppressed peoples of the world, the Indonesian rebels are your vanguard. Do everything you can to support them in their fight. The 7th Enlarged Plenum of the ECCI, the plenum, which met from November 22 to December 16, 1926, was attended by 191 delegates, of whom 100 had votes, 38 were members of the ECCI. Xiao Lietze attended as Kuomintang delegate. At the opening session, greetings were sent to the Miners' Federation of Great Britain and to the fighting Chinese masses, and an appeal to all workers on the misdeeds of Italian fascism. A message of greetings to the CPSU, moved by Thulman, and a protest against the continued imprisonment of Sacco and Vanzetti, moved by Duncan, USA, were passed unanimously. The first asserted that every step taken by the USSR to expand its industrial production in the construction of socialism is of direct aid to the proletarian struggle in countries ruled by the capitalists. Recently, a large number of workers' delegations have observed for themselves how the working class after its victory sets about building socialism in the land of proletarian dictatorship. All their reports about the creative labor of the proletarian masses of the USSR in building socialism are received with enthusiasm in the capitalist countries, even by non-communist workers. They enhance the militancy, the revolutionary energy, and the determination of the armies in the fighting front of the social revolution. It is the greatest good fortune for the world revolution that at the head of the proletariat of the USSR there is a party founded by Lenin, trained by Lenin, filled with his spirit, guiding the working class through all difficulties and dangers. Just as all members of the CPSU rallied to the Central Committee after the upheavals of the recent discussion, so today all sections of the CI unite in an iron ring of mutual loyalty, devotion, and revolutionary solidarity around the CPSU. November-December 1926 313. The Sacco and Vanzetti appeal was a summons to prevent the judicial murder threatening our working class brothers Nicola Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti. It is no longer possible to harbor illusions about the so-called constitutional guarantees which allegedly protect the rights of these persecuted comrades. It is still possible to save them. The entire working class of the United States must be mobilized as one man. In all other countries where Wall Street dollar democracy maintains embassies and consulates, whose job it is to report on public opinion about American affairs, it is possible for thousands and millions of workers to make their voice heard. The ECCI report to the plenum recalled that at the Congress of the Dutch CP in 1925 Wijnkoop and his followers had a small majority, and rejected the ECCI proposal that the minority should receive representation in the Central Committee and the Secretariat. On the initiative of the ECCI, a conference was called and elected a new Central Committee which carried out all the decisions of the ECCI. Wijnkoop, Ravestein, and their followers boycotted the new CC, and in December 1925 and March 1926 were accused by the ECCI of fraction work, of appealing to the backward petty bourgeois instincts of the Dutch proletariat, and of working to split the party. Wijnkoop had been invited to attend the 6th plenum earlier in the year, but had refused. At the Congress of the Dutch CP in May 1926 Wijnkoop and Ravestein were expelled. They had started a committee to appeal to the World Congress of the Comintern, and founded a fortnightly journal. Their expulsion was endorsed unanimously by the plenum. Lozovsky, urging more trade union work in the colonies, reported that it was planned to hold a Pacific Trade Union Conference in Canton in May 1927. The report of the Trade Union Commission was given by Ercole. A resolution on trustification, rationalization, and tasks in the trade unions was adopted. A statement to the Presidium of the Plenum signed by Zinoviev, Kamina, and Trotsky. There is a note by Trotsky in his archives saying it was most probably written by Zinoviev, denied that they favored the views of the ultra-left. They asked for correct Leninist behavior towards honest revolutionaries on the left. They disavowed anybody who denied the proletarian character of the Soviet Party and state. They were not opposed to a united front policy, only to a united front with those who had betrayed the English miners. All their criticisms were directed against mistakes and deviations from the proletarian line. If the open exposition of one's views before the leading organ of the World Communist Party is fractionalism, what other ways exist to stand up for ideas within the framework of Comintern decisions? If conferences and congresses are to be based on unanimity secured in advance, what need is there to convene them? But we do not doubt that even if this mistaken resolution is adopted, the Comintern will remain as before the only organization capable of correcting its own errors and the errors of its sections. They would, therefore, submit to any decisions taken and call on comrades who were of their mind to do the same. 314 The Communist International extracts from the resolution of the 7th ECCI plenum on the situation in Britain December 1926 in Preaker, 7, 16, p. 326, February 5, 1927 There was a great deal about the British situation in the ECCI report. The membership of the CPGB had risen from 6,000 to 12,000 in the course of the year. Of the 304 reports issued by the Information Department, 39 had been about Britain. The Agitprop Department had issued 13 bulletins and a great many articles about the progress of the Russian relief campaign for the British miners on strike. All CI sections had been given directives on their duty to help the miners. Although the CPGB manifesto on May 13 had described the decision to call off the general strike as the greatest crime ever committed not only against the strikers, but against the working class of Britain and the entire world, the ECCI had criticized the party's Central Committee for its tendency to tone down its attacks on the General Council and its left wing. Bukharin echoed this criticism in his opening speech. The CPGB was not consistent and severe enough in its criticism of the left leaders, which reflected an underestimation of the leftward swing of the masses. Within the Comintern, the continued existence of the Anglo-Russian Trade Union Unity Committee was a matter of serious dispute. It had been discussed at the 15th CPSU conference in October, where the opposition proposed that the Russian side should take the initiative in breaking it up. Tomsky and Bukharin spoke against them, and the conference decided that to do so would be incorrect in principle and politically harmful, implicitly justifying the opponents of trade union unity, particularly the Amsterdam leaders. In theses drawn up for the conference dated September 19, 1926, in the Trotsky archives, Trotsky wrote that the tendency in the Comintern to substitute diplomacy for policy was most clearly illustrated in regard to the Anglo-Russian Committee. All arguments in favor of maintaining the committee applied with double force in favor of entering the IFTU. At the plenum, Bukharin maintained that the Anglo-Russian Committee was an example to be followed throughout the international. Lozovsky admitted that the miners' strike had created a crisis in the Anglo-Russian Committee. The English side were now doing everything to sabotage it and break it up. Romelli agreed with this, and added that they were unable to do so because of the pressure of mass sentiment. The KPD opposition had said that the existence of the committee made it impossible for the CPGB to take over the leadership of the strike, the CPSU opposition that the Russian unions should have withdrawn after the betrayal of the strike. Murphy spoke on the lessons of the general strike, and confessed that it was a mistake on the part of the CPGB to criticize the Russian unions for attacking the General Council too sharply. Vujovic put the opposition case: the committee prevented the Comintern from approaching the masses directly. That could be done only by a united front from below. It hampered the British Unionists who were trying to get rid of their opportunist leaders if the Russian unions collaborated with them. Implicitly the Russian trade unions were endorsing the TUC's treachery. December 1926 315. It was said that the committee would play its part in the event of intervention against Russia, but had not the entire attitude of the TUC shown that this was a delusion? Shatskin said that the British partner in the committee was not the Tug but the British proletariat. The resolution, drafted by the CPGB, was passed unanimously. Introduction 1. The 7-month struggle of the English miners which followed the general strike dealt heavy blows to English capitalism. In itself a reflection of the progressive decline of English capitalism, it substantially accelerated the rate of that decline. 2. England's position in the world economy is undermined, and its political position in the world has been weakened. England's foreign policy has suffered a number of setbacks. The Locarno plan for a bloc against the United States was frustrated at Geneva, and in addition there was the blow suffered in China by the Canton Army's defeat of Wu Peifu and Sun Chuanfang, England's agents. Its desperate attempt to construct an anti-Soviet bloc ended with such successes for Soviet policy as the Soviet agreement with Lithuania, etc. 5. Within the country the miners' fight gave class contradictions an acuteness unknown in England before the general strike, and revealed to the working class the true character and beastliness of the capitalist dictatorship more clearly than years of propaganda could have done. 8. The theses on the general strike adopted by the ECCI in June, and now confirmed by the 7th Enlarged Plenum, not only gave a correct analysis of the course of events but correctly indicated the general lines of development of the class struggle in England in the near future. 3. The political situation after the general strike. 14. The growing political and economic difficulties created by the prolongation of the miners' struggle forced the capitalist class to come out more and more openly and resolutely against the miners and the entire working class. It completely abandoned democratic externals and revealed all its institutions: government, monarchy, parliament, church, army, police, and press as instruments of capitalist dictatorship. 15. On the other hand, the workers' class consciousness was intensified after the general strike. This is shown in the marked growth of influence of the national minority movement in the trade unions. 16. This growing class consciousness has also driven the trade union bureaucracy, from the General Council downwards, to close their ranks, having made up their minds to bring about the defeat of the miners. They are now driven to further treacheries to the working class. Most of these bureaucrats, right-wing and former left, are working for an open alliance. 316. The Communist International with the capitalists, only a part of the lower ranks of the bureaucracy turned left with the workers. 17. The complete and shameful surrender of the former left wing in the General Council, Hicks, Purcell, Tillett, Bromley, etc., during the general strike, their participation in the 7-month struggle of the General Council to defeat the miners, demonstrated the consolidation of the reformist ranks in face of the growing class consciousness of the workers. 18. The reformist Labour Party leaders were also forced by the sharpening of the class struggle to reveal their true features as agents of capitalism in the labour movement. 21. Throughout the miners' struggle the minority movement issued clear and correct directives and conducted an energetic campaign to mobilize the masses in support of the miners. The minority movement leaders showed some hesitation about criticizing the left in the General Council, and made 1 or 2 mistakes which were later corrected. 22. The miners' struggle aroused among the mine workers a tremendous wave of sympathy for the Communist Party. This can be seen in the doubling of the party's membership over the last 6 months and in the expansion of the party press, as well as in the applause which greeted party leaders when they spoke at miners' meetings. 4. The Communist Party's tactics. 24. The CPGB acted correctly when it did not shrink from telling the workers that the greatest responsibility for the miners' difficult position rested on the General Council and the Labour Party leaders. Throughout the course of the miners' struggle the Communist Party correctly explained to the workers that the issue was not merely the miners' fight against the mine owners, but a struggle of the entire working class against the entire capitalist class, including its executive committee, the Conservative government. 26. Since the general strike ended, the Communist Party has unceasingly continued its campaign to expose the General Council, and emphasized the necessity of replacing the reformist leaders by revolutionaries who are true to the working class. In this connection, it must be admitted that the party press was not always successful in placing responsibility for the betrayal of the miners where it belonged, as clearly as was required. A similar mistake was made by the party fraction in the minority movement executive. The CC immediately put this right. 28. The Communist Party lost no opportunity of exposing and fighting the opportunist leadership of the political labor movement. 30. Throughout the general strike and the miners' lockout, the CPGB on the whole pursued a correct political line. Nevertheless, a number of December 1, 926 317 mistakes were made, most of which were subsequently put right. In correcting these errors, the party was supported by the comradely criticism and proposals of the ECCI. Because of this help, the CPGB was able to conduct a correct policy, despite all the difficulties arising from the present vigorous struggle of the workers against the attempts of the English bourgeoisie to stabilize their position at the expense of the workers. Some fundamental lessons of the struggle. 31. The miners' struggle has given the working class of the world, and particularly of England, a number of important lessons which, if studied, will enable the workers to withstand the still more severe struggles that lie ahead. For the English workers, the most important lesson is that the separation of the class struggle into industrial and political is a misleading and dangerous swindle if applied to any big strike in England in the present period of capitalist decline. The unconcealed capitulation of the right as well as of the left reformist leadership of the labor movement and their refusal to fight for the emancipation of the workers, or even to support the workers' demands to maintain their present living standard, are a practical demonstration of the complete bankruptcy of reformism. The continued participation of the Soviet Russian unions, under CPSU leadership, in the Anglo-Russian Unity Committee, notwithstanding the criticism and exposure of the treachery and sabotage of the General Council and its delegates to the Unity Committee, the partially successful campaign for preventing the export of coal to England, the 24-hour solidarity strike organized by the CGTU, and the local successes gained by the British Party together with the ILP in the campaign to stop the transport of coal were a practical lesson to the communists in England and throughout the world of the importance of united front tactics in rallying the workers for the fight against capitalism and in forcing the reformist leaders to reveal their true features. 7. The tasks of the British Party. 39. The enlarged executive endorses the tasks of the CPGB as laid down by its 8th Congress. Political tasks. The campaign to explain to the workers the political significance of the present period of capitalist decline, of the struggles which will culminate in the seizure of power by the working class. Which must also demonstrate the necessity of making the maximum revolutionary use of 318 the Communist International Parliament and of local government bodies, while making clear the utter uselessness of these institutions for achieving working class emancipation. 2. The campaign to mobilize the entire working class for the struggle for the dissolution of Parliament, the overthrow of the Baldwin government, and the formation of a real workers' government as a reply to the present and impending conservative attacks on the living standards, the rights, and the liberties of the working class. 4. The campaign to build a united trade union international as a guarantee against international economic and political reaction and the danger of a new world war. In particular, the campaign to convene a World Unity Congress by the RILU in association with the IFTU and to expose reformist sabotage of the Anglo-Russian Unity Committee. The campaign for solidarity with the workers and peasants of the colonies, who, both in their struggle for complete independence and secession from the British Empire and in their fight against capitalist exploitation, are the most reliable allies of the British workers. Organizational tasks. The utmost organizational consolidation of the Communist Party, particularly recruiting, reconstruction on the basis of factory cells, fraction work, improvement of local and district organization, development of political training and the party press. 2. organizational consolidation and expansion of the minority movement as the cardinal prerequisite for reorganizing the trade union movement on industrial union lines and replacing the reformist leaders by revolutionary workers. 4. Organizational consolidation and expansion of the left-wing movement in the Labour Party as the most important prerequisite for a proletarian leadership of the Labour Party and the affiliation to it of the Communist Party. v. Preparing the workers for self-defense against fascism by building Workers' Defense Corps under the supervision of the workers' mass organizations. 6. Organized fraction work in the cooperatives and cooperative guilds in order to lead their proletarian members in the fight against the middle-class influences prevailing in these bodies and give them a revolutionary proletarian policy. 8. The lessons for the international working class. 1. The miners' strike shows that the attempt of the bourgeoisie to stabilize capitalism must lead to tremendous mass struggles, and that these struggles in their turn endanger capitalist stabilization. December 1926 319, 5. The miners' strike has proved that under the old reformist leadership the working class cannot win any really big fight. Not only the right and left-wing reformists in England, but international reformism as a whole, the Second International and Amsterdam and the Miners' International, failed shamefully. The workers can arrive at this truth only by their own experience, and the British miners' strike was the most important experience of the international proletariat in recent years. The necessity of revolutionary communist leadership not only in the final struggle of the proletariat, but also in its daily struggles to maintain living standards is the most fundamental and important lesson and achievement of the miners' fight. Resolution of the 7th ECCI Plenum abolishing the office of President of the Comintern December 1926 Pudimirovoi Revoluții, 2, p. 468 Ercole reported on organizational changes. It was proposed to abolish the post of President, in order to establish a collective leadership into which it would be easier to draw the non-Russian parties. It was proposed that the ECCI should meet 3 times a year. Members of the Presidium, increased in size to 18, plus 7 candidates, were to remain in Moscow and to meet fortnightly. The Org Bureau was to be dissolved, to counteract the tendency to separate organizational from political work. In future organizational questions would be settled by the Presidium. The political secretariat established after the plenum met twice a week. The report was adopted unanimously. The 7th enlarged plenum of the ECCI considers inexpedient the continued existence of the office of President of the CI, and taking into account the resolution already passed by the plenum releasing Comrade Zinoviev from his duties as President of the CI, considers it necessary to abolish this post now. This decision must, however, be submitted to the 6th World Congress of the CI for ratification, in order that the relevant paragraphs 9 and 18 of the statutes of the Communist International shall be changed accordingly. The 7th Plenum instructs the ECCI to undertake the reconstruction of the central bodies of the ECCI, to create a political secretariat, determine its composition and functions, etc., to decide how it shall be chosen, etc., arising from this decision. 320 The Communist International extracts from the theses of the 7th ECCI Plenum on the international situation and the tasks of the Communist International December 13, 1926 Pudimirovoi Revoluții, 2, p. 390 Bukharin introduced the theses. One of the Comintern's tasks, he said, was to expose the League of Nations as an organ of the imperialist bourgeoisie whose primary purpose was to fight the proletarian revolution and the revolution in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. Some opposition members did not believe in the possibility of building socialism in Russia, and for this they were praised by the bourgeoisie and social democrats. He traced the course of economic recovery in Europe from the time of the Dawes Plan to Locarno and the Franco-German rapprochement. With every regrouping of forces, one factor remained constant, the development of the anti-Soviet bloc. Kosinin spoke on the tasks of communist parties. In capitalist countries their chief task was to liberate the masses from social democracy, which was more dangerous than fascism. They should cultivate methods of indirect leadership of mass organizations. Social democracy, which as a labor movement was bankrupt, had working class support only in virtue of its traditions and the lies of its leaders. It could be exposed by practical revolutionary work. The theses were adopted with one abstention. I Capitalist World Economy 1. The recent course of international relations confirms the appraisal given by the last enlarged plenum of the ECCI. Notwithstanding certain statements by opposition leaders, Zinoviev, Trotsky, and others, capitalist stabilization is an indisputable fact. The growth of world production, of international trade, currency stabilization, etc. Equally indisputable, however, is the partial and unstable character of this stabilization, as shown in the feverish fluctuations of the market, in the extreme unevenness of development, in the enormous contradiction between the capacity of the productive apparatus and the actual volume of output, in the magnitude of chronic unemployment. Among the most important factors disturbing the process of capitalist stabilization are the growth of socialism in the USSR, the decline of English capitalism, the unprecedented acuteness of the class struggle in England, and the great national revolution in China. 3. Despite this relative stabilization, capitalism is going through a special crisis, which is far from being the normal crisis of capitalist overproduction. The present crisis of overproduction, which results from the expansion of productive capacity and the fall in mass purchasing power, is to a large extent the continuation of the post-war hunger crisis, for the present failure of demand is connected with the impoverishment. December 1926 321 of the masses and the exhaustion of internal markets as a result of the World War. 4. This state of affairs pushes the problem of markets into the foreground. The development and sharpening of imperialist conflicts is the inevitable consequence of the entire system of relations as formed. Thus the present phase may be defined as between revolutions, as a stage leading from one surge forward of the revolutionary wave to another, to which the course of historical development must lead, and for the approach of which perhaps fairly soon the communist parties should be prepared. 2. The regrouping of the powers and the basic lines of international politics. 5. The characteristic feature of the present situation is the shift in the centers of economic power, and consequently the centers of political and military power also, to non-European countries, in the first place to the United States of America. Anglo-American rivalry to a large degree determines the regrouping of the imperialist powers. England's attempt to reconquer, with the help of the Locarno Pact, its position on the continent was frustrated by America. That cleared the way for Franco-German attempts at rapprochement, although America was an obstacle to the realization of close relations. Other important facts are the development of France into an industrial country and the economic renaissance of Germany, side by side with the economic decline of England and the advance of Italy. What we have witnessed, against this background, is the collapse of the Treaty of Versailles, a radical regrouping of the powers, the dissolution of the Great Entente and the disintegration of the League of Nations as an instrument of Allied policy. 6. The stages of this process of liquidation were as follows: a. Versailles and later the occupation of the Ruhr. America stands aside. In Europe, hegemony of France. Politically, Germany is prostrate. b. France cannot digest the occupation and suffers defeat. American and English intervention. Dawes Plan. Germany begins to rise. c. Locarno. Hegemony of England, exploiting the French failure. Political wooing of, and corresponding concessions to, Germany in exchange for its cooling off to the USSR. Promise to admit Germany to the League of Nations and beginning of Germany's westward orientation. American capital flows into the German economy. d. Geneva. America gently squeezes out England. Germany enters the League and receives a place on the League Council. Change in Franco-German relations. e. Tuileries. Regrouping takes place in the League of Nations. By its peaceful policy towards Germany, France attracts to its side a number of small countries and gets a majority in both. 322 The Communist International, the Assembly and the Council of the League. Radical regrouping of forces. At Tuileries Agreement and a number of important concessions on the part of France as the price for the purchase of the Saar and the mobilization of German railway bonds. America frustrates this agreement, but the understanding remains. Collapse of Versailles combinations accelerated. Partly to counterbalance the German-French bloc, an Anglo-Italian bloc is formed. Italy tries to round off the anti-Soviet front by taking part in it. Italian differences with France grow more acute: Mediterranean, North Africa, Balkans, Asia Minor. Together with the regrouping of the great powers, the little Entente begins to disintegrate. Poland, having exchanged the French orientation for the English, again begins to incline towards France. French influence in the Balkans supplants English and Italian imperialism. Conflicts between the Balkan states accumulate, and from this side too the danger of a new war is maturing. 7. The general tendency is the anti-Soviet tendency, making its way, under England's guidance, through all imperialist contradictions. Germany's westward orientation, the latest trends in Italian policy, Poland, the treaty system in the border states and Romania, the Italo-Romanian and Franco-Romanian treaties, great English activity in the Baltic, the Balkans, Persia, Afghanistan, etc. All this is an expression of the said general tendency. Nor is there any doubt at all of a tendency to occupy China, one with the object of directing its development along a national capitalist road under the hegemony of foreign capital if the attempt altogether to suppress the national revolution fails. 3. Regrouping of class forces and the basic lines of internal policy. 9. If attempts at stabilization by the bourgeoisie take the form, externally, of a struggle for foreign markets, internally these attempts mean, from the class point of view, intensified pressure on the working class and the broad working masses generally, a decrease in their share of the total national income, a heightened degree of exploitation. 10. In Germany, the starting point of stabilization, of the strengthening of the economy and the state apparatus, was the defeat of the proletariat in the autumn of 1923, a defeat preceded by a number of other serious battles. The resistance of the working class is here expressed in the movement to the left among broad masses, although it has not yet taken the form of active defensive struggle. The first beginnings of the rise of proletarian class struggle in Germany are already apparent. 11. In England, the attack on the working class evoked tremendous resistance, expressed in the general strike and the heroic strike of the English miners. From this point of view, the miners' strike is of immense one in the German version, Encircle China. December 1, 926, 323. Importance in principle. England's crumbling position on the world market and the probability of its further decline, together with the collapse of the English world empire, give the struggle as a whole a more acute character, and so England has become the European country closest to a revolutionary situation. The polarization of class forces is proceeding rapidly. The prospects of stabilization here too are becoming more and more questionable. 15. On the basis of this attack and of the relative strengthening of the bourgeois state apparatus, the Social Democrats are being squeezed out of the governments, having played their part in saving the bourgeois regime at the most critical moment. 16. Thus in various forms is manifested one and the same regular tendency, arising from the post-war economics of capitalism. The socio-class limits to capitalist stabilization are set by the resistance of the working class, its ability to mobilize its forces and to withstand the attacks of capital. V. Some current theoretical questions. 22. One current theoretical question, in connection with capitalist stabilization, is the question of superimperialism. The impossibility, economically, of superimperialism is shown by the unevenness of development and the intense contradictions of interest between the major imperialist states. This factor is underestimated by Comrade Trotsky. Politically, it is expressed in the extreme instability of political agreements between states and blocs of states, as well as in the decline of the League of Nations, reflecting Anglo-French contradictions. The growth of militarism everywhere also refutes the theory of superimperialism, whose purpose is, 1. To blunt the vigilance of the proletariat, 2. among German imperialists to preach the necessity of common colonial possessions, that is, the return of the German colonies. 3. For propaganda against the USSR, which does not wish to enter the League of Nations. 4. For propaganda against colonial revolutions, disturbing the super-imperialist peace. 24. The Communist International considered and considers the USSR the most important fortress of the world revolution. The attempts of the Social Democrats and their followers among the renegades from communism, and equally the insignificant groups of the right and left opposition within the Comintern, encouraged by the speeches of the opposition in the CPSU, to represent the tempestuous economic development of the USSR as a process of kulak degeneration, the CI rejects vigorously. Objectively, such attempts only serve the class enemies of the proletariat. The enlarged plenum of the ECCI thinks that there is no place in the 324 The Communist International ranks of the Communist International for people who regard the USSR as a land of capitalism and deny that it is a proletarian dictatorship. 25. The national liberation struggle in China confronts the Communist International with a question regarding the main perspective on which its Chinese section should, with the support of all other sections, be oriented. This is the road of the independent development of China, in alliance with the proletariat of the USSR and the entire world, in opposition to its capitalist development, which in the circumstances would infallibly occur under the tutelage of foreign capital. If the main task of the present moment is the united front of all national revolutionary forces, including the anti-imperialist strata of the bourgeoisie, on the other hand it is already necessary to raise the question of satisfying the basic needs of the peasantry, of drawing them into alliance with the proletariat of China and preparing the Chinese proletariat for the role of leader of the Chinese Revolution. 26. In capitalist countries the main question today is the attitude to capitalist rationalization. In contrast to the Social Democrats, who regard it as their task to support and strengthen the capitalist regime, and who therefore favor capitalist rationalization, communists cannot and must not help capital to improve its economy. It is their task to fight, 1. Against capitalist stabilization, 2. Against any worsening in the position of the working class as a result of capitalist pseudo-rationalization, 3. For a higher standard of living for the working class, 4. For the dictatorship of the proletariat and the socialist organization of economy, 5. Not for capitalist, but for socialist rationalization. At the same time the Communist Party must fight against industrial democracy based on class collaboration, and, by means of irreconcilable class struggle against the employers, to win an extension of the rights of factory committees up to workers' control of production and distribution. This militant task of class struggle is the Communist Party's answer to capitalist rationalization. 7. The main current tasks of the Comintern. 32. At the present moment one of the basic international tasks of the Comintern is to support the most important centers of the international revolutionary movement, that is, the USSR, the English workers, and the Chinese Revolution. The enlarged plenum observes that almost all parties of the CI have failed to show enough energy in support of the English strikers and the Chinese Revolution. What is necessary is a vigorous fight against the interventionist plans of imperialism, against English attempts at armed intervention in China, against the continued existence of unequal treaties, against anti-Soviet military treaties and secret agreements, etc. 33. The fight against the danger of war should also be emphasized. December 1926 325 pacifist, pan-European and other social democratic and bourgeois utopias must be pitilessly exposed. 35. The social power of the bourgeoisie increases with the trustification of industry, and so does the need for stronger and stronger resistance and vigorous defensive action by the proletariat. Therefore a united working class front is now more essential than ever before. On the agenda too is the struggle against the plans of the bourgeoisie to split the workers' movement, relying on the stratum of privileged workers to exert pressure on the rest of the masses and, intensifying the difference between the workers and the unemployed, by using unemployment as a threat to keep the employed section of the proletariat in a state of subjection and depression. 38. It is essential to learn how to consolidate our achievements organizationally. The enlarged plenum observes that one of the most serious shortcomings common to practically all communist parties is the inability to exploit the positive results of campaigns organizationally. In a number of cases this leads to an insufficient growth of the party, even to stagnant membership, which is quite out of keeping with the growth of its political influence. Also on the agenda is the struggle against social democracy. Social democracy is finally and everywhere standing, despite its posture of opposition, on the side of the bourgeois governments. Fighting to liberate the masses from the disintegrating influence of the Second International and Amsterdam, the Communist parties demand, as against a policy of coalition, the most vigorous class struggle and the overthrow of capitalist governments, as against lying talk of a new and peaceful phase of capitalism, exposure of the terrible danger of war and preparation of the masses to turn such a war into a civil war, as against Pan-Europa, the Socialist United States of Europe, as against the League of Nations, a union of socialist Soviet republics. 8 Communist parties and trade unions. 41. Industrial strikes and the economic struggle in general having a tendency, in conditions of trustification, to develop into political struggles, special importance attaches to communist work in the trade unions. 43. Communists must not only advocate the entry of all employed workers into the unions, but also fight vigorously for retention of the unemployed in the unions and admission to the unions of organizations of unemployed proletarians, and for union support for the organizations, movement, and demands of the unemployed. 44. The ECCI considers correct the concrete application of United Front tactics practiced by the Soviet Communist trade unionists on the question of the Anglo-Russian Committee. The combination of the greatest possible contact with the masses through the Anglo-Russian Committee. 326 The Communist International with shattering condemnation of the treachery and capitulation of the right and so-called left leaders, can serve as an example of the correct and revolutionary application of United Front tactics. The attempts made by the General Council, which helped the bourgeoisie to strangle the miners' strike, to liquidate the Anglo-Russian Committee and its clearly hostile attitude to the Soviet trade unions, refusal to send a delegation to the All-Union Trade Union Congress in Moscow, etc., place the responsibility for what happens squarely on the shoulders of the leaders of the General Council and will help still further to expose them in the eyes of the English proletarian masses. The struggle for international trade union unity, in which the leader was and is the Soviet unions, should gradually be internationalized, and communists everywhere must develop the work of the RILU and help to increase its influence and authority. 9. The main results of the work of individual communist parties, their mistakes and tasks. 45. The enlarged plenum observes that in the past year the most important section of the Communist International, the CPSU, has achieved great successes in socialist construction, strengthening the proletarian dictatorship in the USSR, strengthening the international position of the Union, giving fraternal help to the English miners and the Chinese people, and has closed its ranks by defeating the efforts of the opposition to provoke a severe internal crisis. 47. The English Communist Party achieved a series of brilliant successes. It greatly increased its membership, and still more its influence among the masses. It worked and is working energetically in the trade unions, and is on the road to becoming a mass revolutionary party. Cf. the proletariat. At the same time, the ECCI observes that it made a number of mistakes: inadequate criticism of the left, incorrect formulation of the question of criticizing the General Council at the Executive Committee of the Minority Movement by some leading comrades, later corrected by the CC of the CPGB, incorrect appraisal of the tactics of the Soviet trade unions. The ECCI is convinced that these mistakes, in part recognized by the party and already corrected, will be fully and completely overcome. 48. The Chinese Communist Party has grown in a short time into a first-class political factor in the country. While noting its successes and recognizing the general correctness of its position, the enlarged plenum points out a number of mistakes, the chief of which derive from an underestimation of the present movement, a failure to appreciate fully the necessity of the gradual introduction of agrarian reforms in those areas ruled by the Kuomintang, of satisfying other peasant demands, etc. December 1, 926 327. The chief object of the Chinese Communist Party at the present moment is to rally all forces against the foreign imperialists and their militarists. The subsequent tasks cannot be accomplished until this stage of the revolutionary struggle has been passed. 50. The German Communist Party is becoming more and more a mass party. The weak side of the party is its failure to consolidate its successes organizationally. Although it has had some success in trade union work, as a whole this is very weak. The struggle for a Leninist line and the problem of leadership. 57. In assessing the criticism of the CI line in the period from the beginning of the ebb of the revolutionary wave in Europe, a criticism directed against the CPSU, in the first place on the peasant question, against the insufferable regime within the Comintern sections, the tactical line of the United Front, etc., the enlarged plenum of the ECCI observes that these critics have either gone over completely to social democracy, Hoagland, Strom, Froissart, Paul Levi, etc., or are on the way to doing so either organizationally or as yet only ideologically. Tranmere, Suverin, Maslow, Ruth Fisher. 58. This departure from communism had its basic pivot in the world's situation, the transition from a period of stormy development and triumphant advance of communism to the opening of capitalist stabilization. 59. The struggle against these deviations as well as against right deviations, is an essential prerequisite for the success of the communist movement. 60. The enlarged plenum observes that the efforts of the opposition in the CPSU to create an international opposition fraction have suffered complete failure. The plenum, fully supporting the policy of the CC of the CPSU, observes that the opposition bloc, despite its declaration of October 16, intends to continue its fractional struggle. Therefore the enlarged plenum of the ECCI considers it essential to continue the struggle against the views of the opposition, essentially anti-Leninist, and against any further attempts at fractional work. The enlarged plenum ratifies the resolution of the CC of the KPD expelling Maslow, Fischer, Urbans, and others. The enlarged plenum is of the opinion that the Leninist teaching on the impermissibility of fractions in Bolshevik parties should now be applied in full. 61. The enlarged plenum resolves to take all steps necessary to establish closer connections between the ECCI and the sections and to secure a united and firm collective international leadership. At the present time, stabilization, which is particularly clearly marked in Germany, has brought into being the so-called ultra-left deviation in Germany, turning in the case of Korsch, Schwarz, and others into outright and infamous counter-revolutionary renegacy. 328 The Communist International. Extracts from the resolution of the 7th ECCI plenum on the Russian question December 15, 1926 Protocol, 7 Plenum, p. 837 It was the ultra-lefts in the KPD, said the ECCI report to the 7th Plenum, who insisted that the Comintern should discuss the CPSU. In September 1926 they had circulated a declaration on the Russian question, signed by 700 KPD functionaries. On September 16 the CC of the KPD described it as an anti-Bolshevik smear and an attempt to split the party. The CPSU was the only item on the plenum agenda for which no commission was set up. Bukharin dealt with the question in his opening speech. It cannot be denied that the activity of fractional groups in the Comintern has been strongly animated by the cavalry attacks of the Russian opposition leaders on the CPSU leadership. The most diverse forces, inclined to take an anti-Comintern, indeed an anti-Soviet, position, rallied round the Russian opposition. The attempt to form an international fraction had however failed because the opposition was defeated by the CPSU masses. Ries, KPD opposition, proposed that the plenum should invite the Russian opposition to state its views on the CPSU and the CPGB. In order to avoid the charge of a breach of discipline, this should be done through the CC of the CPSU. The Comintern was an international body, and differences of opinion should be thrashed out internationally. Thulman, in the chair, said that, as members and candidate members of the ECCI, Zinoviev, Kamina, Trotsky, and Sokhonikov could appear at any time at the ECCI, Rees replied that, after what had happened, their appearance to explain their views, unless invited to do so, would be interpreted as a breach of discipline. Ercole said that it would not be a breach of discipline for them to defend their views, but to invite them to do so would imply that the CI was split over the question of the Russian opposition. Thulman's proposal to pass on to the next question was agreed to unanimously. The KPD delegation disavowed Rees. His move had been a calculated political demonstration. The opposition would be defeated in the ECCI as it had been in the CPSU. On November 22, Zinoviev requested the permission of the CPSU delegation to speak at the plenum. The delegation replied that this would be tantamount to an appeal to the ECCI against the decision of the CPSU, and therefore another fractional step. Although his appearance was inexpedient, no member could be forbidden to appeal to the ECCI against his party. The discussion on the CPSU was opened by Stalin in a 3-hour speech. Disagreements in the party originated in the pressure of the bourgeoisie and bourgeois ideology on the proletariat, and the existence of various strata in the working class which provided the soil for opportunism. The various opposition trends in the CPSU were now united in one bloc because they were too weak to fight alone. The Trotskyist trend was in command because it was the most consummate opportunist trend of all and was most successful in using left phrases to disguise its opportunism. After dealing with the disagreements on internal affairs, Stalin turned to the opposition in the Comintern. In the KPD and the French CP, the anti-Soviet renegades based their arguments on the charges made by the CPSU opposition. December 1926 329. Zinoviev, speaking without GPSU permission, said that at the Fifth Congress the opposition had been reproached for not putting its case, although invited to do so. If he had not spoken, this would have been interpreted as reluctance on his part. He was not appealing to the ECCI against the GPSU, and he would avoid saying anything that could revive the fractional struggle. He wished to explain the questions of principle on which he disagreed with the Central Committee majority. The chief one was the question of socialism in one country. Having dealt with this, he recalled that the 13th CPSU Congress had declared that criticism should not be interpreted as the expression of fractionalism, for that in itself would force conscientious comrades into fractionalism. On many questions Lenin had formed a bloc with Trotsky on the Central Committee. Pepper and Smrel attacked the opposition for disorganizing the Comintern and attempting to build a new party, and their complaints were echoed by delegates from other countries. Simard reported that one group in the French party, led by Suzanne Giraud, disputed the CPSU's right to remove Zinoviev from his position in the Comintern, and protested against the decision not to allow the opposition to put its views before the next Congress. Zinoviev, who spoke on December 8, was attacked in Pravda the following day for having advanced an international platform to which all anti-GPSU elements could rally. Trotsky, who asked for unlimited speaking time, or at least 2 hours, was given 1 hour and interrupted when the hour was up. He too dealt with socialism in one country, and attacked Stalin for using biographical methods to decide a question of principle. He too was censured by Pravda for continuing the fractional struggle, proving that an invisible anti-Bolshevik, anti-Comintern bloc still exists on an international scale. Bukharin accused the opposition of hypocritical strategy in presenting its platform, and explained that a thermitter was impossible in Russia because the proletariat, unlike the Jacobins, held the positions of economic power. Ercole said that although the statutes gave Zinoviev and Trotsky the right to speak, they had abused it, and added, "But there is something which is not in the statutes. That is the position of the Russian party in the International, its leading function. That goes beyond the framework of the statutes, and therefore I think the speeches of the leading opposition members must be condemned because they were an attempt to subvert the leading role of the Russian party in the International." After Doriot, Manuelski, Newman, Kyosinen, Romelli, and others had spoken against the opposition, Vujovic presented the opposition's criticism of the policy in regard to the Anglo-Russian Trade Union Unity Committee. His speech, too, was broken off by the chairman's ruling. Kamenev followed, with a speech that was constantly interrupted from the floor of the meeting. He attributed the right-wing deviation in the CPSU to Russia's position as a peasant country, to the delay in the World Revolution, and to the pressure of NEP and the state apparatus. He regretted those in the KPD opposition who would not accept the severe conditions put forward by the CI, because a Bolshevik can work and fight usefully for his class only inside the ranks of the CI, in one front with the first and still the only workers' state. He must submit even to the most severe demands of his party. Otherwise they would be driven sooner or later into the ranks of the enemies of the Comintern and 330 the Communist International Soviet Russia. The opposition did not deny that socialism was being built in Russia. The quarrel was about means and tempo, and about such questions as wages and housing. The statutes and program of the CPSU and the CI would have to be rewritten if the theory of socialism in one country triumphed. NEP was strengthening the peasantry, whereas industrialization would strengthen the working class and reinforce the world revolution. Kolarov reminded the plenum of Zinoviev's earlier opposition to Trotsky, and Zetkin marveled at his sudden conversion to party democracy when he had been so zealous in ridding the CI of everyone who did not agree with him. She paid tribute to the past services of Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Kamenev, but said they had not justified their attitude. Several speakers, in attacking the opposition, argued that to accept the impossibility of building socialism in one country meant condemning the Russian working class to passivity. Stalin replied to the discussion in a speech lasting 3.5 hours. He did not deal with the dispute as it directly affected the Comintern, except to reiterate that the opposition bloc was the kernel of a new party, which had parallel centers in other countries. Having examined the question of the opposition bloc in the CPSU, the 7th Enlarged Plenum of the ECCI resolves, 1. The opposition in the CPSU, in its ideological content, is essentially a right-wing danger to the party, frequently concealed behind left phrases. 2. The characteristic feature of the opposition is an underestimate of the internal forces of development in the Soviet Union, expressed in the denial of the possibility of socialist construction in the Soviet Union. The enlarged plenum believes that the land of the Soviets has demonstrated its internationalism in deeds and has given most magnificent examples of its internationalism. The enlarged plenum regards the accusation of national narrowness against the CPSU as a calumny. While orienting itself in all its work on the international revolution, while declaring that the final victory of socialism is possible only as the victory of the world revolution, and that only this revolution can guarantee the Soviet Union against war and intervention and still further accelerate the tempo of the Soviet Union's economic development, the CPSU is carrying through its policy of socialist construction quite correctly, in the firm conviction that the Soviet Union disposes within the country of everything that is necessary and sufficient for the construction of a completely socialist society. The denial of this possibility by the opposition is nothing but a denial of the prerequisites for the socialist revolution in Russia, i.e. a social democratic deviation. 3. From this denial follow a false appraisal of the character of the state power, far from a proletarian state. Comrade Trotsky, Comrade Kamenev's statements, etc., and finally utterances about the degeneration of the proletarian dictatorship in the CPSU into a thermidor, which are outrageous and verge on counter-revolution. December 1926 331. By these wholly false and downright slanderous assertions the opposition in the CPSU is objectively supporting the enemies of the proletarian dictatorship and the renegades from communism, Korsh, Maslow, Ruth Fisher, Suvarin, the Mensheviks, and social revolutionaries, as well as international social democracy, in their efforts to create disbelief among the proletariat in regard to the proletarian revolution and the possibility of building socialism. 4. The enlarged plenum notes that in practice the attitude of a number of important opposition leaders concerning the most important questions of socialist construction would undermine the dictatorship and give effective support for the bourgeois elements in the country. 6. By taking up the struggle against the party, thereby violating the most elementary norms of party behavior, the opposition shows that in its anti-party struggle it rejects the Leninist teaching on questions of organization, both in theory and in practice, as demonstrated by the attempt after its utter defeat in the CPSU and even after its one capitulation, see the Declaration of October 16, to carry the struggle into other communist parties, and by the construction of a platform for all oppositional elements in the CI and even outside its ranks, thus doing a service to the enemies of communism. 7. For these reasons the enlarged plenum of the ECCI summons all sections of the CI to wage a resolute struggle against all attempts of the opposition in the CPSU and its adherents in other communist parties to destroy the ideological and organizational unity of the Communist International. This struggle against the opposition is particularly necessary at the present moment when the imperialist states are trying to encircle the Soviet Union, when the Social Democrats are supporting this movement under a cloak of pacifism, and the renegades from communism, Korsh, Shvan, and others, openly proclaim the harmfulness of defending the Soviet Union against the imperialist states. 8. The enlarged plenum endorses the resolution of the 15th Conference of the CPSU on the opposition bloc, which condemned the platform and activities of the bloc as the expression of a social democratic deviation and as endangering the unity of the CPSU. 1. The words in brackets do not appear in the version from which this translation was made, but are to be found in the resolution as published in Preker, 6, 157, p. 2849, 23 December 1926. 332 The Communist International Resolution of the 7th ECCI Plenum on the Report of the ECCI. December 15, 1926 Protocol, 7 Plenum, p. 839 The ECCI report to the enlarged plenum said that the regional secretariats had prepared 60% of the questions on the agenda at executive and presidium meetings, and the Trade Union Commission 10%. The secretariats were too absorbed in their own organizational work to cover general questions such as international economic conferences, inter-allied debts, etc. A special commission should be set up to deal with economic and political questions international in their scope. The Agitprop department had begun a systematic study of social democratic activities and of communist work in mass organizations, and was organizing propaganda about the construction of socialism in the USSR. Parties which had sent workers' delegations to the Soviet Union had been invited to list the questions asked by workers at meetings where reports were given by members of the delegations. Information about the 15th CPSU conference was very carefully organized. International courses on Leninism, the Lenin School, had been officially opened after the 6th plenum, but most parties had not yet sent their students and regular tuition began only in October. There were 2 German language groups, 1 English, 1 French, and 1 Russian, with 86 students in all. For the org department it was reported that the best material was received from countries to which an org department instructor was attached, of which there were 4. 4 trainees had been sent by the sections to the department, although the ECCI had agreed on 8. Party organization had been discussed at 28 meetings of the org bureau, and the department had sent out 42 letters of instructions on these questions to different parties. The Information Department had issued 304 reports on important current questions in Russian, German, French, and English. The KPD, with a membership of approximately 150,000, had too many street and not enough factory cells. The French party had approximately 56,000 members, the British 12,000. It had doubled during the past year, and each of its members could be said to influence about 100 non-party sympathizers. The American party had dropped, after reorganization, from 16,000 to 12,000. In Bulgaria the party had been virtually wiped out after April 1925, a beginning had been made to start it afresh on a factory cell basis, but this could not be widely applied as it was a country of small proprietors. The task of forming a capable party executive which would work in full contact and agreement with the ECCI was a difficult one. As the party was illegal, democracy had to be sacrificed to discipline. Deviations were encouraged by the White Terror, which isolated the rank and file from the international movement, and by the loss of good party officials in prison or by death. The most dangerous deviation in the Bulgarian party was liquidationist in character. In France, the chief dispute was whether the CGT1 and the CGTU should merge. Some comrades alleged that the campaign for unity was purely oratorical, not serious. Others urged the liquidation of the CGTU, whose members should join the CGT and strengthen its left wing, now very weak. The party as a whole, and El Humanite, did not give enough support. December 1, 926 333 The autonomy campaign in Alsace-Lorraine. Unanimity in the Central Committee was often bought at the price of mutual neutralization, so that no clear policy emerged. In Italy, membership had declined because the party was illegal. The left wing, with a 10% representation at the last Congress, had refused to accept responsible work in the party and had been suspended for 1 year. On April 26, 1926, the ICG considered Bordiga's request for a review of his case, and had decided that his complaints against the CC of the Italian CP were without foundation. The ECCI had endorsed this action. When factory committees were abolished by law, the party had started committees to defend the trade unions, in which communists constituted about half the membership. Some Italian comrades had objected that these committees would split the unions, but the ECCI had endorsed the move. In Japan, the executive of the Workers' and Peasants' Party, Rodinomintu, formed in March 1926, had decided to expel all communists, but the party was continuing its campaign for readmission. The Peace Preservation Law, passed in 1925, which made it an offense to conduct communist propaganda, was a severe handicap. Since the previous plenum, a communist party had been founded in Korea. The charge of opportunism against the Polish CP arose in connection with Pilsudski's assumption of power. Pilsudski, with the support of part of the army, carried out a coup d'état on May 11, 1926, and there was fighting in Warsaw for the next 2 or 3 days. On May 13, the Socialist and Communist parties called a strike, but allowed the trains carrying Pilsudski's troops to run. On May 15, the Polish government resigned, and some days later the Communist deputies in the National Assembly voted for Pilsudski as president. The initial Comintern reaction was cautious. An article appeared in Inpriker describing the events in Poland as the beginning of the revolutionary mass struggle against the large landowners and capitalists. The petty bourgeoisie supported Pilsudski because he embodied the idea of the national state, above classes. Many workers thought of him as a socialist because the capitalists were hostile to him. The Polish CP had called on the workers and peasants to support Pilsudski and push him further to the left, but caution was necessary because he refused to arm the workers, without whom he could not have succeeded. It was not until June that the Polish CP attitude to Pilsudski changed, when Pilsudski's actions left them in no doubt about his future policy. In July, the ECCI sent a long letter to the Polish CP criticizing its errors, to which the CC replied that, at the time, Pilsudski's coup appeared to have the backing of the masses and the radical intelligentsia, and to be directed against the capitalists and landlords. At the July meeting of the CC of the CPSU, the opposition charged Stalin with responsibility for the Polish CP's mistake. The August meeting of the Polish CC condemned its earlier mistakes, and decided to make the campaign against Pilsudski's alleged preparations for war on the USSR the center of its activities. The Polish Socialist Party was accused of treachery and of supporting the fascists. A minority of 4, of a total Central Committee membership of 16, wished greater emphasis to be placed on the right-wing danger in the Polish CP, and on October 11 issued a statement criticizing the August resolution. In the National Assembly, Pilsudski's candidate, Pilsudski had refused the office of president, received 292 votes against 193 with 63 abstentions, the CP. 334 The Communist International voting against him, Pilsudski became War Minister, and later in the year Prime Minister. In the ECCI report to the plenum, the Polish party was said to have seen in Pilsudski's coup d'état a bourgeois democratic revolution against the relics of feudalism. Trotsky wrote that Pilsudski's movement and fascism had certain common features. One of the reasons why the Polish communist leaders, like the German, were unequal to their task was that they were constantly being changed, and sudden changes in the situation found them inexperienced and unprepared. At the 14th CPSU Congress, Shumsky said that in the Polish party they changed leaders as they changed gloves, even more frequently than in Germany. At the 4th Polish CP Congress, held in Moscow, in September 1927, the debate on the May error lasted 3 months. Warski was removed from the Central Committee and Manuelski and Kusinin put temporarily in charge. Bukharin at the 6th Comintern Congress said, "Had we not intervened there would now have been 2 Polish parties." The 7th Enlarged Plenum of the Executive takes cognizance of the report of the ECCI on its activities, approves the activities of the Executive, and expresses its confidence in it. The Enlarged Executive confirms the correctness of the ECCI line in placing the great question of the international unity of the trade union movement in the foreground of its work. The Executive has fulfilled the revolutionary duty of the Communist International in conducting international solidarity action for the general strike and the miners' strike in England. The correctness of the Executive's tactics towards the Anglo-Russian Committee has been proved by events. It would have been a great mistake to have shifted responsibility for sabotaging the international solidarity action and the British miners' strike from the shoulders of the reformist traders onto the shoulders of the communists by breaking up the Anglo-Russian Committee. The Executive has quite rightly recognized the world historical importance of the Great Chinese Revolution and has called on the proletariat to struggle against intervention by the imperialist powers. The Enlarged Executive approves the measures taken by the Executive to prevent the fractional struggle being carried over by the opposition in the CPSU into other sections of the Communist International. The Enlarged Executive observes that the Executive correctly appraised the situation in Poland in connection with the Pilsudski Rising, and rectified the opportunist errors of the Polish party. Energetic support for the German party in its struggle against the ultra-left fraction is also approved by the Enlarged Executive, which at the same time notes that the Executive and the German party have succeeded in exposing the counter-revolutionary character of the ultra-left leadership and winning back many honest working-class elements for the Communist International. December 1, 926 335. The Enlarged Executive notes with satisfaction that the Executive has made substantial progress in carrying out the decision of the 6th Enlarged Plenum on the collective leadership of the Communist International, permanent presence of the representatives of the most important parties in Moscow, active participation by the parties in the work of the Executive, steady growth in the politicalization of the ECCI's work, the weekly publication of the periodical Communist International as central organ of the ECCI. The 7th Enlarged Plenum calls on the Executive to give the greatest attention in its future work to eradicating fractionalism in the Communist International. The next practical step on the road to Bolshevising the Comintern sections must be the defeat of fractionalism, the creation of internally united communist parties cut from a single bloc. Resolution of the 7th ECCI Plenum on Brandler and Thalheimer L6 December 1926 Protocol 7 Plenum, p. 871. The resolution was put forward by the ICC and passed unanimously. Having examined the statement of Comrades Brandler and Thalheimer of October 20, 1926, in which they request the annulment of the 5th Enlarged Executive's decision condemning the political errors of Comrades Brandler and Thalheimer and excluding them because of their fractional work from activity in the KPD and the Comintern, the International Control Commission proposes the following resolution to the 7th Enlarged Executive of the CI, while adhering to the condemnation of the political errors of Comrades Brandler and Thalheimer formulated by the 5th Enlarged Plenum of the ECCI. The 7th Enlarged Executive observes that in the period since the 5th Plenum Comrades Brandler and Thalheimer have undertaken no fractional work. and have thus kept to the statement they made at the meeting of the ICC that they would refrain from any fractional activity. Consequently, the enlarged executive resolves to annul paras 2 and 4 of the concluding section of the relevant resolution of the 5th enlarged executive, insofar as it refers to comrades Brandler and Thalheimer, and to give them the opportunity of working in the Comintern. The question of using them for work in the German party is left to the discretion of the CC of the KPD. As to Comrade Radek, this decision does not apply to him, since he has not ceased his fractional work since the 5th enlarged executive. This resolution was accepted unanimously by the ICC. 336 The Communist International. Extracts from the resolution of the 7th ECCI plenum on the Chinese situation. December 16, 1926 Pudimirovoi Revoluции, 2, p. 435 At the 15th CPSU conference in October 1926 Bukharin said that the central task in China was the fight against foreign imperialism, and therefore the National Revolutionary United Front had to be maintained. That included the sections of the industrial and commercial bourgeoisie who did not collaborate with imperialism. He underlined the importance of the Chinese Revolution as an example and attraction for China's colonial neighbors and for India. The opposition in the CPSU was bitterly critical of Comintern policy in China. In his theses for the 15th CPSU conference, dated September 19, 1926, Trotsky wrote that the policy towards the KMT was wholly opportunist. Now was the time for the Chinese CP to act as an independent proletarian party, fighting for proletarian hegemony in the struggle for national liberation. This excluded its entry as an organization into the KMT, though it did not exclude a long-term political bloc with that party. To the argument that the CP should remain in the KMT because the KMT was fighting imperialism, Trotsky replied that the criterion of its policy must be not the long-standing fact of national oppression but the changing course of the class struggle both within Chinese society and on the line where the Chinese classes and parties encountered foreign imperialism. The masses were moving left, the bourgeoisie right, both competed for influence over the petty bourgeoisie. This could not be won by maneuvers or by good advice. The CP would gain influence as it gained in strength, and for that it required an independent class policy. The communists' struggle to lead the national revolution to victory might not succeed, but success was unthinkable without that independence. What class line, he wrote a few months later, could the KMT be expected to follow when it was made up in part of the bourgeoisie who feared and suffered from strikes, and in part of landlords who feared and suffered from agrarian unrest? Why should a worker join the CP if it supported a government which suppressed strikes? The ECCI report, which gave a membership of 12,000 to the Chinese CP, of whom 66% were said to be workers, and 5% peasants, the KMT at this time claimed a membership of 1 million, the peasant unions 900,000, and the trade unions 500,000, stated that the right wing in the KMT had accused the CCP of exploiting the national movement for its own purposes. The CCP had made some concessions to Chiang Kai-shek in order to prevent his alliance with the right wing. These had included an agreement that communists should not occupy more than one-third of the offices in central and district committees, nor the head post in any department of the KMT executive. To enable this agreement to be operated, the CCP had supplied the KMT with a list of its members in the latter body. The KMT now had a center leadership, collaborating with the left, which had isolated the right wing. Answering the opposition at the plenum, Tan Pingshan argued that the KMT was not an ally of imperialism, nor had it lost the confidence of TN middle and petty bourgeoisie. It was only the right wing that had made a December 1926 337 common front with imperialism. The CCP and KMT must continue to work together so long as the CCP's freedom to agitate was not restricted. He referred to the difficulties created by the contradiction between the party's agrarian policy and its policy of alliance with the KMT. Bukharin thought that the CCP had paid insufficient attention to the peasants. It had not fought hard enough for agrarian reform in the areas controlled by the KMT. The imperialists might attempt to bribe the Chinese national bourgeoisie and so split the nationalist movement. Chinese communists must support the United National Revolutionary Front. Its success would depend on the peasantry, hence the importance of agrarian reforms and the necessity to support peasant demands. This policy, however, would repel the bourgeoisie, which made for serious difficulties. The question was discussed in commission. The right-wing tendency was represented by those who thought the peasant movement would endanger the United Front, the left by MIF and others who urged the immediate formation of peasant Soviets. MIF, who worked in the Eastern Department of the ECCI, had spent the greater part of 1926 in China organizing Communist Party schools. In a long speech to the Commission on November 30, Stalin criticized the slogan of village Soviets. This would be to outrun the movement in the cities, where Soviets were not on the agenda. He proposed instead the formation of peasant committees, under proletarian leadership, to agitate for agrarian reform. Before the plenum, in a telegram sent in October 1926, Stalin had urged the CCP to keep the peasant movement in check. Roy claims that it was his advocacy of support for the peasant movement, even though it would antagonize the bourgeoisie, which induced Stalin to modify his views. At the end of 1927, Stalin admitted that the telegram had been a mistake. To the proposal that the Chinese Communists should withdraw from the KMT, Stalin said, "The withdrawal of the Chinese Communists from the Kuomintang at the present time would be a profound mistake. The whole course, character, and prospects of the Chinese Revolution undoubtedly testify in favor of the Chinese Communists remaining in the Kuomintang and intensifying their work in it." The advance of the Canton troops, he said, meant freedom of assembly, freedom to strike, freedom to organize for all the revolutionary elements in China in general, and for the workers in particular. Thulman taunted Zinoviev for the similarity of his views to Chang Tsolin's. Both wanted the communists out of the Kuomintang. Doriot argued that for the CCP to leave the KMT would imply that the Chinese Revolution was following a bourgeois and not a proletarian path. The American policy of winning China by kindness would attract some bourgeois elements in the KMT. The Commission agreed unanimously in favor of the CCP remaining in the KMT. When a member of the Chinese Central Committee, at its meeting on December 13, 1926, said, "The KMT died on March 20, why should we hold a decomposed corpse in our arms?" he was charged with left-wing deviations. Martynov wrote of the Canton Committee, which was hostile to the KMT, that if this view were widely adopted in our party it would cause great rejoicing among the enemies of the Chinese Revolution. Roy, reporting later to the Eastern Secretariat of the ECCI, said the Chinese Central Committee meeting which discussed the theses consisted of only 3 acting members. 338 The Communist International. A number of press articles about this time presented elaborate analyses of the class composition of the KMT. The Center Group, led by Chiang Kai-shek, was said to represent the bourgeoisie. The First People's Army, controlled by the Center, had expelled all communist officers and political commissars. The left, representing the petty bourgeois, working class, and peasant masses, was led by Wang Qingwei. Until May 1926 this left wing had included the CCP, but the communists now had their own separate fraction. The big bourgeoisie, wrote Tan Pingshan, were trying to get control of the movement, reach agreement with the imperialists, and establish a bourgeois dictatorship. They feared the proletarian revolution, but the national revolution in China is part of the social world revolution, for victory in the national struggle to liberate China would weaken world imperialism. Since China could only be free when its masses were free, the class struggle was a factor in the national revolution, which had to remain under proletarian leadership. Roy wrote that the future of the Chinese Revolution depended on the class character of its leadership. If it were successful, China could avoid the capitalist stage of development because of the dominant role of the working class, the country's proximity to an alliance with Russia, and the decline of capitalism generally. The resolution, which Roy claims to have drafted in consultation with Bukharin and Bubnov, although he was opposed to collaboration with the bourgeoisie in China as in India, also outlined a program for the CCP in areas controlled by the KMT. It was in fact collated from 4 drafts and 2 reports. Trotsky wrote later that, unbelievable as it was, the resolution said not one word about the first counter-revolutionary coup d'état of Chiang Kai-shek in March 1926. Not one word about the shootings of workers and peasants and other repressive measures carried out by the Canton government. The troops of Chiang Kai-shek are described as a revolutionary army. At approximately the same time, the most responsible Russian comrades were giving advice to the effect that the development of a civil war in the country might weaken the fighting capacity of the Kuomintang. In other words, they officially forbade the development of an agrarian revolution. While the ECCI was in session, the national government, in which the CCP held 3 posts, moved to Wuhan. When the session was over, Roy was sent to Wuhan with a number of other Comintern delegates and persuaded the Chinese communist leaders to accept the ECCI's policy. Imperialism and the Chinese Revolution 1. The Chinese Revolution is one of the most important and powerful factors disrupting capitalist stabilization. In the course of the last 2 years, imperialism has suffered serious defeats in China, the results of which have made the world capitalist crisis far more acute. As a result of the victorious advance of the nationalist armies to North China, the rule of the imperialists has been in fact broken over half the country's territory. The further victories of the Canton revolutionary armies, supported by the broad masses of the Chinese people, will lead to victory over the imperialists, to the independence of China, and to its revolutionary unify. December 1926 339 Cation, which will immensely enhance the forces of resistance to imperialist influence. Sun Quanfang's inability to hold up the advance of the Canton armies has convinced the imperialist powers that the traditional method of using the native militarists as tools to defeat the national revolutionary movement no longer meets the requirements of the situation. At the same time, mutual rivalries prevent the imperialist powers from uniting for open military intervention. Imperialism is seeking new methods more in keeping with the new situation. The new policy shows an inclination to recognize the Canton government. The initiative in this is being taken by American imperialism. Even England and Japan regard recognition of Canton as a permissible political step. But these are only diplomatic maneuvers hiding the hostile intentions of the imperialists towards the revolution. 2. Imperialism's basic strength in China is its virtual monopoly of the financial and industrial life of the country. If it retains the space, it will find in China an important prop for stabilizing capitalism. Because of its colossal population, China offers a market with unlimited possibilities. With the necessary political guarantees, it can be a highly profitable field for investment. Its huge raw material resources are practically untapped. Therefore, imperialism will make the utmost efforts to defeat the Chinese Revolution, which threatens to overthrow it. In the present situation, imperialism prefers to intervene against the revolution by organizing civil war and financing the counter-revolutionary forces. At the moment, it is trying to unite the forces of Chang Tsolin, Wu Peifu, and Sun Quanfang to hold up the advancing national armies. 3. Considered in its external aspect, the Chinese Revolution, because of its anti-imperialist character, forms an inseparable part of the world revolution. This state of affairs in China coincides with the following important factors favoring the further development and deepening of the Chinese Revolution. A. Competition among the imperialist powers in China, which weakens the position of world imperialism. B. The world capitalist crisis. C. The growth of the proletarian movement in Western Europe. Armed intervention in China would undoubtedly be resisted by the working class of the imperialist countries. D. The development of the national revolutionary movement in the colonies, which will certainly become stronger as the Chinese Revolution develops. E. The existence of the proletarian dictatorship in the USSR, which is geographically close to China, while the chief centers, economic, military, and political, of the imperialist powers are geographically remote. 340 The Communist International 4. Parallel with the rapid development of the national revolutionary movement, the social forces taking part in it are involved in a no less rapid process of regrouping. The national revolution in China is developing in such peculiar conditions that it differs in substance both from the classic bourgeois revolutions of Western European countries in the last century, as well as from the 1905 revolution in Russia. The most significant of these peculiarities is China's semi-colonial status, its dependence on foreign imperialism. Another characteristic which distinguishes the Chinese Revolution from earlier bourgeois democratic revolutions is that it is taking place in the era of world revolution and is an inseparable part of the world movement to abolish the capitalist system. The most important peculiarity of China's economic situation today is the variety of forms existing side by side in the Chinese economy, beginning with finance capital and ending with patriarchal survivals. This determines both the weak class differentiation of the Chinese population and the low degree of organization of the basic social forces in the national revolution. Added to this is the immense importance of the disintegration of the central machinery of government and the establishment over large parts of the country of the rule of militarist organizations. Their existence is conditioned by China's semi-colonial status, the dismemberment of the country, the backwardness of its economy, and the existence of vast agricultural overpopulation. The development of the national revolutionary movement in China at the present time depends on the agrarian revolution. For objective reasons, the class struggle in the Chinese village has a tendency to develop in opposition to foreign imperialism and Chinese militarism, to what is left of large land ownership, to the gentry and merchant money lending capital, and in part to the kulak peasants. 5. Consequently, the stage of development reached by the revolutionary movement in China is characterized by a significant regrouping of social forces. In its first stage, the driving force of the movement was the national bourgeoisie and the bourgeois intelligentsia, who sought support among the proletariat and the petty bourgeoisie. In the second stage, the character of the movement changed, and its social basis shifted to another class group. New and more revolutionary forms of struggle developed. The working class made its appearance on the Chinese stage as a political factor of the first order. The proletariat formed a bloc with the peasants, who were taking militant action in their own interests, with the urban petty bourgeoisie, and with part of the capitalist bourgeoisie. This concentration of forces found its political expression in a corresponding grouping within the KMT and the Canton government. At the present moment, the movement, December 1, 926-341, is on the road to the third stage, on the eve of a new class regrouping. At this stage of development, the basic force of the movement is a bloc of a still more revolutionary character, the bloc of the proletariat, peasantry, and urban petty bourgeoisie, excluding the greater part of the big capitalist bourgeoisie. This does not mean that the entire bourgeoisie as a class stand aside from the national liberation struggle. Besides the petty and middle bourgeoisie, some forces of the big bourgeoisie may still go along with the revolution for a certain time. In this period of transition, the big bourgeoisie see that the anti-imperialist struggle, proceeding under proletarian leadership, is slipping from their control and objectively threatens their class interests. They are trying to win back their leading role with the object of crushing the revolution. They are trying to influence the revolutionary movement by using the ideology of bourgeois nationalism to counter the ideology of class struggle. 6. A parallel regrouping of the forces of the counter-revolution is taking place, closely connected with imperialist policy and under its influence, just as the development of the revolutionary forces is connected with the world revolution and is proceeding under its influence, the USSR and the world proletariat. The big industrial bourgeoisie are hesitating more and inclining towards agreement with foreign capital, granting it the dominating role. Convinced that the militarists are no longer a wholly suitable instrument to crush the revolutionary movement, imperialism is seeking other allies within the national movement by adopting a policy of conciliation. It is trying to induce the national bourgeoisie to break with the revolutionary bloc. To strengthen the position of the imperialist agents within the ranks of the national movement, some strata of the big bourgeoisie, and even some militarists who have up to now stood aside from the national revolutionary struggle and were even hostile to it, are beginning to go over to the side of the Canton government. The object of this maneuver is to wrest the leadership of the movement from the revolutionary bloc of the proletariat, peasantry, and urban petty bourgeoisie, and so arrest the development of the revolution. At this moment of transition, when the historically inevitable breakaway of the big bourgeoisie from the revolution is gradually taking place, the proletariat must clearly make as much use as possible of all those strata of the bourgeoisie which at the given moment are still in fact conducting a revolutionary struggle against imperialism and militarism. On the other hand, the proletariat and its party must tactically exploit the contradictions among the bourgeois strata withdrawing from the revolution, and among the various imperialist groups, never losing sight of their basic aims and subordinating to them all their strategic maneuvers and tactical steps. 342 The Communist International. 2 General Perspectives of the Chinese Revolution. 7. The general perspectives of the Chinese Revolution will become clear, if regarded in the light of the class groupings in both camps. Although, at this present stage of development, the Chinese Revolution is historically bourgeois democratic in nature, it is bound to acquire a broader social character. Its results will not necessarily create those socio-political conditions which lead to a capitalist development of the country. The Chinese Revolution, occurring in the period of capitalist decline, is part of the universal struggle for overthrowing capitalism and establishing socialism. The structure of the revolutionary state will be determined by its class basis. It will not be merely a bourgeois democratic state. It will represent the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat, the peasantry, and other exploited classes. It will be a revolutionary anti-imperialist government in the period of transition to non-capitalist, socialist, development. The Chinese Communist Party should concentrate all its efforts on making a reality, in the long run, of this revolutionary perspective of transition into non-capitalist channels of development. 8. The further development and prospects of the Chinese Revolution depend primarily on the part played by the proletariat. The events of the last few years have shown that the fighting Revolutionary National Front can be organized only under proletarian leadership. That is the basic principle determining the tactics of the Chinese Revolution. The feudal militarist cliques, exercising political power in a large part of the country, represent the forces of reaction and are the agents of imperialism. The native bourgeoisie, as a class, are relatively ill-developed and weak. The economically stronger strata of the bourgeoisie, financial bourgeoisie and compradors, are so closely connected with foreign capitalism by commercial and financial ties that they have never taken any part at all in the anti-imperialist struggle. The industrial bourgeoisie went along with the national revolutionary movement so long as it bore a purely bourgeois democratic character, but at the first signs of revolution they either stood aside or tried to sabotage it. The petty bourgeoisie, petty bourgeois intelligentsia, students, artisans, small traders, etc., are in a country such as China a revolutionary factor. They played an important part in the past, and will play it in the future, but they are incapable of acting independently. They must go either with the bourgeoisie or with the proletariat. When the bourgeoisie desert the revolution or conspire against it, the exploited middle classes fall under the revolutionary influence of the proletariat. In these circumstances, the moving force of the Chinese Revolution at its present stage is the revolutionary bloc of the proletariat, the peasantry, and the petty bourgeoisie, the proletariat being the dominant factor in the bloc. December 1926 343. 3. The National Revolution and the Peasantry. 9. At the present transitional stage, the agrarian question begins to take on acute forms. It is the central problem of the present situation. The class which decisively tackles this basic question and is able to give a radical answer will become the leader of the revolution. In the given situation in China, the proletariat is the only class able to pursue a radical agrarian policy. To overthrow the militarists for good, it is essential to develop, as part of the struggle against imperialism, the economic and political struggle of the peasantry, who form the overwhelming majority of the population. The fear that intensification of the class struggle in the village will weaken the united anti-imperialist front is unfounded. The defeat of the Second People's Army, brought about not by the forces of counter-revolution but by the rebellion of dissatisfied peasants, bears witness to the dangers inherent in this situation. If we fail to approach the agrarian question boldly, to give the required support to the practical economic and political demands of the peasant masses, the revolution is endangered. The refusal to place the question of the agrarian revolution in the foreground of the national liberation movement's program, for fear of losing the indecisive and uncertain cooperation of one stratum of the capitalist class, is incorrect. The Communist Party must not make such mistakes. 10. The specific peculiarity of the present situation is its transitional character, when the proletariat has to choose between a prospective bloc with large strata of the bourgeoisie and reinforcing its alliance with the peasantry. If the proletariat does not advance a radical agrarian program, it will not be able to draw the peasantry into the revolutionary struggle and will lose the hegemony of the national liberation movement. Under direct or indirect imperialist influence, the bourgeoisie will again begin to play a leading part. In the present situation, this would strengthen the position of foreign capital in China, and promote capitalist stabilization. The Canton national government will not be able to retain power in the revolution, will not achieve complete victory over imperialism and native reaction, so long as the cause of national emancipation is not identified with the agrarian revolution. 11. While recognizing land nationalization as the basic demand of a proletarian agrarian program, the Chinese Communist Party must at the present time differentiate its agrarian tactics and adapt them to the economic and political peculiarities in different parts of China. In territory under the Kuomintang national government, the program of agrarian revolution should be given practical form. The Chinese Communist Party and the Kuomintang should immediately 344 The Communist International carry out the following measures to draw the peasantry over to the side of the revolution: a. Maximum reduction of rents, b. Abolition of the various forms of taxes weighing on the peasantry and their replacement by a single progressive agricultural tax, d. Confiscation of church and monastery lands, and of land belonging to reactionary militarists and compradors, and those landlords and gentry who are waging civil war against the Kuomintang national government, e. Securing to tenants the right to a perpetual lease on the plots of land they cultivate. F. All-round support by the Canton government of peasant interests, in particular, protection of the peasants against oppression and persecution by landlords, gentry, and usurers, g. Disarming the Min-Yuan and all other landlord forces, h. Arming the poor and middle peasants and subordinating all armed forces in the village to the local agencies of the revolutionary government, I. Maximum support by the government for all peasant organizations, including the peasant unions, j. Provision of cheap government credits, fight against the usurers, support of peasant mutual aid associations, k. Government help for cooperatives and mutual aid associations. 12. It is the task of the Communist Party to get these measures put into operation by the Canton government as steps towards a more developed phase of the agrarian revolution. This highly important task will be carried out by creating peasant committees under communist leadership. As the revolution develops, the peasant committees will acquire the authority and strength required to fulfill the demands enumerated above and to reinforce the struggle, advancing more radical demands. In the parts of the country still controlled and ruled by reactionary militarists, the Communist Party must lead the peasants in the fight against feudalism, militarism, and imperialism. Work among the peasantry is the surest way to integrate the reactionary armies. Communists should make use of every peasant organization that springs up spontaneously, such as the Red Lances, and strengthen communist influence in them. 13. The peasants' attitude to the revolution is determined largely by the conduct and actions of the national armies. It is true that the peasantry everywhere welcomed the revolutionary army with enthusiasm, but it is equally true that this enthusiasm declined in the course of time. The demands of a prolonged and difficult military campaign mean new burdens for the peasants. The enthusiasm with which they greeted the December 1926 345 revolutionary armies will be made strong and firm if the communists and other revolutionary elements leading the movement realize that the peasantry must be compensated for their temporary burdens by a correct and bold agrarian policy. For the Communist Party and the Kuomintang 14. The imperative necessity of gaining influence among the peasantry also determines the attitude of the Communist Party to the Kuomintang and the Canton government. The machinery of the National Revolutionary Government provides an extremely effective channel for approaching the peasantry, and the Communist Party must make use of it. In the recently liberated provinces a state apparatus of the Canton type will be established. The task of communists and their revolutionary allies is to permeate the new government apparatus in order to give practical expression to the agrarian program of the national revolution. This can be achieved by using the state machine to confiscate lands, lower taxes, and give real powers to the peasant committees, thus gradually introducing reforms based on a revolutionary program. 15. For this and many other equally cogent reasons, the idea that the Communist Party should abandon the Kuomintang is mistaken. The entire process of development of the Chinese Revolution, its character and its prospects demand that the Communists stay in the Kuomintang and reinforce their work in it. In order to intensify their activities in the ranks of the Kuomintang with the object of influencing the further development of the revolutionary movement, Communists must enter the Canton government. Since the establishment of the Canton government, real power in it has been in the hands of the right-wing Kuomintang. Of 6 commissars, 5 belong to the right wing. Although the Canton government could not exist without the support of the working class, the workers and peasants movement even in Kwantung province has had to overcome various obstacles. The most recent events have shown that the communists ought to enter the government in order to support the revolutionary left wing in its struggle against the feeble and hesitating policy of the right. The extension of the Canton government's power to large areas gives this question of communist participation in the national government greater urgency than ever. 6. The Communist Party of China should seek to make the Kuomintang a genuinely national party, a firm revolutionary bloc of the proletariat, the peasantry, the urban petty bourgeoisie, and other oppressed strata who are waging an energetic struggle against imperialism and its agents. To do this, the Communist Party should take action in the following directions. 346 The Communist International, a systematic and resolute struggle against the right wing in the Kuomintang, and their attempts to transform the Kuomintang into a bourgeois party. b. Consolidate the left wing and establish close collaboration with it without attempting to get the leading positions in it for communists. c. Consistent criticism of the center, wavering between the right and the left wing, between the further development of the revolution and compromise with imperialism. v. The tasks of the Chinese Revolution and the character of the revolutionary government. 17. Lenin wrote, before the epoch of world revolution, the movements for national liberation formed part of the general democratic movement. Now, however, after the victory of the Soviet Revolution in Russia and the opening of the era of world revolution, the movement for national liberation forms part of the world proletarian revolution. The program of the Chinese Revolution and the structure of the revolutionary state which it creates should be determined from this point of view. The process of class differentiation which accompanies the development of the revolutionary movement confirms this conception. The Canton government, despite its bourgeois democratic character, basically and objectively contains within itself the germ of a revolutionary petty bourgeois state, of the democratic dictatorship of the revolutionary bloc of proletariat, peasantry, and urban petty bourgeoisie. The petty bourgeois democratic movement is becoming revolutionary in China because it is an anti-imperialist movement. The Canton government is a revolutionary one primarily in virtue of its anti-imperialist character. Being, above all, anti-imperialist, the Chinese Revolution and the government which it has created must strike at the very root of imperialist power in China. Rejection of unequal treaties and abolition of territorial concessions are not enough to shatter imperialism's position. The blow must be dealt at the economic foundations of imperialist power. This means that the revolutionary government must gradually nationalize the railways, concessions, factories, mines, banks, and other undertakings owned by foreign capital. By these acts it will quickly extend the narrow limits of bourgeois democracy and enter the stage of transition towards revolutionary dictatorship. It would thus be a mistake to restrict the tasks of the Chinese Revolution to 1. The defeat of imperialism, and 2. The liquidation of feudal survivals, on the ground that in its early stages this revolution has a petty bourgeois character. The Chinese Revolution cannot defeat imperialism without overstepping the limits of bourgeois democracy. In existing conditions the proletariat will lead the peasantry to revolutionary. December 1, 926 347 Struggle. The movement to liquidate feudalism, proceeding under proletarian hegemony, must necessarily turn into an agrarian revolution. Because of these peculiar circumstances, the tasks of the Chinese Revolution are, a. to nationalize the railways and water transport, b. to confiscate all large undertakings, mines and banks which fall into the category of foreign concessions, and c. to nationalize the land, by means of a series of radical reforms put into operation by the revolutionary state. 6. The Communist Party and the proletariat. 18. To play the leading role in the revolution, the Chinese proletariat must strengthen its class organizations, political and industrial. The first task of the Communist Party is to organize and educate for this historical role. The small numbers and youth of the Chinese proletariat should be compensated by a high level of organization and the clarity of its ideology. The Trade Union Federation, embracing hundreds of thousands of industrial workers, as well as the national unions of railwaymen and seamen, are the basis for the Communist Party. The immediate task of the CP should be to strengthen these organizations by drawing the broad working masses into them. In the course of the national revolutionary struggle in these last 2 years the working class has developed tremendous strength, it has won hegemony in the revolutionary movement. 19. In order to draw the working class masses into the movement and strengthen its position in the national revolution, the Chinese Communist Party should agitate for the following demands: a. Complete liberty of action for revolutionary peasants and workers' organizations, legalization of trade unions, introduction of advanced laws on trade unions, the right to strike, b. Labor legislation, the 8-hour day, the 6-day week, minimum wages, c. Social legislation, inspection of health and labor conditions, the housing question, insurance for sickness, old age, invalidity, unemployment, protection of female and child labor, prohibition of night work for women, prohibition of labor in factories for children under 14, d. Establishment of factory inspection, e. Abolition of the system of fines and corporal punishment, f. Removal of all kinds of military or police detachments from factory buildings, g. Fight against unemployment, inclusion of the unemployed within the trade unions. Organization of trade union employment exchanges. 348 The Communist International. 7. Organizational tasks of the Chinese Communist Party. 21. The Communist Party of China is an organized force. It has leaders, is creating its cadres, and has mass support. The work of the CP has already assumed fairly substantial proportions and stable organizational forms. In the last 6 months it has made great advances in expanding its ranks, this growth being largely of working class elements. There are too few peasants in the party, nevertheless the party is already conducting work among the peasantry on an expanding scale. One of the most important tasks now confronting the party is to extend and deepen, improve, and strengthen its work of training the party membership. One of the most important tasks of the party is the struggle for its open existence. 22. New members must be recruited, particularly in industrial areas. The best working class members of the party must be drawn into leading party work. Persistent work must be done to enlarge and strengthen party cadres. Special attention must be paid to training cell secretaries, fraction leaders in mass organizations, the leading personnel in district party committees. The CC and district committees should have permanent traveling instructors drawn from the best local party workers. Extracts from the resolution of the 7th ECCI plenum on the expulsion of Maslow, Ruth Fischer, Urbans, Skolem, and Schwan from the German Communist Party December 16, 1926 Pudimirovoy Revolucji. 2. p. 465. The affairs of the German Party received much attention in the ECCI report. The organization department stated that of the 42 directives it had sent out, 15 were to the KPD. Maslow, who had been released from prison in Germany in July 1926, had refused several invitations to come to Moscow. Ruth Fischer had returned to Germany from Moscow without Comintern permission. The KPD Central Committee had therefore on August 19 expelled them, against the votes of Urbans, Weber, and Szymanski, on charges of anti-party conspiracy with Korsch on a counter-revolutionary program, and the expulsion had been endorsed on August 26 by 83 votes to 7 at a conference of political secretaries and editors of the KPD. They were now working with Korsch and Swartz, whose expulsion from the KPD had been ratified by the ECCI on June 22, 1926, to split the KPD. Their expulsion was ratified by the ECCI on August 28. In the subsequent discussion it was reported that a letter had been received from Maslow, Fischer, Skolem, Urbans, and Schwan asking to be heard at the next Congress. The terms of the telegram sent in reply were suggested by the KPD delegation, message to be handed individually to each of the following: Maslow, Ruth Fischer, Urbans, Skolem, Schwan. The Presidium of the Plenum has December 1926 349 received your communication of November 16 in which you appeal to the enlarged executive against your expulsion. This communication, which is in full accord with your practical political attitude in the last few months, contains the strongest and most hostile anti-communist attacks on the Comintern and its German section. Nevertheless, the Presidium of the enlarged executive has decided, at the suggestion of the German delegation, to give you the statutory opportunity to appear before the 7th enlarged executive to make your appeal in person. The 5 signatories of the communication of November 16 are hereby invited to appear immediately, without delay and without excuse, before the executive in Moscow. If you attach importance to the consideration of your protest, you must begin the journey within 24 hours, at the latest within 48, otherwise the plenum will be compelled to discuss and decide the question in your absence. All accepted the invitation to appear except Maslow, who was a Russian citizen. He has more confidence in the German embassy than in the proletarian state, said Ramelli. On July 31, 1926, Pravda carried a TASS report from Berlin that the German authorities had granted Maslow's request for the non-execution of the order deporting him from Germany because he would be useful to them in building fractions within, and so weakening, the KPD. Kuusinen, who reported on the meeting with the expelled KPD members, referred to their contemptible hypocrisy and double-dealing. Their request to be heard by the plenum was refused. They had defended Maslow's refusal to come to Moscow, since he might not be allowed to return to Germany. The Commission had answered that they had only moral, not physical means at their disposal. When asked whether they were prepared to recognize the validity and binding character of the ECCI decision on their position, they had replied that they were prepared to carry out and support every party decision, but not to change their views. On all Russian questions they had agreed with the opposition in the GPSU, and said they could see nothing wrong in trying to win back expelled members when the GI itself was trying to win the Social Democrats. The Commission had come to the conclusion that they were already on the other side of the barricades. Dengel said that after the open letter, August 1925, it would have been easy to liquidate the KPD opposition had it not been for the support it received from the Russian opposition. With no platform of its own, it had adopted the opposition platform. Objectively, it had forwarded the policy of German imperialism. In connection with the written protest of November 16, 1926 of Maslow, Ruth Fischer, Urbans, Skolem, and Schwan against their expulsion from the KPD, the 7th enlarged plenum appointed a commission to investigate the case of these 5 persons. The commission, to whose sessions the KPD delegation were invited, consisted of the following comrades: Kosinen, Chairman, Humbert Draws, Secretary, Birch, America, Bell, England, Simard, France, Haken, Czechoslovakia, Furubutun, Norway, Piatnitsky, USSR, Prukniak, Poland, Ercole, Italy, Katayama, Japan, Stuka, Chairman of ICC. The Commission took verbal evidence from the appellants, with the exception of Maslow, and 350. The Communist International reviewed the written material relating to their expulsion. After a thorough examination of the case, the Commission submits for ratification by the 7th Plenum the following resolution: 1. The political group of appellants has been in conflict with the Communist International more than once. Not to mention earlier disputes, the present conflict was studied specially by an ECCI commission appointed in the autumn of 1925, and on its recommendation the ECCI sent an open letter to all members and organizations of the KPD. Representatives of the most important parties pointed out at the time that the Maslow-Ruth-Fischer group had entered on the path of struggle against the Comintern. Even Comrade Zinoviev at that time said of the leaders of this group that they were rabid elements, of whom some will tomorrow be found on the other side of the barricades. The 6th Enlarged Plenum, meeting in March 1926, said in its resolution on the German question that the Maslow-Ruth-Fischer group is a reflection of the moods of a ruined and decaying petty bourgeoisie and that it was politically, organizationally, and morally bankrupt. 2. The development of this group since the last Enlarged Plenum and in particular its statements in the Commission of the 7th Enlarged Plenum have completely confirmed these assertions. On no single point did the appellants depart from their anti-communist views and their anti-party actions. The Commission came to the conclusion that the appellants attempted by systematic fractional work to disorganize the party, to hamper its revolutionary work, and undermine its campaigns among the masses. In their contacts, political and organizational, with the Korsch group their aim was to split the party. After their expulsion from the KPD they did not surrender their mandates as deputies, despite their undertaking, but usurped them from the Communist Party in order to join formally the parliamentary fraction of Korsch, Swartz, and Katz under the false name of Left Communists. Their speeches in the Commission showed with the utmost clarity that they are not communists and not fighters in the workers' movement, but merely renegades of the proletarian revolution. They made the outrageous statement in the Commission that Maslow could not come to the USSR since neither he nor they had enough trust in the organs of the Soviet government. Finally, these renegades resorted in the Commission of the Enlarged Plenum to insolent threats to compromise the KPD by means of certain revelations. 3. The anti-communist development through which the Maslow-Ruth-Fischer group has passed is far from being accidental, but is connected with the turn in the foreign policy of rising German imperialism and with the fact that since Germany's entry into the League of Nations and its acceptance of the clauses providing for the passage of troops in the event of intervention, the policy of the German bourgeoisie has become more December 1926 351 and more hostile to the Soviet Union. Influenced by this bourgeois orientation, a basis was created among certain wavering strata of the proletariat for anti-Soviet and anti-Comintern groups, which with the specific object of introducing confusion into the ranks of the revolutionary workers are forced to cover their counter-revolutionary struggle against the communist movement by left pseudo-communist phrases. 5. The debates in the Commission of the 7th Enlarged Plenum again showed that the appellants are altogether lost to the revolutionary movement and the workers' movement as a whole. The Commission unanimously concluded that the views and actions of the appellants are in conflict with the program and principles of the Communist International, hostile attitude to the KPD, the Comintern, and the Soviet Union. The Commission further observed that the conduct of the appellants violates the statutes of the CI. They did not deny that they have no intention of ceasing their fractional activity. They adhere to the view that a communist is not obliged to appear at the summons of the International Control Commission to answer grave accusations touching on his honor, of doing injury to the revolutionary movement Maslow's unworthy conduct before a bourgeois court. By their conduct the appellants have shown that the reasons which made the ECCI Presidium endorse their expulsion from the party by the CC of the KPD were well founded. 6. On the basis of these facts, the Commission resolves to propose that the 7th Enlarged Plenum, a. ratifies the expulsion of Maslow, Ruth Fischer, Urbans, Skolem, and Schwan from the KPD and the Comintern, b. calls on all conscious members of the party devoted to the cause of communism to sever all political and organizational bonds with these agents of the class enemy and to fight them as relentlessly as all other social traitors. Resolution of the 7th ECCI Plenum on Boris Suvarin, December 16, 1926. Pudimirovoi Revolutsiai, U. p. 470. In the name of the CPGB, Murphy moved the final endorsement of Suvarin's expulsion for counter-revolutionary propaganda. He was supported by the French delegation, who said that they wished also to disavow Suzanne Giraud, although she, like Trotsky, was a candidate member of the ECCI, and the French party could not change that until the next Congress. The resolution was passed unanimously. Traint and Giraud were known as Zinoviev supporters, and had replaced Suvarin and Rosmer in the French CP when the latter were expelled for their support of Trotsky. Leadership in the French party was subsequently taken over by Doriot and Thérèse. 352. The Communist International. The 7th Enlarged Plenum resolves, 1. To exclude Boris Suvarin finally from the ranks of the Communist International for counter-revolutionary propaganda. 2. The paper of the Minitrosmer Group, Revolution Proletarienne, for which Boris Suvarin writes, is to be regarded as counter-revolutionary. 3. To propose to the CC of the CPSU formally to forbid any member of the CPSU to have any dealings with Boris Suvarin in whatever capacity. 4. To forbid all communists to collaborate in any way, literary or otherwise, with the Minitrosmer Group or the journal Revolution Proletarienne. Extracts from the resolution of the 7th ECCI Plenum on the situation in the Communist Party of Germany *, January 7, 1927. Pudimirovoi Revolutsiai, 2, p. 46. The KPD report to the 7th Plenum stated that the anti-war campaign had been carried out in Germany in terms of opposition to German entry into the League of Nations, and that such events as sports matches between Russian and German teams were frequently converted, under the leadership of the party, into demonstrations for the Soviet Union. At the plenum, Bukharin said that the westward orientation in official German policy, which was basically anti-Soviet, was reflected in the anti-Muscovism of the communist renegades. The German opposition's strongest support came from Wedding, a working-class district of Berlin. There, as elsewhere in the KPD, there was uneasiness about Soviet military collaboration with the Reichswehr, a question raised in the Reichstag in December 1926. 1. The unrelenting fractional struggle of the ultra-left leaders compelled the KPD in the last year to concentrate a great part of its attention and forces on defending party unity and a correct Leninist party line from encroachments of the ultra-left wing. In this internal struggle, the German party, under the leadership of the present CC, has already had some success of a decisive character, to wit, a. The threat of a party split, which was the object of the hostile fractions, has been averted, and now the very idea of the formation of a new ultra-left party seems completely absurd. b. The worst Disorganizer such as Katz, Korsch, Swartz, Ruth Fischer, Maslow, Skolem, etc., who tried to disrupt the party under cover of left phrases and by using openly anti-communist slanders have been politically exposed, and after their expulsion from the party lost the confidence of all communist workers. Adopted by the Presidium of the ECCI on January 7, 1927 on the instruction of the plenum. January 1, 927. 353, c. The overwhelming majority of the party has grasped the correctness of the line of the CC and the ECCI. Many honest revolutionary left workers, who formerly believed in the ultra-left leaders, have now been won over to the side of the party and the Comintern. During the discussion within the party, a broad explanatory campaign was carried on among all the members down to the smallest organization and the most insignificant factory group, in which such problems as the proletarian dictatorship in the USSR and the basic questions of the German Revolution and the most important tasks of the KPD in the present period were put more clearly and sharply than ever before in any preceding discussion within the KPD. 2. Thus the most difficult part of the task of defeating the ultra-left opposition has been accomplished by the KPD. The final results are clear. It is now obvious to everybody that the ultra-left opposition within the KPD will be completely liquidated in the near future. But at the present moment, despite the weakness and fragmentation of the ultra-left opposition, an ultra-left mood and false views are found among some of the party's working class members, though they are few. Although these workers have no confidence in the expelled fraction and have never wanted to break with the party, they have still not broken finally with some wavering oppositional groups. 3. On the most important questions of principle, the wedding opposition leaders are carrying on a fractional agitation which differs little in content from the anti-communist agitation of the expelled enemies of the party. For example, they spread the lie about the degeneration of the proletarian dictatorship in the USSR and its appeasement of the kulaks and Nepmen. They spread the slander that the Comintern is pursuing a liquidationist policy, that it has betrayed the English strike and even the international revolution. Last summer and autumn, under the influence of the blindly fractional attacks of the Russian opposition and the conscienceless anti-communist campaign of such anti-party elements as Korsch, Swartz, Ruth Fischer, and Maslow, they inclined to the idea that in the fractions' war against the leadership of their own party and the Comintern, any slander is good, any weapon permissible. 4. It is obvious, however, that the wedding opposition is different from the group of Fischer, Urbans, Korsch, and Swartz. The latter have simply become renegades and enemies of the party, deliberately aiming at the disruption of the KPD. The wedding opposition has recognized the limits of the party statutes and, at least in principle, observed a minimum of party discipline. 5. At the same time, all comrades in the wedding opposition are obliged to take note that a continuation of their fractional struggle can objectively only do harm to the communist movement, for all enemies of 354 the Communist International, the party, from the bourgeoisie and right-wing social democrats to the expelled ultra-left leaders, are trying to use their fractional agitation to deal a blow at the KPD, just as the social democratic leaders are trying to use the Trotskyist views of the Russian opposition, disseminated by the wedding group too, as arguments in their anti-Soviet and anti-communist campaign. The ultra-left expressions of solidarity with Trotskyism can serve no one except the enemies of Soviet Russia and the Comintern. 6. Therefore the primary communist duty of the wedding opposition is to cease its fractional work and to adhere loyally to the united militant front of the KPD. Its leaders must break their connections once and for all with elements expelled from the party and hostile to it. If they do not break with these disorganizers and do not submit to the decisions of the KPD and the Comintern, they will bear the entire responsibility for the consequences of their conduct. Extracts from an ECCI protest against United States intervention in Latin America, January 29, 1927 in Preacher, 7, 13, p. 255, February 1, 1927 a further ECCI manifesto, published early in February, protested against the occupation of Nicaragua by United States forces. This was described as an episode in the subjugation of the whole of Latin America, and in Anglo-American rivalry for control of the area. Mexico had set an example of resistance, and the Nicaraguan people had now arisen against Diaz, the creature of the USA. At the 5th CI Congress in 1924 it had been decided to set up a South American Secretariat. This was done in the summer of 1925. Headquarters were at Buenos Aires, under Pinlan, Secretary of the Argentine CP and member of the ECCI. In December 1926 the Argentine Party reported that it had 2,700 members, a full-time headquarters staff of 9, and 3 full-time regional organizers. The League Against Imperialism, originally called the League of Oppressed Peoples, was organized in February 1926, and formally established at its first Congress in Brussels a year later. Munzenberg reported that there were branches in Germany, France, Britain, and North, South, and Central America, and that one was being formed in India. It published a quarterly review in Berlin. The 174 delegates at the Congress, who included Simon, Nehru, Femin, Lansbury, Hatta, Pollitt, claimed to represent 134 organizations. In the resolutions of the Congress, all of which were passed unanimously, the working classes in imperialist countries were urged to support all movements for national independence, to demand the withdrawal of foreign troops from China, the abolition of unequal treaties, etc. The Comintern delegation was led by Lamanids. The United States Army is occupying Nicaragua. North American imperialism is discarding its democratic mask, and openly and cynically proclaiming its intention of turning the countries of Latin America into January 192 355 colonies. It took possession long ago of the natural wealth, the industry, and the transport of Central and South America, and brought their governments into industrial and financial dependence. The workers and peasants of Mexico were the first to come out against United States oppression. Moved by steady mass pressure, the Mexican government proclaimed its country's right to dispose of its own oil resources, in reply to which the Washington government threatened military intervention. The example of the Mexican people is drawing the other peoples of Central America into the struggle against North American imperialist exploitation. The people of Nicaragua rose against their President Diaz, the creature of American capital. The United States fears a second Mexico. It intends to cut a canal through Nicaragua and wants therefore to bring the entire country into subjection. The occupation of Nicaragua on the pretext of protecting the lives of American citizens is also designed to intimidate Mexico. To the protests from Latin America and from large sections in North America, the Secretary of State, Kellogg, replied that intervention was necessary for the fight against Bolshevism and the Third International, to save civilization. The whole world is laughing at the Philistine who conjures up the Bolshevik specter to conceal the robber plans of Yankee imperialism. The Communist International has always fought imperialism, not excluding the strongest and most shameless of the imperialists, the United States. It calls on all anti-imperialist forces to support the small Nicaraguan nation. The League of Nations reveals itself once more as defender of the interests of the big imperialist powers, and is silent. The Second International is also silent. The struggle of the peoples of Latin America for independence is only a part of the universal struggle of the oppressed peoples against their imperialist oppressors, in which China, India, and Central America occupy the central positions. The proletariat of North America must protest against American imperialism. The workers and peasants of the entire world must demonstrate their solidarity with the small Nicaraguan people. Down with United States imperialism. Extracts from an ECCI letter to the 11th Congress of the German Communist Party. February 1927 in Preker, Yeath, 25, p. 511, March 4, 1927. The 11th Congress of the KPD was held in Essen from 1 to March 7, 1927. Kyosenan attended on behalf of the ECCI. The minority had 10 delegates out. 356. The Communist International of a total of 186. Of these, 3 were Reichstag deputies. They were expelled but did not surrender their parliamentary mandates. Janssen reported for the KPD delegation to the ECCI. He lumped Chamberlain, the SPD, and the party opposition together as enemies of the Soviet Union. Dengel and Ewart reported for the Central Committee. Since the expulsion of Fischer, Maslow, and their followers, relations between the KPD and the Comintern and other CI parties had been good, and democracy within the party had been almost completely restored. At the previous Congress, the ultra-left had tried to substitute West European communism for Leninism, to split the KPD and the CI, and to start new organizations. We know that any attempt to establish a so-called West European communism leads to the reformist camp. Stresemann's Western orientation put defense of the USSR in the forefront of KPD policy. Our entire policy must be built on the basis of our doing everything, to the end, for the Soviet Union. As to Brandler and Thalheimer, the Central Committee had decided that, since they had not abandoned their views, though obeying the resolution against fractional activity, they could for the present be used only for literary work. They could resume political work once they had given up their erroneous views. A letter to the Congress was sent at the same time by the Central Committee of the CPSU, referring to the threat from Britain, and urging firmness and unity in eliminating the ultra-left sickness of the KPD, which kept the party from the masses and drove them into anti-Soviet social democratic policies. In the platform of the opposition submitted to the Central Committee of the CPSU in September 1927, Trotsky wrote that the left in the KPD were being forced by Stalin and his followers into forming a second party, their place being taken by downright adventurers like Heinz Neumann. The 11th Congress of our German section coincides with an exceptional historical situation. Notwithstanding all the prattle of the social democratic theoreticians and leaders about new and peaceful forms of capitalism, the international situation has again become extremely acute. The United States, which is not a member of the League of Nations, is in fact waging an imperialist war against Nicaragua. Countries which do belong to the League, in the first place England, whose ships are bombarding revolutionary Chinese cities with their long-range guns, are concentrating strong forces in China for a spring offensive against the fighting Chinese people. The Soviet Union, to which fighting China looks as an example of the liberation of the peoples from the yoke of native and alien imperialists, is again being attacked by His Majesty's government. Chamberlain's aggressive note has created a tense situation throughout Europe. The Second International, which in this case too protests hypocritically against war, is in reality conducting an energetic campaign to prepare for intervention against the Soviet Union. The left social democratic leaders in Germany and a few trade union. February 1927, 357 leaders are now trying to maneuver. The Communist Party of Germany must understand the situation correctly. It must keep in its own hands the initiative in creating working class unity. This is particularly important in the trade unions, whose activities will inevitably assume a political character. The KPD must everywhere expose the coalition policy of the social democratic bosses, who have sold the German Revolution to the bourgeois bloc. The KPD must really defend peace, and relentlessly expose and condemn the interventionist policy of the social democratic leaders. The KPD can accomplish the immense tasks imposed on it only if it at last closes its ranks and adopts a correct Leninist platform, the platform of untiring and systematic struggle for the masses. Now even the blind can grasp the part objectively played and still being played by the group of renegades from Katz to Maslow. Their attacks on the Soviet Union and the CPSU were merely part of that attempt to influence public opinion which has now found its expression in Chamberlain's note. In the fight against right and ultra-left opportunist deviations, the glorious German detachments of the International Communist Army will steel their ranks and become greater. Extracts from an ECCI appeal against imperialist intervention in China, March 27, 1927 in Preker, 7, 34, p. 725, March 29, 1927. When the nationalist armies reached Nanking, there was a good deal of looting in the city, and a number of foreign missionaries and consular officials were killed. The city was bombarded by British and United States gunboats on March 24, and a number of Chinese civilians were killed. An article in Preker explained this as a covering action to facilitate the retirement of the Northern armies and the White Guards. After Jiang's coup against the Communists in April, Stalin wrote that the Nanking massacre served as a signal for a new demarcation of the contending forces in China. In bombarding Nanking and presenting an ultimatum, the imperialists desired to make it known that they were seeking the support of the national bourgeoisie for a joint struggle against the Chinese Revolution. The United States was accused of encouraging England to intervene, this being presented as payment for the latter's benevolent neutrality in regard to American action in Nicaragua and Panama. An earlier ECCI appeal, dated January 28, had called for action to stop the dispatch of forces to China and for the recognition of the Canton government. A great and inhuman crime has been committed. Civilized barbarians, with the English and American imperialists at their head, have by long-range bombardment destroyed and annihilated Nanking, one of the principal cities of the Chinese Republic. The working-class districts have 358 the Communist International been flattened out, the corpses heaped mountain high. Some thousands of peaceful Nanking citizens have been shot, all because the latest victories of the Chinese Revolution endangered imperialist rule in China. The Anglo-American command has sought to justify this monstrous crime organized by the imperialist marauders by the most barefaced lies. The executioners of the Chinese people who wear the uniform of so-called civilized powers are circulating the contemptible and provocative story of attacks by the revolutionary troops on foreigners, the demolition of foreign consulates, etc. They know only too well that it was the retreating Shantung troops, the allies of foreign counter-revolution, China's native executioners, who lost their heads and fired the shots. But they need this dirty and bloody story to cover their own outrages and to justify in advance the outrages they intend to commit. The English conservatives, who were negotiating with Canton, have at one stroke thrown off the mask of sham piety and hypocrisy and again exposed themselves to all workers, and particularly to the Chinese people, as ruthless robbers. The United States, which was flirting with the national movement, making advances to the Chinese Revolution, suddenly laid aside the rosy veil and demonstrated its military prowess by mass murder, by demolishing and plundering Chinese cities. We must look the truth in the face. England and America have started a war against the Chinese people. The hypocritical lies of the bourgeoisie and social democrats that the imperialist troops were sent to China to protect women and children are now exposed in all their repulsiveness. The imperialist troops were sent to China to protect the profits of the imperialists, to strangle the Chinese Revolution. The Executive Committee of the Communist International calls on all workers, on all laboring people, all enemies of imperialist violence, all the oppressed to raise the banner of protest against this new executioner's war. It calls on all the colonial and oppressed peoples of the world to make their decisive protest against imperialist violence in China. It appeals to workers' organizations throughout the world to fight vigorously against this new war. Comrades, 10 years ago the international bourgeoisie, led by England, tried to overthrow the workers' government in former Tsarist Russia. Now, 10 years later, the Chinese people have risen, and international capital, led by England and America, is out to crush them. These Christians may slaughter thousands and tens of thousands, but they cannot strangle a people of 500 million who have raised the banner of freedom. April 1927 359. Extracts from an ECCI statement on Chiang Kai-shek's anti-communist coup. April 15, 1927 in Preacher, 7, 41, p. 859, April 16, 1927 Chiang turned openly against his allies after his troops had taken over Shanghai in the course of the Northern Expedition. Borodin and Blücher are said to have disapproved of the march on Shanghai, favoring a halt when the expedition reached the Yangtze. A Comintern delegation consisting of Doriot, Tom Mann, and Browder, which had toured the areas through which Jiang's armies had passed and was informed of KMT attacks on local workers' organizations, apparently said nothing about this until after the break between the two parties. Jiang's entry into Shanghai was facilitated by an insurrectionary strike in the city, which started on February 19. Repressed with great brutality, it flared up again on March 21, and the workers' organizations virtually took over the city as the northern armies retreated. Chiang arrived in Shanghai on March 26. It was on the orders of the Central Committee of the Chinese CP that Shanghai was handed over by the strikers to Chiang, who had threatened to dissolve any union that armed its members. Borodin had been instructed from Moscow to order them to hide their arms and not come into conflict with Chiang. On March 16 Pravda had written that Chiang was being forced to bow to the will of the revolutionary masses. This referred to the meeting of the KMT executive in March 1927 which attempted to limit Chiang Kai-shek's powers, and on paper did so. 2 communists were nominated to the government at Wuhan, to occupy the ministries of Agriculture and Labor. This apparent reconciliation did not conceal the widening rift, but was approved by the CI representatives, Borodin, Vwadinsky, and Mundeleon. At the beginning of April, Wang Qingwei, for the KMT, and Chen, the secretary of the Chinese CP, had signed a joint appeal to members of both parties calling for an alliance, alleging that counter-revolutionaries were spreading false rumors in order to split the two, some that the CP was going to eliminate the KMT, others that the KMT was about to break up the CP. Differences, if they existed, were not irreconcilable. The CP was anxious to maintain order in the liberated areas, and had approved the government's policy of not taking the foreign concession areas by force. This joint statement was not criticized at the time, although later it was made one of the counts in the indictment of Chen as an opportunist. On April 3, Chiang announced that he would act only on the orders of the KMT executive, then in Wuhan. In a speech on April 5, not reported but quoted by Vujovic at the 8th ECCI plenum in May, Stalin said that Chiang was submitting to discipline and there was no need to drive away the rights since we have a majority and the rights listen to us. The communists needed the right wing. It has capable people who still direct the army, and lead it against imperialism. Martynov wrote that the CCP had won a series of political victories, including the subordination of the generals to the KMT. An article published at the end of May in Communist International said, "The communists did not for one moment believe in the sincerity of this declaration." 360 The Communist International, April 15, 1927, referred to the danger of a split between the KMT and the CCP, and said the danger could be averted if the CP infused revolutionary workers' and peasants' blood into the veins of the KMT, a phrase exploited by the opposition in its attacks on ECCI policy. An article by Trotsky, containing a warning against the Chinese Pilsudski and arguing that to keep the CP a hostage within the KMT was tantamount to a betrayal, was refused publication. Chiang Kai-shek, he said, was not anti-imperialist, but only anti-British. He was willing to compromise with other powers. For whom, he asked, had the revolutionary troops captured Shanghai? On April 12 Chiang dissolved all communist and left-wing organizations in Shanghai, as well as in Nanking. Their offices were raided and their members arrested, hundreds were executed. 3 days later Chiang established his government, in rivalry with Wuhan, at Nanking. In a statement to members of the KMT he said, "The members of the KMT are firmly united but the communists try to alienate us from each other." The communists had entered the KMT in order to extend their own influence and to become the dominating factor in Chinese politics. Branches of the KMT which they could not control they tried to break up. They have stirred up mob violence and made it a powerful weapon in the political struggle. The violence and disturbances conducted by the communists are liable to draw the powers concerned into a united front against us. On April 13 Roy, on behalf of the ECCI delegation in China, protested to Chiang against the violation of the KMT-CP agreement, and urged him not to break the nationalist front. The Comintern delegation at Wuhan declared that over the past year they had observed with growing dismay Jiang's acts of violence against the working class and the revolution. "We watched all these violent actions of Chiang Kai-shek and his agents with great anxiety, but hoped that he would hesitate to turn a bare-faced traitor to the nationalist movement. All the crimes of those who fight against imperialism can be temporarily overlooked. But Chiang Kai-shek's crimes did not stop at the massacre of Kiangsi and Shanghai workers. They culminated in a revolt against the People's Party and the People's Government. The growing estrangement between Chiang Kai-shek and the Chinese Communists appears to have been generally unknown among the Comintern rank and file." The issue of An Preker reproducing a Pravda leading article on the event also carried a brief statement signed by Humbert Draws, Smrel, Kyosinen, and Murphy, of the Comintern Secretariat, confirming the correctness of the news. Until a few days before, the communist press in Europe had been publishing friendly statements about Chiang. Victor Serge, an opposition supporter, wrote in his memoirs, "We know that Chiang Kai-shek is preparing the open betrayal of the unions and his communist allies. We know that he is preparing a coup against the proletariat of Shanghai. We are not permitted to speak." And Stalin takes the floor in Moscow before thousands of workers and solemnly assures them that we have nothing to fear from Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang Kai-shek, Trotsky wrote, is now teaching the Chinese workers what we failed to teach them, what at the time we were forbidden to teach them. April 1, 927 361. Bukharin wrote that Jiang's coup represented the revolt of the big bourgeoisie against the KMT and its left bloc. The nationalist camp had split into two, of which the bourgeois part tended to unite with the feudalist militarist imperialist counter-revolutionaries. Now that the KMT, by which he meant the KMT at Wuhan, was rid of its right-wing saboteurs and traitors, it must be made into a really mass organization. It would be wrong to surrender the KMT banner to the Chiang clique. In his Theses for Propagandists on the Chinese Situation, approved by the CC of the CPSU and published in Pravda on April 21, Stalin wrote that Jiang's coup marked the desertion of the national bourgeoisie from the revolution. There were now two governments and two camps in South China, the Revolutionary Center at Wuhan and the Counter-Revolutionary Center at Nanking. The policy of preserving the unity of the KMT no longer accorded with the tasks of the revolution, whereas the policy of cooperation between the left KMT and the CP was particularly valuable and significant. Without it the victory of the revolution would be impossible. To call for Soviets, as Radek and the opposition did, was to call for struggle against the revolutionary KMT government at Wuhan, which included communists. For the communists to withdraw from the left KMT would be in line with the demand of the imperialists for their expulsion from the KMT. To carry out the policy of the opposition would therefore be to play into the hands of the enemies of the Chinese Revolution. According to the Moscow press, among the protests it received against Jiang's coup was one from his son, a student at the Sun Yat-sen University and member of the Komsomol. This was later published in Priker. In it he rejected the bonds of kinship with an enemy of the revolution. Down with the traitor and counter-revolutionary Chiang Kai-shek. After the expulsion of the opposition leaders in the CPSU, the opposition in France and Germany published the Shanghai Letter. The introduction to the French edition was written by Trained, who arrived in Moscow early in 1927 as French member of the ECCI Presidium. He had had no earlier connection with the Trotsky opposition. He was disturbed, in Comintern headquarters, by the prevalent idea that the alliance with the Chinese national bourgeoisie had to be maintained at whatever cost. The letter, dated March 17, 1927, it reached Moscow on April 8, was sent by 3 CPSU members, their names are given as Nazonov, Falkin, and Albrecht, to the Russian delegation at the ECCI. It was not shown to the ECCI itself, whose place, according to Trained, was taken by the Stalin Group, policy in China being directed by an almost daily exchange of telegrams between Stalin and Borodin. The letter itself is a report on the situation in the Chinese CP. It makes no direct attack on ECCI policy, but refers several times to the support given by the Comintern representatives to the Central Committee of the Chinese Party in its mistaken course. They still thought the revolution in China was a bourgeois one, and that social peace would ensure its victory against the imperialists and militarists. They therefore tried to break the leftward movement of the masses, which frightened the bourgeoisie and endangered the united front. The CC of the Chinese Party had not reacted at all to the anti-communist moves of the KMT. The spontaneous 362 The Communist International strike of 300,000 Shanghai workers had petered out for lack of leadership, and the ECCI representatives continued to support the CC, which had not tackled the peasant question. The letter criticized the absence of any communist agrarian program. The Central Committee had no trade union department, it had agreed to compulsory arbitration, and refrained from any independent work in the army. Against imperialist war. Against the strangling of the Chinese Revolution. Appeal of the Executive of the Communist International to the proletariat of the whole world and to all oppressed peoples. The Communist International summons all of you to open mass protest against imperialism, which is threatening the world with the vast misery of a new world war. Nearly 13 years have passed since the first imperialist world war started, and mankind has not yet made good the destruction it wrought. Now the guns are again belching forth smoke. The clique of imperialists, still powerful, has begun a hangman's war against the Chinese people. More than 170 warships are lying in Chinese harbors. Tens of thousands of infantry, Japanese, English, American, have been landed on the soil that is drenched in the blood and sweat of the sorely tried Chinese masses. The most important Chinese cities are virtually occupied by the hordes of these civilized hangmen. They have already begun to prepare war against the Soviet Union. The outrageous attack on the Soviet mission in China, the destruction of its premises, the plunderings, arrests, and ill treatment, the siege of the Soviet consulate in Shanghai by Tsarist White Guards, the English and the Americans, all this bears witness to a systematic plan being operated at the instigation of the imperialist pirates. It is no accident that British imperialism is working to fetter the English labor movement and to deprive the trade unions of all their rights. It wants to ensure peace while carrying out its heroic military activities. It is no accident that the French bankers' clique is putting through special laws which are turning the country into a military camp. It is no accident that all the forces of capital are uniting against the Chinese Revolution and against the citadel of the workers' movement, the Soviet Union. A new bloodbath is being prepared, more criminal, more bloody, and more murderous than the one that began in 1914. This is being covered up by the League of Nations, the most hypocritical institution of all times. It is being covered up by the leaders of the Second International and Amsterdam, who yearn platonically for peace but use their best energies in the fight against the Soviet Union. April 1927 363. In China, the imperialists have not only blockaded the entire country. They have managed to destroy the unity of the Kuomintang and have bought over Chiang Kai-shek. This traitor to the Chinese Revolution and the Chinese people has become the center of the national counter-revolution. In agreement with the foreigners, Chiang Kai-shek executed a coup in Shanghai and dissolved the Shanghai City Council. His generals have disarmed the workers' corps and, on the orders of the foreign marauders, have shot down hundreds of proletarian men, women, and children. With the utmost indignation and the greatest hatred we declare Chiang Kai-shek a traitor to the revolution, an ally of the imperialist robbers, an enemy of the revolutionary Kuomintang, an enemy of the labor movement, and an enemy of the Communist International. The working class of all countries, the oppressed people of all lands must realize that the Chinese bourgeoisie have withdrawn from the fight against imperialism in China, in fear of the tremendous rising wave of the workers' and peasants' movement. This movement is so vast that no imperialist forces will be able to crush the Chinese Revolution. The Chinese Revolution, with its tremendous impetus and its immense influence on the colonial world and over the European proletariat, reflects the extreme intensification of the capitalist crisis. The depth of this crisis is drawing the imperialists together. Their campaign against China, their criminal plans to provoke the Soviet Union are endangering the peace of the world. Extracts from a statement of the ECCI Secretariat on the documents published by Chang Tso-lin after the raid on the Soviet embassy in Peking April 29, 1927 in Preker, 7, 47, p. 980, May 3, 1927 Soviet diplomatic premises in Peking were raided by Chang Tso-lin's police on April 6, 1927. The Soviet chargé d'affaires protested on the same day, and on April 9 the protest was sent from Moscow. The papers published were said to have been taken from the office of the Soviet military attaché. They gave a great deal of information about relations between the Russians in China and the Chinese CP, especially on military and financial affairs. A number refer to the attitudes and policies of the Chinese communists, and their appraisals of the political situation. Their authenticity was, and to some extent remains, a matter of dispute. At the time Zinoviev wrote to Trotsky that they were partly genuine and partly forged, in the edition of a selection of the papers by C. M. Wilbur and J. L. Howe published in 1956, which examines the question of authenticity in great and careful detail. The editors note that in 1951 a professor in Tientsin had endorsed the authenticity of at least one of the documents. The Chinese press in the territory occupied by Chang Tso-lin is publishing a series of forged documents, allegedly found during the recent police 364 the Communist International raid on the Soviet embassy in Peking. These materials are now being reproduced by the entire bourgeois press as new revelations about the Comintern's work. They have been quoted in the English Parliament and are being used to stir up bourgeois public opinion against the Soviet Union. The fuss being made in imperialist circles about these fantastic documents is in itself clear proof of the object of the police, who are in the service of foreign capital, in forcing their way into the embassy. In these documents secret instructions from Moscow are said to have been given, in which the Comintern recommends stirring up the popular masses against the conduct of foreigners in China, with the object of bringing about foreign intervention. That is, the Comintern is credited with nothing less than support for the plans of the imperialist hangman in China. All this humbug, which betrays the political ignorance of the experts in foreign pay who manufactured it, is so nonsensical that it makes refutation superfluous. It can be used only by hopelessly biased people or by conscious deceivers who try to justify the imperialist robbery of their governments in China by these unsavory methods. The workers of all countries will know what value to place on this attempt by Chang Tso-lin, inspired by foreign capitalists, to stifle the great movement of the working class and peasant masses of China. Extracts from an ECCI protest against the execution of Chinese communists May 1, 1927 in Preker, 7, 49, p. 1030, May 10, 1927 during the raid on the Soviet embassy in Peking, a number of Chinese communists were found on the premises. They were arrested, and executed by slow strangulation on 28 April. Chang Tso-lin, the hireling of world imperialism and bloody hangman of China, in obedience to the will of the imperialists, has had the 25 Chinese communists arrested in the diplomatic quarter of Peking put to death in a most horrible and agonizing way. Among them was Comrade Li Ta-chao, founder of the Chinese CP. It could only have been with the consent of the diplomatic corps that Chang Tso-lin's murderous scoundrels entered the foreign quarter. Only with that consent could the Chinese communists have been handed over to their executioners to suffer such dreadful class revenge. The responsibility for their blood rests on the international gangs of murderers of the bourgeois capitalist governments of all imperialist powers. The extraterritoriality of the diplomatic quarter guarantees the right of asylum to all enemies of the Chinese Revolution, monarchists, reactionary. May 1927 365 ministers, elements friendly to England and Japan, and all the other hirelings of foreign capital. Only for communists, for revolutionary workers and the Kuomintang left, does the diplomatic quarter serve as a trap. The imperialist powers have no hesitation in trampling on its diplomatic immunity when it comes to surrendering communists to Chang Tso-lin's executioners. This is not the first time they have perpetrated such a villainy. On November 24 last year the Kuomintang District Committee in Tientsin was destroyed by the English authorities, and 14 of its members arrested and handed over to Chang Tso-lin, demonstrating the English conservative government's direct and open participation in the Chinese Civil War on the side of reaction. After the bloodbath perpetrated by the English and American navies in Nanking, after the bombardment of Wonchun by the English fleet last year, after the outrageous raid on the Soviet-Russian embassy, the only foreign embassy to show friendship to the Chinese Revolution, the world imperialist rabble have decided to do some bloodletting among the Chinese working class. The disarming and shooting down of workers organized by the latest hangman of the Chinese Revolution, the treacherous General Chiang Kai-shek, and the executions of the communists in Peking are links in one chain, forged not in Peking and not in Shanghai, but by the imperialists of all countries in London. The 8th plenum of the ECCI. The proceedings of this meeting, held from 18 to May 30, 1927, were never published. There were 71 delegates, of whom 33 had voting powers. There were only 2 items on the agenda, China and the danger of war. The committee met, not as usually in one of the large halls, but in a small committee room where there was no place for visitors. The relevant documents, distributed only on the eve of opening, had to be returned at the end of the session. Stalin's speech on China was published, as well as a report made by Bukharin to the Moscow Party organization. About a year later, after the supporters abroad of the Russian opposition had published Trotsky's speeches at the plenum, and Zinoviev's theses on China, a short report on the work of the plenum was published in Moscow by the ECCI Political Secretariat. The plenum had been called because the extreme complexity and gravity of the political situation required the Comintern to take new decisions and issue new directives. The Second International and the IFTU were declared to be taking an active part in preparing war against the USSR. The danger of war had never been greater. The chief factors making for war were the situation in China and the rupture of diplomatic relations between Britain and the USSR. The new trade union law in Britain was meant to tie the hands of the working class in the event of war. This was the first question discussed by the executive, and instructions 366 the Communist International were drafted for the sections. The Chinese Revolution was thoroughly discussed, the report being made by Bukharin. While confirming the correctness of the previous Comintern line on a block with the national bourgeoisie, the Chinese Communists were instructed to change their tactics radically and make the agrarian revolution the center of their anti-imperialist struggle. The left Kuomintang was to be turned into a comprehensive mass organization, including trade unions, peasant unions, etc. The Communists were to remain in the Kuomintang and turn the Wuhan government into a revolutionary dictatorship of workers and peasants. The situation in Britain and the tasks of the CPGB were also discussed, and some changes were made in the composition of the ECCI Presidium. It was decided to convene the 6th Comintern Congress in the summer of 1928. The report continues. Despite the extreme gravity of the political situation, the opposition in the CPSU thought it possible at the plenum to make an unprecedentedly blunt attack on the CPSU and the Comintern. Comrades Trotsky and Vuillet, the opposition demand that Comrade Zinoviev, who was removed by the 7th enlarged plenum of the ECCI both from his post as Comintern president and from any work in the Comintern, should take part in the work of the plenum was rejected against the vote of Comrade Vuillet, distributed their counter-theses on the main questions of the agenda, as well as a number of their fractional documents, spoke openly in the name of the opposition bloc, NC. All their documents contained numerous charges of treachery against the CC of the CPSU and the Comintern, etc. In appearing openly as a fraction, the opposition has broken the promise made in its declaration of October 16 to cease fractional struggle and not to support Maslow and his companions, expelled from the communist ranks. When the break between Great Britain and the Soviet Union had already occurred, Comrade Trotsky declared at the plenum that the greatest of all dangers now was the regime within the party, i.e., in reality, Bolshevik discipline within the CPSU and the Comintern. All this proves that the opposition is on the brink of breaking with the Comintern. Consequently, the plenum took a special decision sharply condemning the opposition and warning it that if it continued its fraction work, the Presidium of the ECCI together with the International Control Commission would be compelled to expel Comrades Trotsky and Vuillet formally from the Executive Committee. The plenum proposed that the CC of the CPSU take vigorous steps to put an end to the fraction work of the opposition in the CPSU. No delegation at the plenum supported the opposition. All resolutions were passed against the solitary vote of Comrade Vuillet. Vuillet was a member of the ECCI, Trotsky a candidate member. The resolutions as published had a number of insignificant omissions, made necessary because of the conditions created in a number of countries by bourgeois terrorist regimes. In his speech, Trotsky made a vigorous attack on the regime within the CPSU. Every mistake of the leadership is made good by measures against the opposition, with more and more frequent expulsions as the party congress draws near. They consoled themselves with the hope that once the opposition had been May 1927 367 defeated, things would go well. On the contrary, along the road the GPSU was going, there could be only further difficulties and greater convulsions. The regime in the party weighed on the Comintern, where nobody dared to make open criticisms, on the fallacious pretext that to do so would injure the USSR. In two letters to the ECCI Presidium, dated 4 and June 9, 1927, among the Trotsky papers at Harvard, Trotsky wrote that the ECCI report, the decision to suppress the report had apparently not yet been taken, omitted his speeches on the fictitious pretext that he had failed to correct the proofs in time. In fact, the proofs had been sent to him after the report had gone to press. He recalled the resolution of the ECCI Editorial Commission of May 21 prohibiting publication of the report for the time being, and obliging speakers at the plenum not to make use of the speeches made there without the express permission of the Editorial Commission. Manuelsky had used distorted quotations from his, Trotsky's speeches. He asked the ECCI for permission to publish his speeches and the resolutions of the plenum as a separate pamphlet. Permission was not given. The preoccupation of the Russian leaders with internal affairs, and its repercussions on ECCI work, are reflected in Humbert Draws's correspondence about this time. He worked in the Latin Secretariat, and in February 1927 complained that it was impossible to work in an atmosphere so charged with intrigue. At the end of February 1927 he wrote to Ercole that very few non-Russians were left at Comintern headquarters, most had been sent abroad on missions. Kosinin was withdrawing more and more into his regional and editorial work. In the effort to evade responsibility for the general political work, there was in fact no effective political direction. Bukharin was very busy with Russian affairs, he wanted to avoid Russification, but so long as the methods of working here do not change, it will be fairly difficult to keep the best people of our parties here. In April Humbert Draws again wrote of the shortage of personnel at the ECCI, there were only 4 of them to do the work. He complained to Ercole that Bukharin was too busy to give much time to Comintern affairs, and without him it was impossible to get serious decisions on political questions. Resolutions were contradictory and illogical, being drafted to give a little satisfaction to everybody. At the moment, I'd like to send the whole thing to the devil and get back to the workers in Switzerland. Life in the operate is more and more painful. Extracts from a manifesto of the 8th ECCI plenum on the rupture of relations between Britain and the Soviet Union, May 1927 in Preker, 7, 57, p. 1219, June 3, 1927. Diplomatic relations between Britain and the USSR were broken off in a note from Sir A. Chamberlain to the Soviet charge d'affaires in London dated May 26, 1927. It had been preceded by a note dated February 23, 1927 charging the Soviet government with violation of the no propaganda clauses of the 1921 trade agreement, and by a raid on May 12 by British police on the premises of 368 the Communist International, the Soviet trade delegation in London, from which a number of papers were removed. A selection from these papers was published shortly afterwards as a white paper under the title Documents Illustrating the Hostile Activities of the Soviet Government and Third International Against Great Britain. In February Humbert Draws had written to Ercole, apparently in reply to a suggestion from the Italian CP that an anti-Italian boycott should be organized, that the Russians were against it because it might provoke the rupture of diplomatic relations with Italy and isolate the USSR, and divert attention from Russia and China. The interests of the USSR at the present hour, when England threatens a rupture, are certainly above everything else. 2 months later he wrote that England was doing everything to provoke war. We are very worried by the passivity of our parties in regard to China, and the connected danger of war on Russia. The heroic example of the workers and peasants of China is arousing the broad masses of the colonial peoples. The echo of their struggles and victories rings out in Indochina and Indonesia and the Indian Empire. The vampires of the imperialist capitals, the financial and commercial magnates, the potentates of heavy industry are trying to salvage the sources of their shameful profits. To the revolution of the colonial peoples demanding the right of self-determination they reply with war. Despite the contradictions of interest which divide them, the imperialist states are trying to forge a united front against the danger which threatens them all, the colonial revolt. The weight of anger of these stock exchange sharks is, however, concentrated on the Soviet Union, which hovers before the oppressed nations as a shining example and remains the irreducible fortress of all the exploited and oppressed of the earth. In the night of their slavery, the Soviet Union has lit the great torch of freedom. World imperialism, and British imperialism especially, can no longer tolerate the existence of the only workers' and peasants' republic, whose example is a constant summons to the oppressed working masses and the enslaved peoples to follow the same road of emancipation. To defeat the Chinese Revolution, to subject the colonies to still greater exploitation, to stifle the workers' movement, reduce wages, and lengthen the working day, in order to squeeze still greater profits out of all who labor, imperialism must destroy the fortress of the proletariat, the workers' state. The reactionary Baldwin government is aiming for war against the Soviet Union. By a series of outrageous provocations, it is trying to involve the Soviet Union in war. The proletarian state contemptuously avoided the obvious trap, and has shown the whole world that it is pursuing a policy of peace. That forced British imperialism to throw off the mask and itself to assume responsibility for the rupture 01 diplomatic relations. May 1927, 369. Comrades. This action by Great Britain reveals the great danger threatening the world working class. It requires it to mobilize all its forces against war and for the defense of the proletarian state. British imperialism will undoubtedly get from Hindenburg's Germany, in the name of the League of Nations, permission to send troops and arms through Germany to attack Russia. By persistent labors it has surrounded the Soviet Union with a ring of vassal states in which military dictatorship and terror against the workers and peasants prevail. Thanks to the coup d'état financed by London, Poland and Lithuania have governments which are obedient to Chamberlain, and Romania has too, thanks to Mussolini's good services. But imperialism cannot arm for war without a fight against the working class and its organizations. War against the Soviet Union is a class war, a war against the proletariat. The great imperialist states know that the world proletariat stands guard over the Russian Revolution, that it will fight against the war, that it will defend, not the fatherlands of its exploiters, but the fatherland of the working class and the exploited. Imperialism knows that it can count on the support of social democracy, as it did in 1914. But today in every country there is a communist party to expose the treachery of the leaders of the Second International. A communist party which will do everything in its power to turn the imperialist war into a war against imperialism and into a social revolution. That is why the armaments drive is accompanied by a general offensive against the working class and its class organizations. The capitalist regime necessarily gives rise to war. The fight for peace, which is not at the same time a fight to lead the masses into revolutionary struggle against the capitalist regime, is only a deceptive illusion and can lead only to a bloody morrow. Workers, peasants, oppressed peoples. Rub the sleep from your eyes, get over your discouragement, turn on those who spread pessimism in your ranks and undermine your strength. War is near. Only by mass action, by huge protest meetings, by powerful demonstrations and protest strikes, by energetic mass battle will you be able to break the capitalist offensive and force the imperialist jackals to retreat. Defend the Chinese Revolution, prevent the transport of troops and munitions. Build of your millions an indestructible barricade to defend the threatened Russian Revolution. Soldiers and sailors. Sons of workers and peasants, do not forget that you belong to the class of working people. Fraternize. If you are ordered to act as the hangmen and traitors of your class, remember that you have only one banner to defend, the red banner of the international working class. 370 The Communist International extracts from the resolution of the 8th ECCI plenum on the situation in England, May 1927 in Preaker, 7, 62, p. 1303, June 14, 1927. Continued Soviet support for the Anglo-Russian Trade Union Unity Committee was a primary target of attack by the CPSU opposition. At the 7th ECCI plenum in December 1926, Vujović had said that since the committee did nothing, it did not in fact exist, while its English members continued to betray the working class. The committee had met in Berlin at the end of March 1927, the Russian side being led by Tomsky. On his return he reported that its decisions had been unanimous, and that the enemies of the working class who hoped for its dissolution were disappointed. His report was approved by the Russian Trade Union Council. The principal decision had been one on non-intervention in each other's affairs. In a letter dated April 2, 1927, in the Trotsky Papers at Harvard, the addressee is not named, Trotsky wrote that the Anglo-Russian Committee had said nothing about the exchange of notes between the British and Soviet governments in February, or about the bombardment of Nanking. TF the committee exists, why is it silent? And if it does not exist, why is there silence about its death? In an attack on Tomsky's report of the Berlin meeting, Trotsky wrote that it was impermissible to talk of unanimity and cordial relations with those who had betrayed and would again betray the working class. If there was unanimity with the General Council, what justified the existence of the minority movement? It was argued that the committee served as a link between the Russian unions and the British masses. On the contrary, it served to separate them. The Russian press did not publish the statements of the General Council, and the TUC did not publish the Russian statements. The argument that the committee was a bond with the masses, he wrote later, was equivalent to saying that strike breakers serve as a bond with the strikers, nor did it strengthen the Soviet position internationally. The agents of imperialism could never protect the revolution from imperialism. Stalin had argued that it was useful to maintain the committee until the British masses themselves rejected the TUC leaders. On the contrary, it was in order to help the masses to overthrow those leaders that the Russian unions should withdraw. In a document dated May 16, 1927, prepared for the 8th plenum, Trotsky took up Bukharin's argument that the committee served as a diplomatic instrument in the struggle to defend the USSR. War was the supreme expression of imperialist policy, the fight against it was the highest expression of the revolutionary policy of the international proletariat. The international interests of the Soviet Union suffered severely from the Politburo's attitude to the pseudo-lefts on the General Council. Nothing can do us more harm than lies and dishonesty in the revolutionary proletarian camp. This did not deceive their enemies, but only weakened their friends. The Berlin Resolution had put the authority of the workers' state behind the pacifist lackeys of imperialism. If they had to make concessions to the class enemy, they would do so to the boss himself, not to his Menshevik henchmen, and they would not gloss it over. When we yielded to Curzon's ultimatum, we, May 1, 927 371, explained to the English workers that we were not yet strong enough to take up Curzon's challenge. The concessions made in Berlin yielded nothing in return. They were one-sided and disguised. What could postpone a war was the danger for the bourgeoisie of its turning into a civil war. It was the war danger that demanded of them a firmer and more irreconcilably revolutionary policy. At the plenary meetings, Trotsky repeated the charge that the agreement reached at Berlin was treachery to the minority movement. It was a surrender to what was worst and most conservative in the labor movement. He proposed an addition to the resolution. It was rejected, to the effect that a break with the General Council would have the same significance in 1927 as the break with the Second International had had in 1914. The shaky structure of British imperialism now rested not on the right-wing Social Democrats, but on the alleged left, without whom the right wing could not maintain its position in the labor movement. It had been right to set up the committee, but after the betrayal of the general strike the Soviet side should have withdrawn. The Berlin capitulation was a black stain on Comintern history. There was as much reason to break with Citroën as there had been to break with Chiang Kai-shek. Kamina joined in the attack, arguing that the committee was a manifestation of the right deviation in the CPSU. To shout his speech down as Trotskyism did not replace the need for analysis. Thulman, defending the committee's continued existence, said the reformists wanted it dissolved because it strengthened the Soviet Union's position and could play a part in future class struggles, national and international. While the ECCI was meeting, the Russian unions were urging a further meeting of the Committee on the General Council to discuss the war danger. After prolonged correspondence, the British side agreed to a preliminary meeting in Berlin, which was held on 18 to 19 June. Reporting on June 28 to the Russian Trade Union Council, Tomsky said that the Soviet side had urged the committee to widen its functions, but the British had objected. Their efforts to put off the meeting amounted, at such a critical time, to sabotage. The Russians then published the correspondence between the two sides of the committee, without prior consultation with the TUC. Tomsky's charges were reproduced in the British press on July 28, with the comment that it was difficult to understand the Russian trade union leaders' desire to continue to cooperate with traitors, saboteurs, and lackeys. 1. The plenum of the CI executive confirms the theses of the ECCI Presidium adopted in June 1926 on the general strike, which described the fight of the English workers in the memorable days of May 1926 as a turning point in the history of the English labour movement, and also confirms the resolution of the 7th Enlarged Executive on the situation in England, put forward in connection with the defeat of the miners. The Enlarged Executive's prediction that the miners' defeat would give the signal for a reactionary offensive, both domestically and in English imperialism's foreign policy, has been completely confirmed. 372. The Communist International 3. A series of provocations against the Soviet Union instigated by the English government, particularly the raid on the Soviet trade delegation and the rupture of commercial and diplomatic relations, as well as incitement of the states bordering Russia to attack the Soviet Union, and the feverish effort to organize a holy alliance against the Soviet Union, reveal the true role of English imperialism, which is now the greatest danger to world peace. The danger is all the greater because English imperialism's war on China, as well as its ideological and technical preparations for World War, enjoy the open support of Labour Party leaders like Snowden and MacDonald, and General Council leaders like Thomas. 5. The general strike and the miners' strike awakened the class consciousness of hundreds of thousands of workers and undermined their confidence in the political parties of capitalism. The inability of the government to satisfy the needs of the petty bourgeoisie alienates many of their former supporters in this section of the population. 6. The greater intensity of the class struggle in England is reflected in an accelerated differentiation within the labour movement. New groups of workers are coming into the movement, and the working masses are inclining unmistakably to the left. The Labour Party and trade union leaders, on the other hand, are moving openly towards the ruling class on all the burning questions of external and domestic policy. 7. The January Conference of Trade Union Executives, which approved the General Council's report on the general strike and thereby condemned the miners' heroic struggle, was the first demonstration of the consolidation of the trade union bureaucracy on the platform of recognizing the necessity of wage reductions in order to stabilize English industry. 9. The trade union bureaucrats and Labour Party leaders are calling for peace with the capitalists, while at the same time waging a furious struggle against communist workers and adherents of the minority movement and the left wing. Local Labour Party branches are being expelled for refusing to apply the Liverpool decisions directed against communists. 13. On the one hand, we see English imperialism incapable of solving the problems confronting it and so arresting its decline. On the other, we are witnessing the steady improvement and consolidation of the Soviet Union's position. This contrast increases British imperialism's enmity towards the Soviet Union, an enmity nourished by English capitalism's fear of the spread of a revolutionary spirit among the English workers and of the rising tide of revolt among the colonial peoples, particularly in China. This hostility has grown especially great because of the effective support given by the Russian workers to the English miners and because of the Soviet Union's open sympathy for the Chinese Revolution. 20. The executive confirms the correctness of the political line of the CC of the CPGB laid down in its extraordinary session of April 12. May 1927 373-25. The plenum of the ECCI regards the General Council's circular of March 25 to the Trades Councils, in which they are presented with an ultimatum to sign a document undertaking to break off all relations with the minority movement, as an attempt to disrupt and demoralize the trades councils, and as one aspect of the reformist bureaucracy's campaign to isolate the communists and their adherents in the minority movement. 26. The Executive Committee declares that at the present time all the English party's tasks must be subordinated to the fight against English imperialism's offensive policy, as shown in the Trade Union Bill, the war against China, and the preparation of a new war, as well as to fighting against the reformist leaders' support of that policy. 29. The Communist Party must continue to explain to the workers the importance of unity between the English workers and the Soviet proletariat, a unity which is essential in face of the English government's militarist policy. The party must explain to the workers that the Anglo-Russian Committee has not been able to accomplish its great task because of the sabotage of the entire General Council, from Hicks and Purcell to Thomas. On the question of unity with the Russian workers, the General Council has played a double game. In words it came out for unity, but in practice it prevented the establishment of a real alliance between the workers of the two countries. The Communist Party must particularly make clear to the workers the real meaning of the last meeting of the committee in Berlin, at which the General Council, instead of extending the committee's functions, insisted on limiting them and pushed this policy through. 30. In connection with the foregoing, the CPGB must carry out the following work: a thorough exposure of the campaign of forgery and provocation directed by the English government against the Soviet Union. 2. Information about the Soviet Union's achievements in building socialism, which enable the Soviet workers to support the workers of all countries in their fight against oppression. 3. Clear explanation of the fact that the government's policy will damage English trade, and so create unemployment. 4. The party must link the campaign against the rupture of diplomatic relations and the war danger with the campaign against the anti-trade union bill, and insist on a campaign against both by the Labour Party and Trade Union Congress. v. The party must emphasize the necessity of forming workers' committees of action everywhere to prepare the struggle against the bill and the war danger, and must strengthen its agitation for a general strike to force the government to resign. 374. The Communist International extracts from the resolution of the 8th ECCI plenum on the speeches of Comrades Trotsky and Vujovic May 1927 8 plenum, Tezisi, p. 197. A statement made by Trotsky and Vujovic, chairman of the Young Communist International, on this resolution, published by the opposition in Germany, said that it crowned the right deviationist policy of the Comintern. That deviation was to be attributed to the defeat suffered by the international proletariat, to the temporary stabilization of capitalism, and to the slow progress of socialist development in the USSR. The deviation aggravated the consequences of the defeats themselves. The plenum had ratified communist capitulation to the strike breakers and traitors in the General Council of the TUC, who had displayed a cowardly and contemptible attitude on the rupture of Anglo-Soviet relations. On China it had endorsed the incorrect policy of the past and prepared new defeats. Wang Qingwei would ally himself with Chiang Kai-shek to break the mass movement if he could not keep it in check. The refusal to publish the opposition statements disarmed the party. The proposal to exclude it from the ECCI was a violation of Comintern statutes, as was the refusal to admit Zinoviev to the ECCI meeting. It was evidence of ideological weakness and bureaucratic and arbitrary behavior. Together with the expulsion of opposition members of the CPSU, it was intended to silence any critical voices at the 15th Congress of that party. Sooner or later the line would have to be corrected. The opposition represented the continuity of revolutionary Bolshevism. After the conclusion of the ECCI meeting, Kurella wrote in Preaker that the opposition attack was sharper and more hostile than anything the opposition bloc had done so far. The fight against it represented the Comintern's fourth front, the other three being China, Britain, and defense of the USSR, and the battle had to be fought with as much energy by all CI sections. The opposition's attitude was one of irreconcilable struggle against the CI and the CPSU. The ECCI plenary session brings to the attention of the communist workers of the world that, in the present extremely grave situation, under enemy fire, Some formerly leading members of the Comintern have taken it upon themselves to make the most offensive and bitter attacks on the Communist World Party. Everything that the opposition leaders do helps to frustrate the important revolutionary tasks confronting us today. The Fifth Congress condemned Trotskyism as a petty bourgeois deviation. The Seventh Plenum condemned the opposition bloc as a social democratic deviation. The policy advanced by comrades Trotsky and Vujovic at the present plenary ECCI session, and with which comrades Zinoviev and Radek are in complete agreement, is in glaring, irreconcilable, and fundamental contradiction to Comintern policy as laid down by Lenin. The basic characteristic signs of their oppositional anti-communist line are: May 1927 375 1. Their hostility to and disparagement of the struggle of the Communist International against the war danger. The Trotskyists have turned their main forces not against the imperialist warmongers. According to Comrade Trotsky, the greatest danger is the party regime. With this slogan, Comrade Trotsky is in reality preaching reactionary defeatism, opposing his cause to the proletarian revolution. At the same time, despite repeated invitations to do so, he has not by a single word departed from his well-known anti-Leninist position on basic questions of revolutionary tactics in the First World War. He confined his demands, already rejected more than once by the Comintern, to breaking up the Anglo-Russian Committee, which at the present time would only enable the reformists, who are no better than traitors to the English working class, to realize their intentions. 2. Their evaluation of the nature of the Chinese Revolution is basically false, contradicting all Lenin's fundamental ideas on the tasks of communists in a bourgeois democratic revolution in backward semi-colonial countries. Their defeatist use of individual and partial failures of the Chinese Revolution, particularly Chiang Kai-shek's coup, to spread a petty bourgeois, liquidationist, panicky mood, their slanderous analysis of the policy of the CPSU and the Comintern up to and after the Shanghai coup, with the object of charging them with betrayal of the Chinese Revolution. 3. Their complete political and organizational unity with expelled renegades from the KPD of the Mosleruth Fischer Group, whose immediate readmission to the Comintern Comrade Trotsky proposed, and with the information bulletin which the leaders of the opposition are constantly supplying with material. Thus not only the expelled ultra-left groups, but all other class enemies are being provided by the opposition leaders with a distorted account of the most secret affairs of the party which heads the proletarian dictatorship. The alliance of the Trotskyists with renegades of the Moslow type is particularly disruptive because the Moslow group are about to publish an anti-communist newspaper, are preparing to establish a separate party hostile to the Comintern and to create a counter-revolutionary Fourth International. 4. Their demand that the Comintern orient itself in the struggle against the war danger on anarcho-syndicalist elements, who are using the most despicable means to fight together with the worst white guards against the Comintern and the Soviet Union. 5. Their deliberate slandering and discrediting of the Communist International, which Comrade Trotsky accuses of responsibility for the execution of Chinese proletarians, the Comintern leadership he defames as a body of bourgeois liberals, spokesmen of the national bloc against whose line he is fighting as against a shameful policy. Deliberate slandering. 376 The Communist International and discrediting of the Soviet Union, whose policy Comrade Trotsky reproaches as national conservative narrowness. These attacks of Comrade Trotsky are designed solely to shake the discipline of the Bolshevik organization of the revolutionary proletariat, undermine its unity, lower its prestige among the working class, and unnerve it in face of its imperialist social traitor enemies. Comrade Trotsky tried in vain to screen his Menshevik attacks behind a veil of pseudo-radical left phrases, hypocritical assertions of his desire to submit to resolutions adopted, and dishonest proposals to regulate the conflict in order to conceal his desertion from the communist workers. Comrades Trotsky and Vujovic tried to disrupt the work of the plenary session of the ECCI, ceaselessly distributing fractional material hostile to the party, trying systematically to disrupt the work of the plenary session, and resorting to other disorganizing activities. The plenary session of the ECCI is taking place at a moment of the utmost gravity, of a critical sharpening of the international situation. The present international situation is characterized not only by a sharpening of class struggles in general, but in the first place by the immediate danger of a predatory military attack by the English imperialists and their vassals on the Soviet Union, by imperialist intervention against the national liberation struggle in China, and by a joint and savage attack of all the forces of reaction on the Comintern. Precisely at this moment Comrade Trotsky and his adherents begin an obdurate struggle against the Comintern, the sole leading organ of the world revolution, and against the Soviet Union, the sole state-organized form of the world revolution. Precisely at this moment the Trotskyists fling accusations of treachery against the World Party of Communism, and charge the state of the proletarian revolution with degeneration. Objectively, this attack of the Trotskyist opposition follows the same line as the attack of the bourgeoisie and their agents, designed to annihilate the decisive power centers of the proletarian world revolution. The plenary session of the ECCI replies to these sorties of Comrade Trotsky, which are nothing but the desperate struggle of a few political deserters against the communist front of the entire world, with the firm determination to put an end to these splitting intrigues. The policy of the leaders of the opposition, as well as the character of their attacks, is tantamount to outright sabotage of the communist struggle against imperialist war. The conduct of Comrade Trotsky and his ideological comrades is permeated with the spirit of solidarity with the renegades, the spirit of Menshevism, halfway between the camp of proletarian revolution and the camp of imperialist counter-revolution. This halfway position, characteristic of Trotskyism, is criminal at the present acute stage of the class struggle. The Comintern recognizes the obligation implacably and finally. May 1927 377 to liquidate this ultra-left social democratic tendency and to put an end to the unceasing hostile attacks of this group of bankrupt leaders. In view of this, the plenary session of the ECCI resolves, 1. The ECCI observes that both the principles and the conduct of Comrades Trotsky and Vujović are incompatible with their position as member and candidate of the Executive Committee of the Communist International. 2. The ECCI categorically forbids Comrades Trotsky and Vujović to continue their fractional struggle. 3. The plenary session of the ECCI empowers the Presidium of the ECCI, in agreement with the ICC, formally to exclude Comrades Trotsky and Vujović from the ECCI, if this struggle should not cease. 4. The ECCI proposes to the CC of the CPSU to take decisive steps to protect the CPSU from the fractional struggle of Comrades Trotsky and Vujović. Extracts from the theses of the 8th ECCI Plenum on War and the Danger of War, May 29, 1927 in Preker, 7, 61, p. 1285, June 10, 1927. The earlier sections of these theses elaborated the usual analysis of capitalist society as leading inevitably to war, of the dangers to that society represented by the existence of the Soviet Union, the Chinese and colonial revolts, the post-war economic crisis. If the Chinese Revolution were defeated, the conflicts among the imperialist powers would again advance to the foreground. Reaction and militarism were spreading and becoming more menacing. The chief function of the Second International and the IFTU was to undertake the ideological preparation for war, by their support of the League of Nations, of the Dawes Plan, Locarno, etc. They were trying to persuade the workers that vigilance was uncalled for, the epoch of wars was over. At the same time they were actively helping in preparations for war against the Soviet Union and China by their propaganda against Red imperialism and Soviet terror, etc. The anarchist and syndicalist leaders were equally guilty because of their hostility to the dictatorship in the Soviet Union. In the event of a capitalist attack on the USSR, this would be held to justify their neutrality. The ultralefts were also doing their part in demoralizing the proletariat, for if the Social Democrats supported the bourgeoisie, the ultraleft supported the Social Democrats. This made the united front with the non-communist masses even more urgent. Disarmament proposals were a sham so long as capitalism continued to exist. To support them was merely to spread illusions. Only the Soviet Union, which had abolished capitalism, was genuinely seeking peace. The hostility to war of the working masses, deceived by their reformist leaders, took the form of a cloudy pacifism. The communists must teach them that the way to peace lies through revolutionary action. The chief speakers on this question were Kuusinen and Bell. Earlier in the 378 the Communist International year Radek had written of the possibility of Britain making war against Russia because of its anger about events in China, Soviet help for British miners, and the loss of the Russian market. The United States, however, was not interested in the Russian market, and the dependence of some European countries on America weakened the British position. In instructions to sections at the end of April 1927 the ECCI analyzed the British position at the forthcoming World Economic Conference. The chief objects of the British would be to organize anti-Soviet measures and to build an imperialist united front against the Chinese Revolution. With the blessing of the Second International, Britain would attack the Soviet foreign trade monopoly and urge a financial boycott of Russia, and would attempt to win over Germany to this policy by offering the restoration of German colonies. After the conference Varga wrote that it was due to United States support, Germany lacking the courage to take the same line, that Russia obtained recognition of its special position and its foreign trade monopoly. In his report of June 4 on the 8th plenum Bukharin explained that peace could not be the chief Comintern slogan against the war danger because it did not apply to such circumstances as prevailed in China. Hence the universal anti-war slogans must be defense of the Russian and Chinese revolutions. He dealt once more with the question of the possibility of alliances with bourgeois states. If, as a result of unusual circumstances, a bourgeois state were on the side of the USSR and against the imperialists, communist parties would have to support that state. If such a state concluded an alliance with a proletarian state, communist parties would have to support that alliance. In a war between proletarian and imperialist armies, fraternization was not an appropriate slogan. Fraternization was a slogan intended to disorganize both sides in a war, and could therefore be used only in wars between imperialist states. If used in a civil war, national or international, it would undermine revolutionary discipline. In such a war the communist slogan must be "Come over to our side." After the plenum the ECCI held a series of conferences on anti-militarist work with representatives of the Comintern sections. Tactical questions of the struggle against imperialist war 26. Lenin's attitude to war determines Communist Party tactics for an entire historical epoch, the epoch of imperialist war. Slogans such as "war on war," "turn imperialist war into civil war," or "for the defeat of one's own bourgeois government in an imperialist war," are even today classic examples of genuine revolutionary internationalism. It is one of the merits of Leninism that it deals with questions of war in terms of their concrete historical conditioning. It defines three types of war: a. Wars fought between imperialist states, b. National revolutionary wars, and wars of colonial peoples against imperialism, China, c. Wars of the capitalist counter-revolution against the proletarian revolution and against the countries in which socialism is being built. It remains for the Comintern to translate the general treatment of the war question into concrete terms. May 1927 379-27. A. Bolshevism is utterly opposed to a superficial treatment of the war question. In his draft directives for the Russian delegation to the Hague Conference Lenin expressly warned it against treating the question of the methods of fighting war thoughtlessly. He recommended all communist parties to study the real circumstances in which war arose. B. Using the example of the 1914 war, Bolshevism exposes the treachery of those who substitute empty phrases for serious and stubborn preparation of the struggle against war. It also fights against both anarcho-syndicalism and the old Hervé school who admittedly advocated a general strike, a revolt, the sabotage of mobilization, but took no single practical step in preparation for the fight against war. 29. What conclusions are the communist parties to draw in the present situation? A. Bolshevism focuses the anti-war struggle on the mass movement and mass struggle. Activity among the masses in the factory, the unions, the countryside, the army. That is the task of communists before and during the war, that is the way to transform the war into a civil war. B. The extremely difficult conditions in which workers' organizations have to work in wartime. Oblige the communist parties to be ready for war at any time. Communists must begin the fight against war, at the time when war is being prepared. C. Both before the outbreak of war and in wartime the communist parties must work persistently to set up an illegal apparatus for the fight against war. They should not, however, confine themselves to these underground activities, but by revolutionary action win freedom to agitate, and to lead the masses onto the streets in the fight to turn the imperialist war into a civil war, to capture power through the proletariat, to overthrow the bourgeoisie and establish the proletarian dictatorship. D. The fight against war is not a single action, it requires great sacrifices from the working class, a series of mass actions, demonstrations, strikes in armament factories, etc., which culminate in the victorious rising of the proletariat. Communist parties must do their utmost to extend these mass actions into a general strike. The Comintern realizes that in the case of a war between two imperialist powers it is extremely difficult to bring off a general strike at the moment when war breaks out, but it is nonetheless absolutely essential for communist parties in all capitalist countries to conduct continuous propaganda and agitation for the general strike, both before and during the war. It should be borne in mind that the moment for making the general strike slogan a slogan of action depends on the revolutionary development of the situation, i.e. when the general strike becomes practical. During its course communists must aim steadily at turning the general strike into an armed revolt. 380 The Communist International 30. War against China and the Soviet Union is not an ordinary war. It is imperialist war par excellence. A. It is a special kind of war because it is openly a class war. Every honest worker in the imperialist countries understands this. B. The fatherland defense fetish is irrelevant for the peoples of the imperialist countries in the present war against China. Nobody in his senses believes that China threatens the British Isles. Therefore the bourgeoisie and their lackeys are forced to substitute for defense of the fatherland such sophistries as defense of property, defense of interests, defense of prestige, defense of the flag, defense of civilization against Bolshevism, etc. 31. Consequently there are better possibilities for the fight against war now than there were in 1914-18. Communist parties are therefore required, a. in imperialist war par excellence, waged against China and, prospectively, against the Soviet Union, the workers in the capitalist countries waging this war must, as in all imperialist wars, be defeatists in regard to their own capitalist governments. B. In an ordinary imperialist war the workers must be in favor of the defeat of their own government, still more, in the imperialist and counter-revolutionary war against the Chinese Revolution, represented today by Wuhan, or against the Soviet Union, they must fight actively for the victory of the working masses of China and the Soviet Union. C. The slogan of fraternization remains one of the most important in anti-militarist work among the soldiers and sailors of imperialist armies and navies. In imperialist war against China and the Soviet Union, this slogan must be linked with the demand to the soldiers in the imperialist armies to go over at a suitable moment to the side of the revolutionary troops. Errors and defects in Communist Party work 37. To be fully equal to the demands of the fight against war, both the Comintern as a whole and its sections must ruthlessly expose and correct their mistakes and failings. A. Practically all sections of the Comintern underestimate the war danger. All communist parties behave as if war were a matter of the more or less distant future, and not the bloody reality of today. B. A number of Comintern sections fail to link questions of domestic policy with international problems. C. One of the weaknesses of some comrades in our sections is their underestimation of the role of their own imperialism. The error of the Dutch Communist Party was particularly marked, in the first stage of the May 1927 381 Indonesian revolt. It confined itself to demanding the dispatch of a commission of inquiry, and quite forgot such elementary demands as the withdrawal of Dutch troops from Indonesia or recognition of the right of secession for Indonesia. Objectively, such mistakes are a capitulation to imperialism. Communist Party Tasks 38. What are the chief tasks of the Comintern and its sections in the struggle against the present war in China and against the danger of war on the Soviet Union? I. The central slogan must be defense of the Chinese and Russian revolutions. The communist parties must explain to the masses that without revolutionary mass action no real fight against war is possible, that pacifism is merely deception, that the fight for a lasting peace and the prevention of war is tantamount to the overthrow of bourgeois government and the establishment of proletarian dictatorship. 2. Unceasing propaganda. Against the imperialist war in China, denouncing its predatory character, the treachery of the social democratic and reformist trade union leaders. 4. Exposure of the international intrigues against the Soviet Union, mobilizing the masses in its defense under the slogan "The international proletariat defends its fatherland." V. Agitation for a general strike against war. 6. Mass demonstrations before the embassies of those countries taking part in the punitive expedition against China. X. Formation of action committees under the slogan "Hands off China and the Soviet Union," drawing in the trade unions. More vigorous application of United Front tactics. 11. International struggle against fascism, as an armed force of the counter-revolution. 15. The communist parties of all countries must give special attention to the formation of non-party organizations to bring together those who sympathize with the proletarian struggle for emancipation, with the working masses of the colonies, and who really hate the capitalist system with its oppression, wars, and exploitation, e.g. the League of Struggle Against Colonial Oppression. 16. More intense work in the Army and Navy. 17. More intense activity in the colonies. 19. Greater internationalization of the Comintern sections. Closer contact between the Comintern sections in the common struggle against war. 382. The Communist International. Extracts from the resolution of the 8th ECCI plenum on the Chinese question May 30, 1927 Iki IVKPB, Pokataskamivoprosu, p. 169. The subcommittee of the Chinese Commission of the plenum consisted of Bukharin, Trained, and Togliatti. Trained and Togliatti disapproved of ECCI policy on the Chinese peasant question, and Bukharin called on Stalin to persuade them that a policy of unleashing the peasants would invite certain defeat. According to Trained, Stalin referred to Borodin's assertion that the KMT would turn against the CP if there were an agrarian revolution, and urged that time was necessary to enable them to maneuver. Trained asked whether the CP would be expected to support Wuhan in the armed suppression of the peasants, to which Bukharin is said to have replied yes, while Stalin contended that the CP had sufficient authority with the Chinese masses to make them accept the policy of restraint. 5 plenary sessions were spent on the Chinese question. The Secretariat's abridged report stated that at these Trotsky exploited the difficulties in China to attack the Comintern in preparation for his anti-Leninist struggle outside the party to split the CPSU and the CI. In addition to the resolution drafted by Bukharin and put forward in the name of the CC of the CPSU, Zinoviev submitted theses, written before Jiang's coup, although he was not allowed to attend the meeting. 500 members of the CPSU, all pre-1917 Bolsheviks, had sent in a statement to the CC of the CPSU supporting the opposition line. Zinoviev argued that to continue the alliance with the bourgeoisie while holding back the workers and peasants would extinguish the revolutionary spirit of the masses, it meant abandoning the possibility of the socialist revolution. The basic question was, which class was to lead the peasants? The civil war, in the country as in the town, was already a fact. In that war the nationalist government could not remain neutral, it was in fact in the hands of the right wing, which had suppressed strikes and the peasant movement. The CCP was continuing to support generals who oppressed the workers, and to remain in organizations which the workers were deserting in disgust. If the KMT was a revolutionary parliament, as Stalin had said, the parties in it were bound to engage in struggle, and the Communists should therefore be completely independent, organizationally and politically. They now shared responsibility for all the anti-working class actions of the KMT. The right wing in the KMT were moving towards compromise with imperialism, and the left were likely to be as reliable as the left in the TUC General Council. Zinoviev enumerated a number of incidents in which the KMT had acted against the working class, for although the majority of the members of that party were on the left, it was led by the right-wing bourgeoisie supported by the army command. He recalled that news of Jiang's action in March 1926 had been suppressed in the Russian press for a year, although it had led to the arrest of Soviet citizens. Similarly, the KMT decision of March 13, 1927, to which the Chinese CP had agreed, that communists were not to criticize the KMT because this would disturb KMT-CP collaboration had not been. May 1927 383 published. He drew a comparison between Chiang and Kemal Ataturk, who first used the Communist Party and then strangled it. Chiang would go the same way and compromise with Anglo-American imperialism, which would help to stabilize capitalism, free England's hands, and bring nearer an attack on the USSR. The Comintern should cease its diplomatic maneuvers among Chinese generals. This was a question of the class struggle, and it should rely on the masses. Trotsky's theses, dated May 7, which were refused publication, criticized Stalin's theses for their complete failure to draw the correct lessons from the events in China. The April defeat in China was the outcome not only of opportunist policy, but of bureaucratic leadership. Stalin's theses advocated arming the workers, but rejected the slogan of Soviets because they would be in conflict with the KMT government. But against whom were the workers to be armed if not against that government? The left KMT had no forces at its disposal. Soviets would create real organs of a new state power. The CP should appeal to the workers under its own name and banner, organize them, support every forward step of the KMT, oppose every step backward. Trotsky also made 2 speeches at the plenary sessions. He defended Zinoviev's theses, Bukharin's contention that everything that had happened in China confirmed the ECCI's prediction would, he said, cause some surprise among the workers of Shanghai and Hankow. Bukharin had foreseen the desertion of the bourgeoisie, but what had been done to establish independent proletarian organizations which would carry the revolution forward? The workers and peasants should have been organized and armed independently, and taught to distrust the bourgeoisie, precisely because it was a bourgeois revolution in China. Bukharin's prediction that the bourgeoisie would desert the revolution was a commonplace, but that was not the same thing as waiting for the bourgeoisie to discard the proletariat, which Comintern policy had made it easy for them to do. To talk of a bloc of 4 classes was the rankest opportunism. Trotsky urged the Comintern not to assume responsibility for the Wuhan government, which was bound to betray the revolution if it was a question of choosing between Chiang Kai-shek and the workers and peasants. The revolution could go forward either in the Soviet form or not at all. In a letter to the Politburo and CCC of the CPSU, dated May 12, 1927, Trotsky complained that all party meetings on China were open to non-party people. This made open criticism of the party leaders impossible. He asked for a closed meeting on China, without minutes. The request was refused. Vujovic also spoke against Bukharin's resolution. He recalled the occasions on which the Central Committee of the CCP had wished to adopt a more independent attitude to the KMT, and had been overruled by the ECCI representatives in China, and that Radek, as rector of the Sun Yat-sen University, had, in July 1926 and subsequently, questioned the Politburo of the CC of the CPSU on these subjects, but received no reply. Bukharin, introducing the resolution, said that since the 7th plenum the workers' and peasants' movement had made gigantic strides forward. Jiang's coup marked the end of the transitional stage of the regrouping of forces. The regrouping was now completed. The liberal bourgeoisie were a counter-revolutionary. 384 The Communist International Force. The party's task now was to create a mass basis for the KMT. he agreed that there was a strong bourgeois element in Wuhan who would sooner or later cross the barricades, but the KMT would come more and more to represent a bloc of the workers, peasants, and petty bourgeoisie. They must unleash the peasant revolution with the support of the CP and left KMT. In his report on the plenum, Bukharin argued that the slogan of Soviets could not be used in China because there it was the KMT which embodied the revolutionary traditions uniting the workers, the peasants, and the petty bourgeoisie. The KMT was flexible and capable of adaptation and expansion. The resolution of the plenum was rejected by the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. The meaning of the Chinese Revolution. The ECCI observes that the immense international significance of the Chinese Revolution is heightened by the fact that it coincides with provocative attacks on the USSR and with the coming to a head of mighty conflicts among the imperialists, for the moment united in an anti-Chinese front. Therefore only the abominable role of the Social Democrats, taking an active part in the ideological preparation for war, only their bourgeois pacifism, which conceals their social imperialism, can explain the actual position of Social Democrats and the Amsterdam leaders on the question of the Chinese Revolution. The CI believes that parties and other organizations which call themselves workers' associations and which do not wage a vigorous struggle against intervention in China are not only helping the imperialists to strangle the Chinese workers and peasants, thus strengthening the imperialist system, but are rendering support to imperialism in its preparation of war against the USSR and of world wars in general. To the crisis in the national revolutionary movement in China and the new situation, the ECCI observes that the course of the Chinese Revolution has confirmed the evaluation of its moving forces given at the last, 7th, enlarged plenum. In particular, the ECCI observes that the course of events has completely justified the 7th enlarged plenum's prediction that the bourgeoisie would desert the United National Revolutionary Front and go over to the side of the counter-revolution. This process was expressed in the counter-revolutionary coup of Chiang Kai-shek and a number of other generals, in the formation of the Nanking government and the breakaway of the right Kuomintang, who have created their own counter-revolutionary organization under Kuomintang colors. Chiang Kai-shek's coup has created a new political situation in China. May 1927, 385, and a new distribution of the main class forces in the country. It signifies a decisive regrouping of classes, and Comintern tactics must therefore proceed from this new situation. Any attempt to adopt tactics based on a compromise with Chiang Kai-shek or with the right Kuomintang would be nothing but direct surrender to Chiang Kai-shek and outright treachery to the interests of the Chinese Revolution. The principal reason for the treachery of the bourgeoisie and Chiang Kai-shek was the unfolding mass movement of the working class and peasantry and the successes of the Chinese Communist Party on the one hand, and the growing pressure of the united forces of world imperialism on the other. Fearing the development of the mass movement with its revolutionary class demands and slogans, the national bourgeoisie were bound to prefer and did prefer a deal with the imperialists and militarists. Despite partial defeat and the counter-revolution of Chiang Kai-shek and co., the revolution has moved to a higher stage. The bloc of bourgeoisie, petty bourgeoisie, peasantry, and proletariat has broken down and has begun to change into a bloc of proletariat, peasantry, and petty bourgeoisie, in which the leading role of the proletariat is steadily growing. The ECCI believes that the tactics of a bloc with the national bourgeoisie in the period of the revolution that has now closed were completely correct. It also believes that the Presidium acted correctly in issuing directives simultaneously about exposing Chiang Kai-shek, about getting control of important strategic positions in the machinery of the Kuomintang government, about setting a course to isolate the right Kuomintang, orientation towards the masses, etc., etc. Similarly, the ECCI approves the attitude taken by the Presidium immediately after Chiang Kai-shek's coup and first enunciated in the CI statement published immediately after the coup. The ECCI again emphasizes that Chiang Kai-shek's coup and the radical class regrouping that it expresses are the starting point of all further tactics, excluding any unity, compromise, or conciliation with the bourgeoisie. With the right-wing Social Democrats accusing the Communists of splitting the Chinese National Revolutionary Movement and the left falsely charging them with insufficient defense of the special interests of the Chinese proletariat, International Menshevism is in fact becoming an open ally not only of foreign imperialism but also of its Chinese agents, the Nanking Gang of executioners of the working class. 3. The partial defeat of the Chinese Revolution and the main forges of counter-revolution. The ECCI observes that the series of bourgeois counter-revolutionary coups, in Shanghai, Nanking, Canton, etc., signifies a partial defeat of the 386 the Communist International Chinese Revolution and a definite growth in the forces of the counter-revolutionary bloc. But the ECCI does not believe that this defeat is decisive for the entire fate of the revolution. Such a view is false, if only because it sees the basic threat to the revolution in the Chinese bourgeoisie, disregarding their links with the forces of imperialism, and at the same time undervalues the powerful, spontaneous movement of the working masses. It is the imperialist troops, who in fact occupied almost all the important industrial centers of China, which are the chief counter-revolutionary force in China. Against this partial defeat of the revolution there is to be set its move to a higher stage of development and the beginning of a more intensive mobilization of the masses. The growth of the peasant movement, the organization of armed forces into partisan detachments, the series of victories won by these spontaneously organized forces over the armies of the traitor generals, the maintenance, despite the raging terror of the counter-revolution, of the organizations of the working class, the steady growth of the Communist Party and the left Kuomintang, all these are important symptoms of the further development and deepening of the Chinese Revolution. The Wuhan government and the left Kuomintang express in their basic tendencies the revolutionary bloc of the urban and rural petty bourgeois masses with the proletariat. The ECCI therefore thinks profoundly incorrect the liquidationist view of the present crisis of the Chinese Revolution as a decisive defeat, creating a new international situation. Being incorrect in substance, it can only serve to disorganize the proletarian ranks, a disorganization particularly harmful precisely now, when unity of will and unity of action are specially required of the Communist International and the revolutionary proletariat. For the organization of the working and peasant masses and the basic tasks of the Chinese Communist Party, the tremendous difficulties in the way of the Chinese Revolution create conditions of struggle which make it imperative to draw the vast working masses into the struggle. This can be done only on the basis of an agrarian revolution in the village and by satisfying the needs and political demands of the urban working class. Agrarian revolution, including confiscation and nationalization of the land, that is the fundamental internal socio-economic content of the new stage of the Chinese Revolution. And the Communist Party should put itself at the head of this movement and lead it. At the same time, within the government, the Communist Party should pursue a policy which will further the development of the agrarian revolution. At the present stage, May 1927 387, this can only be done by transforming the present government into the political center of the workers' and peasants' revolution and into an organ of the revolutionary, democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. Only with such a policy, moreover, pursued at the base and at the top, will it be possible to create really promising armed detachments and reorganize the entire army on a sound, revolutionary basis. In the towns it is necessary to aim at raising the material level of the working masses, at a decisive improvement of their status in the factory as well as in public life generally. At the same time the policy of arming the working and peasant masses must be put through quickly, boldly, and vigorously. The ECCI believes that the Chinese CP should apply all its efforts, jointly with the left Kuomintang, to a vigorous campaign for the mobilization and organization of the masses. The most energetic recruiting of workers into the party, the most energetic recruiting, in town and village, of the laboring masses into the Kuomintang, which it is necessary to change as quickly as possible into the broadest mass organization, that is the chief task of the Chinese CP at the present moment. The ECCI decisively denies any opposition between the tasks of the national revolution and the tasks of the proletarian class struggle. It believes that such an attitude, held both by ultra-left European groups as well as by social democrats, is nothing but a rejection of the hegemony of the proletariat in the democratic Chinese Revolution, a rejection in favor of so-called labor unionism, which politically is one of the varieties of opportunism and turns the proletariat into an appendage of the democratic camp. 5. The Communist Party and the Kuomintang. The Chinese Communist Party can accomplish the tasks resting upon it to the extent that, as the vanguard of the working class, it maintains its own political personality, distinct from that of even the most left-wing petty bourgeois revolutionaries. Whatever the political situation, the Communist Party should never dissolve itself into any other political organization. It must be an independent force. Therefore it must never tie its hands in regard to the propaganda of its views and the mobilization of the masses under its banner. It should not renounce its right to criticize the vacillation and indecisiveness of the revolutionary petty bourgeois democracy. On the contrary, only such criticism will push the petty bourgeois revolutionaries to the left and ensure the hegemony of the working class in the revolutionary struggle. But the independence of the Communist Party must not be interpreted as exclusiveness and isolation from the non-proletarian laboring strata. 388. The Communist International, primarily the peasantry. With this in mind, the ECCI decisively rejects the demand to leave the Kuomintang, and those views which in substance would inevitably have the same result. To issue the slogan "It is not yet necessary to leave the Kuomintang" would be as foolish as to advance the slogan of leaving the Kuomintang, for what the present moment demands of the Proletarian Party is precisely the securing of the leading role of the proletariat within the Kuomintang. The Kuomintang in China is the specific Chinese form of the organization in which the proletariat works together with the petty bourgeoisie and the peasantry. In the given situation, the proletariat cannot claim hegemony in the country without the Communist Party, the party of the working class, claiming hegemony within the Kuomintang. The ECCI believes that the policy of underestimating the Kuomintang as a specific organizational form of the revolutionary movement would in fact lead to the capture of the Kuomintang colors by the right wing. Precisely because the Kuomintang banner is the most weighty political factor in the country, the bourgeois leaders led by Chiang Kai-shek are trying to appear under its colors. Communist Party tactics should not provide a screen for this political maneuver, which would be the case if the party left the Kuomintang, but should expose the bourgeois politicians as traitors to the cause of the national revolution, traitors to the Kuomintang, traitors to the anti-imperialist tradition of Sun Yat-senism, as deserters to the imperialist camp. The ECCI considers incorrect the view that the national liberation, anti-imperialist, revolution is ended and another, class revolution, peasant and worker, has begun. After Chiang Kai-shek's coup, it has become clear even to the broad masses that the national liberation revolution can develop further only under working class hegemony. And precisely for that reason the banner of the Kuomintang, the banner of the national liberation struggle, cannot be yielded to the traitors to that struggle. The ECCI believes that the Chinese Communist Party must work to change the Kuomintang into a really mass organization embracing the laboring population of town and country. Only such a policy can create the prerequisites for the victorious development of the democratic revolution in China. Only such a policy will make it possible to institute the strongest countermeasures against the eventual and inevitable desertion of the vacillating groups among the left Kuomintang, as happened in Canton, and against the treachery of generals and other military leaders. The Chinese Communist Party, while maintaining and expanding its party organization, should in an increasing degree influence the work of the Kuomintang. It can do this only insofar as it acts with full consciousness of its class proletarian position, adhering to its own ideological and May 1927 389 political line, strengthening its organization, bringing working class communists into the party leadership, extending the party's influence, and increasing its authority among the working and peasant masses. The ECCI notes that there has been in the Chinese CP a series of vacillations precisely on this point, that the party has not always shown sufficient firmness in criticizing the Kuomintang leaders, that within the party there has sometimes been a certain fear of the growth of the mass movement, in the first place the movement among the peasants to seize the land, turn out the gentry and landlords, etc. These vacillations, particularly harmful at the present stage of the revolution, show that not all comrades in the Chinese CP have understood clearly enough the Comintern line in the Chinese Revolution. Unless these mistakes and vacillations are clearly explained to the party, the ECCI considers that it will be impossible to avoid an increase in the danger of vacillation on certain fundamental questions of the Chinese Revolution. The Chinese CP, as the party of the working class, must lead the peasants' agrarian movement and fight unrelentingly against all and every attempt to narrow the limits of this movement. 6. The Wuhan government, the question of power, of the army, and the tasks of the Chinese CP. The ECCI considers incorrect the view which underestimates the Wuhan government and in practice denies its powerful revolutionary role. The Wuhan government and the leaders of the left Kuomintang by their class composition represent not only the peasants, workers, and artisans, but also a part of the middle bourgeoisie. Therefore the left Kuomintang Wuhan government is not a dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, but is on the road to such a dictatorship, and with the victory of the proletarian class struggle it will lose its bourgeois fellow travelers, surmount a number of betrayals, and inevitably develop in the direction of such a dictatorship. The ECCI believes that the Chinese CP should take a most energetic part in the work of the Wuhan Provisional Revolutionary Government. While criticizing the inadequate firmness even of its closest allies and ensuring a correct course for government policy. The ECCI does not consider it appropriate at the present time to advance the slogan of Soviets of Workers and Peasants Deputies, in the territory of Wuhan, which is equivalent to the slogan of proclaiming Soviet power. To advance the slogan of the immediate formation of Soviets of Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers Deputies at the given stage of development of the Chinese Revolution would inevitably mean to work for dual power, for the overthrow of the Wuhan government, jumping over the Kuomintang form of organizing the masses and the state power. 390 The Communist International directly to a Soviet regime in China as the state form of the proletarian dictatorship. The ECCI also believes that at the present moment it is a matter of urgency to consider the question of reorganizing the army, of creating absolutely reliable revolutionary detachments, of the links between the army and workers and peasants organizations, of securing the cadres in the army, of turning the army from a mercenary into a regular army of the revolution, etc. Special attention should be paid to forming absolutely reliable detachments of revolutionary peasants and workers, to infiltrating communists and sound left Kuomintang people into the army, purging it of counter-revolutionary elements, creating a workers' guard. 8. The parties of the Comintern and the Chinese Revolution. Proceeding from this general appraisal of the significance and role of the Chinese Revolution, the ECCI observes that, 1. The majority of Comintern sections have shown insufficient awareness of this significance and have not been active enough in supporting the Chinese Revolution. 2. The same inadequacy is to be observed in the work of communists inside the League Against Imperialism. The ECCI directs attention to the need for the most serious preparations to hinder, not in words but in deeds, the dispatch of troops and arms to China. The ECCI imposes on all its sections the duty of working vigorously among imperialist troops and persuading them openly to go over to the side of the revolutionary troops of the Chinese people. The ECCI instructs the CC of the various sections to work out a series of concrete measures directed to these ends. The ECCI sends fraternal greetings to its Chinese section and promises it the warmest support in its great revolutionary struggle. Extracts from an ECCI resolution on the present stage of the Chinese Revolution, July 14, 1927. Iki IVKPB, Pokataskamivoprosu, p. 204. The 5th Chinese CP Congress opened in Hankow at the end of April 1927. There were 94 voting delegates, and 30 with a consultative voice. A membership of over 50,000 was claimed. M. N. Roy attended on behalf of the ECCI. He described the KMT, i.e. Wuhan, as a revolutionary bloc of workers, peasants, and petty bourgeoisie. The debate on Chen's political report lasted 4 days. The resolutions passed attacked Nanking, but were conciliatory towards the Wuhan government. The Central Committee refused to submit to the Congress Mao Zedong's proposals for a land reform program, since this would have July 1, 927 391 antagonized the landowning generals and officers of the Wuhan forces. It was the CP's task to broaden, not deepen, the revolution, by supporting the Wuhan Forces expedition against Chiang Kai-shek. The political bureau elected at this Congress included Chen, Zhou Enlai, and Li Lisan. In May, while the 8th plenum was meeting and asserting its faith in Wuhan, the garrison at Changsha attacked the local communists and executed their leaders. Chen again proposed a complete break with the KMT, but was overruled, and the CP continued to try to restrain the peasants in the areas under Wuhan, a policy of which Mao Zedong disapproved. The Wuhan government, though asked to intervene, did nothing to check the severe repression by the troops of local strikes and disturbances. It declared that the success of the revolution depended on the cooperation of manufacturers and merchants, which in turn depended on their being treated as allies and obtaining government protection. The Communist Minister for Agriculture was sent out in June 1927 to check peasant excesses. On June 1 Stalin sent a telegram to the Comintern delegates in China urging them to keep the agrarian revolution within the limits necessary to preserve the alliance with the KMT, while doing their best to get rid of the unreliable generals attached to Wuhan. Roy is said to have shown this telegram, never published, to Wang Qingwei, the head of the Wuhan government, believing he could secure Wang's support for Stalin's policy. In June the Wuhan KMT conducted an open campaign against the CP, charging it with responsibility for industrial and peasant disturbances. The CC of the CCP met on June 20 and issued an appeal to workers and peasants' organizations to accept KMT leadership and control. At the same time, a letter sent to the KMT emphasized that the future of the revolution depended on its agrarian policy. The army consisted of peasants, who would welcome reform. The KMT was at the crossroads, it could triumph with the peasants, or surrender to reaction. At the end of the month KMT forces raided and took over a number of trade union premises, and at the beginning of July the two communist members of the government resigned. On July 15 the KMT Political Council expelled all communists from the KMT, and in the next few days arrested and executed a number of them. The Central Committee of the CP then declared the Wuhan KMT a counter-revolutionary organization. At Borodin's request, Roy was recalled to Moscow. Borodin himself left China at the end of July and was replaced as ECCI representative by Lomanids. In July Bukharin wrote that after Wuhan's surrender to Chiang its revolutionary role was now ended, and the ECCI had instructed the communists to leave the government. They were not, however, to leave the KMT. In its local and lower ranks communist influence could be decisive. It was the more necessary to stay in the KMT since the CP would probably be made illegal, and this would give the party a channel of access to the masses. The KMT masses should be urged to turn out its leaders. The CC of the Chinese CP was accused of sabotaging ECCI decisions on the independence of the CP, the agrarian revolution, the arming of the workers and peasantry, etc. Instructions had been given it day by day, but these had been ignored. The Chinese Politburo had obstructed the agrarian revolution, and the most opportunist and defeatist, like Chen, had been in favor of leaving. 392 The Communist International the KMT, which would have estranged them still more from the masses. It was therefore essential to have an extraordinary conference of the Chinese CP and elect new leaders. The present leaders advocated the Chinese version of Trotskyism. Chen, the obedient secretary who had on many occasions proposed withdrawal from the KMT, but had been overruled, was denounced for opportunism. The emergency conference, called by Lomanids and attended by 22 delegates, was held on August 7. It dismissed Chen, who had already resigned, and adopted a more radical program. The new Politburo, reduced to 5, included Li Lisan and Zhou Enlai, with Mao Zedong as candidate member. Chu Chu-pai replaced Chen as secretary. Chen was expelled from the CCP in 1929. The Central Committee of the CPSU then announced that the right deviation in the Chinese CP had been corrected. The Comintern line had been correct, but it had been misapplied in China. The resolution passed at the emergency conference stated that the Chinese Revolution was now moving from the bourgeois democratic to the socialist stage, unless the CCP won hegemony in the KMT, it would not win the leadership of the Chinese proletariat. The KMT had to be turned into a genuine mass revolutionary organization, but the CP was to maintain its independence. In the platform of the opposition, Trotsky wrote that to lay the blame on the Chinese communist leaders was superficial and contemptible. In October 1927 he wrote that the Comintern, and even the majority of the Presidium, had been left in such ignorance of the real course of events in China that they confused the hangman with the victim. The cruel massacres of the Chinese proletariat, and the general weakening of the position of the Comintern and the Soviet Union, the party owes principally and above all to Comrade Stalin. In the debate on the colonial question at the Comintern Congress a year later, Newman quoted as examples of the right-wing errors of the CCP the instructions of the Chinese Central Committee: "We must keep firmly in our minds the fact that the party must in its peasant policy strictly pursue the line of suppressing excesses directed against the petty bourgeois landowners and the military, and the Central Committee decision that the workers' troops in Wuhan must be disbanded or attached to the army, in order to avoid any misunderstanding." Strickhoff, referred to also as Suevito, in the same debate said, "After it had become clear that a united front with Wang Qingwei was no longer possible, we decided to withdraw from the Wuhan government. But even then we still thought this to be a maneuver, a move to improve our relations with Wang Qingwei. The fact that the communists are in the Wuhan government, we thought, gives the reactionaries an opportunity to say that the Wuhan government is red. Therefore, we argued, we must withdraw so as to make it clear that the Wuhan government is a national and not a communist government." All these were disastrous mistakes committed in the Chinese Revolution. The struggle of the Chinese workers and peasants is a struggle at the advanced outposts of the Communist International. The revolution in China continues to occupy the center of the Comintern's attention. July 1927 393. Taking into account, 1. The feverish pace of events in China, the ever-changing political situation and relation of class forces within the country; 2. The exceptional difficulties now being met by the Chinese Revolution in connection with the treachery of generals and mercenary troops, with the consolidation of counter-revolutionary forces, and with a number of partial defeats which the Chinese Revolution has recently suffered; 3. Taking into account, finally, a number of serious mistakes made recently by the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party, the Communist International considers it essential to turn to all comrades, members of communist parties, to the CC of the Chinese CP, and to all sections of the Comintern with the following directive, put forward in elaboration of the directive sent out earlier by the executive of the Communist International. 1. The formulation of correct communist tactics imperatively demands the strictest and coolest consideration, in the light of Marxism-Leninism, of all the peculiarities of the given phase of a revolutionary situation, the correct identification of the stage through which the revolution is passing. 2. The 7th Enlarged Plenum of the ECCI, December 1926, defined the Chinese Revolution as both a bourgeois democratic revolution at the given stage of development and one sharply directed against imperialist oppression. The ECCI pointed out that this bourgeois democratic revolution has a tendency to grow into a socialist revolution. While determining the position and weight of the social forces fighting in China, the 7th Enlarged Plenum indicated at the same time that the class struggle would become more acute and class differentiation more marked. It pointed to the increasingly centrifugal tendencies in the single national revolutionary front, and to the inevitability of the big bourgeoisie breaking away from that front. Proceeding from that, the ECCI issued directives concerned with preparing the workers and peasants for struggle against the bourgeoisie and their armed forces. This was a few months before Chiang Kai-shek's coup. Subsequent events, which reached their bloody apogee in the shooting of the Shanghai workers on April 12 of this year, confirmed the Comintern's predictions. A radical regrouping of classes occurred, the bourgeoisie committed treachery and deserted to the enemy camp. The revolution, having suffered a partial defeat, moved on to a new and higher stage. 3. The last ECCI plenum, meeting in May of this year, issued a detailed resolution on the Chinese question. The May plenum took the breakaway of the bourgeoisie as an accomplished fact. The plenum defined the concrete features of the situation and indicated the appropriate line of conduct for the Chinese CP. 394 The Communist International 4. In recent weeks events have developed extremely fast. What is most important and characteristic in these events is, in the opinion of the Comintern, as follows: class contradictions are becoming extremely acute. The mass movement of the Chinese proletariat and the mass agrarian peasant movement have taken on much broader dimensions. For all political groups in the country without exception, the question of their attitude to the agrarian revolution is one that cannot be evaded. The generals and the officers' corps are openly moving over into the counter-revolutionary camp and declaring themselves enemies of the peasants. General Tang Shengqi, commanding the Wuhan armed forces, is shooting down peasants, executing communists, expelling them from the army. The generals, from Chiang Kai-shek to Tang Shengqi, are engaged in a counter-revolutionary conspiracy. At the same time, the ruling elements of Wuhan are covering up the actions of the counter-revolutionary generals and helping them by disarming the workers, attacking proletarian organizations, breaking the agrarian revolution, waging a struggle against the communists. The Kuomintang leaders are hastily preparing to exclude communists from the Kuomintang. Thus Wuhan has already become a counter-revolutionary force. 5. Relying on Lenin's teachings, the Communist International considered and still considers that at certain stages it is legitimate, wholly admissible, and unavoidable, to conclude blocs and alliances with the national colonial bourgeoisie, to the extent that they wage a revolutionary struggle against imperialism. But blocs with bourgeois groups and support for their military forces are permissible only to the extent and so long as they do not hamper the independent activities of the Chinese Communist Party, only so long as the liberal bourgeoisie do not come out against the workers and peasants, so long as the bourgeoisie are still in a position to resolve the historical tasks of the bourgeois democratic revolution. Support for the Northern Expedition was wholly correct so long as it gave an outlet to the mass revolutionary movement. Support for Wuhan was wholly correct so long as it opposed Chiang Kai-shek and Nanking. But these bloc tactics become radically false from the moment that the Wuhan government capitulates to the enemies of the revolution. Obviously, there are certain difficulties for the party leadership in all this, particularly for the leadership of a young and inexperienced party. In a tense revolutionary situation, it is essential to grasp as rapidly as possible the peculiar features of the moment, to maneuver promptly, to change slogans quickly, to redeploy the ranks of the proletarian vanguard, to react vigorously to a changing situation, to break up decisively blocs which from being a factor of revolutionary struggle have become fetters upon it. July 1927 395. 6. If at a certain stage of the revolution communist support for the Wuhan government was necessary, now it would be fatal for the Chinese CP, would throw it into the morass of opportunism. Despite the advice of the Comintern, the Kuomintang leaders not only in fact failed to support the agrarian revolution, but left its enemies full liberty of action. 7. The present leadership of the Chinese Communist Party has recently made a number of profound political mistakes. The CCP should, in accordance with Comintern directives, have launched and proclaimed the agrarian revolution, openly criticized and exposed the half-hearted and timorous position of the radical leaders of Wuhan and the Kuomintang executive. The CC and Politburo of the CCP did not obey these directives. Instead of proclaiming the agrarian revolution, the CC in a number of instances acted as a brake on it. Matters went so far that the Politburo of the CCP agreed to the disarming of the workers. More than once the CI in secret directives sharply criticized the leadership of the CCP. The CI warned them that it would criticize the CC of the party openly if it did not correct its mistakes. Now, when the CC of the party has rejected the CI directives, the ECCI considers it its revolutionary duty to call openly on the members of the CCP to fight against the CC's opportunism. 8. The Comintern considers it essential to correct immediately these mistakes of the CCP leadership, which have now been demonstrated to all members of the CCP. The Comintern considers it essential 1. That Chinese communists, without losing a minute, should demonstratively leave the Wuhan government. 2. They should accompany the step with a declaration of political principle, explaining it by the hostility of the Wuhan government to the agrarian revolution and the workers' movement. 3. They should not leave the Kuomintang. They must remain in it, despite the campaign to expel communists being conducted by the Kuomintang leadership, and establish closer contacts with the Kuomintang rank and file. And prepare for the Kuomintang Congress. 4. Every means must be used to intensify party work among the proletarian masses. 5. To develop further the agrarian revolution. To continue the struggle to complete the bourgeois democratic revolution by plebeian means, i.e. by the revolutionary advance of the bloc of workers, peasants, and the urban poor under proletarian hegemony, systematically to arm the workers and peasants. 6. In view of repressions and sentences, to build a fighting illegal party apparatus. 396 The Communist International 7. The ECCI calls on all members of the CCP to fight resolutely against the opportunist deviations of the party leadership. The ECCL is confident that the CCP will find within itself adequate forces to change its own leadership and to disavow the leaders who have violated international Comintern discipline. It is essential that leaders of the workers' and peasants' organizations who are party members, who have grown up during the Civil War, should get decisive influence in the CC. The ECCI believes that the course of the Great Chinese Revolution has awakened to political life and to political action such broad masses of workers and peasants that their movement cannot be suppressed by any force. With correct leadership, the victory will go to the Chinese workers and peasants. Extracts from the Theses of the ECCI Presidium on Japan, July 15, 1927 in Preker, 8, 1, p. 15, January 3, 1928, 2, p. 37, January 6, 1928. The Japanese CP, dissolved in the spring of 1924 by a majority decision which the Comintern strongly disapproved, was revived as a small organizing group in August 1925. Takuda attended the 6th ECCI plenum in the spring of 1926 and returned to Japan in June. The Third Congress of the party was held secretly in December 1926. It drew up a program covering such measures as an 8-hour working day, defense of the Soviet Union, independence for Japanese colonies, abolition of the imperial system. There was deep disagreement between those who believed in the need for a small and conspirative organization of professional revolutionaries, and those who wanted a mass proletarian party. 7 leading Japanese communists were summoned to Moscow, where a special commission of the ECCI, under Bukharin, dealt with the question. The report of this commission was submitted to and approved by the ECCI Presidium on 15 July 1927. 1. Japanese imperialism and the war. The specific weight of the Far East in world economy and politics, which has grown enormously since the war, makes the problem of Japanese imperialism particularly urgent. The increasing strength of Japanese imperialism in recent decades, brought about by its greater aggressiveness, its penetration of China, and its moves in the direction of India, the Near East, the islands of the Pacific, and the territory of the Soviet Union, has made it a first-class power. Japanese imperialists are playing an extremely active part in preparing the coming war, and, insofar as Japanese intervention in China is an accomplished fact, it can be said that they are already waging this war. It is impossible for Japanese capitalism to be neutral towards revolution. July 1927. 397 in China, for its most vital and immediate interests are affected. For Japan, with its inadequate supplies of coal and iron, China is a primary source of raw materials. It is also the chief market for Japanese industry. Capital investment by the Japanese bourgeoisie in China's industry, mines, and railways, particularly in Manchuria, amounts to 2.5 milliard yen. The development of the Chinese Revolution is therefore a direct threat to these Japanese interests. Japanese imperialism's hostility to the Chinese Revolution is made more intense because it endangers Japanese colonial rule and may spread to Japan's most important colonies, in the first place to Korea. The struggle against the Chinese Revolution will therefore drive the Japanese imperialists into a bloc with the British imperialists, to joint action against the Chinese workers and peasants now, and to joint preparations for war against the Soviet Union in the more or less near future. To a considerable degree it has already driven them along this path. This bloc, which Japanese imperialism has made with the Americans and the British to fight the Chinese Revolution and the Soviet Union, does not however eliminate the decisive contradictions among them, which are growing more and more acute. Japanese and British imperialist interests are already in conflict in China. Even more serious are the contradictions between Japan and the United States. The American Immigration Act was directed primarily against Japan. United States expansion in the Pacific, which runs counter to Japanese expansion, is bringing ever nearer a clash between the two. 2. The Japanese internal situation. In Japan there exist the objective prerequisites both for a bourgeois democratic revolution, the survivals of feudalism in the political structure and the acuteness of the agrarian question, and for its transformation into a socialist revolution, the high level of capital concentration and trustification, the close interconnections of state and industry, the comparatively close approximation to a state capitalist system, the alliance between bourgeoisie and feudal landowners. But if Japan's economic situation offers a direct prospect of revolution, a tremendous obstacle and barrier is provided by its ideological backwardness. Neither the Japanese proletariat nor the peasantry have revolutionary traditions or experience of struggle. The broad masses are only now awakening to political life, and only a very small proportion of them are involved in it. Workers' and peasants' organizations are numerically small and have shown very little activity. Class instincts and recognition of the necessity for class struggle are still smothered by a stupefying patriotism or pacifist illusions. 398. The Communist International. 3. The driving forces of the Japanese Revolution. As has been shown, Japan is today ruled by a bloc of capitalists and landowners, a bloc in which the capitalists predominate. Therefore any hope that the bourgeoisie can be used as a revolutionary factor, even to a limited extent and in only the first stage of the bourgeois democratic revolution, must be abandoned. The analogy with China does not hold good. China was and is an object of imperialist policy, whereas the Japanese bourgeoisie are themselves an imperialist force of the first order. In China the national bourgeoisie in the early stages of the revolution were themselves still striving for power, while the Japanese bourgeoisie are already in power and using the entire state machine, with all its feudal connections and survivals, to the utmost to organize and maintain capitalist exploitation. Finally, the high level of capitalist development in Japan is of the greatest importance in this respect, for it means that the bourgeois democratic revolution in Japan will immediately turn into a socialist revolution, a revolution against capitalism as such. The driving forces of the Japanese Revolution are the proletariat, the peasantry, and the urban petty bourgeoisie. The Japanese proletariat must combine the struggle for the socialist revolution with hegemony in the struggle of all the working people of Japan for the bourgeois democratic revolution. All the objective prerequisites are present in Japan for forming a revolutionary bloc of workers and peasants to counterbalance the reactionary bloc of landowners and capitalists. But these must be made organizationally operative. The Japanese peasantry is vegetating in terrible poverty, oppressed by high taxes and rents. The revolutionary movement among the rural proletarians and semi-proletarians is growing extremely fast. About 12% of the peasants are already organized in peasant unions. The Japanese communists must make every effort to bring these unions, and the Workers' and Peasants' Party, under communist leadership. For the Communist Party and its role. Nowhere does the working class represent an absolutely uniform mass. It consists of a whole series of substrata, with different living standards and different levels of political and cultural development. Each of these substrata may have its own special interests and does in fact have them, which may, in the eyes of politically backward and less class-conscious workers, obscure the general class interests of the proletariat, and very frequently do so. This occupational fragmentation can be overcome only by prolonged and persistent mass struggle. One of the chief failings of the Japanese Communist Party leaders was their misunderstanding and underestimation of the role of the Communist. July 1927 399. Party, and of its special function in the workers' movement. The idea that the Communist Party can be in any degree replaced by left-wing fractions in trade unions or by a broad workers' and peasants' party is basically wrong and opportunist. Without an independent, ideologically tested, disciplined, and centralized mass communist party there cannot be a victorious revolutionary movement. The fight against any kind of liquidationist tendency, as expressed in fact in Comrade Hoshi's policy, is therefore the most urgent task before Japanese communists. Just as the struggle of the entire working people must, in their interests as a whole, be led by the most advanced and revolutionary section, the working class, so the struggle of the working class must be led, in the interests of the whole class, by its revolutionary vanguard, the Communist Party. 5. The Communist Party and the Social Democrats. In present conditions the Communist Party can develop only by fighting social democracy. This applies in full to Japan. The Social Democratic Party there has 12,000 members, and about 150,000 trade unionists are affiliated to it. The Social Democratic leaders are bribed agents of the bourgeoisie, trying on their behalf to infect the masses with the poison of conciliation, patriotism, and social imperialism. The objective situation of Japanese imperialism and the historical course taken by the Japanese labor movement create extremely favorable conditions for the fight against social democracy. There are no long-standing and deep-rooted social democratic organizations or traditions in the Japanese working class. The upper stratum of skilled workers, on whom reformism usually relies as its main support, is relatively small in Japan. Average wages are extremely low. The vast and unceasing stream of new labor from the proletarianized elements of the countryside, the tremendous pressure of agrarian overpopulation, intensified since the American escape valve was closed, make it highly unlikely that the Japanese workers' standard of living will rise under the capitalist regime. Of course, Japanese capitalism has certain opportunities of bribing various sections of the labor boss elements. But it can already be foreseen that reformist attempts to transplant to Japan the American model of trade unionism will be a wretched failure. 6. The Communist Party and the trade unions. If it would be wrong and fatal to follow a line which leads to the merging of the Communist Party in the trade union left wing, it is no less wrong to follow a line which leads to the isolation of the party from the mass organizations of the proletariat. The theory of splits and unity. 400. The Communist International which Comrade Kuraki advances, and which is in fact nothing but a justification for that line, is wholly and fundamentally incompatible with Leninism. Instead of analyzing the concrete tasks confronting the party, and the historically determined methods of solving them, Comrade Kuraki starts from artificially and arbitrarily constructed abstract images and logical categories. The mass organizations are the reservoir from which the Communist Party draws its reinforcements, and they are also the transmission belts linking the vanguard to the class and to the entire mass of working people. The bigger they are, the greater the potential reserves of the party, the wider the audience to which it can turn. A policy of splitting the mass organizations is therefore one which will diminish our reserves, narrow our own radius of action, weaken our ties with the masses, and isolate us from them. Such a policy, moreover, is an abandonment of the struggle to win the social democratic workers and the centrists, the struggle to expose right-wing reformism and reformism cloaked in revolutionary phrases. This would certainly be a service to the Social Democrats, but it has nothing in common with Leninism. It is no accident that Comrade Kuraki's theory is bound up with an exaggerated and wholly disproportionate emphasis on the ideological factor, completely ignoring the economic, political, and organizational factors. That again leads to an impermissible overestimation of the intelligentsia, to isolation from the masses, to sectarianism, and to an idea of the party as a group of personalities with a Marxist outlook, mainly of course intellectuals, but not as a militant working-class organization. In applying United Front tactics the Communist Party must on no account efface its own features, and in no case yield to the influence of those it is fighting, it must preserve complete independence, ideological and organizational. It is obvious that, in speaking of the United Front, what we have in mind is not only and not so much the United Front of the small and illegal Communist Party with the left-wing legal mass organizations, but also the United Front of the mass organizations which are under communist influence, e.g. the RONATO, with the social democratic and centrist mass organizations. Proceeding from these considerations, the Japanese Communist Party must put forward the following program of action and the following slogans: 1. Fight against the imperialist war danger. 2. Hands off the Chinese Revolution. 3. Defense of the Soviet Union. 4. Complete independence for the colonies. 5. Dissolution of Parliament. 6. Abolition of the monarchy. July 1927 401-7. Universal franchise from the age of 18. 8. Freedom of assembly, of association, of speech, and of the press, etc. 9. 8-hour working day. 10. Unemployment insurance. 11. Repeal of all anti-labor laws. 12. Confiscation of the land of the Mikado, the landowners, the state, and the church. 13. A progressive income tax. These partial demands and slogans must be linked with the slogans of a workers' and peasants' government and the proletarian dictatorship. The fight for these demands is the road to the dictatorship of the proletariat. But the fight will be successful only if there is an ideologically tempered mass communist party, Leninist, disciplined, and centralized, which leads the fight together with the World Communist Party and keeps in step with the entire Communist International. The recognition of past mistakes by the Japanese delegation and their complete acceptance of all the instructions and decisions of the CI are a guarantee that the Japanese Communist Party will be able to eradicate the deviations in its ranks, will follow a correct political and organizational line, and will prove equal to the great tasks with which history confronts it. ECCI appeal on behalf of Sacco and Vanzetti, August 6, 1927 in Preaker, 7, 80, p. 1726, August 9, 1927. There had been occasional references in the Comintern press to the Sacco and Vanzetti case in earlier years, the first article appearing in Preaker in October 1921. After their execution, the ECCI attacked the reformists for sabotaging the movement to save the two men, which was part of the revolutionary struggle against the bourgeoisie and their social democratic lackeys throughout the world. At the 15th CPSU Congress in December 1927, Manuelski said a number of mistakes had been made in the Sacco and Vanzetti campaign. In a number of sections, particularly in France, there had been a tendency to present the issue in sentimental terms, rather than as an instance of class justice. Nevertheless, it was a fine example of a united front campaign under communist leadership. Once again, at the 12th hour, the Communist International appeals to the workers of the entire world. Once again it raises its voice to summon all forkers to stay the arm of the executioners who are about to execute the sentence of American class justice. In tremendous demonstrations the workers of all countries have protested against the torture of the two revolutionaries, Sacco and Vanzetti, who for 7 years have languished. 402 The Communist International in jail in constant danger of death. The sentence passed on them is a challenge to the world proletariat. It is an overture to, an announcement of new, ferocious reprisals, against not only the American but the international working class. The sentence shows that in civilized America proletarian revolutionaries share the benefits of only one technical invention, the electric chair. We appeal to all workers and to all revolutionary organizations, protest against the execution of the sentence, organize mass demonstrations against those responsible for this crime, organize protest strikes. Only the united efforts of the world proletariat can save Sacco and Vanzetti from the electric chair. Fight to the utmost against the bloodthirsty American bourgeoisie. Extracts from a statement of the ECCI. Presidium on the Mosler-Ruth Fischer Group, September 17, 1927 in Preaker, 7, 96, p. 2073, September 30, 1927 at the 15th CPSU Congress Bukharin stated that the ultralefts who had been expelled from the KPD were beginning to form a new party, a branch of the Trotsky opposition. There was no depth of baseness to which the opposition would not sink in its attacks on Russia, the CPSU, and the Comintern. This referred to the independent candidates put forward by the Urbans Maslow Group in the Hamburg City Parliament elections in September 1927. At about the same time Trotsky wrote that the expulsion of the Urbans Group was dictated by this policy of getting rid of the entire left wing in the International. The Stalin Group are obstinately pushing the German left along the road of a second party. In reply to the statement of the Maslow-Ruth Fischer Group addressed to the ECCI, signed by 17 former members of the party including Maslow, Ruth Fischer, Skolem, and Urbans, the Presidium of the ECCI declares, the said persons who now request their readmission to the Communist International cannot be accepted. The ECCI decisively rejects such proposals from renegades to the communist movement. The Maslow Group, who undertake in their statement to defend the USSR, the first country of proletarian dictatorship, are in fact doing everything to discredit the land of Soviets, the Soviet government, and the Communist Party, and in doing so lend support to the furious attacks of world imperialism on the Soviet Union. This group of splitters, who dissociated themselves from the party and for a time had direct organizational connections with avowed counter-revolutionaries like Korsh, who have already organized their party and their parliamentary fraction, make hypocritical statements about their September 1927 403 struggle for unity and at the same time make game of communist workers by writing, the real point is that there is a struggle between two lines of policy, both inside Russia and internationally. Two lines which are incompatible and irreconcilable, whatever organizational compromises may for a time be reached. Fani de Communismus, 23, p. 90. This is the manner in which this group of political bankrupts propose a compromise between themselves and the Communist International, while maintaining at the same time that an ideological abyss lies between the two. The Communist International agrees that this last is true, for there can be nothing in common between the fight for the proletarian dictatorship and the attack on it, between organizing the Comintern and disorganizing it, between orientation to the revolution and orientation to 10 years of peace and order, between the policy of fighting the international bourgeoisie who are advancing against the Soviet Union, and the policy of providing a cloak for the westward orientation of the German bourgeoisie. The ECCI declares, as early as 1925 in the open letter to the German Communist Party, Maslow's ideology was characterized as a cloak for the new orientation of the bourgeoisie, towards the West, against the Soviet Union. The open letter stated outright that the so-called ultra-left tendency is often only a cover for social democratic, reformist sentiments on the Levi pattern, which threatens to turn into direct treachery to the international working class. This appraisal by the Communist International, which was then still under Comrade Zinoviev's leadership, has been completely confirmed. If the Russian opposition now takes the Maslow Group under its wing, that merely demonstrates the ideological depths to which the Russian opposition itself has sunk, but it is no argument for readmitting these moral and political bankrupts, these slanderers of the Soviet Union, the CPSU, and the CI, these people whom the 7th plenum of the ECCI described as agents of the class enemy, and against whom it called for a struggle as unrelenting as against all other social traitors. In virtue of these considerations, the ECCI resolves to reject the request of the 17 renegades for readmission to the Comintern. Extracts from a decision of the ECCI Presidium and the ICC expelling Trotsky and Vujovic from the ECCI September 28, 1927 in Preker, 7, 97, p. 2092, October 4, 1927 On June 24, 1927 the Central Control Commission of the CPSU stated that Trotsky and Zinoviev had exploited the difficulties encountered by the party in 404 the Communist International building socialism to undermine party unity, and had violated party discipline. It asked the Central Committee to deal with the question of their expulsion from that body. At a joint meeting of the Central Committee and the Central Control Commission of the CPSU, held from July 29 to August 9, 1927, a KPD statement was considered which charged the CPSU opposition with supporting the ultra-left renegades of the KPD. It was only that support which kept the KPD opposition in existence. The Fani de Communismus, edited by the expelled Urbans, was a collection of calumnies against the Soviet Union and the Comintern, a part of imperialism's anti-Soviet arsenal. The statement put in by the opposition, including Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Kamenev, came out for unconditional defense of the USSR against imperialism, and rejected any idea of a second party. It was true that a split threatened in the KPD. The opposition would continue to work for the readmission of those expelled, who included hundreds of old revolutionary workers. A new party in Germany would be a great danger. The opposition undertook to obey all CPSU decisions. Immediately after publication, this statement was attacked as being inadequate and evasive. In a speech to the Presidium, the text is in the Trotsky Papers at Harvard. Trotsky answered the charge of indiscipline. He did not doubt that the sentence had already been drawn up, and only required execution, since decisions were no longer made as a result of discussion. Fractional work now meant anything not expressly permitted by the CPSU Secretariat, which itself violated the party statutes and so shook the foundations of discipline, suppressing what was the inalienable right and the supreme obligation of every party member. Discipline was important, but it could not take the place of a correct policy. Bureaucratic discipline on the basis of a false policy, transferred from the CPSU to the CI, did not unite but disorganized the party. The ECCI should observe Comintern statutes and party democracy. Vujovic had been elected to the ECCI by the 5th CI Congress, but the Orgbureau of the CC of the CPSU had sent him to work in the provinces. Did the ECCI come to the defense of the rights of one of its own members? Now they were going to expel him from the ECCI. The ECCI, like the CPSU, violated its own constitution by failing to call a Comintern Congress while the opposition was being crushed. The party regime is the greatest of all dangers, because it paralyzes the chief force of resistance to the enemy, the proletarian vanguard. When a soldier's hands are bound, the greatest danger is not the enemy, but the rope binding the soldier's hands. He and Vujovic would no doubt be expelled from the ECCI as Traint and Nin had been expelled from their parties. But what difference would that make to the real situation? His reply to the charge of moving towards a split was that Stalin's entire policy was directed to bringing about a split, or rather a series of splits. Only if the party reassumed its rights could unity be saved. The same applied to the Comintern. All the documents should be published and openly discussed, and a Congress called to decide the issues. In an article published in November 1927, Zinoviev noted that, of the ECCI members and candidates elected at the 5th Congress, 12 had been expelled by Stalin. To discredit the opposition, they were made responsible for the actions and speeches of people like Katz and Korsch in Germany, whom the opposition disowned. September 1927 4.05. The resolution was moved by Murphy, CPGB, who in his memoirs misstates the meeting. The session lasted, he says, from 9:30 p.m. to 5 a.m. Trotsky spoke for 2 hours. The resolution was passed against 2 votes. The printing press referred to below consisted of a duplicating machine used to reproduce opposition documents which the GPSU Central Committee declared to be anti-party and therefore not fit for publication. Writing shortly before his death, Trotsky recalled the CC meetings at which the opposition question was discussed. At sessions of the Central Committee at which I rose to read a declaration of the left opposition, I was constantly interrupted by whistling, shouts, threats, swear words. By 1927 the official sessions of the Central Committee became truly disgusting spectacles. No question was discussed on its merits. Everything was decided behind the scenes at a private session with Stalin. When the comedy was staged, each time it more closely resembled an obscene and rowdy barroom burlesque. to all sections of the Comintern. At its meeting in May 1927, the 8th plenum of the ECCI categorically forbade comrades Trotsky and Vujovic to continue their fractional struggle. The facts show that in the intervening time this warning was not taken to heart. The opposition answered this categorical prohibition with an embittered attack on the CPSU and the Comintern, with further attempts to destroy the unity of the Leninist ranks both in the Soviet Union and throughout the world. Called before the August plenum of the CC and the CCC of the CPSU, the opposition again promised, as it did in its statement of October 16, 1926, to cease its illegal fractional work against the party. This promise was given in the face of a direct threat to expel its leaders Trotsky and Zinoviev from the CC of the CPSU. Nevertheless, a few days later, the undertaking given on August 8 met the same fate as that of October 16. The opposition, in the most glaring fashion, broke the promise given to the party and the entire international, and thus finally made it impossible for comrades Trotsky and Vujovic to remain on the ECCI. Despite the undertaking given at the August plenum of the CC and the CCC, the opposition continued openly to form its own organization centers. This, in the objective nature of the case, is nothing but an attempt to create the kernel of a Trotskyist party alongside the Leninist CPSU. At the same time it continued to maintain and extend its connections with various foreign groups of renegades, such as the Mosleruth Fischer group in Germany, Souverin in France. Besides the threat to create a second party outside and against the CPSU, it threatens to form a new Fourth International outside and against the Comintern. At a time of the utmost gravity in the international position of the Soviet 406, the Communist International Union, when the danger of imperialist intervention looms over the first proletarian state in the world, the opposition openly forms a bloc with groups representing the foulest scum of the international labor movement. The opposition, which uses the ultra-left and right apostates from communism abroad, Maslow and Souverin, as its mouthpiece, continues within the Soviet Union, with increasing stubbornness and shamelessness, to spread deliberate lies about the leadership of the Comintern and the CPSU. The discovery a few days ago of a secret opposition printing press shows particularly clearly how far the opposition has departed from the party and the Comintern. It transpired at the same time that in organizing this press the opposition did not shrink from using the services of non-party bourgeois intellectuals having connections with politically suspect and openly anti-Soviet elements. Whether it wants to or not, the opposition is thus becoming the center, organizational as well as ideological, around which are crystallizing those strata hostile to us who cannot reconcile themselves to the proletarian dictatorship and work actively for its overthrow. Called to task at the meeting of the ECCI Presidium on September 27, comrades Trotsky and Vujovic made statements which in themselves indicate a further long step away from the Comintern and from Leninism towards Maslow and Souverin. Replying to the charge of malicious violation of party discipline, Comrade Trotsky openly declared that the discipline of the Bolshevik Party was not binding for him. In the speech which he read he said, "Bureaucratic discipline on the basis of a false policy is not an instrument to close the ranks, but an instrument to disrupt and undermine the party." It is quite obvious that Comrade Trotsky refused to submit to the proletarian discipline which he condemned in these words. He therefore considered it quite unnecessary to defend in any way comrades Serebryakov, Preobrazhensky, and Charav, who on their own admission organized the anti-party press. Comrade Trotsky stated openly before the ECCI Presidium that comrades Preobrazhensky, Serebryakov, and Charav, as regards their policy, towered high over those who sought to cover their crimes by party discipline. People who with the help of bourgeois intellectuals organize a secret press against the party are said to tower politically over those who on behalf of the party keep guard over its unity, defend the basic principles of its discipline, without which the party and the Comintern could not exist at all as fighting organizations. The World Organization of the Revolutionary Proletariat, the Comintern, and its leading section, the CPSU, are described, in sweet harmony with the yellow bourgeois press, as a crowd of people without minds or wills of. September 1927 407 their own, following behind their leaders, Comrades Stalin and Bukharin. No single organization, says Trotsky, now discusses or makes decisions, they only carry them out. Even the ECCI Presidium is no exception. The ECCI Presidium considers it impossible for Comrades Trotsky and Vujovic to remain any longer on the ECCI, which they have accused of usurpation and against which they are conducting a bitter struggle, with the help of renegades abroad and secret printing presses in the Soviet Union, organizing illegal centers, and uttering malicious slanders. In order to maintain the unity of the Leninist ranks, to combat the undermining work of the opposition splitters, and in the belief that all the possible varieties of warning have already been exhausted, while to refrain any longer from organizational measures is beginning to be dangerous and intolerable, the Presidium of the ECCI, at its joint meeting with the International Control Commission on September 27, 1927, unanimously resolves, in accordance with the resolution of the 8th Plenum of the ECCI, to expel Comrades Trotsky and Vujovic from the ECCI. Extracts from an ECCI message to the 9th Congress of the British Communist Party, October 1927 in Preaker, 7, 99, p. 2129, October 11, 1927. The Soviet delegates invited to the Edinburgh Trade Union Congress were not granted visas, and in their statement announcing this they reiterated their charges of treachery and sabotage against the General Council. At the Congress the TUC withdrew from the Anglo-Russian Committee. Andreev, one of its Soviet members, accused them of making the break at the very moment when the committee was most needed. This, said Trotsky, was in itself a merciless exposure of the policy Andreev had defended. The Edinburgh Congress also endorsed by a large majority the action of the TUC General Council in February 1927 ordering local trades councils to disaffiliate from the minority movement. The CPGB, after some initial opposition, instructed its supporters to obey the General Council, an action of which the ECCI strongly disapproved. At its 9th Congress the CPGB reaffirmed its support for a Labour government, and again endorsed the policy of applying for affiliation to the Labour Party. The reactionary campaign of the Conservative government and of the bloc of reactionary trade union and Labour Party leaders against the Communist Party and the revolutionary elements in the British Labour movement has resulted in a growth of Communist Party influence accompanied by a certain decline in membership. The organizational consolidation of the growing influence of the CPGB, the further expansion of the party, and its transformation into a real mass party leading the struggle. 408 The Communist International of the British Workers, are possible only if the fight against the Conservative government and its agents in the unions and in the Labour Party is waged still more vigorously. The last Trade Union Congress in Edinburgh, which in face of the danger of war broke up the Anglo-Russian Committee and approved the Hangman's War on China, and the Labour Party conference in Blackpool have exposed the reformist leaders of the unions and the Labour Party as outright agents of British imperialism. Against them the most energetic and relentless struggle must be waged. All the efforts of the agents of British imperialism in the labour movement, who are trying to establish peace in industry at the expense of the workers, in order to make things safe for the Conservative government in its preparations for war on the Soviet Union, and to ensure its victory in the wars which it is now waging against the British proletariat, the Chinese people, and the colonial and semi-colonial peoples, will prove fruitless. The British labour movement is growing and developing despite the efforts of the lackeys and agents of imperialism. New labour struggles will soon break out. It is the task of the Congress to prepare the Communist Party for the leadership of these new struggles, fully aware that the leaders of the General Council and the Labour Party will play an even more openly treacherous part than they did in May 1926. The young British Communist Party is called on to take the lead in these forthcoming battles not only against the ruling classes but also against their lackeys, and to ensure the victory of the proletariat. Extracts from an ECCI manifesto on the 10th anniversary of the Russian Revolution. November 1927 in Preaker, 7, 108, p. 2337, November 4, 1927. The great experience of building socialism in the Soviet Union will make a deep mark on the consciousness of the world proletariat. It will help them after they have overthrown the power of capital to advance along already trodden paths which the revolutionary proletariat of the Soviet Union opened in the face of tremendous difficulties with the strength of their muscles and with their heart's blood. But what is most instructive for the world proletariat is the glorious Leninist party of Bolsheviks, the iron cohorts of the CPSU, under whose leadership the proletariat and the working masses of the Soviet Union won their victories in the Civil War and on the economic front. It stood at the cradle of the Comintern in 1919. It lent its great experience and traditions to the revolutionary struggle. All sections of the Comintern use it as their ideological. November 1927 409 model. Without the CPSU and its rich experience, the road of the world proletariat to victory would be more difficult and more painful. The international working class can now sit in judgment on a decade of proletarian dictatorship and a decade of the bourgeoisie's efforts to stabilize capitalism. When the ruling classes flung you, proletarians in the imperialist countries, into the trenches, when the vermin crawled in your bloody wounds, when you were hanging on the barbed wire or were convulsed by poison gas attacks, you were told that that was the last war, to be followed by an age of peace and justice. Now you see that your sufferings and sacrifices were in vain. Never has mankind stood closer than it does today to frightful wars. Most threatening of all is the danger of a new counter-revolutionary war of the imperialist powers on the Soviet Union. The capitalist world is drawing its sword against the country of proletarian victory, of socialist construction. It wants to destroy the strongest fortress of the world proletariat, whose existence ties its hands because it adds strength to the class struggle of the proletariat. The specter of world Bolshevism and the fear of proletarian revolution have so far held the ruling classes of all countries back from a new world war. Were it not for these fears, all the destructive forces of capitalism would be unleashed. The existence of the Soviet Union means that capitalism can no longer be securely stabilized. In no single country will the workers let themselves be curbed, as international capital would like to curb them. For the existence of the Soviet Union shifts the balance of forces between capital and labor throughout the world. The living embodiment of the Great October Revolution, the Soviet Union, stands on guard over the world proletariat's struggle against its oppressors. It is the most powerful instrument of liberation that history has ever placed in the hands of the oppressed and exploited classes. From the raid on the Soviet mission in China, the threads of the counter-revolutionary conspiracy against the Soviet Union led from Peking to London, and to the raid on Arcos. The hand of the White Guards who shot down Foykov was guided by the wire pullers in London. The campaign to sever relations between France and the Soviet Union was and is one of the links in the chain of war being prepared against the Soviet Union. If the capitalist world were to succeed in destroying the shield of the world proletariat in its fight for liberation, this proletarian fortress in the fight against the world capitalist offensive, mankind would witness a more frightful reaction than ever prevailed in even the bloodiest suppressians of rebellious workers. That is why the world proletariat, the oppressed and exploited of the whole world, must pledge their lives to the defense of the Soviet Union. They must stand together and make a defensive wall. 410 The Communist International around the Chinese working masses. They must remember that the defense of the Chinese Revolution and the Soviet Union is at the same time self-defense of the proletariat against the capitalist offensive. Proletarians of all countries, defend yourselves against the capitalist offensive. Rise up in revolutionary struggle against your class enemy. That is the best way you can defend the Soviet fortress of the world proletariat. Oppressed peoples of the colonies. The 10 years of the October Revolution have brought a practical solution of the national question on the basis of the complete equality and fraternity of the peoples inhabiting the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union is today the model of the future socialist states of the whole world, in which there will be no place either for economic or national oppression. Hold fast in your mind that the October Revolution was, is, and will be the revolution of all the workers, all the oppressed, all the exploited. Its 10 years existence is the greatest victory over world imperialism. Rise in fraternal unity with the proletariat of the capitalist countries against your exploiters. Break the chains and fetters in which world imperialism has bound you. Workers and peasants of revolutionary China. Hold high the banner of revolt against the imperialist robbers. Make use of the experience of the Russian October Revolution to organize armed defense against the counter-revolutionary forces of the Chinese bourgeoisie who are acting in alliance with world capital. Strengthen your revolutionary peasant organizations. Set up strong illegal Communist Party organizations everywhere, and your victory is assured. Extracts from a resolution of the ECCI Presidium on the opposition in the CPSU November 23, 1927 in Preker, 7, 117, p. 2633, November 29, 1927. On October 14, Pravda accused the opposition of intending to form a new party. Trotsky and Zinoviev were expelled from the Central Committee of the CPSU on October 23, 1927, and from the CPSU itself on November 14. The resolution of October 23 stated that they had not merely broken their undertaking to abandon fractionalism, but had in fact carried the struggle against the party and its unity to a stage bordering on the formation of a new, anti-Leninist party, in conjunction with the bourgeois intelligentsia. They also operated an illegal press. Preobrazhensky, Serebryakov, and others who ran this press had been expelled from the CPSU on October 13. The case of Radek, Kamina, Rakovsky, and other opposition members was referred to the 15th Congress of the CPSU. Approval of the resolution was immediately forthcoming from all the major Comintern sections. In his speech at the Central Committee on 23 October, Trotsky charged the leaders of the CC majority with falsification of the evidence. Whether they were aware of it or not, those who were expelling and arresting. November 1, 927 411. The best old members of the party were the instruments of non-proletarian classes. In a letter to the CC Secretariat on the following day, Trotsky said that the minutes did not record the first part of his speech, or that he was interrupted from the platform, or that a book and a glass had been thrown at him. A few days later, when the CC made it known that no party meetings could be held in private dwellings, Trotsky wrote that the slogan of party unity was being used as an instrument of ideological terror against the overwhelming majority of the party. A letter of Preobrazhensky and the others expelled for operating an illegal printing press to the 15th Congress of the CPSU noted that the decision did not deal with the basic question why a group of old Bolsheviks, each with more than 20 years membership, who never ceased party work even in the most difficult years of Tsarist reaction, why these Bolsheviks together with hundreds and thousands of younger party members were compelled at one stage of our revolution to organize the illegal printing of their documents, violate party discipline, etc. The question was, to what service was the printing press put? The party press would not allow them to publish perfectly legal criticism, in which they were defending the agrarian program of the CPSU. 1. The ideology of the opposition in the CPSU reflects a complex of views which is totally incompatible with Bolshevism. On the most essential matters it coincides with the ideas of the Social Democrats as a whole, and of the Russian Mensheviks in particular. To characterize the proletarian state, the Soviet Union, as Thermidorian, i.e. counter-revolutionary, as a degenerating or degenerated state, the analogous characterization of the CPSU and the entire regime of the proletarian dictatorship and its economic agencies, the charge of Bonapartism leveled against the leading circles of the CPSU and the Soviet government. This entire ideology, copied from that of Martov, Kosky, and Dan, shows that the opposition has broken its links with Bolshevism. 2. The opposition's Menshevik theory is accompanied by corresponding tactics. It has methodically used the most despicable calumny to discredit leading comrades and leading bodies of the Comintern, the CPSU, and other Comintern sections. From fractional groups it has passed to the creation of a Trotskyist party, with an extensive network of committees, and to the establishment of a central committee. It has passed from discussion within the party to appealing to the petty bourgeois masses outside the party. By provoking and encouraging all the anti-Soviet counter-revolutionary forces, it is acting as pioneer of a bourgeois democratic restoration. That is precisely why the opposition is supported by the openly counter-revolutionary parties, in the first place the Social Revolutionaries and Mensheviks. 3. The opposition is violating Comintern discipline as openly as it violates the discipline of the CPSU. It is not content with supporting the fractional work of its agents in the Comintern. It is gathering around itself. 412 The Communist International, both the so-called ultra-left renegades as well as openly right-wing elements. 4. These activities are open treachery to the revolutionary international movement of the proletariat. They are particularly criminal at a time when the work of socialist construction requires the cooperation of all forces and when the greatest imperialist states are advancing to an attack on the Soviet Union. 5. The Presidium of the ECCI notes with the greatest satisfaction that the Trotskyist Party has suffered a shattering rejection by the party masses of the CPSU and the entire Soviet working class. Notwithstanding the ultra-revolutionary phrases which it uses as concealment, the opposition has in fact joined the ranks of the social democratic leaders against the social democratic masses, who are becoming more radical, join the ranks of all enemies of the Soviet state and the world proletarian revolution. This fact emphasizes its character as anti-revolutionary deserters, revealed in a situation when war threatens. Consequently, the ECCI Presidium fully supports all the measures taken by the CC of the CPSU in fighting the Trotsky opposition and imposes on the CPSU the duty of taking further energetic steps to prevent any continuation of the criminal activities of the opposition disorganizers. The ECCI Presidium is firmly convinced that the forthcoming 15th Congress of the CPSU will preserve the strictest discipline and the complete organizational and ideological unity of the CPSU. It will cleanse the party of all those who, like Maslow, Korsch, and Co., have gone or are going over to the side of the class enemies of the proletariat. The ECCI Presidium states with satisfaction that all sections of the Comintern have declared against the opposition, and instructs the leading bodies of all sections to carry out continuous and energetic educational work on the anti-communist character of the opposition. Extracts from an ECCI statement on the tasks of Indonesian Communists, November 1927 in Preker, 7, 119, p. 2711, December 2, 1927. After the risings of 1926-7, the Indonesian CP and left-wing trade unions were outlawed, and their members joined the National Party of Indonesia, a legal opposition party catering for all sections of the nationalist movement. Together with the revolutionary struggles in China, the rising in Indonesia at the end of 1926 and beginning of 1927 was one of the most important events, proving that the oppressed masses of the East have already been drawn into the worldwide struggle between capital and November 1, 927 413 labor. The ECCI has made a very thorough examination of the lessons of the Indonesian revolt. The national revolutionary movement in Indonesia differs from similar movements in other colonies because of the absence of any native bourgeoisie and the presence of concentrated proletarian masses in the large concerns owned by the imperialists. The working class began comparatively easily to take an active part in the movement. The serious economic position of the masses, the impoverishment of the petty bourgeoisie and the intelligentsia, and the parallel growth of the Communist Party, which is the most important political organization among the Indonesian people, and the red trade unions are the characteristic features of Indonesian development in the last few years. The revolt broke out in November 1926, at first in Java and then in Sumatra. Both were bloodily suppressed, but their importance is tremendous, marking a culmination point in the history of the Indonesian national revolutionary movement. They differed from the hunger revolts in which the history of this Indonesian colony is so rich in being a conscious and organized attempt to overthrow by armed force the rule of the Dutch occupiers. The revolt took place under the leadership of the Communist Party. Hundreds of the best Indonesian communists were shot or thrown into jail. Even before the revolt, the best leaders had been arrested. The party made great efforts to prepare itself for the revolt. But its entire course showed the lack of serious political and organizational preparation of the movement as a whole. It is highly characteristic that the revolt was conducted under the general slogan of fighting Dutch imperialism, without concrete political and economic slogans which might have mobilized the broad masses and brought the revolt to the final and decisive point of a general strike and a peasant uprising. During the revolt and in the period following its defeat, the Dutch Social Democrats, section of the Second International, consciously played the part of bodyguard to the Dutch slaveholders. They openly defended Dutch imperialism. What now are the tasks of the Indonesian Communist Party? Its first task is to rebuild the party as a completely independent organization, even at the cost of the greatest sacrifices. The party must make every effort to rebuild the trade unions and to fight for their legalization. Using the trade unions as a basis, it must build up a mass workers' party. While maintaining its illegal organization, the party must use every legal opening, such as elections, etc. It must work actively in the national organizations, above all in those for young people. Connections must be established with the left-wing labor movement in Australia, New Zealand. 414 The Communist International and Japan, and above all with the National Revolutionary and Workers' Movement in China. While preparing the masses for a new onslaught on Indonesian imperialism, and for the fight for an independent Indonesian republic, the Communist Party must train and organize them at the same time for the struggle for day-to-day demands, such as an amnesty for political prisoners, withdrawal of the occupation army, the right of association, the 8-hour day, abolition of Dutch as the official language, etc. The ECCI on the Canton Insurrection December 15, 1927 Strategia I Tactica Cominterna, p. 205 Throughout the summer and autumn of 1927 there was a series of peasant risings, brutally suppressed, and occasional short-lived triumphs by the troops under communist control. In November 1927 the CC of the GCP, meeting in Shanghai, called for uprisings in the cities and villages that would merge into a general insurrection for the establishment of Soviets. This policy was widely criticized, particularly by the deposed Chen and by the Russian opposition, on the ground that the revolutionary forces were defeated and demoralized and should not be led into putschist adventures, but withdrawn and reorganized. This was dismissed as opportunism. In September the Politburo of the Chinese CP decided to abandon the KMT banner, and at the end of that month Pravda wrote that Soviets had passed from being a propaganda slogan to a slogan of action. The slogan was adopted by the Chinese CP in November. The ECCI had sent Heinz Neumann to China to assist Lomanids, and the two organized the insurrection in Canton which established the Canton Commune. It lasted less than 3 days, and was suppressed with great brutality and very heavy loss of life. 5 Russians arrested in the Soviet consulate were executed. It has been asserted that the insurrection was organized in obedience to a direct order from Stalin, who hoped for a victory in China that would redound to his credit at the 15th CPSU Congress, which met in Moscow in December 1927. When the Central Committee of the Chinese CP met early in January 1928, it asserted that the Canton Rising was not a putsch, but an inevitable stage in the development of the class struggle. The ECCI had been right in saying that the situation was revolutionary. The Canton failure was due to a series of mistakes and to lack of preparation. A year after the event, Lomanids admitted that they had exaggerated the strength of peasant revolts and the readiness of the workers and peasants to come to the aid of a revolutionary Canton. Neumann said that the troops in the city did not know the communist slogans, no preparatory work had been done among the enemy troops. Lozovsky reported that the workers of Canton continued at their jobs, including the transport of KMT troops, although in 1926 there had been 200,000 workers organized in the communist-controlled unions. An anonymous article published in February 1928 attributed the failure to the military inexperience of the workers and the superiority of the reactionary. December 1, 927 415 armies which enjoyed imperialist support. Nothing had been done to win the support of the peasants around Canton, who remained indifferent, or to infiltrate into the armies outside the city. The decision to start the revolt had been taken by the Canton CP on November 26, and the date decided at a meeting on December 7. A Soviet of 16 members was appointed beforehand. Its program was to be the liberation of political prisoners, the arming of workers and peasants, nationalization of industry and banking, the land to be given to the peasants, the execution of all those responsible for the White Terror. The last was the only item on which there was time to take action. The article stated that more than 700 White Guards had been shot. Lomnitz wrote, immediately after the events, that there was no more reason to call it a putsch because it was heavily defeated than to call 1905 in Russia or 1923 in Hamburg a putsch. The revolt coincided with the highest point reached by the workers' and peasants' movement in the province, and was both justified and inevitable. At the 6th Comintern Congress, Pepper denied the charge of rejecting Canton. He wished only to criticize Lomnitz and Newman's organizational failure. Newman attacked the right-wing errors of the Chinese CC during the revolution, their opposition to peasant excesses, and their acceptance of compulsory industrial arbitration. The left-wing CC which had taken its place made putschist errors. Lomnitz also made a strong attack on Pepper, whom he accused of lack of principle, time-serving, and dishonesty. Strickhoff defended the Canton insurrection. It had a genuine social basis and a mass character. The same defense was advanced by another Chinese delegate appearing under the name of Vorovsky. The theses of the Agitprop department of the ECCI on the first anniversary of the Canton events attributed the failure to CP weakness and lack of preparation, reformist treachery, imperialist aid for the Chinese bourgeoisie, the passivity of the proletariat weakened by bourgeois terror, the superiority of the opposing forces, etc. This, however, did not reduce the greatness of the events themselves. They were both a rearguard action and the opening of the Soviet phase of the Chinese Revolution, which would establish the revolutionary, democratic dictatorship of the workers and peasants. After the insurrection, Chiang ordered all Soviet consulates in KMT territory to be closed. To all workers, to all the oppressed, to all soldiers of capitalist armies. In Canton, city of glorious revolutionary combat, the workers and peasants have seized power, and the banner of the Soviets, the red flag of revolution, has been raised over the capital of South China. The unparalleled courage of the Canton workers is of profound and universal significance. All the forces of counter-revolution united against the workers and peasants, foreign imperialists, the bloody warlord executioners, the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie. These forces are waging a furious battle for Canton. They have surrounded it and cut it off from the rest of the world. The bourgeois press reports that Red Canton has already fallen. 416 The Communist International that the mass execution of workers and communists has already begun, but that the workers' revolutionary detachments, the Chinese Red Army, have broken out. If this should turn out to be true, then the counter-revolutionary victory at Canton cannot be lasting. In Kwantung Province, the Soviet power is holding out strongly in 5 areas. New battles are inevitable. The movement is growing, despite partial defeats. The bourgeois counter-revolutionaries will be defeated. The imperialist robbers will be thrown out of Chinese territory. But at the moment the heroic Chinese Revolution, the revolution of workers and peasants, stands beneath their axe. Hasten to its help. Hasten to the help of the Chinese Soviets. Do not let a single soldier, a single sailor, a single gun or bullet be sent to strangle the Chinese Revolution. Refuse to load ships with war supplies. Mobilize your forces. Demand the immediate withdrawal of imperialist troops from China. Long live Soviet power in China. Long live the International Revolution. Extracts from the Theses of the Agitprop Department of the ECCI on the 15th Congress of the CPSU and the Opposition. January 1928 in Preaker, 8, 9, p. 165, January 27, 1928. The 15th Congress of the CPSU was held on 2–19 December 1927. Trotsky and Zinoviev were already expelled, Rakovsky and Kamina were scarcely able to make themselves heard. A great many of their supporters had been sent out of Moscow, others expelled or imprisoned. In a letter to the CPSU and the ECCI on October 4, Trotsky, Zinoviev, Smilga, and others accused the Central Committee of violating party statutes in its efforts to pack the forthcoming Congress. Moreover, rumors had been circulated by the GPU that the opposition was linked with a White Guard conspiracy. They asked for an open discussion of their platform, only the bankrupt resorted to lies and calumnies. The opposition platform, The Real Situation in Russia, had been drawn up by 200 old Bolsheviks, of whom 13 were members of the CC or the CCC, and endorsed by several thousand CPSU members. The minutes of the joint meeting of the Politburo and CCC on September 8 at which it had been discussed were not published, although it had been agreed to do so. In a letter to the Congress dated December 3, 1927, on behalf of 121 named members of the CPSU, including Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Radek, Kamina wrote that they could not renounce views they believed to be correct, but to preserve party unity they would cease all fractional work and dissolve all fractional organizations, and would ask like-minded comrades in the other Comintern parties to do the same. They categorically rejected the idea of a second party. The resolution on Bukharin's report on the work of the CPSU representatives. January 1, 417 on the ECCI stated that the Comintern's most important task was to intensify the struggle against international reformism, which included the Trotskyist opposition. The Trotskyist opposition, which has broken completely with Leninism, with its Menshevik liquidationist platform, its slanders against the USSR which helped the Soviet Union's worst enemies, openly carrying on splitting activities unprecedented in their insolence, rallying behind its banner the worst renegades and splitters from Korsh and Ruth Fischer to Severin and Libers. Such an opposition can no longer be tolerated in the Comintern's ranks. Manuelsky said that in Western Europe the state power was now at the service of the opposition. Humbert Draws had been sent to France to open a discussion in the French Central Committee. 2 days before it was to meet, he was arrested so that Traint, who had the opposition documents, should have the opportunity to slander the CPSU and the Comintern without encountering strong opposition. In Germany, he said, Moslow enjoyed the support of the police. The resolution on the opposition said that it had passed from ideological differences on tactical questions to differences of a programmatic character, and had become Menshevik. It had become a tool of petty bourgeois democracy within the USSR and of international social democracy outside the country. It had violated not merely the party statutes but also Soviet law, and had taken up an open struggle against the proletarian dictatorship. Its actions had placed it among the avowed enemies of the Soviet Union. Its members had proceeded to the formation of their own Trotskyist party. The resolution endorsed the expulsion of Trotsky and Zinoviev. It also expelled 75 leading members of the joint opposition, including Drobnis, Evdokimov, Kamina, Muralov, Pyatakov, Radek, Rakovsky, Safarov, Smilga, I.N. Smirnov, and 23 members of the Sapronov opposition. The vote was unanimous. Sapronov and his group had detached themselves from the united opposition after the August meeting of the Central Committee. On December 19, the day after the resolution on the opposition had been passed, Kamina, Zinoviev, and 21 others applied for readmission. The Congress referred the application to the Central Committee and Central Control Commission with the recommendation that only individual applications should be considered, and a decision taken only after 6 months, during which time the applicants would have to demonstrate their adherence to the resolutions of the Congress. Radek, Rakovsky, Smilga, and Muralov reaffirmed their submission to the Congress decision on the dissolution of fractions, but stated that they could not renounce views which the course of events was demonstrating to be correct. On January 19, 1928 it was announced that, the opposition having established illegal contacts with representatives of the foreign bourgeoisie in Russia in order to facilitate communications with its supporters outside the country, it was advisable to expel Trotsky, Rakovsky, Radek, Smilga, Serebryakov, and other traitors from Moscow. Zinoviev and Kamenev were given party work in the provinces. This action was followed by further widespread arrests, deportations, and dismissals. In February and March Pyatakov, Krestinsky, and Antonovov-Zyenko dissociated themselves from the opposition. 418 The Communist International. An historical turning point. 1. It would of course be quite incorrect to say that the importance of the 15th Congress of the CPSU was limited to its decisions about the opposition. In every respect, the moment at which the Congress was held was a most important turning point in historical development. The Soviet republics have been in existence 10 years. They have already entered the period of the real socialist reorganization of the economy and the culture inherited from the past. The first years of the stabilization process in the capitalist world are also at an end, years which brought great dangers for the Soviet state and at the same time greater intensity in capitalist contradictions and the first signs of a new rise of the revolutionary wave in the West. The latest opposition group, a Sovietized instrument of international social democracy. 3. The characteristics of the most recent opposition are, the union of all former groups, which was not the case with earlier oppositions, such an accumulation of differences with the party that former theoretical differences became programmatic differences, the use of such methods of struggle against the party that the opposition transgressed the limits not merely of the party but of Soviet legality. The party was confronted with a solid united front of all elements discontented with its policy. On the eve of the Congress, the party was confronted with an opposition political platform which left no single question on which there were not profound differences between the opposition and the party. A platform had been elaborated, a program for a new party, a platform of such a kind that it became objectively a manifesto for uniting all the counter-revolutionary strata of the population, a shattering document for all those in the world who are fighting the Soviet Union. However freely the opposition uses left phrases, it cannot be denied that the opposition platform has become a counter-revolutionary program of calumny against the proletarian dictatorship. Finally, what confronted the party was not merely the programmatic but also the organizational crystallization of a new party. The opposition was creating its own illegal apparatus, its own illegal press, and had its own party discipline. It was proceeding to organize non-party elements and public actions and demonstrations against the party and the Soviet government, thus turning itself into a Sovietized instrument of international social democracy. January 1928 419. The shattering defeat of the opposition, a result of the ideological consolidation of the CPSU. 4. At the Congress, the opposition suffered a more complete defeat than any previous opposition in our party. What are the reasons for this? Firstly, the ideological growth of the CPSU. It is no accident that, at the climax of its battle against the party, Neo-Menshevism, appearing in an openly anti-party and anti-Soviet form, had only roughly 4,000 people behind it in the entire party of 1 million members and did not receive a single mandate at the Congress. The Congress decisions leave only two paths open to the opposition: either complete submission to the party and ideological disarmament, or becoming an openly counter-revolutionary anti-Soviet party. Which will the opposition choose? The complete dead end which the opposition has reached has already led to its ordinary members leaving it in great numbers. A group of its leaders, with Zinoviev and Kamenev at their head, have also left it. We do not doubt that the serious, revolutionary part of the opposition will return to the party. On the other hand, it must be clearly recognized that the Trotskyist opposition will continue the fight against the party. The chief task of the party is to make this small handful of renegades from the party and the revolution, who represent a neo-Menshevik party in process of formation, quite harmless. It may be taken for granted that the party and the proletarian dictatorship will execute this mission. All Comintern sections must draw the relevant lessons from these events. 5. The history of the struggle with the opposition and its concluding episode are of the greatest political importance for the CPSU and the Comintern. All Comintern sections must draw the appropriate conclusions. The opposition episode is by no means a national or Russian one. The origin, the development, and the collapse of the opposition in the CPSU must be studied by the revolutionary proletariat of all countries, for the experience is instructive. It shows the difficulties with which the working class in all countries will have to grapple after the seizure of power. The Russian experiences with the opposition are tremendously important for all communist parties from another point of view too. The history of the Russian opposition is closely connected with the oppositions in the communist parties of various capitalist countries, and with the cases of individuals who turned away from communism when the first tremendous post-war wave of revolution had subsided. The fact that there has 420 the Communist International been a certain standstill, of course only relative, in the revolution, had essentially the same effect on the elements inclined to petty bourgeois vacillation in both the CPSU and other communist parties. As a pendant, so to speak, of the opposition in the CPSU, the communist opposition in West Europe crystallized. This opposition, pitifully small in numbers and liquidationist in essence, has recently enjoyed a certain revival because of the extension of stabilization, the temporary defeat of the Chinese Revolution, the greater imperialist pressure on the Soviet Union. But the strongest impulse to this revival of the West European opposition came from the sharpening of the Russian opposition's struggle against the party. Hopes already extinguished flared up again. The crushing defeat of the opposition at the Congress, the capitulation of a number of its members, and the final transformation of the rest into a Menshevik counter-revolutionary group, the undeniable beginning of a swing to the left, a revolutionizing of the West European working class, with its corollary of a more intense struggle between social democracy and communism, all this is bound to deal the opposition a decisive blow. The communist parties must exert their utmost efforts to accelerate this natural process of decay to which the pitiful handful of renegades in all countries are condemned. The merging of the international opposition with the left wing of fascism and of international social democracy. 6. The communist opposition in West European countries has recently displayed roughly the same features as the Russian opposition. Both have entered the decisive stage of their struggle. All the decaying elements are coming together, in a strange international amalgam, openly bearing the Trotskyist standard. What unites these variegated elements in the Trotsky fraction? A typically Menshevik platform, in which the Menshevik liquidationist appraisal of the driving forces of the world revolution is allied with the despicable Menshevik counter-revolutionary criticism of the Soviet Union, the proletarian dictatorship, and the Comintern. The coordinated action of Vorwärts and Maslow's Volkswille in the campaign about the so-called banishment of the Russian oppositionists to Siberia is in itself enough to show even the politically inexperienced worker that international capital has two faces but only one class content. This unity of thought, of method, and of interests will become more and more pronounced. The communist parties must expose this merging of neo-Menshevism with the left wing of fascism and of international social democracy. January 1928 421. The significance of the 15th Congress for the CPSU and the Comintern. 7. The international communist opposition and the entire European social democracy are trying to exploit the 15th Congress decisions on the opposition as an argument against the proletarian dictatorship, the CPSU, and the Comintern. To answer this, the communist parties must not only demonstrate the correctness of these decisions, but conduct agitation and propaganda on a broad scale to explain the great ideological and educational importance of the lessons to be drawn by all communist parties from the 15th Congress decisions. The substance of these lessons is, a. The proletarian dictatorship is incompatible with the existence of two or more parties, or with the existence of fractions in the party of the working class. b. The greatest danger for every communist party, even for those which are in power, lies in fractional disorders. Only those who have a Trotskyist concept of the party can come to terms with or encourage a fractional struggle in the individual Comintern sections. The Comintern and its sections therefore have the duty of eradicating from their ranks, with the utmost energy, all elements of fractional struggle as an unhealthy Trotskyist legacy. c. The firmness and boldness with which the CPSU, in the name of party unity, that most important pledge of victory for the revolutions, criticized its former leaders, Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, and engaged in general self-criticism, with which it examined its own policy, into the discussion of which the entire party was drawn, and the unity which the party membership displayed, show all West European communist parties the real advantages which Bolshevik inter-party democracy has over that false freedom of thought, speech, and fraction, that freedom for the individual within the party, which allegedly exists in social democratic parties, and from the survivals of which a few communist parties have still not liberated themselves. Extracts from an ECCI resolution on the Polish-Lithuanian conflict January 27, 1928 in Preker, 8, 13, p. 260, February 10, 1928. The long-standing frontier dispute between Poland and Lithuania was aggravated in the autumn of 1927 by complaints of the persecution of the Polish minority in Lithuania, and the arrest of a number of Lithuanians in Poland. Lithuania, denying the Polish charges, appealed to the League of Nations. The Russian press carried reports of Polish plans to attack Lithuania, and on 422 the Communist International November 24 the Soviet government, in a note to Warsaw, argued that the preservation of peace depended on Poland. The League Council, with the concurrence of the two parties, adopted a conciliatory resolution recommending direct negotiations between them. The Sixth Comintern Congress, on August 19, 1928, adopted a manifesto against the occupation of Lithuania by the Polish imperialists. Pilsudski, it said, intended to march on Kovno, with the open or tacit approval of the powers, particularly Britain. The offensive might start at any moment. He was assured of the support of the Socialist International and the socialist traders in Poland and Lithuania, who regarded Pilsudski's plans as a step towards intervention in the USSR. 1. The Polish-Lithuanian conflict has not become less acute. On the contrary, the danger that Poland will annex Lithuania has become still greater as a result of the League of Nations' hypocritical decision and the efforts of the Second International to lull the vigilance of the masses. The League of Nations resolution has not solved the Lithuanian question, but only postponed for a time the realization of Pilsudski's plans to annex Lithuania. It avoids the root of the question and does not eliminate the danger to Lithuania's independence. Lithuania gets a respite, to give it time to reach a peaceful understanding with Poland. That means it should submit voluntarily to Poland and become its semi-colony. If Lithuania does not do this voluntarily, it will be forced to do so. This is demanded by the interests of imperialist Britain and France, who are trying to build a united front against the Soviet Union from the Baltic to the Black Sea. It is demanded also by the interests of imperialist Poland. 2. Lithuania's fascist government, which represents the interests of the Lithuanian kulaks, landlords, and urban bourgeoisie, and sees its most dangerous enemy in the proletarian revolution, in the Soviet Union, is inclined, under imperialist pressure, to reach agreement with Poland. In order to deceive the vigilant masses, it greets the decision of the League of Nations as a great victory for Lithuania. The prospects for the masses being successful in obstructing a Polish-Lithuanian agreement are this time much smaller than before, for the pressure of imperialist Britain, France, and Poland will certainly be stronger than before. On the Lithuanian question, all the bourgeois and petty bourgeois parties in Poland are rallying round Pilsudski. Union between Lithuania and Poland is a very popular slogan among the bourgeois and even the petty bourgeois Polish masses, and this makes Pilsudski's desire for annexation even greater. If he has not yet carried out his plans, it is only because the Soviet Union, which is always opposed to any annexation and enslavement of small nations, and Germany, which is interested in the maintenance of Lithuanian independence, have come out decisively against them. January 1928 423-3. It should be specially noted that the social democratic leaders of all countries, who have long since turned themselves into despicable agents of imperialism, are zealously supporting Pilsudski's annexation plans. 5. The ECCI calls on all CI sections, and on all those who are genuine opponents of imperialism and war, to display the utmost energy and initiative in exposing the plans of the imperialist robbers, Pilsudski's annexation projects, and the shameful part being played by the Social Democratic leaders. The annexation of Lithuania is only the first step on the road of aggression by the imperialist robbers against the Soviet Union. The 9th plenum of the ECCI. The meetings were held from 9 to February 25, 1928, attended by 92 delegates, of whom 44 had voting powers, from 27 countries. It decided on the date for the 6th Congress of the Comintern. The financial report for 1927 showed a total income of 1,375,000 rubles, derived from membership dues of 1,029,000, on 1,707,769 members, publications 152,000, and collections 176,680. The two main items of expenditure were administration, 595,000 rubles, and grants for newspapers, clubs, education, etc., totaling 690,000 rubles. An article in Pravda published shortly before the plenum argued that, with the masses turning more and more to the left, and the Social Democratic leaders moving farther to the right, the Comintern must intensify its struggle against international social democracy. The communist parties were to increase their efforts to expose Trotskyism as one of the main sources of the campaign of lies and slander against the Comintern. In the sections the opposition was weak, but in every country it was assured of the support of the bourgeoisie and Social Democrats. Later in the year the ECCI Agitprop department reported to the 6th Congress that its resources had been taxed to the utmost by the ideological struggle against the opposition. Its difficulties had been aggravated by constant changes of personnel in the department. Second only to the opposition danger was the right-wing danger in the Comintern, as exemplified in the Austrian CP minority who did not even recognize the Rising of July 1927. This referred to a strike in Vienna called to protest against the acquittal of two members of a fascist organization charged with the murder of a socialist during an affray earlier in the year, which led on July 15 to collisions with the police. The Palace of Justice was burnt down and there were about 100 fatal casualties. The small Austrian Communist Party called for a general strike, but this was turned down by a conference of shop stewards. The ECCI immediately issued a manifesto on these events, which it attributed to working-class resistance to the fascist attack on their living standards, a sign of the weakness of capitalist stabilization. It would be suicidal for the Austrian workers not to push their struggle to the end. The Social Democrats would certainly oppose their struggle, in collaboration with the police. It called for the formation of workers' Soviets in Vienna, the disarming of the police and of fascist organizations, and for a workers' and peasants' government. On 424 the Communist International July 24 the CC of the Austrian CP met and reached the conclusion that it had been organizationally unprepared for the events. It was too isolated from the masses to take over the movement, which had been betrayed by the Social Democrats. In September 1927 the ECCI Presidium passed a resolution on the opportunist error of those Austrian communists who regarded the events of 15 to 16 July as a riot, not an insurrection. It was a general strike against the class rule of the bourgeoisie, a mass revolt which, with correct leadership, might have led to the proletarian dictatorship. The assertion of the ultralefts that the Austrian communists weren't even there was a lie, but the party had failed to advance the slogan of Soviets and to organize mass discontent. It was a mistake to have convened the shop stewards, since these were dominated by the Social Democrats. The July events did, however, demonstrate the bankruptcy of Austro-Marxism. Right-wing tendencies were most clearly expressed, however, in the opposition to the new Comintern policy of class against class. A minority of the French Central Committee wished to continue to give parliamentary support to the Bloc de Gauche, and in the Central Committee of the CPGB, as reported at the 15th CPSU Congress, there had been strong opposition to work among the armed forces, and to the slogan of a general strike against the Trade Disputes and Trade Unions Act. The New Left policy summarized in the Class Against Class slogan, foreshadowed by Bukharin at the 15th CPSU Congress, implied the abandonment of United Front tactics. The reversal was generally attributed to the change in Soviet domestic policies after the defeat of the opposition, to the failure of the policy of alliance with the Kuomintang, and to the dissolution of the Anglo-Russian Committee, which had been represented as the triumph of United Front tactics. The change, as Bukharin stated later in the year at the 6th Comintern Congress, was made on ECCI initiative. In a brief resolution, the Presidium was instructed to establish a West European Bureau of the ECCI in order to establish closer contact between the ECCI and the West European sections of the Comintern. Extracts from the resolution of the 9th ECCI plenum on the Trotsky opposition February 15, 1928 resolution and UND Bisclus, 9 plenum, p5. The resolution was introduced by Thulman and passed unanimously. In his supporting speech, Bukharin said that the question had to be considered in relation to the sharper attacks being made on communist parties, which had therefore to intensify their struggle against the social democratic enemy. To make ideological or tactical concessions to social democracy would diminish communist recruiting power. The opposition was an obstacle to winning the masses for communism, and hence a counter-revolutionary force. Opposition criticism of the CPSU and the Soviet Union was taken more seriously than the criticism of the right-wing Social Democrats, who were avowed enemies. Either the Soviet Union was a proletarian state and the Comintern must annul. February 1928 425 questions of Soviet policy be on its side, or it was not a proletarian state. There was no third position. The opposition thought it was not a proletarian state and therefore there was no place for them in the Comintern. They were in fact its worst enemies. We have always held that, if there can be two parties in the USSR, then only in the sense that one rules, and the other is in prison. On January 15, Pravda published 2 letters, described as emanating from the Trotskyist Center, containing the following passage: "We are against a second party and against a fourth international, irreconcilably against them, judging this question in the light of the interests of international Bolshevism. For the international working class as a whole, the opposition would get into the hopeless position of a sect if it allowed itself to be pushed into the position of a fourth international opposed to everything connected with the Soviet Union and the Comintern. What we must do is to win over the Comintern. The differences are deep enough to justify the existence of a left fraction. But in the present period this fraction is an instrument to exert influence over the Communist Party, that is, over its proletarian kernel." The ECCI plenum notes with satisfaction that the 15th Congress of the CPSU has decisively put an end to the Trotskyist opposition by placing it outside the party. The plenum expresses its complete solidarity with the decisions of the CPSU and with the measures taken by the Soviet organs to stop the anti-Soviet activities of the opposition. The ECCI plenum believes that the decisions of the 15th Congress are of the utmost importance for the further strengthening of the proletarian dictatorship and the construction of socialism in the Soviet Union. The ECCI plenum agrees with the analysis of the international economic and political situation given by the CPSU Congress and notes the following characteristic tendencies of the present historical phase. 1. The sharpening of contradictions among the capitalist groups in the struggle for the complete redivision of the world, sharpening of the struggle between imperialism and the oppressed colonial peoples, sharpening of the imperialist struggle against the Soviet Union, the emergence of the preconditions for new imperialist wars. 2. Social democratic and reformist leadership is becoming more and more integrated with the economic and political system of imperialist organizations. The pressure of capital on the working class is becoming stronger. 3. The radicalization of the working masses as a result of the bourgeois offensive. 4. The anti-communist campaign opened jointly by the employers' organizations, the capitalist state, and social democracy. The approaching phase of development will be marked by new collisions between the working class and the bourgeoisie, and by a bitter struggle between social democracy and communism for influence over the working masses. 426 The Communist International Social Democracy is putting into operation the whole machinery of lies and slander to stop the growth of sympathy among the international proletariat for the Soviet Union and communism, to misrepresent the real successes of socialist construction, to divert the workers from their struggle to overthrow capitalism. A particularly mendacious and pharisaical role in the fight against the Soviet Union and the CPSU is being played by the leaders of the so-called left wing of social reformism, the Adlers and Bauers, Levis, Longuets, Lansburys, and Maxtons, who, aware that as the workers turn more to the left their sympathy for the Soviet Union grows, try to disguise their hostility to the proletarian dictatorship and to cover their fight against the Soviet Union with lying phrases of sympathy and conditional support. From the standpoint of the struggle for the masses now turning to the left, these so-called left leaders of opportunism are the most dangerous enemies of communism, of the CI, and the Soviet Union. The danger of Trotskyism in the international workers' movement at the present time lies in this, that the Trotskyists directly support the ideology and policy of the left lackeys of reformism, that they strengthen the left opportunist leaders in their struggle against communism and the Soviet Union and reinforce the methods of treachery and calumny which the reformists use in their struggle against Trotskyism communism. On all basic questions the Trotskyist opposition has gone over to the platform of the left lackeys of opportunism and has taken on an openly counter-revolutionary character. The Trotskyists, who, under cover of phrases about loyalty to the revolution and to the Soviet Union, slander the Communist International, the CPSU, and the proletarian dictatorship, whose external and internal policy they falsify and distort as much as the Social Democrats do, are, side by side with international social democracy, following a road leading to the overthrow of the Soviet power. The Trotskyist opposition passed from fractional struggle within the CPSU to the creation of a second party, to street fighting, and to openly anti-Soviet actions, which might have become a danger to the proletarian dictatorship because class elements hostile to the proletarian dictatorship gathered under the banner of the Trotskyist opposition. The proletarian dictatorship cannot and should not tolerate counter-revolutionary attacks, from wherever they come and under whatever disguise they are made. The Trotskyist opposition, which tried to break up the CPSU from within, was intellectually and organizationally defeated by the firmness of principle and the iron resolution of the CPSU and the working class of the Soviet Union. It has broken up into a number of groups, of which one, Kamina and Zinoviev, is returning not without vacillations to the party platform and gradually turning away from Trotskyism, thus. February 1, 928 427 offering further proof of the correctness of the CPSU and Comintern line, while another is hesitating between the party and the Trotskyists. The remaining insignificant groups of Trotsky adherents are trying, after being defeated in the CPSU and the Soviet Union, to transfer the center of their work to other sections of the Comintern. The real opportunist face of the Trotskyist opposition can be seen most clearly in the platform which the Trotskyists have put forward to consolidate their related groups in other countries. They appeal in the first place to the openly opportunist and counter-revolutionary elements like Souvarine and Paz in France. They have formed a bloc with the anti-proletarian petty bourgeois Maslow group in Germany, which is now talking of the turn to fascism and Tsarism in the Soviet Union. Outside the Soviet Union, this group in Germany is the strongest support of the Trotskyist opposition. It is already linking up with the counter-revolutionary Korsch group, and at the same time sending out feelers to the left Social Democrats. It is about to form itself into a separate party under the name of the Lenin League. It is trying to become the international rallying point for all opposition groups in the struggle against the Comintern and the Soviet Union. It is trying to win over the renegades Rosmer and Minut. The ECCI plenum is of the opinion that the development towards social democracy of the Trotskyist opposition, its openly anti-Soviet position, its thoroughly hostile attitude to the proletarian dictatorship, its splitting methods in the communist parties have reached a point at which adherence to the Trotskyist opposition, solidarity with its views, is incompatible with membership of the Communist International. The Communist parties must wage an unrelenting struggle to liquidate Trotskyist groups, and above all fight their leaders. At the same time they must continue the ideological struggle to win those workers who are still hesitating but have not yet broken with the opposition. Extracts from the resolution of the 9th ECCI plenum on the English question, February 18, 1928. Resolution and Undibusclus, 9 plenum, p. 26. The resolution, passed unanimously, was introduced by J.R. Campbell, who had strongly opposed it in the Commission. He warned the executive against exaggerating the leftward movement of the masses, and ignoring the delays and zigzags in the movement. The new line had been explained in an article by R.P. Dude. It was intended to meet the change in the situation in Britain, where the bourgeois dictatorship was no longer liberal but reactionary, as shown in the break with Russia, the trade union law, etc. As a result, differentiation within the labor movement was becoming more marked. The upper ranks were in open coalition with 428 the Communist International Capitalism, while the masses were becoming more revolutionary. The Labour Party was steadily losing the character which had made Lenin insist on communist affiliation, and losing its hold over the industrial workers. The majority of the CPGB Central Committee were particularly dubious about the ECCI proposal of putting forward communist candidates at elections in opposition to Labour Party candidates. The 9th CPGB Congress in October 1927 had adopted the slogan of a Labour government under the control of the Labour Party executive. Shortly before the plenum opened, the CPGB Central Committee had by a majority endorsed its established policy towards the Labour Party. The resolution adopted argued that the Labour Party had not yet become a social democratic party. As trade unionists, communists could state the CPGB point of view and lead all the genuine working class elements in the Labour Party in the struggle against the bourgeois leadership. It was a mistake to believe that Lenin's advice, given in 1920, was obsolete. The party in 1928, no less than in 1920, must help to push a Henderson-Snowden government into office. It would put forward its own parliamentary candidates where they had run before, as candidates of disaffiliated local labor parties, and where, in heavily proletarian constituencies, a split vote would not let in the capitalist candidate. To contest the seats of reactionary leaders without having won the local workers to our support would consolidate the rank-and-file workers against us throughout the country. 2 days before the plenum opened, Pravda had written that the CPGB would have to reconsider its relations with the Labour Party, whose leaders were now openly on the side of the bourgeoisie. It could no longer allow its hands to be tied by formal adherence to such a party. The majority of the British delegation thought it wrong to depart from the advice given by Lenin in 1920, when the situation was more revolutionary. So long as the Labour Party was based on the trade unions, it would be a mistake to change communist policy. Arnott put the case for the minority: anything that concealed the CPGB's antagonism to the Labour Party was detrimental to its future. He was supported by Smurl and Pepper, who argued that the CPGB could win the leadership of the workers only over the dead body of the Labour Party. Bukharin, putting the ECCI case, admitted that the Labour Party was not yet completely a social democratic party, but a MacDonald government would be just as much an enemy as the Baldwin government. Roy spoke in the same strain. Bennett, Petrovsky, reported for the Commission to the plenary session, and Gallagher and Campbell announced that after the discussion in the Commission they were thoroughly convinced of the correctness of the new line. On March 14 the Political Bureau of the CPGB Central Committee unanimously endorsed the resolution, as did the Central Committee itself a few days later. This was followed by an energetic campaign to explain and popularize the new line. In an article on the 10th anniversary of the foundation of the Comintern, Bell wrote, "Once more the Comintern came to the assistance of the British workers." The British Communist Party did not appreciate these deep and very far-reaching changes. No better illustration can be formed of the advantages of an international party, as a corrective to national one-sidedness, than the story of the 9th plenum of the ECCI. February 1928, 429. The French CP had adopted the class against class slogan before the 9th plenum, announcing it in an open letter in November 1927. This followed instructions from the ECCI Presidium, sent in April and September, that in the elections due to be held in 1928 there was to be no joint list with the Socialists, and no standing down in favor of left candidates, electoral tactics earlier approved by the French Politburo. The open letter presented class against class electoral tactics as a special case of the United Front. A joint list with the Socialists would be permitted in the second electoral round on a program, rejected by the Socialist Party Congress in December 1927, which included the nationalization of banks, cancellation of war debts, defense of the USSR, etc. In the French Central Committee, Renaud Jean described the new policy as catastrophic, and Doriot argued the case for some modifications. Since it was customary for the strongest left-wing candidates in the first electoral round to receive the support of the other left-wing candidates in the second round in order to defeat right-wing candidates, the new Comintern line made no distinction between the extreme right and the left-wing socialists. The boundary between reactionary and left had, according to the open letter, been eliminated by the National Bloc. An exception was made in Alsace, where the French CP made an electoral alliance with the German Catholic autonomists. The plenum resolution on France, noting that old habits and traditions were obstructing the operation of the new policy, urged the French Central Committee to act more vigorously. Analyzing the situation in France in similar terms to those used in the resolution on the CPGB, the resolution asserted that the class struggle in France was growing more acute, and the masses becoming more radical. The Bloc de Gauche had behaved treacherously, as had the Socialist Party and the CGT. The changed situation required changes in communist tactics, nevertheless the party had continued to repeat the old mistakes. The resolution approved the expulsion of the Trotskyist fraction leaders Traint, Girault, and others, by a decision of the Central Committee of the GPP1 on January 11, 1928. At the conference of the French Communist Party held at Saint-Denis at the end of June 1927, the opposition spokesman complained that the documents of the CPSU opposition had not been published. Doriot was the principal speaker for the majority, and the resolution approving the action against the CPSU opposition was passed against 2 votes, 1 reserved vote, and 1 abstention. Traint, justifying his opposition to ECCI policy, wrote at this time, "There lies between the opportunist policy of the Stalin-Bukharin group in China and true Leninism the blood of the Chinese workers." He accused them of concealing, even from the majority of the ECCI Presidium, what was happening in China, and all the documents bearing on these events. A speech by Stalin at the Communist Academy was never published because the coup d'état of Chiang Kai-shek, which occurred 10 days later, brutally and categorically refuted his words. But Radek, who spoke at the Communist Academy against Stalin and demonstrated that the treason of Chiang Kai-shek was then only a question of weeks and perhaps of days, was removed from his position as rector of the Sun Yat-sen University. In order to conceal these facts, it was necessary to create within the Russian Party as well as the International, an organizational regime which becomes more and more intolerable. Stalinism. 430 The Communist International is precisely this regime of bureaucratic strangulation and administrative terror applied in the Russian Party and the International. In September, Traint was expelled from the CC of his party, and the ECCI was requested to expel him from the executive. He was charged with fractionalism, with having had dealings with Fischer and Maslow in Germany, and with Bordiga in Italy, and with having published opposition documents. At the CPF conference, which met on January 30 to February 1, 1928, the expelled members declared their readiness to cease opposition and dissolve their fraction provided the Comintern ended its policy of expulsions and readmitted those expelled, published the opposition documents, and opened a discussion on all questions in dispute. The conference voted 174 against 1, with 4 abstentions, to ratify the expulsion of Traint, Girault, and others. At the same conference, the French party accused itself of having failed to understand the nature of the capitalist offensive, or to notice the radicalization of the masses. It had kept too rigidly within the bounds of bourgeois legality, and had failed to grasp France's leading role in the preparations for war. These errors had been pointed out in the open letter of November 10, 1927, but not enough had been done to apply the new line. 1. The English bourgeoisie, who are facing more and more severe international competition, and chronic depression in the key industries, will certainly continue their policy of capitalist nationalization, of colonial repression and the suppression of national revolutionary liberation movements. In foreign policy, the preparation of war against the Soviet Union will continue as before to be their main preoccupation. The resistance of the working class to this policy of the ruling class will make the class struggle in Britain much more acute. 2. The policy of the British ruling classes is designed to draw the major workers' organisations, the Labour Party and the trade unions, into their sphere of influence, despite the resistance of the working class. The leaders of these organisations are doing their best to transform them into subsidiary organizations of the bourgeois state and the employers' associations. For this integration of capitalist bourgeoisie and reformism is accompanied by the development of the struggle between the right wing and the revolutionary workers. From a federal type of organization based on the unions, the Labour Party is turning more and more into an ordinary social democratic party and is beginning to exclude from its ranks even those communists and left-wing workers who represent the unions. The trade union leaders for their part are making stronger and stronger attacks on the minority movement and the Communist Party. 5. On the other hand, these circumstances are aggravating and intensifying the discontent of the broad masses of the working class, not only with the general situation in the country, but also with the reformist policy of the official leaders of the Labour Party and trade unions. The perspective. February 1928, 43I of the workers' movement in England is one of class struggles of increasing sharpness. 6. In these circumstances it is imperative for the Communist Party to take advantage of the leftward movement of the masses by adopting clearer and sharper tactics of opposition to the Labour Party and trade union leaders, to rouse the left-wing workers to struggle against the bureaucracy and so win the leadership of the working class in the class struggle against capitalism. 7. Because of the special form of association between the unions and the Labour Party, the Communist Party, which is not affiliated to the Labour Party and has no rights within it, is frequently compelled to submit to Labour Party discipline, e.g. to accept the decisions of the Labour Party selection panels concerning parliamentary candidates. It is now necessary to wage an all-out fight against this discipline, which imposes on the workers' movement the will of the labor bureaucracy, which suppresses the will of the workers, and which hampers the Communist Party's freedom of action, by getting the local Labour Party organizations to call new conferences for the selection of parliamentary candidates on a basis which guarantees full rights to all workers in the Labour Party, including communists, and by calling unofficial conferences to select candidates if the local Labour parties, dominated by the bureaucratic machine, should refuse to do so, or if they organize the conferences in a purely bureaucratic manner. 8. It is however not yet expedient to abandon the slogan of affiliation to the Labour Party, for it has not yet become entirely a social democratic party. 9. An energetic campaign must be conducted in the union branches for local control of the political levy, in order to make it possible to finance candidates favored by the local rank and file. 10. The general political line must be based on the assumption that the Communist Party confronts not one enemy camp, but two, the Conservative Party, and an alliance of liberals, Labour Party, and union leaders, supported by part of the bourgeoisie, by the petty bourgeoisie, and by the labor aristocracy. 11. At the present time a Labour government would from the start be objectively an instrument for attacking the workers. The experience of the MacDonald government, the betrayal of the general strike and the miners' struggle, the changed attitude of the Labour Party and union leaders to the question of war, to relations with the Soviet Union, to China, India, and Egypt, make it essential for the English Communist Party to come out more boldly and clearly as an independent political party, to change its attitude to the Labour Party and Labour government, and consequently to replace the slogan of a Labour government by the slogan of a revolutionary workers' government. 432 The Communist International 12. This general change in the party's tactics determines its electoral tactics. During elections, the Communist Party will come out as an independent organization, with its own platform, its own slogans, etc., different from and opposed to all other contending forces. It will put up as many of its own candidates as possible, and put up candidates in opposition to the official strike-breaking candidates of the Labour Party. 13. It is absolutely essential to put up candidates against the leaders of the Labour Party and the TUC General Council. Since large sections of the masses still support the reformist leaders, it is absolutely essential to propose a united front locally and nationally, in order once more to expose the Labour Party and trade union leaders who prefer unity with the capitalists to unity with the revolutionary workers. 15. It is essential to start a mass campaign at once for a daily newspaper. Extracts from the resolution of the 9th ECCI plenum on the trade union question, February 25, 1928. Resolution and Undibus Clause, 9 plenum, p. 13. This resolution, also passed unanimously, was introduced by Humbert Drawes. He argued that in the IFTU there was no longer a left wing prepared to cooperate with the communists and fight capitalism. Struggles within the IFTU reflected only the different national interests of the national bourgeoisie. That socialist parties were everywhere in opposition was itself a form of cooperation with the bourgeoisie, for they prevented the communist parties from assuming leadership of the discontented masses, who still followed their treacherous reformist leaders. The discussion in the commission, he said, showed that the parties had only weak links with the workers in large-scale industry. Disputes often broke out without the CP being aware of what was happening, and they often intervened with ultra-left slogans such as the call for a general strike. This did not prevent them from also making reformist and opportunist errors. The Commission had debated whether the tactical line should be changed, abandoning the United Front and trade union unity slogans, ceasing work in reformist unions, and initiating splits to establish revolutionary unions, but had decided against this. The job of communists in the unions was still to get rid of the reformist leadership. The British delegates explained the changes introduced by the dissolution of the Anglo-Russian Committee. For more than 2 years the CPGB had centered its trade union unity campaign on the committee, which had enabled it to strengthen its position in the unions and breach the wall erected by the Social Democrats between the Communist Party and the masses. Unity would now have to be established at lower levels. Unity was not an end in itself, but a means of stirring the masses. It could not therefore be bought at the price of communist silence. The general line of argument put forward in the communist press was that, with capitalism in decline, the trade unions were no longer able to plead that they won reforms and improvements for the workers. February 1928, 433. The unions were now working against the workers for capitalist rationalization and industrial peace, at the expense of the proletariat. I. The industrial struggle and the tasks of communists. 1. With the extremely rapid concentration of capital in the present period, and the amalgamation of capitalist organizations with the machinery of the bourgeois state, strikes quickly tend to assume a political character, and the forces of the proletariat come into collision with the forces of the bourgeois state. In these circumstances it is the task of communists to enlighten the masses about the perspectives of the struggle, to mobilize the broadest strata of workers, to demand as vigorously as possible their revolutionary unification, and to bring the entire struggle onto a higher plane. 2. Communists and revolutionary workers in general must make the basis of their tactics the resolute and relentless struggle against so-called industrial peace, which is nothing but the latest form of bringing the working class into subjection to the bourgeoisie. Therefore, in addition to putting forward concrete demands about wages and hours, the watchwords around which the masses must be mobilized are the freedom to strike, opposition to compulsory arbitration, opposition to social democratic loyalty to collective agreements, and, as a rule, advocacy of short-term agreement only. For the new forms of the bourgeois offensive against the working class are accompanied by a turn to the right among social democratic politicians and trade union leaders, who actively support the tactics of industrial peace, put a brake on strikes, or betray them at the most critical moment. It is therefore the job of communists to pursue tactics which will enable them to seize strike leadership from the reformists. 5. Every strike must be made the arena of struggle for leadership between communists and reformists. The communist attitude must therefore be designed to secure leadership in strikes. It is necessary to mobilize the masses under communist slogans. To expose the treacherous attitude of the reformists and, when the opportunity is favorable, organize strikes against the will of the trade union bureaucracy. 6. To be a good communist does not mean to propose strikes all the time, whatever the circumstances. This is particularly true of the general strike slogan. The communist should not limp behind the masses, nor should he run too far ahead. He should not play with strikes, but once a strike has been started, he must exploit every opportunity and prospect of struggle. 7. To lead the masses in a strike, energetic work in advance of the strike. 434. The Communist International is essential. Communists can win the leadership of a strike movement more easily if, before the strike, they launch a broad movement for the establishment of factory committees or win strong positions in them where they already exist. These factory committees are the best foundation for forming strike centers, elected and recognized by the broad working masses. 2. The struggle against the expulsion of communists from trade unions because of the radicalization of the labor movement. The Amsterdammers are opening a bitter campaign all along the line against communists in the trade unions. Expulsion from the unions, splitting the union organizations in which communists win predominant influence have become everyday events. Among communists there has been a certain passivity on this question. Communists must, a. wage an open and vigorous struggle against expulsion under the slogan of trade union unity, b. conduct this struggle primarily among the masses, by organizing protest meetings in favor of democracy within the unions. d. The attempt to stay in the union must never lead a communist to renounce active revolutionary political work in the union. 3. Organizational tasks of communists in trade unions. 1. The 9th ECCI Plenum considers it one of the most urgent tasks of the international revolutionary trade union movement to adopt an attitude based on clearly defined principles to the defects in the work of communist parties and revolutionary unions to win the masses for the revolutionary class struggle. Particular attention will have to be paid to the organizational tasks of the trade union movement in colonial countries. Everywhere the political influence of communists in the trade unions is growing, but the organizational work of the communist parties is not keeping pace with this growth. 2. Although organizational work must vary according to country and industry, there are nevertheless basic principles of organizational work applicable to all countries. Communists in trade unions in all countries must make it their task. February 1928 435 I. To capture the most important industries, industrial districts, large factories, and plants. 2. To get the greatest possible number of workers in every factory to do trade union work. 3. To build up trade union bodies on a factory basis. To do this the local trade union branch machinery must be captured. 4. To win the factory committees, where they exist, and to create them where they do not exist, and to make these committees the basic organizations of industrial unions. v. To deal with all important trade union questions in the factory itself. 6. Communists must take particular care that these committees are not turned into instruments of capital-labor cooperation. 7. To fight against bureaucratic centralism, to fight for broad trade union democracy, i.e. the greatest possible extension of local powers, proportional representation in trade union executives, annual elections, etc. 12. To strengthen the organization of the unemployed, to fight against the exclusion of unemployed from the unions. 3. As regards revolutionary unions in countries where the unions are split, communists must, I. recruit new members. 3. Change the unions into industrial unions, without forcing mechanical fusion. 4. Establish close links between the factory committees in all factories run by the same company or trust. V. Create every possible joint committee, action committee, and other united front bodies both with workers in reformist unions and with the unorganized. 4. For those countries in which there is an organized trade union minority, the most important organizational tasks are: I. To win over as many trade unions and trades councils as possible to the opposition. 3. To carry out a constant campaign explaining recent defeats in the industrial struggle, pointing to the need to replace the leaders. 4. To struggle unrelentingly against the slightest violation of trade union democracy, against expulsions, etc. For those countries in which there is no organized opposition and in which work is carried out by fractions, communist efforts must be directed to establishing fractions on the district, industry, and national level. 436. The Communist International. 3. Fighting against bureaucratic centralism in the trade union movement and for the extension of the rights of local organizations. Extracts from the resolution of the 9th ECCI plenum on the Chinese question, February 25, 1928. Resolution and Undibus Clause, 9 plenum, p. 44. At the CPSU Congress in December 1927, Bukharin said that the Chinese Revolution was far from dead, they might well be on the eve of a new revolutionary wave. There was no need for pessimism. Tan Pingshan had been expelled for opportunism, and the party, now numbering between 20,000 and 25,000, was internally consolidated. Laminid said the task of the Chinese party now was to organize for an armed insurrection under the slogan of Soviets, and to organize Soviets in certain areas, as had been done in some parts of Kwantung. At the end of 1927, after an attack by the KMT army in Hunan, Mao Zedong withdrew the remnants of his forces to the remote mountain area of Qingkanshan, where he was joined by Chu Tai and his troops in the spring of 1928. His concentration on land reforms and the training of a peasant army did not at first meet with the approval of the Chinese Central Committee, which, in November 1927, rebuked him for regarding the industrial workers as auxiliaries of the peasants. The resolution on the work of the CPSU delegation to the ECCI stated that the Chinese nationalist bourgeoisie had exhausted their revolutionary possibilities, while the KMT had become the direct instrument of military cliques. The meeting of the plenum appears to have been preceded by a Chinese conference. At the 6th Comintern Congress later in the year, Pepper quoted Bukharin's statement there that to explain the Canton failure by military and technical reasons, as Newman and Laminid's did, was incorrect. We did not have a sufficiently broad social basis for a victorious insurrection. In the discussion of the Canton Rising at the plenum, it was agreed that preparations had been inadequate, both among the masses and among the enemy troops. The right danger had now given place to the danger that putschist tendencies would not be kept in check. The CCP was called on to reinforce its working class corps and to fight against the liquidators, as well as against those who did not understand the need for prolonged and detailed day-to-day work, but wanted immediate action against the counter-revolution. Immediately after the plenum, Pravda wrote that the reactionary camp had consolidated its position, but the workers' and peasants' movement had reached a higher stage, under communist leadership and the banner of Soviets. Since the bourgeoisie had not solved the tasks of the bourgeois democratic revolution, the CCP must concentrate all its force on preparation for armed revolt. The opposition renegades said that the Chinese Revolution had suffered a decisive defeat. This was liquidationism. The resolution was put forward in the name of the CPSU and Chinese CP, and introduced by Bukharin and Stalin for the first, and Li Lisan, and Jian, Shang Chengfa, for the second. It was adopted unanimously. The ECCI representative referred to in the first paragraph was Laminid's. February 1928, 437. Trotsky, in exile, wrote to an unnamed friend that, while the resolutions on the French and British parties represented an extreme and ill-considered switch to the left, the resolution on China was false from beginning to end, a continuation of the putschist Canton policy which would lead to the defeat of the Third Chinese Revolution. The letter is in the Trotsky archives. Referring to the resolution in his critique of the draft CI program, Trotsky wrote that it was wrong to say that the KMT had gone over completely to the counter-revolution. That could only happen when the class needs of the bourgeoisie were satisfied, whereas China was still disunited, still subject to outside pressure, still unable to control its own market. Neither the workers nor the peasants would have followed the national bourgeoisie if we ourselves had not urged them to do so. The resolution deleted the KMT, saying the revolution had taken place largely under communist leadership. It was precisely because this was not the case that the revolution had suffered defeat. What was now called a severe defeat was at the time described as the transition to a higher stage. The important question, he added, was not whether China was ripe for socialism, but whether it was ripe for the proletarian dictatorship. The two were not identical because of the law of uneven capitalist development. 1. The present period of the Chinese Revolution is the period of the bourgeois democratic revolution, which neither from the economic aspect, agrarian revolution and abolition of feudal relations, nor from the aspect of the national struggle against imperialism, China's unification as a single state and national independence, nor from the aspect of the class nature of the government, dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, has yet reached its conclusion. The characterization of the present stage of the Chinese Revolution as one which is already a socialist revolution is false. Equally false is its characterization as a permanent revolution, the attitude of the ECCI representative. To postulate a tendency in the revolution to jump over the bourgeois democratic stage, while regarding it at the same time as a permanent revolution, is a mistake similar to that made by Trotsky in 1905. This mistake is the more harmful in that it leaves out of account the outstanding national peculiarity of the Chinese Revolution as a revolution in a semi-colonial country. 2. The first wave of the broad revolutionary movement of workers and peasants has subsided, by and large it moved under the slogans and, to a substantial degree, under the leadership of the Communist Party. In a number of centers of the revolutionary movement it has ended with most severe defeats for the workers and peasants, with the physical annihilation of part of the communist cadres and of the revolutionary cadres in general. With the complete exposure of the Kuomintang and the generals as counter-revolutionary. And, finally, with the transition of the entire revolutionary mass movement in China to a new stage, the stage of Soviets. 3. At the present moment we are not confronted with a new and 438 the Communist International powerful advance of the revolutionary mass movement throughout the country. Nevertheless, there are a number of indications that the workers' and peasants' revolution is approaching such a stage. These signs include not only the heroic rising of the Canton workers, but primarily the unleashing of a peasant movement in some areas, as well as the increasingly frequent revolts among the troops of the warlords' armies. The catastrophic worsening of the economic conditions of the masses, the financial crisis and the ruin caused by the unending wars between the militarist groups, as well as extreme political oppression, will inevitably drive the masses on the road of further revolutionary struggle. 4. The course of the Chinese Revolution has underlined one of its peculiar features, that is, its extremely unequal development. It is developing unequally in the different provinces. It has also until now developed unequally as between town and country. While the peasant movement is developing in a number of provinces, the industrial workers' movement, drained of blood and gripped in the iron vice of the most extreme white terror, is in a number of industrial centers going through a stage of depression. 5. This situation dictates the basic tactical line of the party. The party must prepare itself for a violent surge forward of new revolutionary waves. This confronts the party with the immediate tactical task of organizing and carrying through armed mass risings, for the tasks of the revolution can only be solved by rebellion and by the overthrow of the present authorities. Precisely for that reason all party work must now be concentrated on winning over the worker and peasant millions, educating them politically, organizing them around the party and its slogans, confiscation of landlords' estates, 8-hour day, national unification of China, liberation from the imperialist yoke, overthrow of the existing government, dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, establishment of Soviets. The greatest danger in the present situation would be for the vanguard of the workers' and peasants' movement, because of an incorrect appraisal of conditions, an underestimate of the power of the enemy, to break away from the masses, push forward too far, allow their forces to be split. The Communist Party will certainly be defeated and disorganized if it does not apply itself on the broadest scale to win and to organize the masses. 6. Consequently, the ECCI directs special attention to the necessity of intensifying the party's mass work among the workers and peasants. At the same time, an end must be put once and for all to terrorist practices in the trade union movement, for these are fatal to the party. The party must fight with the utmost energy against the use of violence to get strikes called. Only if the masses are convinced of the correctness of the path recommended by the party, only if it has their unreserved support and complete. February 1, 928 439 confidence, can it lead the movement. It is equally necessary to intensify work to create and extend a network of peasant organizations, with a separate organization for the proletarian elements in the village. 7. It is necessary to struggle resolutely against putschism in certain strata of the working class, against unprepared and unorganized actions in town and country, against playing with insurrection. Playing with revolts instead of preparing the mass rising of workers and peasants is the surest way to bring disaster to the revolution. In guiding the spontaneous guerrilla actions of peasants in the different provinces, the party must bear in mind that they can become the starting point of the victorious rebellion of the entire people only if they are linked with the new surge forward of the revolutionary wave in the proletarian centers. The ECCI is of the opinion that the chief task of the party in the Sovietized peasant areas is to carry through the agrarian revolution and to organize Red Army detachments which can subsequently be united into a single national Chinese Red Army. 8. The most important prerequisite for the further development of the revolution is the consolidation of the Chinese Communist Party itself, its cadres, its provincial organizations, and its center. The Chinese Communist Party has, it is true, by and large overcome its opportunist errors, the August 1927 conference, noted in earlier Comintern resolutions, but it has not yet completely adapted itself to the circumstances of the present situation, and is vacillating both in its tactics, underestimating the dangers of putschism, terrorist methods of struggle in the trade unions, enthusiasm for the rural guerrilla movement, as well as in matters of organization. 9. The ECCI believes that the Chinese Communist Party must wage an unrelenting struggle against the attempts to organize a new, allegedly truly communist workers' and peasants' party, really a bourgeois reformist party, being made by a few former communists, Tan Pingshan, etc. Basically, this will be a Menshevik, anti-worker, and anti-peasant party, a compliant tool of Chiang Kai-shek and other executioners of the working class and peasantry. 10. The ECCI considers it indispensable to undertake a careful examination of the entire experience of the revolutionary movement in China. In particular, it is necessary to study the experience of the Canton Rising. This heroic attempt to organize Soviet power in China, which played a tremendous part in the development of the workers' and peasants' revolution, revealed several failings in the leadership, insufficient preparatory work among the workers and peasants as well as in the enemy's army. Their completely inadequate knowledge of what was happening in Canton, the weakness of the political mobilization of the masses, for which the leaders on the spot have to bear their share of responsibility before the CI, Comrade N among others. 440 The Communist International 11. The ECCI imposes on all sections of the Comintern the duty of fighting against the calumny spread by the Social Democrats and Trotskyists that the Chinese Revolution is liquidated. These calumnies only lighten the work of the imperialists. The Comintern sections in the imperialist countries must fight more vigorously than ever for the withdrawal of troops and warships from China, against all attempts to annex and partition Chinese territory, against all attempts to throttle the Chinese revolutionary movement. The ECCI calls on all workers, and in the first place on all communists, to fulfill their duty of proletarian solidarity and aid for the heroic Chinese proletariat. Extracts from the Appeal of the West European Bureau of the ECCI on Events in China, May 1928 in Preker, 8, 47, p. 831, May 18, 1928. When in the spring of 1928 the war between the Kuomintang forces and the northern warlords reached Shantung, Japan, fearing for its interests in the Chinese railways, dispatched troops to the area. They occupied 2 Chinese cities. On May 3 fighting broke out between the Japanese and KMT forces. Japanese warships in Chinese waters were reinforced. On May 9 the Japanese government undertook to withdraw its naval and military forces when the emergency was over, but Japanese troops continued to occupy the railway zone. In an interview published in Izvesty Yachicherin, the Soviet Foreign Commissar asserted that the United States, Britain, and France approved the steps taken by Japan. The military partition of China has begun. Predatory Japanese imperialism has occupied Shantung. The world bourgeoisie, who smothered the national revolutionary movement of the Chinese workers and peasants in blood, are turning from intervention to the open conquest of the country. Japan is hurrying to exploit the advantages of its strategical position to tear off the first morsels. The war begun by Japan can turn into a world conflagration, a war of the imperialists for the general partition of the world, a redivision of colonies, a bloody campaign against all the oppressed peoples. Only the prompt and courageous solidarity of the international proletariat and the oppressed peoples can prevent or postpone the catastrophe. The Mikado's government is not waging war against Chiang Kai-shek, who has offered his services more than once to the various imperialist gangs and is now being bribed by American imperialism. In Shantung as in Manchuria, Japanese imperialism is waging a predatory war against the Chinese people. It is the first to start on the partition of China because in Japan itself the government of bourgeois feudal reaction can only keep in power by open war against the entire people. Japanese fascism, which May 1928 441 brutally suppresses the workers' movement, shoots down peasants, and throws not hundreds but thousands of militants into prison, is no longer even in a position to continue to use parliamentary deception to conceal its dictatorship. The recent parliamentary elections were held in an atmosphere of raging terror, but this did not prevent the workers and peasants appearing in a united revolutionary front at the elections, or the Communist Party from taking part in them at the head of the workers and the village poor. Tanaka's government, which, notwithstanding its bribery of deputies, has half of parliament against it, stays in power only by the force of bayonets, but even these are beginning to become unreliable, and bourgeois feudal reaction is intensifying its terrorist regime to maintain discipline in the army. To strengthen the military dictatorship inside the country and distract the workers' attention from the political and economic crisis, the Mikado's government is looking for an easy and brilliant victory in Shantung. Workers, peasants, and soldiers of Japan. It is your first revolutionary duty to stop those who have raised the sword against the Chinese people. Answer the occupation of Shantung by organized and selfless struggle against the government, above all in Japan itself. The counter-revolutionary Kuomintang has veiled its agreement with the foreign imperialists by the provocative lie that the eradication of Bolshevism in China will provide guarantees against imperialist intervention. The occupation of Shantung by the Japanese deals an annihilating blow at this provocative falsehood. Only under proletarian leadership will the Chinese working masses defeat the counter-revolution inside the country and win independence for revolutionary China. Only the power of the workers and peasants organized in Soviets, by destroying imperialism's positions and eliminating its economic and political agents inside China, will with the help of the world proletariat lead the national revolution to victory and open a broad road to socialism. To conquer the country in order to partition it, that is the imperialists' policy in China. The first part of this criminal plan they have carried out by joint military intervention against the national revolution. Japan's capture of new war booty in Shantung is the beginning of the second stage. Japan will be followed by the other imperialist robbers, in the first place England and the United States, who will demand their share in the plunder. England, which is inciting Japan and approves the Japanese robbery, is out to get a free hand for itself for military conquest. American military activity has become more marked and more intense as a result of 442 The Communist International, the occupation of Shantung. The Washington government is frankly out for a new division of colonies, the winning of new markets and raw material sources. The protection offered to Nanking and the indignation about the occupation of Shantung only mean that American imperialism will stop at nothing to secure for itself unrestricted opportunities for plunder. More than once the Communist International has given warning that the attack on the Chinese people is the prelude to a gigantic monstrous world war. The partition of China started by Japan is a further step towards war. The world catastrophe is approaching with increasing rapidity. The more intense attacks on the Soviet Union are only part of the general plan of the international robbers to redivide the world. The existence of the Soviet Union, as the citadel and lighthouse of the proletarian world revolution, as the instrument for relentlessly exposing the secret war plans of the bourgeoisie, represents an immense danger for all the incendiarists of war. Resolution of the ECCI Presidium on the Leninbund, May 4, 1928 in Preker, 8, 44, p. 791, May 8, 1928. The Leninbund was formed by expelled members of the KPD in the spring of 1928, to put up its own candidates. Ruth Fischer, Maslow, and Skolem resigned very shortly after its formation, considering it too sectarian. The letter of instructions from the Trotskyist Center published by Pravda on January 15, 1928 noted that Maslow and Fischer appeared to think that the CPSU opposition was opposed to a second party because of special conditions in the USSR. That was not so, it was irreconcilably opposed to a second party in general and on principle. The CPSU and the Comintern had to be captured from within. The KPD opposition should not put up separate candidates. To do so would justify the attitude of the capitulators Kamina and Zinoviev, who, with others, were readmitted to the CPSU in June 1928. Radek, in exile in Tobolsk, had sent a telegram to Pravda and to the Rotfani protesting against separate candidates of the Leninbund. Every revolutionary German worker must be urged to vote for the KPD candidates against the German bourgeoisie and social democracy. Trotsky, in a letter to his fellow exile Beloborodov, in the Trotsky archives, criticized the use of the name Leninbund. Opposition was good enough, and was international. The use of the name Leninbund might be taken as the first steps in establishing a new party. He, like Radek, opposed separate candidatures. In the May 1928 elections the KPD polled 3.2 million votes and won 54 seats, compared with 2.7 million votes and 45 seats in 1924. The SPD vote rose from 7.8 to 9.1 million, and its seats from 131 to 152. The Nazis polled 800,000 votes and won 12 seats, the Left Communists 80,000 votes, but no seats. May 1928 443. On April 15 the Fani de Communismus published an open letter to the Comintern and to the CC of the KPD, the ostensible purpose of which was to request the admission of the so-called Leninbund to the Comintern or its recognition as a sympathizing organization. The Presidium of the ECCI declares that this request is nothing but a maneuver by which Maslow, Ruth Fischer, Urbans, and co. are trying to use for their own counter-revolutionary political activities the workers who are discontented with their policy and whom they have misled. In their request there is no word of condemnation of the counter-revolutionary splitting activity of the Maslow-Urbans group. It is even expressly stated that they do not submit to the resolutions of Comintern congresses. The passage refers to their acceptance of the Fifth Comintern Congress resolutions on questions of principle, that is, they do not accept the resolutions which condemn Trotskyism. In this request they resort to political pressure, the threat to put forward their own candidates, a method which has evoked a protest even from some prominent Trotskyists, e.g. Radek. The foundation of a separate party and the decision to put forward separate candidates, at a moment when all the bourgeois forces in Germany, from the nationalists to the social democrats, are coming out against the Communist Party, and the bourgeois coalition government is preparing to dissolve the League of Red Front Fighters, amount to a repetition of malevolent treachery by the Maslow-Fischer-Urbans League, that group of renegades who do not shrink from covering their counter-revolutionary activity with Lenin's name. In view of the fact that a number of workers were misled by the false information given out by the leaders of the Maslow-Fischer-Urbans League, the ECCI Presidium resolves to readmit to the KPD and the Comintern, after an interval of 6 months for testing and verification, all those members of the Maslow-Fischer-Urbans group who, 1. Immediately condemn the activities of this group as anti-proletarian and counter-revolutionary, 2. Promptly leave the Bund and demand its immediate dissolution. 3. Publicly undertake to obey the decisions of the CC of the KPD, and the leading bodies of the Comintern. 444 The Communist International extracts from the resolution of the Political Secretariat of the ECCI on the immediate tasks of the Japanese Communist Party May 4, 1928 in Preker, 8, 55, p. 1005, June 8, 1928, 56, p. 1022, June 12, 1928 Government proceedings against the Japanese Communist Party became more marked towards the end of 1927, as the JGP extended its activities, particularly in preparation for the elections to the Diet which were to be held, for the first time under a universal male franchise, in February 1928. Itself illegal, it worked through the Rodinamentu, or Workers' and Peasants' Party, whose list of candidates included 10 communists, none of whom was elected. The Workers' and Peasants' Party received nearly 200,000 votes. In March the police rounded up a number of suspects, raided union offices, etc. The leading communists escaped arrest. The Workers' and Peasants' Party and a number of other labor organizations were dissolved by government order, as well as radical students' bodies. 1. The growth of the broad mass movement of the Japanese workers and peasants, as shown in the recent elections and in the increasing resistance to attacks by the government, opens a new page in the history of the class struggle in Japan. The greatest success of the Japanese communists was the re-establishment of the Communist Party itself. The party succeeded in taking an active, indeed a leading, part in mobilizing and organizing the vanguard of the awakening masses. Despite threats and brutal suppression, the party is continuing this activity and thus giving the most effective answer to the reactionary imperialist government of Japan. 2. Everything that happened before and after the election campaign completely confirmed the basic ideas of the Comintern resolution of July 15, 1927, namely, that in Japan as elsewhere, notwithstanding the special circumstances of the class struggle in that country, a communist party can develop only by fighting social democracy. 3. In the light of recent events, it is clear that the Communist Party committed a serious mistake is not opposing the proposals for an unconditional amalgamation of the Rodinamentu, the Nichirodo, and the Sakai Minsudo, Social Democrats. An amalgamation plan of that kind should not have been regarded as a form of United Front tactics at all. The purpose of United Front tactics is to mobilize for the struggle against capitalism and reformism and thus to strengthen the revolutionary organizations of the working class. 4. In order to be able to accomplish its new, great, and responsible tasks, the young Communist Party must strain every nerve to strengthen itself numerically and ideologically. Particular efforts must be made to strengthen and improve the illegal apparatus, in order to counter-govern. May 1928 445. Merit action through the police and the judiciary to annihilate the Communist Party and all other revolutionary organizations. The party must take steps to improve its machinery, and at the same time let no legal opportunity slip for establishing contact with the masses as a means of extending and utilizing its ideological and organizational influence among the workers and poor peasants. 5. The creation of an illegal party journal, appearing regularly, is urgently necessary, to enable the party to expand and strengthen its organization. 6. The Communist Party is called on to lead the struggle for the re-establishment of the revolutionary mass organizations, the Rodinamento, the Hyajaikai, left-wing trade union organization, and the Sainan Dome, Youth League, dissolved by the government. 7. The party must fight vigorously against any move, open or concealed, to abandon the struggle for these organizations, and against the mood of retreat in general. Particular attention must be paid to defending the Hayajaikai. To leave the left-wing unions and enter the centrist unions would mean more than open surrender by the working class. It would encourage the government in its terrorist policy and the reformist leaders in their treachery. Special measures must be taken to prevent members of the Hayajaikai from transferring to the centrist unions. At the same time, our party must retain the initiative in the struggle to re-establish the unity of the unions, split by force and intrigue by the reformists. 11. The Communist Party must conduct agitation among the workers to induce them to influence the Rodinomentu to pursue the following parliamentary tactics. The small Rodinomentu Party should not merge with the general bloc of so-called workers' organizations, which includes the Social Democrats. It is the imperative duty of the Rodinomentu deputies to take an active part in the workers' and peasants' struggle and to use the parliamentary tribune for this purpose. This does not exclude the possibility and necessity, in certain circumstances, of maintaining contact by means of joint conferences with deputies representing social democratic and centrist organizations, in order to influence their parliamentary tactics. 12. The Communist Party must make it clear to the workers that the Rodinomentu group in parliament, because of their extreme numerical weakness, will be able to play an independent part only if they conduct an energetic struggle, supported by the Communist Party and the masses, against imperialism, for the demands of the workers and peasants, for strengthening the revolutionary organizations. Regardless of the difficulties they will encounter, the Rodinomentu deputies must speak out against the robber war being waged by Japanese imperialism in China. 446 The Communist International and must force the reformist deputies to join in the campaign or reveal themselves as avowed allies of the government's robber policy. The 6th Congress of the Communist International. The 6th Congress was held in Moscow from July 17 to September 1, 1928. It was attended, according to one source, by 532 delegates, of whom 387 had voting powers, according to another, by 575 delegates, of whom 372 had voting powers. Piatnitsky, for the Mandates Commission, reported that invitations had been sent to 66 parties and organizations with a total membership of 4 million, of whom 1.8 million were in parties and 2.2 million in youth organizations. The increase of rather more than 500,000 compared with the 5th Congress was accounted for by the GPSU. 58 parties were represented, 6 without voting powers. The representatives of Outer Mongolia and Korea were given guest tickets only, since their status was not settled. A questionnaire completed by the delegates showed that 50% were of working class origin, compared with 58% at the previous Congress, 25% were from the free professions, 17% were non-manual workers, and 4% from the countryside. According to present occupations, 62.2% of the delegates were party officials, and 21% are in industrial occupations. 278 delegates had never before attended a Comintern Congress, 4 had attended all 6. The Congress was opened by Bukharin, who reported for the ECCI. He gave a long analysis of the world economic situation. Structural changes had aggravated capitalist contradictions and altered the balance of forces. This was again raising the question of a redivision of the world, i.e. of war. The focus of these contradictions was Anglo-American rivalry. Social democracy was already bankrupt, but continued to exist on the basis of capitalist stabilization. It was no longer sufficient to explain the strength of social democracy as being due to the super profits of colonial exploitation. Such an explanation did not apply to the United States and Germany, where colonial profits were replaced by the differential profits arising from superior technical development. Social democracy, which in 1914 had merely defended the capitalist fatherland, now embodied the aggressive aspirations of that fatherland, Its chief task now was ideological preparation for war against the USSR. The response to that from the Comintern was the new tactical line adopted at the 9th plenum and embodied in the resolutions on the British and French Communist parties. As to the English party, we have broken with all the old traditions of the English labour movement. The strongest tradition was that of a united organized working class. This unity was the reformists' trump card. They used it to fight revolutionary ideas and the Revolutionary Party. It was the greatest obstacle to the liberation of the proletariat from reformist influence. There had been a great deal of opposition from some French and British communist leaders, but the ECCI had convinced them that the new line was correct. To believe that this move was an attempt to answer the opposition's criticism was childish. It was called forth by the change in the objective situation. July-September 1928 447. On China, Bukharin argued that failure had been due not to a mistaken policy, but to the faulty application of a correct policy, for which the Chinese Central Committee and some of the Comintern's representatives in China were responsible. They had failed to note the changes in the objective situation which made the KMT an enemy instead of an ally, and had held back the agrarian revolution and the development of the workers' mass movement. The reaction to the other extreme, of insufficiently prepared and putschist risings, had now been corrected. There was, Bukharin said, too much provincialism and not enough internationalism in the CI sections, as shown by the failure of many of them to support the miners in England and the revolution in China. Symptoms of a bureaucratic attitude were increasing, not only in the CPSU. Without more local initiative, it was difficult to promote the selection of cadres, who were very weak in theoretical matters. Leadership in the parties was over-centralized. It was true of many of them that at times only a small circle of officials had any real party life. The discussion of party questions was too often reduced to an exchange of catchwords. We have learnt well how to conduct operations against every kind of deviation. We do it brilliantly. But as for a real study of the problems, genuine argumentation, and not a mechanical fight against opponents, that we have still to learn. In the unions there was a tendency for communists to dictate to, rather than persuade, non-communist unionists. While many were good unionists, they did their union work in a social democratic and not a communist spirit. The greater danger of war gave added importance to the illegal work of the sections. The creation of illegal organizations, particularly among the armed forces, was an urgent matter, because even before war came, special legislation against communist parties would be introduced. For the Comintern as a whole, Bukharin said at the end of his report, the right-wing danger was the greatest. It was revealed by the failure to criticize sharply enough the left social democratic leaders, and by an exaggerated respect for bourgeois legality. The bitter fractional struggles in some parties had to be settled. In Yugoslavia the fractional struggle had gone on for 7 years and had weakened the party, already suffering from police terror. Extraordinary measures had to be taken and a new leadership had now been appointed. In Poland the party congress had dragged on for 3 months because every item had been stubbornly disputed. Although actual political differences were negligible, the party as a whole had been responsible for the mistakes made at the time of the Pilsudski coup. The ECCI had to intervene to prevent a split. The Polish party was of crucial importance because of its position in time of war. In the discussion on Bukharin's report, de Visser, Holland, complained that, though he agreed with what Bukharin had said, the report had in fact told them virtually nothing about the work of the ECCI. On a number of important questions the executive had either given no lead at all, or given one too late. Bodemann, a Swiss delegate, thought a good deal of ECCI material sent out to the sections was irrelevant, or it came too late. They did not want editorials for reproduction, but facts. If they had the facts, they could write the articles. 448 The Communist International themselves. On trade union questions they had contradictory advice from the ECCI and its departments. Lozovsky said that the opposition to the resolutions of the 4th RILU Congress, which had been passed unanimously, had an organized character in Germany and the United States. The KPD critics objected to such phrases as "Amsterdam is the tool of capitalism." The IFTU, he said, was not an erring brother, but an enemy of the working class. Opposition to RILU policy was used to conceal an anti-Comintern line. The CC of the KPD had a correct attitude on this, but the CG of the American Party had at first opposed the Fourth RILU Congress resolutions, although they had now changed their minds. As at previous Congresses, the United States delegation was bitterly divided. The minority, whose spokesmen were Biddleman, Foster, and Cannon, argued that insufficient weight was given to the growing contradictions of American imperialism and the radicalization of the masses. But the right-wing majority, Pepper, Wicks, Lovestone, Weinstone, were protected by the CI, despite their errors and their passivity on the Negro question. Wicks accused Cannon of taking his arguments from former comrade Trotsky, and Lovestone asked for the dissolution of the Foster-Cannon fraction. He admitted their past errors, and incidentally attacked Lozovsky, who supported the Foster faction. It is the tragedy of the RILU that Comrade Lozovsky creates confusion on any question he touches. Lozovsky disagreed with the American proposals for revising the statutes of the Trade Union Educational League, the American equivalent of the British minority movement, which made membership conditional on recognition of the proletarian dictatorship. At the end of the year, Biddleman and Foster denounced Cannon and Jackman to the CC of the American CP as Trotskyists, and they were expelled. Delegates from South American countries appeared for the first time in large numbers at a Comintern Congress. Lacerda, Brazil, said there had been communist parties in a number of Latin American countries since 1920, but the Comintern had only recently begun to take an interest in them. The RILU had set up a Latin American trade union secretariat in Montevideo. After the Congress, the Latin Secretariat of the ECCI was divided into two: one section for Latin Europe, one for Latin America. Kolenig, an Austrian delegate, raised the question of the July 1927 events. The episode needed clearer theoretical analysis. The ECCI had linked it to capitalist stabilization. The Austrian Social Democrats described it as the last flicker of the post-war crisis. Some Austrian communists denied altogether that it was arising, and disagreed with the ECCI criticism of the Austrian CP's failure to put forward the slogan of Soviets. Stuckar reported for the International Control Commission. When the ICC was set up at the Fifth Congress, he said, it had been intended to review expulsions, in a deliberative capacity. This would have involved them in thousands of cases, particularly for the CPSU, and their function had changed gradually to passing sentences to be ratified by the ECCI or the Presidium. In April 1925, the ICC had decided that it would examine complaints by individuals against sections only if the cases were politically important, or were referred to. July-September 1928, 449 it by the ECCI Presidium or Secretariat. It had dealt with roughly 200 complaints, 74 from the CPSU, 38 from the KPD, and 36 from Polish members. It was necessary for a proportion of the ICC members to be permanently in Moscow, to deal with such cases. The KPD had used expulsion too freely in dealing with the right opposition. There had been a large number of cases concerning comrades in emigration, where the absence of practical daily work exaggerated personal differences. As an audit commission, the ICC needed a technical staff. Up to now it had used the staff of the CPSU. The ECCI organization department was not in favor of having central control commissions in the Comintern sections, most of which were not strong enough to risk the dangers of dual power. The CCC of the Czech Party, for example, had found itself in opposition to the Czech Central Committee as well as the ECCI. The ECCI endorsed the department's attitude, but in its report stated that in practice some sections still retained central control commissions. The admission of the communist parties of Cuba, Korea, New Zealand, and Paraguay to the Comintern was formally ratified, as well as that of the Irish Workers' League, the Socialist Party of Ecuador, and the Revolutionary Socialist Party of Colombia. Replying to the discussion on the ECCI report, Bukharin said that directly revolutionary situations, let us say in Europe, are possible and even probable, even without war. In the event of war they are absolutely inevitable. Wars will inevitably be accompanied by revolutions. The Congress adopted on August 29 immensely long theses, 76 in all, on the fight against imperialist war and the tasks of communists, which started off by denouncing the disarmament conference at Geneva and the proposal for a pact for the renunciation of war, the Kellogg Pact, as despicable attempts to deceive the working class. The Soviet Union adhered to the Kellogg Pact in 1929. Hostility to the Soviet Union and the Chinese Revolution were the chief forces driving towards war. The League of Nations had now become merely an instrument to serve the needs of war. Policies making for war were possible only because of the active support of the Social Democrats and their allies, the Trotskyists. The customary analysis of the origin of wars and the impossibility of eliminating them otherwise than by the armed insurrection of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie was followed by an explanation of which wars were just, and which unjust wars fought by proletarian states against intervention, or by colonial countries against their oppressors, fell into the first category. In wars among imperialists, i.e. unjust wars, it was the duty of the proletariat to work for the defeat of its own government and for the transformation of the war into civil war. In the other cases it was to support and defend the proletarian state or the oppressed country, and again work for the defeat of its own imperialist government. The concept of the aggressor was irrelevant, as it was in 1914. In anti-revolutionary and anti-colonial wars, aggression was determined not by military action, but by historical and political criteria. An unjust war was one fought by reaction, counter-revolution, imperialism, however hostilities opened. Before the outbreak of war, communists should conduct a political and propagandist battle against pacifism. Communist trade union and factory work. 450 The Communist International should concentrate on those industries most vital in wartime: engineering, chemicals, transport. Anti-militarist work among the armed forces was also of the utmost importance. An illegal party organization had to be set up before the outbreak of war, to enable the transition to illegality to be made smoothly, since on the outbreak of war imperialist governments would declare communist parties illegal. Since a democratic or just peace was impossible under capitalism, the central slogan in wartime should be not peace but the proletarian revolution. The slogan of a general strike against war was illusory unless interpreted as a stage in the development of revolution. The refusal to bear arms was in all cases a mistake. Communists were needed in the army, to do their revolutionary work there, but they were to oppose conscription. At the front they were to organize fraternization, to unite the troops on both sides against their officers, leading to disintegration of the armies and civil war. The events in Germany in October 1923, in Vienna in July 1927, and in Canton in December 1927, are given as examples of civil war that did not arise out of an imperialist war. In the event of an imperialist war on the USSR, the proletariat in the imperialist countries must fight not only for the defeat of their own countries, but for the victory of the Soviet Union. It must regard the Red Army not as the enemy but as the army of the international proletariat, to which it owes its support. Wars between the proletarian and the bourgeois states were both unavoidable and necessary. The Soviet Union's peace policy was merely a more advantageous way of fighting capitalism. Similarly, in any war between colonial countries and their oppressors, the communists were to support the oppressed peoples, while continuing the class struggle within the colonies. In the national armies of the colonial countries, their policy must be that of the bourgeois revolution, i.e. democratization, in order to make them revolutionary. The CP must organize cells in these armies and turn them into anti-imperialist armies. The theses went on to explain that capitalist disarmament proposals were a farce that could not be played without social democratic support. Two schools of thought concentrated on disarmament. The first believed that there were objective tendencies at work making for the elimination of war, and that these forces should be supported by armaments limitation and international agreements. The tendencies were summarized in the theory of organized capitalism and of superimperialism. Far from leading to the elimination of war, they were symptoms of the preparation for war on the largest scale. Under capitalism, a pan-European or World League of States was utopian or, if realized, reactionary. The second school of thought urged total disarmament, i.e. disarmament of the proletariat as well as the bourgeoisie. But since it was essential for the proletariat to be armed, the slogan of total disarmament was counter-revolutionary. The Soviet proposals for total disarmament at the League of Nations Conference were quite different in character, being sincere and designed to prove that disarmament and the elimination of war were possible only after the overthrow of capitalism. All Comintern sections underestimated the war danger and the inevitability of war, as shown in their failure to carry out the decisions of the Eighth Plenum, e.g. the parties in the Baltic countries failed to realize that the negotiations for a customs union between Estonia and Latvia were a step in the preparation of July-September 1928 451 war against the USSR. Very little was being done in regard to the armed forces, munitions industries, national minorities, etc., or to organize mass action at home in support of colonial revolutionary movements. Mass organizations should be used and new ones set up to concentrate on the fight against imperialist war. Bell, CPGB, opened the debate on the theses, which was long drawn out but tepid. Many speakers said war was imminent because of the sharpening conflict between Britain and America, and general capitalist hostility to the USSR. Dimitrov said that lasting and peaceful coexistence of the two systems was impossible. Some states, because of special circumstances, might prefer not to join in an anti-Soviet war, and with these the USSR should make military alliances. In replying to the discussion, Vasiliev, for the ECCI, and Bell commented on the lack of interest shown by the delegates, and their failure to report on what their parties were actually doing, or to engage in self-criticism. The theses were adopted unanimously. On September 1 the Congress passed a resolution instructing all sections, in view of the preparations for war on the USSR, to organize an international day of struggle against imperialist war and for the defense of the Soviet Union. The reports of the ECCI, the ICC, and the YCI were adopted on August 29 in a one-line resolution. Congress approves the activities of the ECCI, the ICC, and the YCI. In moving the Congress Manifesto, submitted by the Presidium and adopted unanimously, Bukharin referred to its proceedings as the Comintern's Long Parliament. The adoption of the CI program marked the end of a historical phase. They had achieved a unanimous appraisal of the nature of the epoch in which they were living. Reporting after the Congress to the Moscow Party organization, he mentioned that Bordiga's group in Italy had sent a statement proposing that Trotsky be made chairman of the Congress and that all those who had endorsed the resolutions of the 15th CPSU Congress should be expelled. The statement had not been discussed either at the Congress itself or in its commissions. Molotov reported to the Leningrad CPSU organization, one of the outstanding characteristics of the Congress, he said, had been the unanimity of its decisions. The Comintern has achieved unity on the basis of overcoming Trotskyism. The theses of the Agitprop department of the ECCI on the 6th Congress issued shortly after its conclusion stated that it marked the dividing line between the period of relatively peaceful coexistence among the imperialist powers and between the capitalist and Soviet worlds, in which class struggles were only partial in character, and of the first wave of the colonial revolution, and the period of growing imperialist contradictions, of sharper struggles between capitalism and the Soviet Union, of preparation for war against the USSR, of sharper class struggles, of the growing identity of reformism with the bourgeois state, of collaboration between reformism and fascism, of deeper contradictions between the colonies and the metropolitan powers, of a new and more powerful wave of colonial revolutions. The deliberations of the Congress had armed the Comintern to meet this situation. 452 The Communist International Bukharin, who took such a prominent part in the proceedings of the Congress, was already aware at this time that his position was seriously threatened. Stalin and his supporters in the Politburo of the GPSU had by now decided on the policy of industrialization and of an offensive against the richer peasants, kulaks, to which Bukharin and the right-wing group were opposed. Nin called the changes in policy epileptic zigzags. A document in the Trotsky archives dated July 11, 1928 records a conversation between Bukharin and Kamenev on that day, in which Bukharin said, "I haven't spoken to Stalin for several weeks. He is an unprincipled intriguer who subordinates everything to his maintaining power. He has yielded now in order to cut our throats. We know this, but he maneuvers in a way that makes us appear the splitters." The middle ranks of the Central Committee did not grasp the depths of the differences, and feared a split. Having yielded to Stalin before, they found it difficult to oppose him now. Bukharin had the support of Tomsky, Rykov, and Uglanov. Peters was with them, but frightened. Yagoda and Trelicer were with them, but Voroshilov and Kalinin had changed sides at the last moment. Sometimes at night I ask myself, have we the right to be silent? Do we lack courage? But calculation dictates prudence. Bukharin thought that Stalin would seek Kamenev's support, and asked him not to help Stalin to crush them. He also asked him not to telephone, as his line was tapped. Only Rykov and Tomsky knew of his visit. Stalin, he said finally, longed to be recognized as a theoretician only that is missing, and had made a number of damaging changes in the Comintern program. It was highly probable, Trotsky wrote to Rakovsky on July 14, that the center-right bloc, i.e. Bukharin-Stalin, would maintain a semblance of unity at the Congress in order to lay a gravestone on the opposition, but what would happen next? There might be an ultra-left zigzag, but it was impossible to predict. One could predict what a Marxist would do, but not what a centrist would do. In October he wrote that the number of hours Bukharin had spoken at the Congress was in inverse proportion to his influence. Stalin, though not at the Congress, had won over most of Bukharin's supporters. He had no need to speak. The impersonal mechanism of power acted for him. Externally, Trotsky wrote in who leads the Comintern. In the Trotsky archives, the leadership of the 6th Congress seemed Bukharin's. He gave the report, put out the strategic line, put forward and carried through the program, and opened and closed the Congress. And yet everybody knows that in fact Bukharin's influence on the Congress was virtually nil. For meanwhile groups were breaking up and reforming, and fractions consolidating. This monstrous dualism revealed what a secondary, subordinate, purely decorative part is played by so-called ideology in a regime run by the bureaucrats of the machine. The publication of Bukharin's collected works, Trotsky said at another time, would mean his end. They used to laugh at Zinoviev's two perspectives, but Bukharin had none. Politically, he had never taken anything seriously, not even himself. In an unaddressed letter, in the Trotsky archives, from an unnamed correspondent who clearly held some kind of position in the Comintern and attended the Congress, it is stated that the ECCI had not discussed the reports from the July-September 1928 453 sections or the items on the agenda. With the exception of the CPSU, no party or even Central Committee had discussed the draft program. The theses on the war danger and the colonies were not ready when the Congress opened. All the delegates had been appointed by the respective Politburos, not one had been elected. They were all aware of the deep differences in the CPSU, and were drawn into fractional alliances without any understanding of the real causes of disagreement and their seriousness. He had found not a single convinced defender of the program or the colonial theses. All were dissatisfied, but hoped that the program would give the parties something to think about besides the disagreements in the CPSU. He was appalled by their ignorance of theory. Unfortunately, since the work of the Congress proceeded without leadership, even the most crass and crude incoherences were accepted as the revelations of the highest political sagacity. Relations were so strained that the only question which really engaged the attention of the delegation bureaus was how to patch up an external compromise between the hostile fractions in almost all parties. There was a crisis of leadership in the French, German, Polish, Czech, Yugoslav, and other parties. During the Congress, Rykov supporters in the CPSU held meetings with URT's supporters in the KPD out of town, while the Stalinists met Thulman's group. In the French party several groups were at loggerheads, and outside the party there were at least 8 opposition groups. In the American party, relations between the Foster group and the Pepper group were very strained. The members did not speak to each other. The differences derived from different views of the world situation, the policy of the CPSU, etc. Pepper's group exaggerated the development of American capitalism and saw immense difficulties in the way of a revolutionary movement. URT held an analogous position about Germany. The opposition's documents were not discussed, the opposition itself scarcely mentioned, the Chinese Revolution was glossed over, they preferred to speak of India. Trotsky's critique of the draft program was not discussed in the delegations, but those who had seen it found it extremely interesting. In a second letter the same correspondent reported a conversation with Ercole, Togliatti, who had the impression that the Russians considered the Congress a heavy burden they were unable to shake off, but they were not in a position to enliven it so that it could do useful work. Togliatti is quoted as saying, "The tragedy of the thing is that it is impossible to speak the truth about the most important, most vital current problems. We cannot speak. In this atmosphere, to tell the real truth would have the effect of an exploding bomb. Not that it would be a bad thing if a large part of those taking part in the Congress were to be wiped off the face of the earth. I'm terribly worried. I don't really know what to do, what to say, how to act to change the situation. It's a pity that Bordiga is not here. He would have played a great historical part. He would have told all of us the truth." Togliatti was further reported as finding Trotsky's documents of great interest, and complaining bitterly of Congress documents not being distributed beforehand. He was a co-rapporteur on the colonial question, but had been informed only 2 weeks earlier, and had still been unable to arrange a meeting with Kuusinen, who was the chief rapporteur. "I haven't an idea what he's going to talk about. I haven't seen his theses." 454 The Communist International Thérèse is reported to have said, in a conversation with the same correspondent, that the French delegation were uneasy and sceptical. Bukharin had spoken of inter-imperialist contradictions, of the war danger and the USSR. But where were the proletariat and the communist parties? The implication was that the USSR was the basis of the world revolution. Thérèse did not agree. It was a platform, an example, a moral and material help to the world revolution, but not its basis or its center. He wondered how they had been forced to swallow the theory of socialism in one country. The fight against Trotskyism was necessary, but not with such a theory. They knew nothing of what was really happening. The situation was delicate, almost unbearable. In his letter to Rakovsky, Trotsky wrote that he had sent 4 documents to the Congress. A statement, a commentary entitled What Now?, a critique of the draft program, and a statement on the origin of the legend of Trotskyism. The signatures of 191 oppositionists in exile in the USSR were added, whose agreement Trotsky had received by telegraph. They included Rakovsky, Smilga, I.N. Smirnov, Muralov, and Serebryakov. These documents were published some years later in English, German, and French by Trotsky's supporters abroad. To the charge that the Comintern's enemies would use his words, he asked, what was of more use to the enemy, an incorrect policy or its exposure? Social democracy was a parasitical body living on the mistakes of the Communist Party, its capitulations and its putschs. In the 4 years since the 5th Congress, there had been no objective obstacle to convening the 6th Congress earlier. The Comintern's leaders and policy had been changed. There had been innumerable meetings of the League Against Imperialism, the Friends of Soviet Russia, the Anglo-Russian Trade Union Unity Committee, but the Comintern had not met. Formally all questions in these more than 4 years have been decided by the ECCI or the Presidium, in fact by the Politburo of the CPSU, more precisely by its Secretariat. The same was true of the CPSU. This had been true neither of the Russian Party nor of the Comintern in the worst days of the civil war and intervention. The greater the divergence between the policy of the leaders and the historical line of the proletariat, the less willing were the leaders to submit their actions to criticism. Their policy had to be imposed from above, by measures of the apparatus and even of the state. The basic cause of the crisis was the delay in the world revolution caused by the series of serious proletarian defeats. Up to 1923 these were defeats of the post-war movement, when the communist parties were non-existent or inexperienced and weak. After 1923 they were defeats of Comintern policy. To say that the defeats were inevitable, whatever the policy, was paralyzing fatalism and a denial of the Bolshevik conception of the role and importance of revolutionary leadership. Capitalism had been able to stabilize because the Comintern leadership was not equal to its job, incapable of exploiting revolutionary situations. Instead they sought for revolutionary forces outside the proletariat, idealized the peasant parties, made superclass alliances, etc. The object of their strategy was to accomplish by maneuver what can only be achieved by revolutionary class forces. They were not strategists, but bureaucrats, of every size except large, and for them Bolshevik flexibility referred to the elasticity of their own backbones. To lead, Trotsky wrote, means to foresee, and it was. July-September 1928 455 necessary to stop flattering Thulman solely because he grubs in the gutter for the vilest epithets to fling at the opposition, as Tan Pingshan was petted at the 7th plenum because he translated Thulman's insults into Chinese. It is necessary to stop replacing party leaders in order to punish them for mistakes committed by the ECCI or because they do not approve of the GPU when it punishes proletarian revolutionists. It is necessary to stop appointing leaders simply on the basis of their certificate of good behavior, i.e. if they are against the opposition. The opposition was the conscious expression of the proletariat's anxiety about the fate of the dictatorship. In their appeal to the Comintern against their expulsion and banishment, sent to the ECCI Presidium on the eve of their deportation from Moscow, Trotsky, Rakovsky, Radek, Smilga, Preobrazhensky and a number of other old Bolsheviks wrote, "The struggle in the Russian Communist Party is going on, to all intents and purposes, behind the back of the International, without its participation, and even without its knowledge. On every critical occasion the communist parties are placed before a fait accompli. They put their signature to decisions already made." Extracts from the Theses of the 6th Comintern Congress on the International Situation and the Tasks of the Communist International, August 29, 1928. Protocol 6, 4, p. 13. The theses were presented in connection with Bukharin's report. In the debate a number of delegates complained that they could see no difference between the second and the third period. Both were marked by stabilization and technical progress after the ebbing of the revolutionary wave. Bukharin replied that the Fifth Congress had referred to an era of democratic pacifism, not stabilization. Introducing the theses on Bolshevization early in 1925, Zinoviev had given his own scheme of periodization, with its own third period. Later ECCI reports show that in the commission and at delegation meetings there was a good deal of opposition to the new line, although this was reflected only rarely in the plenary sessions. From subsequent statements it appears that the Russian delegation were dissatisfied with Bukharin's draft theses, and amended them to emphasize the international significance of the Soviet economic plan and the contradictions of capitalist stabilization, and to sharpen the attack on the left Social Democrats. Introduction. After the First Imperialist World War, the international labor movement passed through a series of phases of development, reflecting the various phases of the general crisis of the capitalist system. The first was the period of extremely acute crisis of the capitalist system. 456 The Communist International and of direct revolutionary action on the part of the proletariat. This period reached its highest point in 1921, culminating on the one hand in the victory of the USSR over the forces of intervention and internal counter-revolution, and in the consolidation of the proletarian dictatorship and the establishment of the Communist International, and on the other, in a series of severe defeats for the Western European proletariat and the beginning of the general capitalist offensive. This period ended with the defeat of the German proletariat in 1923. This defeat marked the starting point of the second period, a period of gradual and partial stabilization of the capitalist system, of the restoration of capitalist economy, of the development and expansion of the capitalist offensive, and of the continuation of the defensive battles fought by the proletarian army weakened by severe defeats. On the other hand, this period was a period of rapid restoration in the Soviet Union, of important successes in the work of building socialism, and also of the growth of the political influence of the communist parties over the broad masses of the proletariat. Finally came the third period, the period in which capitalist economy and the economy of the USSR began almost simultaneously to exceed their pre-war levels, the beginning of the so-called Reconstruction period in the Soviet Union, the further growth of socialist forms of economy on a new technological basis. For the capitalist world, this is a period of rapid technical development, and of the accelerated growth of cartels and trusts, one in which a trend towards state capitalism can be observed. At the same time, it is a period of intense development of the contradictions in the world economy, operating in forms determined by the entire prior course of the general crisis of capitalism, contraction of markets, the USSR, colonial movements, growth of the inherent contradictions of imperialism. This third period, in which the contradiction between the growth of the productive forces and the contraction of markets becomes particularly accentuated, will inevitably give rise to a fresh era of imperialist wars among the imperialist states themselves, wars of the imperialist states against the USSR, wars of national liberation against imperialism, wars of imperialist intervention and gigantic class battles. This period, in which all imperialist antagonisms grow sharper, antagonisms between the capitalist states and the Soviet Union, the military occupation of North China as the beginning of the partition of China, the mutual struggles between the imperialists, etc., and the contradictions in capitalist countries become more acute, the swing to the left of the masses of the working class, growing acuteness of the class struggle, and colonial movements of revolt are launched. China, Egypt, and Syria. This period will, through the further development of the contradictions of capitalist stabilization, increasingly shake that. August 1928 457. Stability and lead inevitably to the most severe intensification of the general capitalist crisis. 2. Relations between states and questions of so-called foreign policy. 7. Relations between the capitalist states and the Soviet Union, between imperialism and China, between Europe, primarily England, and the United States are at the basis of all international relations today. Germany's development and the consequent regrouping of powers are one of the main factors in the change in the relations between European states. 8. The most important factor in capitalist development as a whole today is the shift of the economic center of gravity to the United States, with the resulting increase in its imperialist aggressiveness. 9. The rapid expansion of the United States inevitably brings its interests into conflict with those of declining but still immensely strong English imperialism. The antagonism between the Dollar Republic, with its rapid rate of development and comparatively few colonial possessions, and the British colonial empire, declining but with a gigantic colonial monopoly, is the axis of international contradictions in the present period. It is precisely here that the focal point of the coming struggle for a redivision of the colonial world is to be found, and not only of the colonial. Anglo-American cooperation has turned into the fiercest rivalry, opening prospects of an immense collision between the two. 10. The influence of American capital in Europe is most marked in Germany's economic advance. With the help of United States credits, Germany, which was completely ruined economically, has reached a new high level of development which gives it greater political importance. The expansion of monopolist capitalism in Germany leads on the one hand to an ever more rapid breakdown of the Versailles system, and on the other to an ever more decisive Western orientation, that is, imperialist and anti-Soviet. If, in the days of its economic decline and its political and national humiliation, Germany sought agreement with the proletarian state, the only state which opposed the imperialist enslavement of Germany. The neo-imperialist tendencies now coming to a head are driving the German bourgeoisie more and more into an anti-Soviet attitude. 11. This, in its turn, is bound to change the alignment of the European powers. The existence of a whole series of inter-European contradictions, above all those between Italy and France, in the Balkans and North Africa, leads, with the general instability of relations, to a constant regrouping of states. But amidst all this variety and change, one chief tendency clearly emerges, the anti-Soviet tendency. The change in Germany's position is to some extent the culmination of a certain stage in 458 the Communist International. This process of preparing a counter-revolutionary imperialist bloc for war against the Soviet Union. 12. The fight for markets and spheres of investment not only contains the seed of wars against the Soviet Union and among the imperialists, it has already led to a large-scale war of intervention to divide up the vast Chinese market. Where the imperialists see both an object of exploitation and a revolutionary movement which undermines the dominance of capitalist principles, the most likely outcome is the formation of an imperialist bloc. 3. Bourgeois state power and the regrouping of class forces. 13. In the great majority of capitalist countries, the policy of the bourgeoisie is at present determined by two main tasks: to improve competitive capacity, i.e. to further capitalist rationalization, and to prepare for war. From the social, class point of view, this policy means greater pressure on the working class, and a rise in the rate of exploitation, accompanied by compensating methods of economic and political corruption, consciously operated to an ever-increasing extent by social democracy. 14. The centralization of capital, the incorporation of large land ownership via the banks into the general system of finance capital, leads to an ever stronger consolidation of the forces of the united exploiters, whose organizations merge with the agencies of state power. 15. This evolution in the relations between the state power and the employers' organizations, the concentration of all the forces of the bourgeoisie in the bourgeois state, gives rise in all capitalist countries to a reactionary reshaping of the so-called bourgeois state order. This change, which is a characteristic reflection of the present capitalist crisis, is expressed politically in the general crisis of bourgeois democracy and bourgeois parliamentarism, and is given particular emphasis by the sharpness which it imparts to all economic struggles between capital and labor. In every big industrial strike, the workers come into collision with the giant capitalist trusts which are integrated with the forces of the imperialist state. Such a strike immediately assumes a political character. And this forces the bourgeoisie and the state to resort to the economic and political corruption of certain sections of the working class and their political and trade union organizations. The close bonds between the reformist trade union and party leaders, the employers' organizations, and the bourgeois state. The theory and practice of industrial democracy and industrial peace, all these are means to prevent the unfolding of the class struggle. 17. At the same time, the resistance of the workers is growing in many ways. They have already recovered from the severe defeats of the preceding period. August 1928 459. For the class struggle, social democracy, and fascism. 18. Despite the sharpening of the class struggle, reformism in the European and American labor movement still shows signs of life and of political tenacity. The socio-economic reason for this is the slow rate of development of the capitalist crisis. 19. The process by which the leaders of the labor bureaucracy are becoming bourgeois in character is consciously promoted by social democracy. From a shamefaced defense of capitalism, social democracy has turned into its active supporter. 20. Corresponding to this ideological attitude is the practical activity of social democracy and the reformist trade union leaders, as shown in their campaign for the adoption of American methods to corrupt and disrupt the working class. 22. In foreign affairs, the social democratic and reformist trade union leaders in the imperialist countries are the most consistent representatives of bourgeois state interests. They support the state, its armed forces, its police, its expansionist aspirations, and its unprincipled hostility to the Soviet Union. They support its robber treaties and agreements, its colonial policy, its occupations, annexations, protectorates, and mandates. 24. In addition to drawing in the Social Democrats, the bourgeoisie at critical moments and in certain circumstances turn to projects for a fascist regime. The characteristic feature of fascism is this, that the bourgeoisie, faced by the breakdown of capitalist economy and by particular subjective and objective circumstances, exploit the discontent of the small and medium urban and rural bourgeoisie, and even of certain strata of déclassé proletarians, to form a reactionary mass movement to bar the road to revolution. Fascism resorts to the direct use of force to break up the workers' and poor peasants' organizations and to win power. More or less developed tendencies and seeds of the fascist movement are to be found today almost everywhere. The ideology of class collaboration, which is the official social democratic ideology, has many points of contact with the ideology of fascism. In the international field, fascism pursues a violent and provocative policy. The fascist dictatorships in Poland and Hungary are displaying more and more aggressive tendencies and are a constant threat to peace. They threaten the working class of all countries with military gambles and wars. V. The colonial countries and the Chinese Revolution. 25. The general crisis of the international capitalist system is most clearly expressed today in the revolts and revolutions of the colonial and semi-colonial countries. 460. The Communist International. 26. The most important of these, an event of epochal importance, is the Chinese Revolution. In its immediate scope it covers tens of millions, and indirectly hundreds of millions, a gigantic mass which for the first time is taking up in such strength the battle against imperialism. China's close links with Indochina and India immensely increase the significance of the revolution there. The entire course of this revolution, its democratic character, its inevitable transformation into a proletarian revolution, are bound to make clear to the entire world proletariat its international importance in all its immensity. 27. As an anti-imperialist movement for national liberation, the Chinese Revolution is at the present stage, according to its objective content, a bourgeois democratic revolution which will inevitably become a proletarian revolution. As it developed, the national bourgeoisie, the Kuomintang, in a series of upheavals at last landed in the counter-revolutionary camp, and made an alliance with the feudalists and an agreement with the imperialists. Therefore the struggle against imperialism is inseparably bound up with the struggle for the land and the fight against the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie. These tasks can be accomplished only if the broad peasant masses, under the leadership and hegemony of the Chinese proletariat, carry through a successful insurrection. The main features of the Chinese Revolution at its present stage are that the bloc of imperialists, feudalists, and bourgeoisie has, despite its internal contradictions, inflicted severe defeats on the proletariat and the peasantry and physically destroyed a large part of the Communist Party cadres. The labor movement has not yet fully recovered from its defeats. On the other hand, the peasant movement is advancing in a number of areas. Where peasant insurrections were victorious, organs of peasant power have been set up, in some cases peasant soviets. The Communist Party is growing and consolidating, its authority and influence among the masses are growing.